In the year of her 18th birthday, Lin Wu discovered her true identity as a counterfeit heiress and was promptly cast out of her home. The Lin family expressed their disdain. "You are talentless and of questionable character, far inferior to Qianqian." Turning away, Lin Wu sought refuge with her biological parents. Contrary to her expectations of a humble and destitute life, as described by the Lin family, she found herself in an affluent enclave, a veritable haven of wealth. Her ordinary family turned out to be the wealthiest in the nation, with her mother being a renowned and esteemed professor, and her siblings were outstanding figures in their respective fields. Upon encountering the seemingly frail Lin Wu, they expressed their sympathy. "Wu Wu, you have suffered henceforth. This fortune shall be yours." Lin Wu effortlessly amassed billions, decimating a squad of mercenaries with her bare hands, conducting experiments at an international research institute, and in the process, rescuing an individual to whom she graciously expressed her gratitude. Her family, observing her still unrevealed identity, was left astounded. The handsome man she had saved stood before her, raising an eyebrow and chuckling. Such a significant favor deserves a reciprocal offering. His entourage collectively covered their faces in disbelief. "Ninth Master, where's your restraint?" In Huagua, the sweltering heat of early August lingered. Within a train carriage bound for Beicheng, Lin Wu's delicate fingers glided across her tablet screen as she calmly perused the information presented. A young man's voice resonated through her headphones. "Boss, I have forwarded the recent activities of the Lin family, including the recently located Lin Qian." Lin Wu replied with a nonchalant tone. She was once the cherished daughter of the Lin group in Beicheng, having 2 elder brothers. Logically, she should have been indulged, yet the matriarch, Feng Ruling, resented her for the pain endured during childbirth. Thus she was met with perpetual disdain from her and the rest of the family. At the age of 12, Feng Ruling could no longer bear it and insisted that her husband, Lin Shanghai, send her to live with her grandfather in the countryside, far removed from the Lin family's rise to prominence. 6 years passed without a single inquiry from the Lin family, as if they had forgotten her existence entirely. Only 2 days prior, her grandfather, who had been receiving treatment in Beicheng, called to inform her that the Lin family wished for her return. Lin Wu did not believe that the Lin family had suddenly recognized their neglect and sought to treat her kindly. As expected, her grandfather revealed that the Lin family had discovered a mix-up at the time of her birth. She was not the true daughter of the Lin family. This revelation shocked the Lin family, especially Feng Ruling, who seemed to regain her maternal instincts and embarked on a quest to reclaim her biological child. Ultimately, the genuine heir, Lin Qian, was found, and the Lin family unanimously decided to hold a grand press conference to announce her identity, while simultaneously severing ties with Lin Wu. Having never been in contact with Lin Wu, the Lin family did not possess her contact information and reached out to her grandfather, who, in a fit of rage, reluctantly managed to call Lin Wu. Lin Wu's gaze fell upon Lin Qian's photograph on the screen, and she swiped to reveal a new family portrait featuring the Lin family of 5, a moment she had never shared with them in 18 years. Reflecting on this, Lin Wu's eyelids lowered slightly. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the carriage door swung open violently. Lin Wu turned her head to see a tall man at the entrance, but before she could discern his features, he collapsed to the ground, the acrid scent of blood permeating the air. "Boss, what happened?" The voice from her headphones inquired anxiously. "Nothing," Lin Wu replied coolly. "Zheng Qi, instruct the team to continue investigating that matter and disregard the Lin family." With that, she ended the call and set her tablet aside. Unexpectedly, several burly men burst into the compartment. "Boss, we have him." Noticing Lin Wu, they pointed menacingly at her, warning, "Stay out of this, or you might lose your life." The man on the floor remained motionless as Lin Wu shifted her gaze back to the intruders. "I detest being pointed at. And what if I do?" "Get lost," they retorted, forcing their way into the cramped carriage, creating a blockade. Their shoes were caked with unknown filth, leaving the floor in disarray. "You've sullied my space," Lin Wu remarked, her eyes growing frosty. One man, growing impatient, turned to strike. "You filthy wench, where do you get off?" Yet his hand was halted midair, firmly grasped by Lin Wu. His expression shifted in apprehension. "Secondly, I despise others laying hands on me." The moment the words left her lips, Lin Wu swiftly kicked him out of the compartment, sending him sprawling and taking down his companions in the process. Caught off guard, they scrambled to retaliate, but Lin Wu did not grant them the opportunity, dispatching them with swift precision, leaving them sprawled and gasping on the floor. Hearing the commotion, A train attendant rushed in, her eyes wide with fear. "Miss Lin, this is—" In truth, she was the only passenger in the carriage. "Notify the train director, he will know how to handle this," Lin Wu instructed, stepping inside and shutting the door behind her. Turning to the now conscious man, she fixed him with a sharp gaze. "Who are you?" His features were striking, with well-defined contours, a strong brow, an elegant nose, and lips more alluring than those of any woman. He possessed a captivating beauty that left one breathless. As he lazily lifted his gaze to Lin Wu, the dangerous aura surrounding him dissipated, replaced by a languid, tempting smile. "I'm a doctor," he replied. Lin Wu crossed her arms, leaning against the doorframe, clearly skeptical. "Where could one find such a doctor?" The man coughed a few times, explaining, "Indeed, a highly skilled one. Someone sought my surgical expertise, but I declined," and he bore grudge. "Thus, I ended up like this." Lin Wu detected a faint scent of disinfectant mingling with a metallic tang of blood and a hint of cedar in the air. Listening to the chaotic footsteps outside, she confirmed that the situation had been resolved, grabbed her bag, and turned to exit. "If you wish to live, return to your own compartment quietly." With that, she stepped into the adjacent empty carriage. Her phone chimed softly. It was Zheng Qi inquiring if the situation on the train had been resolved and if he needed to intervene. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "No need." For 2 years, she had diligently concealed her identity while investigating an old matter. The news of her return to Beijing was known to only a select few, and she deemed this incident a mere coincidence, not directed at her. Lin Wu tidied up and lay down fully clothed. The carriage fell silent once more, and she could hear the sounds of doors opening and closing next door as the man's footsteps gradually faded away. She turned over and drifted off to sleep. At 4 in the afternoon, the train arrived punctually at the station. A driver dispatched by the Lin family awaited her arrival, accompanied by no one else. His demeanor was not overly courteous. "You arrived just in time tonight. Lin Zong and his wife are dining at Shanghai. Originally, you weren't supposed to attend, but the young lady kindly requested your presence." Lin Wu paused momentarily. "Shanghai?" The driver nodded proudly. "Indeed. Shanghai is the largest private club in Beijing, renowned for its understated luxury and exquisite decor. Most importantly, the club's owner wields considerable influence, making it impervious to adversarial actions. Despite attempts to undermine it, competitors have only suffered severe repercussions. Moreover, Shanghai operates on a VIP basis, with stringent criteria that not just any aristocrat can fulfill, making it a symbol of status among Beijing's elite. As a result, Shanghai has gained prominence within the circles of the city's wealthy, even attracting important figures from governmental departments. The Lin family, having only been established for a little over a decade, lacked the foundation to rival such an establishment. 2 years ago, the Lin family entered into a partnership with the international financial giant Qianqian Group, which significantly elevated their status. Several joint projects with Qianqian Group proved highly lucrative, and their worth has increased considerably. With a resolute determination, they decided to pay the registration fee for Shanghai, albeit reluctantly. Lin Wu furrowed her brow. The materials sent by Zheng Qi did not mention Shanghai. It appeared that Lin Shanghai had registered recently. After she got into the car, she remarked, "Why have I never heard of the Lin family having VIP membership at Shanghai before?" The driver, brimming with pride, responded, "This is because after the young lady returned, she expressed a desire to visit Shanghai, and thus Mr. Lin and his wife registered." He carried himself with newfound confidence among other drivers, feeling grateful to Lin Qian. Contemplating Lin Qian's poised demeanor, the driver cast a derisive glance at Lin Wu in the rearview mirror. Lin Wu slightly lowered her head, avoiding the driver's gaze. She found a contact in her WeChat labeled as "Fool" and sent a message. "Did you facilitate the Lin family's registration at Shanghai?" The reply came swiftly, "Yes." The text reeked of self-importance. "I heard you were returning to Beijing, so I promptly informed my subordinates that if the Lin family registered, they should expedite the approval. It's only fitting for your stature. How about it, big brother? Am I loyal enough?" Hee hee. Lin Wu shifted her gaze to the previous chat history. At that time, she had just completed a business deal with this individual, who habitually inquired about her future plans. Since the Lin family was about to publicly sever ties with her, he would inevitably learn about her through the news. She had candidly mentioned returning to Beijing to visit her long-lost family. The individual, intrigued, promptly pressed her about her family, and she had truthfully responded with Lin family, before dismissing his excessive inquiries. Upon reading this, Lin Wu's lips twitched. "Do you know why I am returning to the Lin family?" The other party replied, "It must be to reunite with your family." With a smug tone, he added, "Isn't it curious how I knew? Today, my subordinates informed me that the Lin family has reserved a banquet at Shangui for a family dinner, which is a celebration of your return. So I had my subordinates secure the finest Tianzi room at Shangui for the Lin family. No need to thank me, it's what brothers do." Lin Wu was left speechless. In that moment, she found herself at a loss for words to accurately convey her emotions. She wanted to tell him that her return was forced upon her, but doing so would undoubtedly incite his wrath against the Lin family. After all, the Lin family had raised her for 12 years, and her grandfather was still around. Lin Wu deleted her message and put her phone away. So be it, let this be her final act of compassion towards the Lin family. She would no longer owe them anything in the future. The Lin family felt as though fortune was finally smiling upon them. Not only had they reclaimed their true daughter, but they had also secured several major projects for the company and successfully entered Shangui. The establishment, known for its disdain towards the affluent families of Beicheng, treated them with unexpected respect, which endeared them to other noble families. Lin Shanghai was feeling quite euphoric. His wife remarked that this was the good fortune brought by Qianqian's return, and Lin Shanghai agreed. After all, why had the Lin family not enjoyed such treatment in previous years? Thus, when his beloved daughter expressed a desire to dine at Shangui and wished for Lin Wu to join them for a proper introduction, Lin Shanghai found it hard to refuse. He promptly called Shangui to make a reservation, only to be astonished when they arranged for him to be seated in the Tianzi room. It is important to note that only esteemed guests from the capital are granted access to the Tianzi room. Manager Song, the general manager of Shangui, was waiting at the entrance. "Mr. Lin, please allow me to personally welcome the guests in the Tianzi room," he said, adopting a humble demeanor and opening the car door with a warm smile. Lin Jiangbai, the eldest son of the Lin family, could hardly believe his ears. "You are personally receiving us?" Manager Song nodded, his eyes brightening upon noticing Lin Qian. "Is this the esteemed young lady? She is indeed a beauty, possessing an air of grace that captivates." The owner instructed that the Lin family's daughter should be treated with the same regard as him. However, Manager Song couldn't help but wonder why the owner was so taken with this Lin family daughter, who appeared somewhat humble in demeanor. Regardless, anyone who caught the owner's eye must possess exceptional qualities. Lin Qian, adorned with light makeup and a flowing white gown, was flattered and replied, "You flatter me." Manager Song continued to shower them with compliments as he led them upstairs. In the bustling first-floor hall, numerous patrons halted their activities, taken aback and whispering amongst themselves as they gazed at the Lin family. The Lin family's vanity surged, their faces beaming with delight. Upon arriving at the Tianzi room, Manager Song even took it upon himself to assist them with the menu. Lin Qian smiled and said, "We have another guest joining us, so let's wait to order." Fong Ruling disagreed. "That won't do. Qian, you barely ate lunch, you cannot afford to start again." "Exactly." Lin Jiangchuan, the second young master of the Lin family, chimed in discontentedly. "Sister, Lin Wu has occupied the Lin family daughter's position for so many years, causing you to suffer needlessly. It's too generous of you to let her join us at such a splendid place as Shangui." Manager Song raised an eyebrow at this revelation. The Lin family had 2 daughters? From the sound of it, one was an imposter? At the center of attention, Lin Qian's heart raced. Even now, she could hardly believe that she had transformed from a daughter of a poor family into a wealthy heiress. It felt surreal. Being a rich heiress was wonderful. She had no desire to return to her previous life. Thus, she needed to secure her position as the Lin family's daughter. Though her parents and brother professed disdain for Lin Wu, they had shared many years together, and she couldn't shake the suspicion that they could be so cruel as to actually expel her from the Lin family. Lin Qian declared, "Second brother, I don't mind. I'm simply delighted to be reunited with you all and dare not wish for more. After spending so many years in the Lin family, she is also considered one of us. Therefore, I wish to coexist harmoniously and do not want to cause you any trouble." The Lin family felt a pang of sympathy. Fong Ruling scoffed. "What do you mean, a daughter of the Lin family? You are my only treasure. Qian, you don't understand. Lin Wu is an ungrateful wretch who shows disdain for everyone and never calls me mother. She is nowhere near as endearing as you." Without Lin Qian as a comparison, Lin Shanghai harbored a growing discontent towards Lin Wu. He asserted, "Indeed, our Lin family daughter is solely you." Lin Jiangbai gently added, "She is an outsider. Qianqian, you need not go hungry for the sake of an outsider. Let's order and eat." But what if Lin Wu arrives while we are eating? Lin Qian feigned hesitation. Lin Shanghai firmly stated, how old is she? Can't she find a place to eat on her own? The others readily agreed. Lin Qian's gaze flickered, and she chose to remain silent. Once Manager Song had taken their orders, he left, having noted Lin Wu's name. It seemed this individual had wronged the Lin family's daughter, a transgression that would not sit well with the owner. He would report back to the owner. Wait, if Lin Wu was indeed coming, wouldn't that present him with an opportunity to shine? 003. A vast disparity with the Lin family caught in traffic. Lin Wu arrived at Qianqian a bit later than expected. Unfamiliar with the establishment, she approached the front desk to inquire about the way to the Tianzi room. To her surprise, the staff's demeanor grew cold upon hearing she was there for a banquet hosted by the Lin family. I'm sorry, but we cannot allow guests to go upstairs unless someone from the private room comes to fetch you and verifies your identity as their guest, they stated curtly. Lin Wu, maintaining a neutral expression, replied, I was unaware that Qianqian had such a regulation. Is this the Lin family's directive? The staff, growing impatient, shot back. What does it matter whose directive it is? Don't you know your own standing? Just being allowed to enter Qianqian is a privilege. If you wish to wait, then wait. If not, kindly leave. Rolling their eyes, they turned away to attend to other matters. In the bustling lobby, Lin Wu stood alone before the counter, attracting the attention of many passers-by. With a slight chill in her gaze, she turned to leave when her phone rang. Wu, it's Grandpa. Upon answering, a frail, aged voice emerged, only to be interrupted by a fit of coughing, causing Lin Wu to furrow her brow in concern. Is your condition worsening? She asked. No. The elder managed to suppress his cough, affectionately adding, I heard from the Sheng family that they prepared a table for you at Qianqian tonight. Wu, they still care for you. The thought uplifted him considerably. Lin Wu remained silent. Wu, why haven't I heard Shanghai and the others? He inquired, puzzled. Haven't you arrived at Qianqian yet? Lin Wu pressed her fingers to her temples. I've arrived. They are outside speaking. The grandfather's voice brightened, albeit still punctuated by coughs. You haven't seen each other in 6 years. Enjoy your meal. After all, family is family. I believe you 1T be strangers. He added, my old bones 1T last much longer. If I could see you all well before I pass, I would have no regrets. Lin Wu quietly acknowledged, skillfully redirecting the conversation to inquire about his recent treatments. After listening to her grandfather's weary recount, she ended the call. After standing in place for a prolonged moment, Lin Wu walked to a resting area in the lobby to call her family. However, none of her attempts went through. She glanced at the time displayed on her screen, refraining from further attempts, and instead contacted Jingqi to inquire about her grandfather's health, then continued to review the old files Zheng had previously sent her. As the clock approached 10, she finally heard familiar voices emanating from the nearby elevator. The Lin family emerged, accompanied by Manager Song from Qianqian, laughing and chatting, evidently having had their fill. Lin Wu's expression remained impassive as she put away her tablet and approached them. In truth, the Lin family had long forgotten about her arrival, and perceptive Manager Song saw no need to mention it. Thank you, Manager Song, for your hospitality. Next time, I shall bring you a small gift, Lin Shanghai remarked with a smile. Oh, that is too much, Manager Song replied, but seeing Lin Shanghai's insistence, he cast a knowing glance at Lin Qian, saying, Ms. Lin, you have a wonderful daughter. With the Lin family's heiress present, it seemed the Lin family would surely soar to greater heights. Lin Shanghai's astonishment turned to a look of surprise towards Lin Qian, while Fang Ruling and the others shared in the moment, both amazed and delighted. Lin Qian, blushing, suddenly caught sight of someone ahead. After a brief glance, she froze. The others, who had been focused on her, instinctively turned to look. Upon locking eyes with Lin Wu, a collective stillness enveloped the group. Who are you? Lin Zhongbai asked, recognizing Lin Wu, but puzzled by her presence. With one hand gripping her bag and the other tucked in her pocket, Lin Wu replied, You invited me to Beicheng. You do not recognize me? Lin Wu. The Lin family suddenly recalled, having seen the photographs presented by their grandfather. Yet, none of the previous images compared to the striking figure before them. Lin Wu stood tall and slender, her black silk blouse accentuating her delicate shoulders, paired with deep blue jeans that showcased her long, elegant legs, exuding an undeniable aura. Her features were exquisitely refined, porcelain skin, almond-shaped eyes with a gentle upward tilt at the corners, a sweet smile that conveyed innocence, yet a sharp gaze that radiated cool detachment, commanding attention effortlessly. Manager Song instinctively glanced at the Lin family, noting the stark contrast between Lin Wu and them. The Lin family, too, was taken aback. After 6 years apart, Lin Wu had transformed into someone so captivating. The first to regain composure was Lin Qian, her eyes glimmering with jealousy as she offered a gentle smile. "So it's you, sister. You finally arrived. You must be exhausted from your journey." The others were drawn back to the moment. "Why did you arrive so late?" Lin Jianchuan complained. "You made us wait for so long. How inconsiderate." Lin Wu retorted with a hint of sarcasm. "Waiting for me? Who is truly waiting for whom? Your ability to twist the truth has certainly improved. How dare you speak like that?" Lin Shanghai was incensed by her brazen demeanor. This hardly resembled the behavior of a refined young lady. No wonder he had been displeased with her previously. Lin Wu met his gaze directly, and what of it? "That is precisely what I said. Have you grown so deaf over these 6 years that you cannot hear what others say? Lin Wu, have you become so insufferable after spending years in the countryside?" Lin Shanghai's life had been relatively smooth, rarely encountering anyone who dared to confront him so boldly, and he angrily retorted. Lin Qian instinctively grasped Lin Shanghai's arm in surprise. Fong Ruling, holding her back, shot Lin Wu a glare, her tone softening as she spoke to Lin Qian. "Don't mind her, Qianqian. Lin Wu has always been this way with her elders. It's no wonder she hasn't inherited the Lin family's upbringing. She isn't even truly one of us." Lin family's upbringing? Lin Wu found the statement amusing. What upbringing does the Lin family possess? Hypocrisy and pretense? A dearth of intelligence? Oh, I should indeed be grateful that I did not inherit such traits. Initially, only Lin Shanghai was angered, but now the others could hardly contain themselves. Lin Wu's words had effectively insulted them all. Lin Zhongbai glared at her, saying, "You spent years in the countryside, and Grandpa had to come to Beichang for treatment. He must have been distressed because of you. With your behavior, claiming to be a Lin is a disgrace to our grandfather." Lin Wu replied, "When I was still considered a member of the Lin family, your opinions held no sway over me. Now that I am not, do you think invoking Grandpa will have any effect? Why wouldn't it?" Lin Jiangbai sneered. Lin Wu's expression darkened. Lin Jianchuan, unwilling to look at her, urged, "Dad, brother, stop wasting your breath on her." Lin Shanghai scrutinized Lin Wu from his elevated position, declaring, "Let's clarify things now. Do not think that just because you were called back to Beicheng, it means you are welcomed back into the Lin family. That is out of the question. Qianqian has finally returned. We must compensate her, so you can no longer claim the identity of the Lin family heiress. At the press conference next week for Qianqian's recognition of her roots, we will publicly announce that you have severed ties with the Lin family. You must be present." 004. Severing ties. No regrets, as Lin Shanghai spoke. His gaze towards Lin Wu was laden with complexity. Well, he believed her to be his true daughter. He had genuinely cared for her. Yet Lin Wu had always been rebellious, resistant to discipline, cold to everyone, and never referred to him as father. She frequently got into fights with other children, consistently ranked at the bottom in academics, and had questionable conduct. How could such a child ever be worthy of being the Lin family's daughter? She would only bring him shame. Fortunately, Lin Wu was indeed not his biological daughter. The return of Qianqian, who was obedient and exemplary in every regard, had restored his pride. With a glance at Lin Qian, Lin Shanghai's resolve solidified. Henceforth, you're no longer a member of the Lin family. Do you understand? Lin Wu listened quietly, shadows dancing in her dark eyes. Was that it? Were his words finished? Lin Jiangbai, particularly irritated by her indifferent demeanor, added harshly, "If anything happens to you in the future, do not blame the Lin family. You cannot invoke the Lin name to create trouble." At this, Lin Qian could no longer contain her excitement. From now on, she would be the sole heiress of the Lin family, destined for endless wealth and glory. However, Lin Qian felt a twinge of concern and quickly spoke up. "Dad, Mom, brother, after all, she has lived with you for so long. There must be some affection there. Is it really appropriate to sever ties so abruptly? How about this? Let her stay with the Yi family, and I will call her sister from now on." The Lin family members immediately expressed their disapproval. Just as they were about to voice their objections, Lin Wu interjected, "No, they are not my biological family, and you and I share no blood relation. Do not call me sister. You cannot aspire to that." Lin Qian's expression twisted in distress. Lin Jianchuan, though not fond of Lin Wu, cherished his sister Lin Qian dearly and immediately defended her, Our Qianqian is now a legitimate daughter of the Lin family. It is you who cannot aspire to be associated with her." At that moment, Feng Ruling, feeling guilty towards Lin Qian, could not bear to hear a word against her and retorted angrily, "How dare you look down on Qianqian? What do you think you are? Let me be frank with you. When I was looking for Qianqian, I also took the liberty to investigate your biological parents. So do not say that I am neglecting our maternal bond." She continued. The nurse who was aware of the situation back then said your parents arrived in a dilapidated vehicle to take your mother to the hospital for delivery, looking utterly disheveled. After the birth, they were so impoverished that they could not even pay for the hospital fees and fled. Her gaze towards Lin Wu brimmed with contempt. Who knows where you ended up living? In some impoverished corner that you dare not show your face in. With such a background, you are not even worthy to carry Qianqian's shoes. Upon hearing news about her biological parents, Lin Wu pinched her fingertips. Lin Shanghai turned to Feng Ruling and said, "Why are you telling her this? That ungrateful wretch would never appreciate your efforts to research her background." Lin Jiangbai added, "Exactly, Mom. Your good intentions will only be met with her ungratefulness." Amid their mockery, Lin Wu let out a derisive snort. "What are you sneering at? What does that mean?" Lin Shanghai asked, visibly displeased. Lin Wu coldly glanced at them, and her earlier softness vanished entirely. "As you all say, let us sever ties and cease all contact. Do not come to regret it." An abrupt silence filled the air. Moments later, the Lin family burst into unrestrained laughter. "You've made me laugh to death." "Regret." Lin Jiangxuan laughed, so hard his stomach hurt, tears streaming down his face. "Lin Wu, open your eyes and see clearly. This is North City, not your rural corner. Our Lin family is wealthy and influential here. If you sever ties, it is you who will be left regretting." Lin Qian feigned concern, "Second brother. We have known each other for a while. It shouldn't come to this." Lin Jiangxuan replied bluntly, "We must sever her hopes to prevent her from clinging to us in the future. Indeed, Qianqian, our Lin family will not be a place anyone can simply enter in the future." Lin Jiangbai thought to himself, even Sheng Gui treats them with respect. Surely there will be ample opportunities for the Lin family to soar to great heights in the future. Lin Qian finally said deliberately, "But it is getting late now, and Sister Lin Wu has just arrived. She surely has nowhere to stay. Why not wait until later to discuss these matters? Let her return with us tonight." "That is out of the question. Where would the Lin family accommodate her?" "Her room has been converted into your storage space," Feng Ruling retorted. "You are our family's treasure. Having you here is sufficient. We cannot let her in. What if she brings bad luck?" Lin Shanghai nodded in agreement, gazing affectionately at Lin Qian. Lin Qian blushed, "Dad, you exaggerate." "Not at all," Lin Jiangbai said softly, but with distaste. He and the others circumvented Lin Wu and departed. Manager Song, who sensed something amiss, escorted the Lin family away. Lin Wu observed the Lin family coldly, pressed her fingers to her brow, and turned to leave. It was just as well not to return to the Lin family. She found the prospect of living there distasteful. As she exited, Manager Song had already seen off the Lin family and was returning. He encountered Lin Wu, and a strange feeling surged within him. It was difficult to articulate. It was hard to imagine that someone like Lin Wu could be treated in such a manner by the Lin family. Seeing Lin Wu treated so poorly stirred a hint of sympathy within him. Yet, he felt no guilt. After all, she had offended his boss's friend. Manager Song averted his gaze and walked inside. As he passed by, he suddenly heard a calm female voice. "Does your boss know what you are doing?" Manager Song's heart raced, and he looked at Lin Wu warily. "What do you mean by that? Could this girl possibly know his boss?" "Unlikely, according to the Lin family. She came from the countryside. How could she possibly know someone of his boss's standing? His boss certainly would not associate with anyone from the countryside." Lin Wu cast a glance at Manager Song and stated, "I will remember you." With that, Lin Wu hailed a taxi and departed. By the time Manager Song realized what happened, the car was already out of sight. Reflecting on her unusual aura, he felt a sense of unease, questioning whether he had provoked someone he should not have. And what about her mention of a boss? He quickly pulled out his phone and messaged his boss, "Boss, the Lin family just left Shanggui. However, there are 2 daughters in the Lin family, and I'm not certain which one you met." To his surprise, the boss replied instantly, "Open your eyes and see clearly. It is the Lin family celebrating their return. That is my dear brother. You must treat her well. If she suffers any grievances, be careful of your skin." After reading the message, Manager Song sighed in relief. The Lin family was indeed celebrating Miss Lin Qian. It seemed he had not made a mistake. Feeling reassured, Manager Song suddenly found himself wanting to ask his boss how he had come to notice Miss Lin Qian. In terms of demeanor, eloquence, and insight, his boss's taste seemed rather. Ultimately, Manager Song was too timid to voice his curiosity. 005. What a coincidence, you live here too. Lin Wu arrived at the Yuzha Emperor Garden in the city center. Although the Lin family despised her, her grandfather had always treated her well, and Lin Wu could not neglect him. Thus, even without the incident involving Lin Qian, Lin Wu would have returned to North City to see her grandfather in the hospital. She could not possibly return to the Lin family, so she had already purchased a villa at the Yuzha Emperor Garden for herself. Taxis could not enter the Yuzha Emperor Garden, so Lin Wu alighted at the entrance and presented her residency documents to the security guard. The moon hung high in the sky, and the night was dotted with stars. Lin Wu looked up at the tranquil night sky before returning her gaze and continuing on her way. Before long, she slowed her steps, noticing another steady, unhurried set of footsteps behind her. It was evident that the person was skilled in martial arts. She quickened her pace, but the footsteps continued to follow her. Finally, nearing Villa 31 of the Yuzha Emperor Garden, Lin Wu's patience waned, and she turned around. How much longer will you follow me? However, her words trailed off. Lin Wu fixed her gaze on the tall, handsome man 2 meters away, squinting slightly. It was the very man she had encountered on the train. If she had been inclined to believe their meeting on the train was mere coincidence, seeing him here dispelled that notion. This man had indeed followed her here. Who had sent him? Lin Wu quickly assessed those she might have crossed paths with recently, at which point the man shifted his hand from his long black coat pocket. Lin Wu felt a surge of wariness, but he merely raised his hand slightly, indicating the villa number 32 not far ahead. He raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise and amusement in his gaze as he spoke in a low, husky voice. Young lady, make sure you see clearly. It is not I who follows you. I reside there. Lin Wu paused, taken aback. The man continued leisurely. As for you, I have lived in this Yuzha Emperor Garden for a year and have never seen you before. Who is really following whom? Lin Wu remained silent, still skeptical of his intentions. The man, seeing her doubt, said no more and, at a leisurely pace, moved forward. As he passed Lin Wu, he gave her a meaningful glance. She turned to follow him, only to see him stop at the door of Villa 32, where he entered a few digits into the smart lock, the sound echoing sharply in the still night. He turned back to look at her, his elongated eyes narrowing slightly, as if he had to do something, and he chuckled softly. Who would have thought we are neighbors? If you need anything, feel free to seek me out. Consider it. A favor returned. With that, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Lin Wu stood still for a moment, softly uttering an expletive. Such misfortune was indeed astonishing. With no other choice, she entered room 31. As soon as she closed the door, her phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Lin Wu answered, "Hello? Hey, big brother. Where are you? How's your evening going? Are you satisfied?" A familiar male voice came through, brimming with irritating confidence. Lin Wu walked straight to the kitchen, retrieved the chilled beer from the fridge, and settled at the dining table, placing her phone on the surface and switching to speaker mode. Satisfied. So satisfied, in fact, that I don't plan to give you the next batch of business. The man was taken aback. Why? Was it my people who didn't treat you well? With a hint of indifference, Lin Wu replied, Manager Song, you certainly know how to host a Lin family. Then what are you angry about? He asked, perplexed. Lin Wu's tone grew slightly impatient. If you called for this, hang up and stop bothering me. Wait. I have something important. Really important. The man pleaded. Big brother, I'll be back in Beijing next week. It's been a while since we met. Let us catch up then. Among all of Lin Wu's friends, he was the only one who had seen her true face. 4 years ago, when Lin Wu was in Jingzhou for business, she had met him. He was a local, surnamed Liu, the young master of the Liu family, one of the 5 great families in Jingzhou, with an exceptionally talented older brother, Liu Guiyan, who was the family's esteemed heir. Because of Liu Guiyan's extraordinary capabilities, the Liu family had lower expectations for Liu Guiqi, allowing him to indulge in reckless behavior. Ultimately, Liu Guiqi developed a reckless disposition, and he entered the underbelly of Jingzhou, making a name for himself. One of the items he dealt with in the black market was a unique spice, which was highly beneficial to the human body. He monopolized all channels of the spice, forcing spice makers to negotiate directly with him. Lin Wu was one such spice maker. At that time, her influence was limited, and she could not compete with the Liu family. However, she was unwilling to suffer in silence and devised a plan to outsmart Lu Guiqi, resulting in a direct confrontation between the two. Unexpectedly, a third party intervened, nearly costing both their lives. Lin Wu, being skilled, saved Lu Guiqi and dealt ruthlessly with that person. From then on, they became acquainted without hostility, and he became the only one to have seen her true self, persistently trying to recruit her. Finishing her beer, Lin Wu said, "If you don't get to the point, I will block you." She knew Lu Guiqi had been monitoring a project abroad recently, and she did not believe he had returned solely to see her. Sure enough, Lu Guiqi chuckled awkwardly. "Let's talk business. Honestly, I've met someone here who is very interested in your spices and would like to meet you. I have no interest in meeting him. Come on, just do it for my sake." Lu Guiqi whined, sending chills down Lin Wu's spine. "If you don't speak properly, I'll sew your mouth shut." Lu Guiqi instantly became serious. "He is crucial to my project, and I swear he will be a benefit to you as well. Meeting him can only be advantageous." Lin Wu hung up, yet Lu Guiqi persistently called back, just as she was about to block him. He sent a message. "He is somewhat related to the matter you have been investigating." Lin Wu's expression shifted subtly. After a prolonged silence, she replied, "All right." Just as she sent her response, a new message popped up on the screen. "Boss, the doctor responsible for the old master's care at the hospital said his condition has worsened again. They might not be able to do anything more." It was Zhang Qi. Lin Wu's gaze sharpened as she replied, "Have the doctor think of another solution. I'm willing to pay any price for the medications. Also, I will personally visit the hospital tomorrow to see grandfather." Zhang Qi responded promptly, "Understood, boss. I will make the necessary arrangements." After ending the call, Lin Wu ascended the stairs. She planned to stay up late to complete her recent research on a new spice, which might prove beneficial for her grandfather's condition. However, as she reached the living room, she felt an inexplicable urge to stop and glance toward the balcony. Next door was room 32. After some contemplation, Lin Wu called Zhang Qi, "Have someone investigate the resident next door." After 2 encounters, her intuition told her that something was amiss. 006, meeting grandfather, the new doctor. After an all-nighter, Lin Wu finally completed the new spice by early morning. She went downstairs to brew a strong cup of coffee for a boost, tidied up a bit, and then headed to the garage, casually selecting a car to drive to the hospital. Upon arrival, Lin Wu first sought out the attending physician for her grandfather. Thanks to Zhang Qi's prior arrangements, the physician was already waiting for Lin Wu in the office. Upon seeing her, he quickly rose to greet her, a smile tinged with respect on his face. "Miss Lin, you've arrived. Please have a seat. I'll have someone bring you some tea." The last time he had seen Lin Wu was during a video call half a month ago. Being relatively young, he had no obligation to be so courteous. But she was the hospital's benefactor. Over the past year, most of the advanced medical equipment acquired by the hospital was due to her investment. The director had instructed that whenever this benefactor visited, they must provide the utmost hospitality, ensuring she felt at home. "No need," Lin Wu replied, sitting down. "What is my grandfather's current condition? Is there still no solution?" The physician's expression grew troubled as he presented Lin Laozi's medical report, explaining it to Lin Wu. "The deterioration of the old master's various health indicators is becoming uncontrollable. Unless there is a new type of medication or we invite experts from the continent medical organization, they might have some solutions." Lin Wu frowned slightly. The physician continued, "However, not just anyone from that organization will suffice. The old master's condition requires someone of Elder Yang's caliber." Elder Yang was a prominent figure in the medical organization, holding significant international standing and high esteem. Due to his exceptional skills, countless individuals sought his expertise. It was said that appointments were booked well into the following year and were not easily secured. Lin Wu's expression darkened as she remained silent. The physician hurriedly added, "However, a new doctor will be arriving at the hospital today, specifically brought in from Jingzhou. He is not only exceptionally capable, but also an expert on the old master's condition. Perhaps he may have a solution." Lin Wu looked up at him and eventually asked, "When will this doctor arrive?" The physician glanced at his watch and replied, "Approximately in an hour." Lin Wu stood up. "I'll go see my grandfather first. Once that doctor arrives, please schedule a time for me to discuss my grandfather's condition with him." "Absolutely." The physician nodded eagerly, offering to accompany Lin Wu to the patient's room. Lin Wu declined his courtesy and left directly, although she had not visited much before. Zhang Qi had come numerous times and informed her of the hospital's details, allowing Lin Wu to quickly locate the ward. Approaching, She found the door slightly ajar. Just as she was about to enter, she heard her grandfather's furious voice from within. "You're going too far. Wu Wu has traveled such a long distance back to Beicheng, and upon her arrival, you didn't even let her eat before sending her away?" A plaintive voice responded, "Dad, how was I to know she arrived so early? She didn't even call to tell us she was here. How can you blame us? We've been waiting in the Tianzi room." She continued with dissatisfaction. "Look, she's clearly trying to play innocent and stir up trouble between us. You can't fall for her tricks." Lin Laozi grew even angrier. "Play innocent? If she were playing tricks, she would have directly said she didn't see you. Besides, can you claim that Wu Wu didn't call you? Clearly, you didn't take her seriously and didn't save her number, dismissing her call just because it was unfamiliar." The voice of Fong Ruling fell silent. Old Master Lin coughed a few times and, with disappointment, remarked, "After all, you have lived together for 12 years. How could you be so heartless toward her?" In response, Fong Ruling's voice sharpened slightly. 12 years? She is not my biological daughter. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have been separated from Qianqian for so long, and Qianqian has suffered so much. Dad, Qianqian is your real granddaughter. How can you favor an outsider? Favoring? Clearly, both of you are too muddled. He coughed violently, unable to contain his emotions. Fong Ruling, seemingly oblivious, continued, "Your actions are what disappoint Qianqian, your true granddaughter." At the doorway, Lin Wu could no longer bear to listen and abruptly pushed the door open. The sudden noise startled both individuals inside. Old Master Lin was coughing so fiercely that tears welled up in his eyes, and he struggled to reach out to Lin Wu. Fong Ruling, however, was oblivious to his plight and glared at Lin Wu. "What are you doing here? You're no longer a member of the Lin family. You have no right." "Silence," Lin Wu snapped, her dark eyes intimidating Fong Ruling into silence. Ignoring her, Lin Wu strode to the bedside, gently patting Old Master Lin's back to help him breathe easier. Recalling the information Zheng Qi had sent her, she rummaged through the bedside drawer for medicine and poured water to help him swallow. Gradually, Old Master Lin regained his composure, his eyes red with pain as he glanced at Lin Wu, then turned to Fong Ruling and scolded, "Leave. Only when you both recognize your mistakes will I acknowledge that child." Lin Qian. Lin Wu, without a glance at Fong Ruling, took out the incense she had brought and lit it on the table. Fong Ruling, filled with pent-up anger, exclaimed sharply, "Lin Wu, what are you doing? Don't you know Dad can't tolerate any stimulating odors right now? And what kind of cheap incense is that?" The incense was indeed of a low-quality variety, hastily packed in a plastic bag that resembled a 2 yuan market item. After lighting it, Lin Wu coldly glanced at Fong Ruling. "It's none of your business." "You." Fong Ruling was even more infuriated, ready to reprimand her, but was interrupted by Old Master Lin. "Enough. Are you wishing for me to die sooner? Are you specifically here to provoke me? If so, convey my message to Shanghai and inquire about the kind of wife he has married." Fong Ruling had never heard such harsh words from Old Master Lin before, and her face flushed with indignation. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, "Since Dad prefers to side with an outsider rather than the family that spends money to treat you, I have nothing more to say." With that, she turned and stormed out of the hospital room. A hint of mockery flickered in Lin Wu's eyes. The best medical team in Beicheng was treating her grandfather, comprising many top-notch talents, and the medical equipment was among the finest in the world. How could the Lin family be so confident that their meager contributions could afford such care? Old Master Lin's voice pulled Lin Wu back to attention. Sorry. Wu Wu," he said, filled with guilt. Lin Wu replied softly, "You have nothing to apologize for." "No, I should not have called you back to Beijing on behalf of Shanghai and the others. If you hadn't come, you wouldn't have been subjected to such humiliation last night." Old Master Lin exclaimed, knowing well that his granddaughter was proud and would not take public embarrassment lightly. Lin Wu's expression remained calm. "You needn't worry. I have never regarded Shanghai and Fong Ruling with any significance, nor would I be upset by their actions." Old Master Lin was unconvinced. He recalled how, back in the countryside, he would often see her standing before the living room cabinet, gazing at the family photo of Shanghai and Fong Ruling with their 2 sons for long periods. In Wu Wu's heart, she must still desire a good relationship with her family. Yet with the situation having become so strained, and Fong Ruling speaking so harshly to Wu Wu, he found it hard to express any intentions to mend their relationship. Fearing that continued conversation might sadden Lin Wu, he changed the subject. "Ruling said you weren't called back to the Lin family last night. Wu, where did you stay? In the Yujia Imperial Garden, Lin Wu replied. Old Master Lin was taken aback, really? Although he had only been in Beicheng for a year. He was aware that Yujia Imperial Garden was a prestigious area where only those with significant backgrounds could reside, not merely the wealthy. The Lin family had struggled for over a decade and could barely enter Shangue, let alone the Yujia Imperial Garden. How could his granddaughter possibly live there? It's true, Lin Wu affirmed. Old Master Lin felt a mix of emotions. He realized his granddaughter must be trying to spare him concern, so he felt even more distressed. Wu, rest assured, even if you are no longer a member of the Lin family, you will always be my dear granddaughter. I cherish you the most. Lin Wu's eyes flickered with confusion. She did not understand the sudden shift in Old Master Lin's tone. She nodded and said, I will reside in Beicheng more often. If you need anything, just call me. Old Master Lin forced a smile. I actually know that my health is failing and won't last much longer. Wu, don't worry too much about me. As long as you're doing well, I can rest easy. Lin Wu didn't want to hear such words. The incense I brought is beneficial for your health. Remember to have the nurse light it every day. This was not the first time Lin Wu had brought incense for Old Master Lin. Each time they were lit, he felt significantly better and enjoyed using them. However, he worried, good things aren't cheap. Wu, this must have cost quite a bit. Lin Wu casually replied, I made it myself. It's not expensive, just time-consuming. Relieved, Old Master Lin recalled something and instructed Lin Wu to open the bottom drawer of the bedside cabinet. She complied and found a bank card inside. Old Master Lin said, This is the money I've saved over the years, 100,000. It's all for you. You just finish your college entrance exams and will soon be entering university. You'll need money for many things, and this should be enough for your 4 years. Lin Wu replied, You should keep it. I have money. You, a child, have money? Be obedient. Old Master Lin insisted, and Lin Wu had no choice but to accept. He continued, Previously, I didn't have much money, so I could only give you 1,000 as pocket money each month. Now that you are grown, you should have more money on hand. Buy some nice clothes or something. I see other young girls like cosmetics. You should treat yourself too. Don't deprive yourself. My Wu is beautiful, and when dressed up, she will surely be the most stunning. As he spoke, Old Master Lin's fatigue began to show, and Lin Wu interrupted him gently, helping him lie down. Wu, don't blame your parents. They just, Haven T lived with you for so long and have become estranged. Old Master Lin said, struggling to maintain his composure. Lin Wu responded with a soft and after Old Master Lin fell asleep. She stayed in the hospital room for a while longer. Eventually, someone knocked on the door. The attending doctor entered quietly and softly reminded Lin Wu that the new doctor had arrived. Lin Wu cast one last glance at Old Master Lin before getting up to follow. The new doctor, surnamed Bo, was currently in the director's office. As the attending doctor spoke while leading the way, Lin Wu paused slightly upon hearing the surname, her brows furrowing. They soon arrived at the director's office, where the attending doctor knocked before pushing the door open when invited in. He did not enter himself, but stepped aside to allow Lin Wu to pass. As Lin Wu stepped inside and glanced around, she halted in her tracks. In the spacious office stood a slightly plump director with a Mediterranean hairstyle, who was gazing respectfully at the man seated on the sofa. Even while seated, the man exuded a tall and slender stature. He had broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His shoulder line was smooth, and even in a simple white coat, he carried an air of elegance. As Lin Wu glanced over, he noticed that he had also lifted his gaze, meeting her eyes. In that fleeting moment, the man's brows arched slightly, a semblance of a smile playing upon his lips as he remarked, Is the person Director Wu invited me to meet you? Beside them, Director Wu hastily interjected, Allow me to introduce, this is Miss Lin, a major stakeholder in our hospital, who has generously donated numerous medical devices from abroad. Turning toward Lin Wu, he continued, Miss Lin, this is Dr. Bo, an esteemed expert introduced to us from Beijing, renowned for his impeccable medical skills and a surgical success rate of 100%. Before Director Wu could finish his words, the man on the sofa suddenly rose, traversing the coffee table to stand before Lin Wu. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Bo Yuding, he said, extending his hand toward Lin Wu and lowering his voice to a whisper only they could hear. Little neighbor, what a coincidence. He was indeed the owner of Villa 32 in the Yujia Di Yuan, whom Lin Wu had encountered the previous night. In that moment, Lin Wu realized who he was. The Bo family, the only one of its kind in Beijing, was among the 5 prominent families that stood alongside the Liu family. Lin Wu had only heard of one physician from the Bo family, Bo Jui. While Lu Guozian was already a figure of remarkable talent, Bo Yuding, truly surpassed all others. He had taken over the family business at the tender age of 13, demonstrating a keen business acumen with every project he undertook achieving success, outmaneuvering even the most seasoned veterans in the business world. By 16, he had enrolled in Beijing University, pursuing 3 majors simultaneously, completing his studies in just 2 years before attending a prestigious institution abroad for his master's and doctoral degrees, achieving remarkable accolades. At 20, he enlisted in the military, honing his skills for 3 years, reportedly a talent that high-ranking officials sought to retain. Yet, for reasons unknown, Bo Yuding resolutely chose to resign from the military and subsequently vanished for a year. When he re-emerged, he had neither returned to business, politics, nor the military, instead dedicating 3 years solely to medicine. However, Bo Yuding's temperament was peculiar. He would only assist patients based on his mood, and securing an appointment for surgery was said to be exorbitantly difficult. Lin Wu met the man's gaze, a smirk lingering in his eyes, her lips twitching slightly. It was indeed true. He was a doctor. She raised her hand, briefly shaking his greeting before retracting it, saying, "A pleasure to meet you." Bo Yuding's eyes flicked to his own hand, raising an eyebrow as he inquired, "Might I ask why Miss Lin has sought me out?" Lin Wu replied in a monotone, "I have a relative who is hospitalized and requires. Perhaps we should sit down to discuss." Bo Yuding interjected as he gestured for her to take a seat. Lin Wu moved to one side of the single sofa, not anticipating that Bo Yuding would sit at the other end of the long sofa, bringing them uncomfortably close. Meeting her gaze, he smirked slightly, being close allows for easier conversation. "After all, at my age, my hearing isn't quite as sharp as that of young ladies like yourself." Director Wu stood frozen, momentarily doubting his own perception. Just moments ago, Dr. Bo had not exhibited such amicability. He had appeared rather aloof and even somewhat impatient. Could he have misjudged? He quickly added, "Dr. Bo, since Miss Lin has requested my assistance, I must ask you to allow me to step out while you speak with the family member of the patient." Bo Yuding nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Director Wu, do you have any objections?" Director Wu hurriedly shook his head, proclaiming he would not dare to oppose. And upon seeing Lin Wu nod in agreement, he exited to grant them privacy. Once the door closed, Director Wu suddenly realized it was his office. Yet, he decided it was best not to challenge the situation. Inside the office, Lin Wu got straight to the point. "I am here for my grandfather. His condition is critical, and the attending physician mentioned that your specialty aligns with his needs, so you might have a solution." If it were anyone else, Lin Wu might have felt despondent. Immediately seeking out Elder Yang from the medical organization, determined to bring him in by any means necessary. However, regarding Bo Jui of the Bo family, she felt a glimmer of hope. Bo Yuding chuckled softly. "You are aware that I am injured. Under normal circumstances, I would not be taking on any patients for the time being, opting for a leave of absence until I recover." Lin Wu paused before responding. "Feel free to name your price. I can afford it." "Why the haste?" Bo Yuding leaned on his chin, leisurely observing Lin Wu. "But since you are my benefactor, how could I refuse your request?" Lin Wu had considered leveraging her position as a savior. However, she understood that being a member of the Bo family, a man of such stature would not be coerced into doing anything against his will. Confronting him might not only prove fruitless, but also waste precious time that could be spent locating someone from the medical organization. Lin Wu remained silent for a moment before asking, "What are your terms?" Bo Yuding clicked his tongue. "Do I really appear to be someone who would negotiate terms with a benefactor?" Lin Wu did not argue. Bo Yuding seemed to exhale in feigned exasperation and suddenly pulled out his phone, his long fingers tapping the screen a few times before turning it towards Lin Wu. "Let us exchange contact information then." Lin Wu's gaze shifted from his phone screen to his face, remaining still. Bo Yuding raised an eyebrow. "How else will we communicate regarding the patient's condition?" Without hesitation, Lin Wu retrieved her own phone, adding him and labeling him as doctor. Once they had settled the details, Lin Wu stood. "I will arrange for someone to bring my grandfather's medical information to you." Considering the man's injury, she added, "I appreciate your effort. In return, I can provide you with blue, which is beneficial for wound healing." At the mention of the special seasoning, Bo Yuding's expression deepened. He was aware of the rarity of special seasonings. The known types were classified into 4 categories: white, green, blue, and black, with white being the least premium and black the most. Due to the profound effects of these special seasonings on a human body and the complexity of their formulation, there were few perfumers capable of crafting them. The most common in circulation was the white, while the green was rare, the blue even more so, and the black was an absolute rarity, never before seen. The fact that this young lady offered him blue indicated her significant investment in this endeavor. It seemed she held considerable regard for her elder. He pushed himself off the sofa and remarked, "There is no need for that. The blue is rare. Miss Lin should keep it for herself." He recognized the significance of the special seasoning. With this realization, Lin Wu contemplated her next steps, deciding to urge Zhang Qi to hasten his actions. If Zhang Qi proved slow, she would resort to her means on the dark web. "I, Lin Wu, never owe anyone a favor. You treat my grandfather while injured, and I will repay you accordingly." With that, Lin Wu exited the office, leaving Bo Yuding to watch her retreating figure in silence. Shortly after, Director Wu returned, noticing Bo Yuding still standing there, cautiously calling out to him. Bo Yuding snapped back to reality, giving him a brief glance as he inquired, "Where's my office?" Director Wu promptly replied, "I will show you. It has already been tidied up for you." Bo Yuding merely hummed an acknowledgement as he followed Director Wu. Upon reaching his office, Director Wu cautiously inquired if there was anything that displeased him. Bo Yuding glanced around casually and replied, "No. By the way, please ensure that the information on the patient's family member is delivered promptly." Taken aback that he had actually agreed, Director Wu felt a surge of surprise. Yet, considering that Lin Wu was a person of such depth, it was not entirely unexpected that she could persuade Bo Yuding. Director Wu nodded and left. Once seated on the leather sofa, Bo Yuding's phone rang. He retrieved it, glancing at the screen before answering nonchalantly. "Hello? Julie, how is it going? Are you settling into the new place?" A playful male voice resonated from the other end. Bo Yuding reclined slightly, one hand resting on his abdomen, responding lazily, "It's fine. What is the matter?" The voice on the other end hurriedly replied, "I'm here to deliver good news. After my relentless persuasion, my friend has finally agreed to meet with you. Wait until I return to the country next week, and I will immediately arrange a gathering for you all." Bo Yuding responded with a sound of acknowledgement. The person on the other end then shifted the conversation, saying, "Well, I told my friend that your inquiry might be related to the 511 case from years ago." Upon hearing this, Bo Yuding narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with danger. "Did you really say that?" The person replied reluctantly, "Regardless, you and my friend will eventually discuss this, and it's better for her to be informed. Besides, if I hadn't said that, she wouldn't have agreed to help. You have no idea. My brother is quite stubborn." Bo Yuding let out a cold scoff and said, "You better pray this doesn't interfere with my plans." With that, he abruptly ended the call. 009. Today marks your 18th birthday. In the evening, Lin Wu received a call from the old master Lin. "Wu, I heard from Dr. Fong earlier that you found a new doctor for Grandpa," the old master Lin said. At that moment, Lin Wu was in the study, perusing the materials Zhang Qixin had sent her on the tablet, responding with a simple hum. Dr. Fong was the previous attending physician, and since Bo Yuding had taken over the care of the old master Lin, he was no longer responsible for him, so she had briefly informed the old man. "I haven't yet met this Dr. Bo, but Dr. Fong mentioned he is quite capable, an expert brought in from the capital. It must have cost a fortune, right? Have you spent all the money from the card Grandpa gave you?" The old master Lin asked with concern. He had given Lin Wu that card with the hope she would use it for her university expenses. If she spent it on finding him a doctor, how would she manage her studies? She couldn't very well work part-time, as that would hinder her focus on academics. Lin Wu had always excelled in her studies. It was crucial not to let anything interfere. The old master Lin earnestly advised, Wu, you really don't have to worry about Grandpa. Your parents will arrange for a doctor for me." "Look, was Dr. Fong a great choice?" Lin Wu glanced at the bank card her grandfather had given her. In truth, since the old master Lin was hospitalized, Lin Shanghai and Fong Ruling had contributed only a portion of the hospitalization fees and had not contributed further, believing that Dr. Fong would take care of Grandpa as expected given the payment. Eventually, they even ceased paying the hospitalization fees. Seeing that the hospital did not press for payment or discharge the old master Lin for non-payment, they assumed Grandpa was hiding significant savings and did not require their assistance. Thus, the Lin family had only occasionally visited the hospital. This was something Lin Shanghai and Fong Ruling had discussed in the corridor outside the ward, overheard by Dr. Fong, who then reported it to Lin Wu. Lin Wu initially intended to inform the old Master Lin directly about this, but upon calling, she heard him lamenting about how the Lin family was always too busy to visit him. After hearing this multiple times, Lin Wu couldn't bear to tell the old master that the family had long ceased to care. With this in mind, Lin Wu sighed softly and sent a photo of the bank card to the old Master Lin, saying, "The card is still here. I haven't spent any of the money in it. Grandpa, your medical fees have already been covered. The hospital will naturally strive to treat you accordingly. Since he is a new expert, let us give him a chance. Are you really not spending any money?" The old Master Lin asked, still uneasy. Lin Wu affirmed with a sound. Only then did the old Master Lin feel reassured. "That's good. Wu Wu, you must not touch the money Grandpa gave you. Use it wisely for your university education. If only Grandpa could witness you attending university." Lin Wu lowered her gaze. "I will." She had already made up her mind. A month later, if there was no sign of improvement in Grandpa's condition under Bo Yuding's care, she would arrange for him to be transferred to a hospital in the capital. The capital had more experts, and surely there would be a way to help Grandpa hold on until she could find the medical organization Qianqian. Moreover, travel between the capital and Ruzhou was convenient and time-efficient. The old Master Lin expressed contentment. "Ultimately, whether I see it or not is no longer important. You must strive to gain admission to a university in the capital. Knowing you will achieve success brings me peace even in death." Lin Wu frowned. "Grandpa, you want to die?" The old Master Lin chuckled. "Silly girl, who can escape death? Well, I won't disturb you any longer. Continue with your work. But remember not to stay up too late and get some rest." Lin Wu silently agreed. After hanging up the phone, she stared at the materials on her tablet, her brow furrowing. This was the result of her inquiry to Zheng Qi regarding the owner of room 32 next door. The record showed that the owner of room 32 was not Bo Yuding at all, but a couple of elderly individuals who had moved abroad half a month ago. This indicated that Bo Yuding had only purchased the villa recently, coinciding with her decision to return to Beicheng and acquire the property. Thinking of her grandfather, Lin Wu bit her lip and ultimately decided to message Bo Yuding on WeChat, asking him to do his utmost to treat her grandfather and to keep the matter of the medical fees from him, directly requesting her to cover any costs. Regardless of whether her acquaintance with Bo Yuding was mere coincidence or if he was indeed pursuing the matter she had been investigating, her grandfather's health was the priority. He was her only remaining family. A notification sound snapped Lin Wu back to reality. She glanced at the new message that had popped up in the chat window. "Come out, I'm outside." Lin Wu furrowed her brow and looked out the window, then picked up her phone and went downstairs, discovering Bo Yuding standing at the entrance. In the night, a few flickering lights illuminated him, resembling candle flames, revealing that he was holding something. Approaching curiously, she soon realized what he was holding and halted in her tracks. Outside, the man's handsome visage was clearly defined by the candlelight. He chuckled softly, raising his chin to indicate the fruit cake in his hands, saying, "While reviewing your grandfather's information this evening, I noticed that in the family section, you're the only one listed, and today is your birthday." Lin Wu stared at him in astonishment. "Since the little lady won't allow me to repay her by saving your grandfather, and insists on paying the consultation fee, I can only offer this small gesture as a token of my gratitude. I'm not sure what flavor of cake you like, but knowing your temperament, you might find cream too rich, chocolate too bitter, and other flavors too sweet or gaudy. This fruit cake is just right. Let us give it a try, shall we?" Bo Yuding gazed at Lin Wu through the courtyard gate, his deep voice exceptionally gentle. Lin Wu's eyelids lowered, her hands at her sides tightening. A birthday? She had forgotten. The Lin family was unaware. Her grandfather had no habit of celebrating birthdays. This was her first recollection, and it was surprisingly from a stranger whom she had suspected just days prior. Lin Wu shut her eyes briefly, then looked directly at Bo Yuding, calmly stating, "Did you see the message I sent you?" Bo Yuding paused, then nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Wu inquired, "Can you manage it? You can decide how much the consultation fee will be." Bo Yuding found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, he teased, "Naturally, I will heed the wishes of the birthday girl. However, are you sure you don't want to blow out a candle and make a wish first? Who knows? It might just come true." Lin Wu replied coolly, "Thank you for the cake, but I don't celebrate birthdays, nor do I enjoy cake." Bo Yuding was momentarily taken aback. "But today marks your 18th birthday." Lin Wu interrupted him. "It's getting late, and Dr. Bo is injured. You should head back to rest." With that, she turned and walked back inside. 010. Let us eat together after returning. Lin Wu did not ascend to the study, but headed directly to the kitchen on the first floor, opening the refrigerator to grab a can of cold beer. Sitting at the dining table, she opened it and took a large gulp, the coldness instantly refreshing her. Ultimately, she messaged Zhang Qi. No need to investigate the owner of Yujidun room 32 anymore. Zhang Qi quickly replied, "Understood, boss. I will continue with the matters you previously instructed." Lin Wu responded with a simple hum, finished the beer, and prepared to continue with her tasks upstairs. However, something compelled her to pause and message Zhang Qi. "Do you know what date is today?" Zhang Qi has been a long-standing companion of Lin Wu. A few years ago, when she first ventured into the art of perfumery, she found herself in the Lingnan region of Huagua, seeking rare ingredients. During this quest, she unexpectedly encountered human traffickers. Zhang Qi was one of the victims, betrayed by a trusted friend. In her youthful arrogance, she agreed to assist the police, who had learned of her presence and sought her help to dismantle the trafficking ring. She infiltrated the operation and, in collaboration with law enforcement, successfully resolved the case before resuming her search for materials. Serendipitously, upon discovering a village selling the ingredients, she realized that the family in possession of them was none other than Zhang Qi's relatives. In gratitude, they offered her the materials free of charge, insisting on not accepting any payment. However, feeling indebted for no reason, she declined their generosity. Ultimately, recognizing Zhang Qi's intelligence and discretion, she invited him to be her assistant. From then on, Zhang Qi proved to be remarkably capable, leading her to involve him in numerous endeavors. Upon reflection, Lin Wu realized that she had known Zhang Qi for quite some time. Zhang Qi swiftly responded to her message. "What day are you referring to, boss? Is it the delivery date? You must have mistaken it due to your busy schedule. Our most crucial supplier has shifted to the Qianqian auction house, and the time has yet to arrive. Rest assured, I have it firmly in mind." Lin Wu, focused on the screen, replied with an acknowledgement. After a moment's thought, she decided to call Lu Guiqi. He answered even more quickly than Zhang Qi. "Brother, what an unusual surprise. Are you missing me? I knew you couldn't be so heartless. Shall we discuss your spices further?" He continued with his usual chatter, attempting to evade the matter at hand. Lin Wu pressed her fingers to her temples and inquired, "Do you know what date it is today?" Lu Guiqi fell silent for a brief moment before cautiously responding, "What day? Did I offend you recently? And this is my final day of reprieve?" Lin Wu remained silent. Lu Guiqi, racking his brain, speculated, could it be? Is today some sort of anniversary for our meeting or collaboration? When did you become so sentimental? Lin Wu retorted, "You aren't mistaken. Today marks the countdown to your impending beating. This time next week, you shall find yourself in a hospital bed. Fortunately, I have recently met a commendable doctor who should be able to preserve your life." Lu Guiqi exclaimed in horror, "Why? What have I done wrong this time?" Lin Wu abruptly ended the call and blocked his number. With her mind now unburdened, she decided to take a shower and retire to her bedroom for the night. The following morning, Lin Wu, lacking culinary talent, opted to forego breakfast. She selected a new car that Zhang Qi had arranged for her the previous day and drove to the hospital. Next week, her schedule would grow hectic, leaving little time to visit old Master Lin. Thus, she aimed to visit him as often as possible while she could. Before departing, she passed by Villa No. 32 and lowered her window for a glance. The villa appeared eerily quiet, devoid of life. Could it be that Bo Yuding had gone to the hospital to consult with grandfather? Pondering this, Lin Wu raised her window and continued driving. On her way, she stopped by a fruit shop to purchase a fruit basket, and upon arriving at the hospital, she headed straight for old Master Lin's ward. However, seemingly cursed by misfortune, she encountered members of the Lin family once again. The ward door was firmly shut, but through the glass window, she could see Lin Jiangchuan seated on the sofa opposite the bed, making old Master Lin laugh heartily. Beside them sat the demure Lin Qian, who appeared eager to converse with her grandfather, but was ignored, her eyes welling up with unshed tears. Unable to bear the sight, Lin Jiangchuan immediately resorted to coaxing and pleading, finally compelling old Master Lin to converse with Lin Qian, who was then able to smile again as she presented the fruit basket she had brought for him. Being his own granddaughter, old Master Lin accepted it with a nod and exchanged a few words of concern. With Lin Jiangchuan smoothing over the atmosphere, the warmth between the grandfather and granddaughter deepened. Observing from the doorway, Lin Wu hesitated, opting not to intrude, and instead retreated to a public seat in the corridor. Lost in thought as she gazed at the fruit basket. Before long, a figure appeared before her, a deep voice resonating from above. "Why are you not visiting your grandfather?" Instinctively, Lin Wu looked up to find Bo Yuding, clad in a crisp white coat, one hand tucked into his pocket, the other holding a medical file. His expression calm, as if the events of the previous night had never transpired. Lin Wu pursed her lips and replied coolly, "I have already seen him." With that, she stood to leave. Bo Yuding regarded her, raising an eyebrow at the stubborn girl before him. "But the fruit basket has yet to be delivered." Lin Wu retorted, "Oh, I bought it for myself." As soon as the words left her lips, her stomach growled audibly. "Lin Wu." Bo Yuding glanced at his wristwatch and chuckled. "Is this what you plan to eat for breakfast? Are you certain?" Lin Wu turned her face away, dismissively stating, "It's none of your business." Bo Yuding blocked her path, a hint of exasperation in his demeanor. "I haven't had breakfast either. However, I can cook. I simply made too much. Would you care to help me finish it, so it doesn't go to waste?" Lin Wu eyed him warily. "My taste is quite discerning." Bo Yuding nodded earnestly. "That works perfectly. You can offer me your feedback to refine my culinary skills." Lin Wu remained silent. Bo Yuding smiled, then turned to leave. "It will be cold if we delay." After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Wu wiped her face, ultimately deciding to follow him. Upon arriving at Bo Yuding's office, they fortuitously encountered Director Fong. Surprised to see Lin Wu accompanying Bo Yuding, he greeted her with a hint of astonishment. Lin Wu responded with a subtle nod. Bo Yuding gestured for Lin Wu to take a seat on the sofa while he addressed Director Fong. "What brings you here?" Director Fong promptly produced a document and handed it to Bo Yuding. "Dr. Bo, this is the new medication you requested for the hospital. I'm here for your final confirmation. If everything is in order, I will arrange for procurement." Bo Yuding glanced over the document and returned it. "No issues. Procure it at your earliest convenience. If any restrictions arise, feel free to contact me." At this, Director Fong chuckled and glanced at Lin Wu. "Rest assured, Dr. Bo, our hospital has the most extensive procurement channels. Many new medical devices from abroad, which even Jingzhong struggles to acquire, we have access to, all thanks to Miss Lin's efforts. So you can be confident that this batch of new medication will be procured swiftly." Bo Yuding looked at Lin Wu with mild surprise, as Director Fong continued, "Apologies. But I need to discuss old Master Lin's condition with Miss Lin, so I won't keep you any longer, Director." "Of course, you two discuss. I'll take my leave." Director Fong, understanding Lin Wu's concern for her grandfather, was not surprised to see the two together so early. In fact, he hoped for a harmonious relationship between Lin Wu and Bo Yuding. After all, one was a major benefactor for the hospital, and the other was a hard-won expert from Jingzhong. He wished to appease both, hoping their good rapport would elevate the hospital's stature to rival that of others in Jingzhong. With such thoughts, Director Fong left in high spirits. When Bo Yuding turned back to Lin Wu, his gaze held a note of curiosity. He carried 2 thermoses from his desk and sat down across from her. As I opened the thermos, I casually conversed with Lin Wu, saying, "It seems that Director Fong thinks quite highly of the young lady." Lin Wu's expression remained remarkably calm as she replied, "She is no match for Master Bojio." Bo Yuting smirked slightly, not surprised that she recognized his identity. He pushed the thermos towards Lin Wu and handed her a spoon, inquiring, "These are wontons filled with lotus root and meat. Do you have any dietary restrictions?" Upon lifting the lid, Lin Wu was greeted by an alluring aroma that intensified her hunger. She accepted the spoon and politely replied, "Thank you, I have no restrictions." Not only did she have no restrictions, but it was also quite fortunate that wontons filled with lotus root and meat were among her favorites. During the meal, Lin Wu maintained a quiet demeanor, eating in swift, subtle motions, her focus unwavering. Bo Yuting also ate quietly, though he occasionally stole glances at Lin Wu, contemplating whether he was gauging her opinion on the dish or lost in other thoughts. After noticing Bo Yuting's gaze upon her for the 13th time, Lin Wu could no longer hold back. With a neutral expression, she stated, "The wontons are delicious, and your culinary skills are commendable. There is no need to keep looking at me for approval." Bo Yuting, who had finished his meal faster than Lin Wu, rested his elbow on the sofa's armrest, propping his chin as he gazed at her. He chuckled softly, "That nodded. I was merely wondering if I might have the honor of inviting Miss Lin to lunch today." "Absolutely not," Lin Wu responded without hesitation. Bo Yuting chuckled, shaking his head, and fell into silence. After Lin Wu finished her meal as well, he stood up to retrieve the medical report he had brought that morning and returned to Lin Wu, saying, "I have a basic understanding of your grandfather's condition and a preliminary treatment plan. Lin Wu immediately sat up straight, urging, "Please go on." Bo Yuting replied, "There's no rush. However, there's a detail in your grandfather's medical report that I'm not entirely clear about and need to ask you." "What is it?" Lin Wu inquired. Bo Yuting flipped to the last few pages of the report and pointed to a particular area, stating, "In your grandfather's examination report from last week, there was a trace of radioactive elements. Was there anything similar in previous reports?" Lin Wu focused intently and paused for a moment before shaking her head. "No." "Are you certain?" "Yes. It seems this change occurred recently. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that your grandfather visited some experimental facility. Given the sudden deterioration of his condition, I must clarify the details," Bo Yuting explained. Lin Wu was equally puzzled by her grandfather's abrupt decline in health. She stood up, declaring, "All right, I will go find my grandfather and ask him directly." Bo Yuting followed suit, saying, "Take your time, miss. I want to accompany you. I'll return this afternoon to conduct an examination once I receive the results." After setting down the medical report, he bent down to tidy up the thermos. Noticing this, Lin Wu felt somewhat embarrassed to leave without cleaning up. She extended her hand. "I'll wash it before returning it to you." "There's no need," Bo Yuting replied, glancing at Lin Wu's hands, which were delicate and fair, remarkably beautiful. He raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Your hands are better suited for other endeavors than washing dishes." Lin Wu paused. Deciding to include the meal cost with the medical fee, she would settle with Bo Yuting. With this thought, she bid farewell and left. Upon returning to the hospital room of Old Master Lin, she unexpectedly encountered Lin Jiangchuan and Lin Qian as they were leaving. Upon seeing Lin Wu, Lin Jiangchuan immediately scowled. "What are you doing here? You're no longer part of the Lin family. What's your business here? Haven't you caused enough trouble for my mother already?" Initially, Lin Jiangchuan had no intention of visiting Old Master Lin. He had far too many pressing matters to attend to and could hardly afford to waste time on an ailing old man. However, after Old Master Lin unexpectedly learned about the incident involving Shengui, he questioned them. Since the family was preoccupied, Feng Ruling went to the hospital to clarify matters with Old Master Lin, only to be reprimanded in front of Lin Wu, an outsider. When Feng Ruling returned and recounted the encounter, the rest of the Lin family became displeased. How could Old Master Lin side with an outsider against his own family? Surely he must be losing his faculties. However, Lin Qian was more understanding, believing that Old Master Lin simply did not know her well, which was why he favored Lin Wu over Feng Ruling. Thus, she decided to visit Old Master Lin at the hospital. The other family members supported her, but insisted that Lin Jiangchuan accompany her to avoid any undue distress for Lin Qian. Due to the others' time constraints, Lin Jiangchuan reluctantly agreed to accompany her. Lin Jiangchuan genuinely cherished this sister of his, and upon seeing that Old Master Lin indeed did not favor Lin Qian, he internally lamented while trying every means to bolster Lin Qian's standing. After much effort, Old Master Lin finally showed some favor, though most of the conversation still revolved around Lin Wu. This only intensified Lin Jiangchuan's dislike for Lin Wu, and when he spotted her, his expression soured further. "Be sensible and leave. Don't keep appearing before my grandfather." "Don't you have a grandfather of your own?" Lin Jiangchuan retorted, only to realize afterward, "Oh, I forgot you don't even know your biological parents, so naturally, you wouldn't have a grandfather." 012. "What you said is true." At those words, Lin Wu's gaze turned icy as she replied, "Indeed, I do not know my biological family. However, that is certainly better than your situation, where you know them, yet act like an orphan devoid of familial upbringing." "What did you say?" Lin Jiangchuan's anger flared instantly. Lin Qian quickly intervened, gently pulling him back. "Second brother, don't be angry with her. It's only natural that she harbors resentment against us after being cast out of the Lin family. We shouldn't stoop to her level. Otherwise, it would only make things awkward for grandfather later, wouldn't it? You've seen how much he favors her." Those words only fueled Lin Jiangchuan's anger further. He looked at the obedient and beautiful Lin Qian and then back at the bothersome Lin Wu, unable to fathom why Old Master Lin favored Lin Wu over Lin Qian. The old man has clearly lost his senses. Just as he was about to add more scornful remarks towards Lin Wu, Old Master Lin's voice echoed from within. "Wu Wu, is that you? Coming quickly." Lin Wu disregarded Lin Jiangchuan and Lin Qian, who were blocking the entrance, and forcefully pushed past them. Taken aback by her unexpected strength, Lin Jiangchuan hurriedly supported Lin Qian as she stumbled. Once she steadied herself, he turned to confront Lin Wu, who stood before old Master Lin's bed, scolding. Can't you see where you're going? You knocked into me and Qianqian. You ought to apologize. As soon as he finished speaking, he caught Lin Wu's cold gaze, which sent him retreating a step. Realizing he had inadvertently shown fear, he snapped, What are you staring at? You were the one who bumped into us. Old Master Lin furrowed his brow. Enough. Wu did not do it intentionally. You two were the ones blocking her path. Who can she blame? Lin Jiangchuan stared incredulously at old Master Lin. Grandfather, and Qianqian are your own family. Why are you siding with an outsider? Furthermore, she clearly sought us out deliberately. Lin Qian's eyes flickered as she approached Lin Jiangchuan and tugged at his arm. Second brother, let it go. Don't upset grandfather. It's not good for his health. Lin Jiangchuan, growing more frustrated, retorted, Grandfather, look how dutiful Qianqian is towards you. Yet she is suffering because of that wretched Lin Wu, and you refuse to support her. Are you still our grandfather? Lin Qian bit her lip and lowered her head. Remaining silent, old Master Lin, feeling the ire of his family's questioning, sat up suddenly, declaring, Have you ever considered me as your real grandfather? You come here early in the morning, and all you ask about is whether I will attend this child's press conference for recognizing her relatives, insisting I hear her call me grandfather. Yet not once have you inquired about my health or whether I could be discharged. He slammed his hand on the bedside table, causing Lin Jiangchuan and Lin Qian to jump. I may be old, but my mind remains sharp. I can see clearly who treats me well and who genuinely cares for my well-being. Lin Jiangchuan felt a twinge of guilt. But if you're fine, doesn't that mean you can be discharged soon? At the press conference regarding the recognition of his granddaughter, even if you are in a wheelchair, as a grandfather, shouldn't you attend? Elder Lin, filled with anger, retorted with a mocking smile. Attend? Go back and tell your muddled parents that I will only acknowledge them when they realize their mistakes. Lin Qian, feeling wronged, reddened her eyes and said, Grandfather, I know you care for Sister Lin Wu, but I haven't done anything wrong. Why won't you accept me? I want to be a proper child of the Lin family, just like my elder and second brothers. Elder Lin's heart softened slightly, but upon seeing the cold Lin Wu beside him, he resolutely turned away and said, You may not have done anything, but your parents and two brothers have. Lin Jiangchuan, displeased, interjected clearly, It's you who are mistaken, grandfather. Lin Wu is not as obedient and diligent as Qianqian. She is simply uneducated. You should be secretly pleased to have Qianqian as your granddaughter. Elder Lin frowned. Nonsense. When has Wu ever been uneducated? She has always had the best grades. Lin Wu interrupted, Grandfather, you should rest now. Lin Jiangchuan scoffed, Best grades? Have you asked her teachers from junior and senior high? Smoking, drinking, skipping classes, fighting. She's been reprimanded for everything and often missed exams. How can that be considered good? He turned to grasp Lin Qian's hand, coldly declaring, With such a person, only you would cherish her. Grandfather, do not regret not acknowledging Qianqian in the future. After saying this, Lin Jiangchuan pulled Lin Qian away. Elder Lin, unable to retort, lay back in frustration, exclaiming, This child has been led astray by Shanghai and the others. Lin Wu sat down and said flatly, He is not wrong. I have indeed done those things. Elder Lin looked at her in astonishment. Lin Wu casually peeled an orange for him, lowering her head as she continued, Otherwise, why do you think I haven't been recommended to Tokyo University despite my grades? My file has too many reprimands, making it impossible for a political review. Elder Lin furrowed his brow even tighter, and after a moment of contemplation, he asked gravely, Wu, tell me the truth. Were you bullied at school? Forced to do those things? Lin Wu's eyelids drooped slightly. Bullied? Who would dare? When she first arrived in the countryside, Lin Shanghai would occasionally call to check on her. But soon he stopped, and no one mentioned when she could return. Later, she encountered some delinquents and overheard them complain about their families controlling them due to their misdeeds. Foolishly, she noted it down and began to imitate them. The school director called Lin Shanghai and Feng Ruling, but they never came, only scolding her over the phone, after which they stopped answering calls. Lin Wu understood and gave up. However, during that time, she was exposed to an entirely different world, enduring many hardships, but fortunately, she had now reached a position where she no longer had to care for anyone's opinion. Lin Wu handed the peeled orange to Elder Lin, saying calmly, There was nothing wrong. I was just immature back then. Grandfather, may I ask you something? Where did you go last week? To a laboratory or something? Elder Lin, Noticing Lin Wu's reluctance to discuss the past, let the matter rest. Nowhere special. Why do you ask? Lin Wu didn't want Elder Lin to become anxious by knowing too much, so she replied, just a casual inquiry. Did you meet any strange people or receive anything peculiar? Elder Lin thought for a moment and shook his head. Last week, the only people I saw outside the hospital were Shanghai and the others, who asked me to help contact you. To persuade me, they even brought me a gift. A gift? Lin Wu frowned slightly. What kind of gift did they bring you? During Elder Lin's hospitalization, Shanghai and the others had never brought him gifts. Even if they were trying to convince him to call Lin Wu back, they wouldn't go so far as to bring a gift. It would be more in their nature to directly demand he call her back, and even if Elder Lin refused, they would likely come up with some excuse to pressure him. Elder Lin, without holding back, pointed to the middle drawer of the bedside table. It's right in there. Lin Wu opened the drawer to find it filled with medications and daily necessities, but at the very back, there was a palm-sized wooden box. Yes, that's it. Elder Lin indicated the box. Lin Wu took it out and opened it, discovering a pendant resembling a Buddha head, made of an unknown material. Upon seeing it, Elder Lin felt warmth in his heart and spoke gently. Shanghai said they sought out a master to pray for my safety, seeing that I had been ill for so long. Although it may not have much effect, it is their filial piety, so I accepted it. Elder Lin had not received such care from his son's family in a long time, so he felt quite pleased to receive the pendant. This is why, when they suggested Lin Wu return, he thought they finally wanted to treat her well and live harmoniously as a family, which led him to agree to call her. Little did he know they would later bring up Lin Qian. Although Elder Lin was angry, he had agreed and could not go back on his word, which is why he called Lin Wu. Lin Wu furrowed her brow and asked, "From which master did they obtain this?" Elder Lin shook his head. "I don't know, but I heard he is quite a respected master, having resolved many mysterious matters." Shanghai mentioned they spent a considerable amount to get an appointment with him. People of the older generation tend to be somewhat superstitious, and since Shanghai and the others spoke convincingly, Elder Lin believed them. Lin Wu's frown deepened. "Grandfather, what is this pendant made of?" Elder Lin shook his head in confusion. "I really don't know. Perhaps it is made of some special material by that master." It was neither jade, silver, nor gold, nor was it made from agate or thunderwood. At least among the materials Lin Wu knew that could be used for safety pendants, none matched what was before her. Furthermore, she speculated that the master Elder Lin referred to was likely a Qian master. Qian masters are individuals skilled in various esoteric arts, capable of perceiving what ordinary people cannot, and traversing the realms of life and death. After the establishment of the nation, the government strictly controlled such practices, and with the modern era diluting spiritual energy, cultivation had become increasingly difficult, resulting in a scarcity of Qian masters. The rarity of such practitioners elevated their status, and even the lowest-ranked Qian master would attract numerous admirers, and those in the Tao would not dare offend them. As far as Lin Wu knew, anyone capable of crafting safety talismans must be at least at the Qian level. However, those in the profession are typically cautious about sharing their creations with others, especially something whose material is indiscernible, like this pendant. Generally, special materials have specific effects, and if an ordinary person acquires one, they can easily be harmed, resulting in karmic repercussions for the Qian master. Contemplating this, Lin Wu's expression grew increasingly grave. She felt a strong aversion to the pendant. "Grandfather, please call Shanghai and inquire about who that master is, where they met him, and his current whereabouts." Elder Lin was taken aback, asking, "Why do you want to know this?" "Wu, do you also wish to seek safety from that master?" Lin Wu replied calmly, "Something like that." Reluctant to refuse her, Elder Lin immediately took out his phone to call Lin Shanghai, putting it on speaker without hesitation. Little did they know that in this brief moment, Lin Jianquan and Lin Qian had already called Lin Shanghai to relay the news. Lin Shanghai was displeased upon learning that both he and Lin Wu had been reprimanded by the Elder Lin for their actions. As soon as he answered the phone, he accused the elder of being senile and siding with outsiders, declaring him unworthy of being a grandfather to the children. Initially touched by the pendant sent by Lin Shanghai, the Elder Lin's mood darkened at these words, leading him to chastise Lin Shanghai for being unable to manage his children properly, unable to tolerate the situation. Lin Wu snatched the elder's phone and addressed Lin Shanghai directly. "It was I who upset him. If you wish to vent your anger, direct it at me, not at grandfather. Moreover, what is the matter with the pendant you gifted him? Where's the master who created it?" Taken aback, Lin Shanghai had not anticipated Lin Wu's presence. He retorted angrily, "Seek me out? Are you capable of handling it?" Lin Wu, in consideration of our years as father and daughter, I wished for an amicable resolution, yet you remain ungrateful, clinging to. Lin Wu furrowed her brow and interrupted. Silence. Spare me the trivialities and answer my question. Lin Shanghai laughed in anger. Answer you? How dare you question me? Lin Wu, do you believe you are entitled to know everything? That master is no ordinary person. You wouldn't even meet the threshold to know his name. Losing her patience, Lin Wu pressed. Are you at Lin's company? So what if you are? Lin Shanghai huffed coldly. Lin Wu promptly disconnected the call and returned the phone to the elder. Grandfather, this pendant seems dubious. I will take it for analysis and return it to you if all is well. She placed the pendant back in its wooden box and tucked it into her coat pocket. The elder Lin was taken aback. It was merely a pendant. He would naturally give it to Lin Wu if she desired it. But how could there be an issue with it? The elder had numerous questions, but more than that, he was worried. Wu, please do not be angry with your father. He spoke out of confusion, not malice. He is not my father, and I will not take it to heart. Lin Wu replied as she stood up. Grandfather, I must take my leave. The elder Lin, feeling helpless, said, Then I will call Shanghai later to inquire about that master and give him peace of my mind. Wu, there's no need. I will find out myself. Lin Wu did not linger and took her leave decisively. After exiting the hospital, she walked while scrolling through her contacts until she found a person to call. Hello, a slow male voice answered. Dao Sheng? What brings you to call me out of the blue? Just as Lin Wu stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for her floor, she asked, Does the Qianqian have a branch in Song City's black market? The other party hesitated. Yes, there is. Generally, there are branches of Qianqian throughout the country. Do you have something to discuss with them? The Qianqian is an organization established by the practitioners of the mystical arts in Huagua. As a number of practitioners dwindled, there arose a need for consolidation to facilitate communication and ensure the continuation of their practices. Those with potential and cultivation are also nurtured within Qianqian. To ensure management, branches exist in most major cities. A short while later, the elevator dinged as it arrived at the first floor. Lin Wu strode out and instructed the person on the phone. Please find the person in charge of the Qianqian branch in Song City and investigate which practitioners have dealings with the Lin family here. Additionally, I will send you a photo. Please find out who made it and how it was created. Having finished her instructions, Lin Wu hung up and retrieved the pendant to take a photograph, which she sent to the contact saved as Cheng Man, true to her name. Cheng Man took her time in responding. Lin Wu had reached the hospital parking lot and found her car before she saw Cheng Man's reply. This object appears somewhat sinister. It does not seem like something an ordinary practitioner could create. Regarding the individual you mentioned, the Qianqian can investigate, but we lack specific leads. I will need 2 days to gather information. I will provide you with results in 2 days. Lin Wu replied with a simple acknowledgement. After pondering a moment, she sent another message. Please notify the Stone Guild in Song City. I need a visit to use their equipment for testing something. Based on Lin Wu's experience, the pendant resembled a type of stone. It was not an ordinary one. The Stone Guild possesses various minerals, both known and unknown. They might have records regarding this material. However, that was secondary to Lin Wu's primary concern, the inexplicable radioactive elements found within the elder Lin. If they were indeed from this pendant, she would not let the Lin family off the hook. Cheng Man responded quickly this time. All right, I will have someone make the necessary arrangements. When you arrive, simply inform them that you are Dao Sheng. Lin Wu glanced at her phone before putting it away and driving off. An hour later, she parked beneath the Lin Group building, wearing a hat and mask. She exited her vehicle and made her way directly toward the entrance on the first floor. Upon entering, Lin Wu approached the reception desk, tapping her fingers on the surface to attract the attention of the receptionist. Please inform Lin Shanghai that Lin Wu wishes to see him. Cheng Man was still too slow. The elder's illness could not be delayed. If this pendant posed a threat to him, she needed to verify it promptly and inform Bo Yuding so he could devise a treatment plan. Thus, she could not solely rely on Cheng Man. She had to confront Lin Shanghai directly for answers. The best outcome would be to obtain answers from Lin Shanghai, allowing her to instruct Cheng Man to handle that master through the Xuanmen channels. If she could not extract the information, she would have to test the pendant herself and patiently await Cheng Man's findings. The receptionist, taken aback by Lin Wu's all-black attire and the mask obscuring most of her face, hesitated before asking, Do you have an appointment? No. Just tell him Lin Wu is here to see him, Lin Wu replied. Upon hearing Lin Wu had no appointment, the receptionist assumed she did not appear to be someone of significance and displayed visible impatience. Unless you have an appointment, our Lin General does not have time to meet with you. Lin Wu shot her a glance, opting not to waste words, and turned toward the elevator leading to the inner hall on the first floor. Hey, where do you think you're going? No unauthorized personnel are allowed in there. The receptionist called out, flustered, and, seeing Lin Wu continuing forward, she urgently summoned security. Employees passing by paused to watch the commotion. On the 18th floor, in the conference room, Lin Shanghai was engaged in a meeting with high-level executives, listening to the project manager's quarterly report. Initially, everything was proceeding smoothly, and Lin Shanghai was quite pleased, but as the report continued, his expression darkened. The project manager, noticing the shift in Lin Shanghai's demeanor, grew increasingly anxious. Just a few days ago, Qianqian International Group unilaterally ceased cooperation on several of our major projects, stating that our company's current capabilities are insufficient for further collaboration. They are seeking more suitable partners in the Asia-Pacific region. Qianqian Group holds a significant position internationally. Their decisions ripple through the economic veins of various nations. Not long ago, the Lin family's entry into Shanghai was partly bolstered by their association with Qianqian Group. In the Asia-Pacific region, the Lin family was the sole entity capable of maintaining a continuous partnership with Qianqian Group for 2 to 3 years. With that connection, countless companies sought collaboration with the Lin family. Should the Lin family no longer be able to partner with Qianqian Group, the losses would be substantial and incalculable. Slamming his hand on the table in anger, Lin Shanghai exclaimed, "Why is this crucial matter only being reported now?" The project manager shrank back, his face contorted in distress. "It was Shaolin. He said he would resolve it and told us to wait." Shaolin, the individual he referred to, was Lin Jiangbai, the vice president of the Lin family. However, he disliked the title vice and insisted that his subordinates address him without it. To distinguish himself from Lin Shanghai, his subordinates dubbed him Shaolin. Lin Shanghai scanned the room, but did not see Lin Jiangbai. "Where is he?" Someone timidly raised their hand. "He seems to have gone out for socializing." Lin Shanghai nearly choked on his breath. Certainly, one cannot express their anger towards their esteemed eldest son. For what respect would he retain before the upper echelons of the company in the future? As Lin Shanghai sought a subtle outlet for his frustration, the meeting room doors were abruptly swung open. The attendees turned to witness a bodyguard sprawled on the ground. Lin Shanghai's ire intensified as he rebuked, "Do you not see that I am in a meeting? What is the meaning of this?" Yet the bodyguard, upon hearing the voice, lifted his head to reveal a battered visage, contorted in pain, as if he had been forcefully thrust inside. "Lin Zong, it is dire. Someone has forcibly intruded." Simultaneously, commotion arose outside, accompanied by the anguished cries of other bodyguards. Lin Shanghai's fury erupted as he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Who possesses such audacity?" The senior executives, equally astonished, pondered how anyone could dare to trespass upon the Lin family in broad daylight. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, an individual entered through the doorway. Lin Shanghai was momentarily taken aback as he beheld a tall, slender woman, under the weight of countless gazes. She raised her head and removed her sunglasses. Upon seeing her cold, unyielding expression, Lin Shanghai recognized her immediately. "Lin Wu, how dare you?" Amidst the collective scrutiny, Lin Wu cast a casual glance at the fallen bodyguard, who trembled violently and crawled away. No one outside dared to enter. Should the occupants of the meeting room step outside, they would be met with a shocking sight: a plethora of bodyguards and security personnel strewn across the ground, all incapacitated while attempting to stop Lin Wu, who had not even been brushed by their hands. Lin Wu then withdrew her gaze and scanned the surroundings of the conference room, finally locking her sight upon the nearest empty chair, Lin Jiangbai's position, adjacent to Lin Shanghai's. She strolled over, pulled the chair behind her, and sat down with her long legs crossed, one hand resting on the armrest, the other dangling with her sunglasses. "I have matters to discuss with you. Kindly have them all leave," Lin Wu stated calmly. Lin Shanghai was incensed by her somewhat arrogant demeanor. Furthermore, prior to the meeting, he had received a rare call from Old Master Lin, only to end up quarreling with Lin Wu, who had hung up on him. His frustration deepened. For over a decade, he had not encountered anyone brave enough to stand against him, let alone his former daughter. Though he had never held affection for this false daughter, It did not grant her the right to undermine his authority. I have nothing to discuss with you. Leave immediately, or I shall summon security to expel you, Lin Shanghai declared icily. Lin Wu nodded slightly, her tone nonchalant. Very well, do try and see if you can summon anyone. Lin Shanghai promptly retrieved his phone to call his assistant. However, before the call could connect, another figure entered the room, his assistant, visibly startled. Lin Zong. Someone has invaded our Lin Corporation and injured our security and bodyguards. I checked the surveillance and found that this person came to the meeting. Before he could finish, he caught Lin Wu's dark gaze. His voice faltered. It is her. Lin Shanghai was incredulous, his eyes widening in disbelief as he glanced between his assistant and Lin Wu, his teeth grinding in frustration. The other executives held their breath, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Lin Wu spoke up. If you prefer that they do not leave, that is acceptable. I am indifferent to whether they listen. To be succinct, let us discuss how the esteemed Lin Zong neglects his ailing father, refusing to contribute a single cent towards his medical expenses. Silence. Lin Shanghai interjected, his face darkening. Lin Wu regarded him coolly, leisurely toying with her sunglasses. Lin Shanghai closed his eyes in an effort to suppress his irritation and commanded, "Everyone out. No one is permitted to enter without my consent." The executives, taken aback, quickly grasped that the unfamiliar young woman was discussing private matters concerning Lin Zong's family. Daring not to linger, they swiftly retreated. The assistant, under Lin Shanghai's directive, secured the conference room door, leaving only the two of them in a thickening atmosphere. Lin Shanghai inhaled deeply and darkly inquired, "Did the old master send you to inquire?" He was aware of his lack of financial support to the old master. However, given the time that had passed without inquiry, it was clear the old master possessed his own assets. The Lin Corporation was flourishing, on the verge of greater success, and every penny was needed. Why squander money on a wealthy elder? Observing Lin Wu and recalling the events of the morning, Lin Shanghai felt a twinge of suspicion. This Lin Wu, no longer a member of their family, had repeatedly sought the old master's favor, possibly aware of the extent of the old master's inheritance and waiting for an opportunity to ingratiate herself for a share. Though Lin Wu sat, she exuded an imposing presence as she regarded the standing Lin Shanghai. "It is not the grandfather who sent me. On the contrary, he believes you are dutifully filial." "But are you truly filial? What do you mean by that?" Lin Shanghai retorted impatiently, irritated by the insolence of a younger generation. Lin Wu retrieved a wooden box from her pocket, opening it with one hand and placing it before Lin Shanghai. He recognized it immediately, his expression shifting as he reached out to seize it. Lin Wu deftly withdrew it, and Lin Shanghai glared at her, accusing, "You ungrateful wretch. The old master has always favored you, even forsaking his own kin for your sake, and you dare to steal from him?" Lin Wu raised an eyebrow, asserting, "This was given to me by grandfather." "Impossible." Lin Shanghai scoffed. "This is a precious protective talisman I specifically sought from a master. You are unworthy to even gaze upon it. How could the old master bestow it upon you?" Lin Wu snapped the box shut, recalling its significance. As Lin Shanghai attempted to snatch it once more, she tucked it back in her pocket and abruptly stood. Startled by her sudden movement, Lin Shanghai warned, "What do you intend to do?" Lin Wu articulated each word distinctly. "From which master did you acquire this talisman? What is his name? And what purpose does this talisman serve?" Lin Shanghai's expression turned uneasy. "Why should I share that with you? Is this how you speak to me, Lin Wu? Do you wish to change your tone? Very well, allow me to alter my approach." Lin Wu suddenly smiled, drawing a small folding knife from behind her waist, flicking it open with a swift motion, causing Lin Shanghai's complexion to drain. "Lin Wu, you overstep. I warn you, should you attempt anything, you shall not leave the Lin Corporation today." Before Lin Shanghai could finish his warning, Lin Wu lunged forward. He was genuinely frightened by the knife, retreating until he stumbled into a chair, falling back with no space left to escape. Lin Wu posed a question before I turned 12 and was at the Yi family. "Do you remember why you first imprisoned me in the basement?" Lin Shanghai hesitated momentarily before recalling the incident. It had been when Lin Jianquan coveted an item Lin Wu had always kept close. When she refused to yield it, Lin Jianquan, in a fit of rage, had destroyed it. The young Lin Wu's expression had been dark and unsettling as she demanded an apology. Lin Jianquan had naturally refused, prompting her to unexpectedly push him, causing him to strike his head on a coffee table, bleeding and unconscious. He and Fong Ruling had been terrified, rushing him to the hospital. In a fit of rage, Fong Ruling had ordered Lin Wu locked in the basement for 3 days without food or water, until Old Master Lin demanded her release. I recall you all claimed I was ruthless, a wicked child even at such a tender age, Lin Wu remarked, her lips curling into a smile as she fixed her piercing gaze on Lin Shanghai. You were not mistaken. With that, Lin Wu forcefully kicked the chair from beneath Lin Shanghai. Suddenly, the sensation of weightlessness caused Lin Shanghai to gasp in astonishment, and as he fell, he was seized by the collar, suspended less than half a meter above the ground. With a loud crash, the chair toppled over. Instinctively, Lin Shanghai clutched Lin Wu's hand tightly, as if grasping a lifeline, his eyes wide with fear. Lin Wu leaned down, the knuckles of her gripping hand turning white. I will grant you but one chance. Speak what I wish to hear. Her calm demeanor belied the knife she held against Lin Shanghai's neck. The cold blade's touch was acutely felt, and within Lin Wu's dark eyes simmered a chilling intensity, as though she might pierce his throat at any moment. Overwhelmed with terror and rendered momentarily speechless, Lin Shanghai blurted out, "The person is Zhang Yuge. He is a distinguished guest of the Lung family from North City, reputedly a master specifically hired from the Fujian region, an opportunity that is rare indeed." As soon as he spoke, Lin Shanghai snapped back to reality, his face paling in dismay. How could he have been intimidated by an unknown offspring of some family? Lin Wu narrowed her eyes and inquired, given his extraordinary status, and the effort you put into meeting him to obtain this talisman of peace, why would you so generously offer it to grandfather? Logically, one would expect that something so hard-won from a master would be treasured. She held no illusions about Lin Shanghai's filial piety toward the old man. If he were truly dutiful, he would not have left Lin Laozi to languish alone in the hospital for an entire year. Lin Shanghai's gaze flickered, and he retorted angrily. After enduring countless hardships alongside ruling to reclaim Qianqian, we intended to recognize her as a member of the Lin family, so she could enjoy the privileges that come with it. But your identity has usurped hers, and you refuse to return it. However, the old man disagreed, leaving me no choice but to present this item to him. With every word he uttered, Lin Shanghai's voice grew more resolute. He glared at Lin Wu with disdain, declaring, "Qianqian is my daughter. No matter how valuable the item, if it can bring her back to us, it is worth it. Someone like you would never understand." It seemed Lin Shanghai was on the verge of hurling an insult, yet the knife in Lin Wu's hand compelled him to swallow his words. Lin Wu scoffed coldly. "If I recall correctly, it was after you gifted this item to grandfather that you brought up the subject of my return. Wasn't your reason for giving it to him out of filial duty? When did it transform into a bargaining chip for Lin Qian's return to the Lin family?" Lin Shanghai's expression faltered. Lin Wu continued, her tone measured. "You have always held disdain for me. Upon my return, you have shown nothing but reluctance. Do you truly believe I would trust that this item was used to summon me back? Fine, even if what you say is true, I have returned. Yet grandfather still has not acknowledged Lin Qian. Why are you not anxious? Having relinquished such a precious item without receiving what he sought, could Lin Shanghai remain so composed?" Lin Wu doubted it. Lin Shanghai's demeanor stiffened. In a fit of rage and humiliation, he barked, "This is a matter within the Lin family. What concern is it of an outsider like you?" "Very well, it does not concern me," Lin Wu said, feigning the intent to release her grip. Enveloped by the sensation of weightlessness, Lin Shanghai gasped, instinctively gripping Lin Wu's hand tighter, his gaze locked onto her. Lin Wu sneered, her voice sharp. "I will grant you one final chance. What is the true purpose of this item? What impact will it have on grandfather?" A pang of anxiety gripped Lin Shanghai, his expression betraying a hint of panic. Yet in the next moment, a thought seemed to dawn upon him, and he regained his composure. "This is my way of ensuring grandfather's safety. Is it not reasonable for me to seek such protection for my father?" He smirked, a mocking tone lacing his words. But how would you understand the meaning of filial piety, when, in all these years, have you shown any loyalty to me as a father?" Lin Wu regarded him with a chilling stare. Lin Shanghai, in a fit of desperation, declared, "Lin Wu, if you have the courage, then truly strike me. If you do so, whether or not you can leave the Lin family unscathed is one matter, but do you think grandfather will forgive you?" Lin Wu closed her eyes momentarily, then reopened them with a cold laugh, abruptly releasing her grip. Lin Shanghai fell to the ground, a sharp pain shooting through his tailbone. contorting his face in agony. Meanwhile, Lin Wu straightened, sheathing her knife at her waist. "Say nothing. It matters not, for I have my ways to investigate," Lin Wu stated deliberately, fixing her gaze on Lin Shanghai. "However, should I discover that you have harmed grandfather, know this. Not just you, but the entire Lin family will pay the price." Perhaps emboldened by the absence of immediate danger, Lin Shanghai's confidence surged. Rising to his feet, he slammed his hand on the table, yelling, "Who do you think you are to meddle in the affairs of the Lin family? Lin Wu, I had intended to show you some courtesy based on our past, yet you have proven to be utterly ungrateful. Today, you assault a member of the Lin family and threaten me. Do you believe I won't have you arrested?" Lin Wu raised an eyebrow, unfazed, and casually replied, "Go ahead, try it." With that, she turned and strode toward the conference room door. Lin Shanghai's face twisted with fury, and he kicked over a nearby chair. However, the commotion did not provoke Lin Wu to turn back. She exited without a glance, her footsteps quickly fading from earshot. Still in the conference room, Lin Shanghai clenched his eyes shut, suppressing his rage. Moments later, he let out a cold laugh and retrieved his phone to make a call. On the other side, as Lin Wu exited the conference room, she encountered a throng of individuals outside, all senior executives of the Lin family. The faint sounds from within the conference room had been audible to those outside, and upon seeing Lin Wu, especially with her low atmospheric pressure and icy demeanor, they scarcely dared to show their faces, retreating to the sides in an effort to diminish their presence. Thus, as she left the Lin family premises, none attempted to stop her. Finding her car nearby, Lin Wu climbed in and pulled out her phone to call Chengman, but the call did not connect. She hung up and waited a moment. As anticipated, the other party returned the call. "Hello, Daosheng. I'm currently on a mission and couldn't take my phone earlier. Is there something amiss on your end?" Lin Wu replied directly, "I have made progress. The master I was searching for is named Zhang Yuga, originally from Fujian, who has only recently arrived in North City and has established strong ties with the Long family." Chengman was taken aback. So soon? Upon reflection, he realized that with Lin Wu's capabilities, such a revelation was not entirely unexpected. He inquired, "What else do you need me to do?" Lin Wu instructed, "Investigate his register information with the Qianqian sect, as well as his past and current activities. The talisman I previously showed you is his creation. Please find out its intended use." Chengman affirmed, "Understood." Now that we have a specific person, the investigation will proceed much more swiftly. "Do you still intend to visit the Stone Clan?" Lin Wu rested one hand on the steering wheel, tapping her fingers thoughtfully as she replied, "Yes, but I will wait for you to gather his information before proceeding. Perhaps by understanding this individual, I can ascertain the nature of the item without needing to visit the Stone Clan." Chengman agreed. With nothing further to discuss, Lin Wu ended the call. As she contemplated the matter, she retrieved the wooden box that contained the talisman and, on a whim, snapped a photo to send to Bo Yuding for his insights. As the ninth master of the Bo family in the capital, he likely possessed a wealth of knowledge that could prove useful. However, before she could send the message, a call came in from Lin Laozi. Upon seeing the caller ID, Lin Wu's gaze momentarily faltered, and she immediately understood. She answered, addressing him coolly, "Grandfather." The elderly voice on the other end carried a complex tone. "Wu, where are you now?" Lin Wu replied, "I'm downstairs at the Lin family company." Perhaps taken aback by her bluntness, Lin Laozi hesitated. After a moment of silence, he cautiously asked, "What is your business at the Lin family company? Are you meeting with Shanghai about something important?" Lin Wu answered succinctly, "I came to ask him a few questions." He refused to respond, and even had security try to expel me. So, I resorted to using force, threatening Lin Shanghai with a knife to compel him to clarify. The elderly Lin Laozi, still at the hospital, was momentarily stunned. "Wu, you truly assaulted someone? Do you still desire your father's demise?" Not long ago, he had just undergone a medical examination with a doctor and, feeling fatigued, intended to lie down for a brief respite. Unexpectedly, he received a call from Lin Shanghai. This son seldom initiates contact. Given their recent quarrel, he presumed the call was yet another confrontation regarding Lin Wu and Lin Qian. He prepared to scold him, intending to clarify matters. In truth, he had never opposed Lin Qian's desire to return to her roots. After all, she was the flesh and blood of the Lin family and should not be lost to the world. However, Lin Wu was a child he had watched grow up. He was acutely aware of the grievances she had suffered and the depth of her loyalty. Even though Lin Wu was not of Lin blood, He regarded her as his own granddaughter. Thus, he held strong objections to the differential treatment of the two children by his son and daughter-in-law, particularly their harshness towards Lin Wu. As long as they did not impose excessive demands on her in the future, he would naturally accept Lin Qian as part of the family. Yet before he could express his heartfelt plea, he was bewildered by a barrage of accusations from Lin Shanghai. "Dad, I merely reprimanded Lin Wu in your presence, and she stormed into the company, injuring my colleagues and even threatening my life. Must it take a calamity befalling our family for you to recognize the kind of ingrate you've been protecting?" Lin Shanghai's voice was laden with disappointment. "Don't claim I have no paternal affection for her. I'll overlook today's incident without involving the authorities, but should she continue her reckless behavior, even if you implore me to spare her, I will show her no mercy." Before Lin Old Man could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Shanghai hung up. In disbelief, he immediately called Lin Wu. "Is it true?" he inquired, his voice steady. "Indeed, I almost took his life," she replied calmly. Lin Old Man's heart raced. "How could you do such a thing? He is, after all, the father who raised you for over a decade. If you harm him, you will be scorned by all. And what will become of your future education?" "Grandfather, I understand your concerns, but such actions cannot be justified merely by his words." "How could you?" Lin Wu interjected. "The pendant he gifted you may be the root cause of your deteriorating health." Lin Old Man's disappointment and concern were abruptly overshadowed by disbelief. "What did you say?" he exclaimed incredulously. "Lin Shanghai is deflecting blame, and I will not shield him. I merely sought clarity at the company. Given the gravity of the matter, I had no choice but to resort to extreme measures." Lin Old Man was momentarily speechless. "This cannot be true. He is my son. While he may not be the most dutiful, he would not harm me." "Wu, you must not speak recklessly. I will ascertain the truth," Lin Wu declared resolutely. "This is undoubtedly a falsehood. I shall seek the truth myself," he insisted. Just as the words left his mouth, Lin Wu heard the sound of a dial tone. She shook her head, dismissing the unfolding drama between Lin Old Man and Lin Shanghai, and sent the photos she had taken to Bo Yuding. He responded almost instantly. Lin Wu replied, "The anomaly you discovered in my grandfather's medical report may stem from this object. Do you know what it is?" Bo Yuding, despite their current lack of conflicting interests, inspired a degree of trust in her. Shortly thereafter, he responded, "I have not encountered it before, but I will have someone investigate it promptly." Setting her phone aside, Lin Wu drove back to Yujia. By afternoon, there was still no word from Lin Old Man, nor from Lin Shanghai. No mention of police involvement either. She mused that either Lin Old Man had ultimately refrained from making inquiries, or Lin Shanghai was concealing something, fearful of revealing any incriminating evidence. Later that evening, Lin Wu received a call from Cheng Man, a practitioner of the mystical arts with notable talent, discovered and nurtured by the higher echelons of the Qianqian sect in her youth. Her master was the vice leader of the sect, granting her significant authority and access to information. "Dao Sheng, I have had individuals investigate the practitioners in Min Province and Beijing. I found a man named Zhang Yuga, 36 this year, who previously trained under an obscure practitioner in Min Province and possesses limited abilities. However, 4 years ago, he relocated to Song City and suddenly became a guest of the influential Lung family in Beijing. The specifics of his connection to the Lung family remain unclear, but it is related to their young master. Strangely, he has become remarkably adept at divination, serving various powerful families and gradually becoming one of their favorite guests. Moreover, he is quite peculiar, always wearing a mask and demanding secrecy from anyone who associates with him. As a result, he has managed to operate under the radar in Beicheng without attracting the attention of the Xianmen or relevant authorities." Lin Wu listened, her brow furrowing. "Wait, you said he arrived in Song City 4 years ago?" "Yes," Cheng Man confirmed. Lin Wu narrowed her eyes, contemplating. "Where does he reside now?" Cheng Man replied, "He frequently stays at a club in Beicheng called Shengui." "Shengui?" Lin Wu echoed, surprised. "Exactly. You may not be aware, but Shengui holds a unique position in Beicheng, with a powerful owner that few dare to scrutinize. It is renowned for its confidentiality and privacy, making it a secure location for Zhang Yuga." Upon hearing this, Lin Wu inquired, "Do you know which specific room he occupies in Shengui?" Cheng Man shook his head. "I don't know. Time is tight, and I haven't been able to find out his room number. If you wish to know, you will have to wait a few more days. It is challenging to infiltrate Shengui for inquiries. I will ask some merchants who have interacted with him." Lin Wu had faith in the capabilities of the Qianqian. Given a few more days, she believed Cheng Man could uncover the information. However, she did not have the luxury of time. No need. I can gather information about Shengwei myself, she stated. All right, I will not interfere, Cheng Man replied. However, he hesitated, trailing off. Lin Wu closed the documents before her. What is it? Speak plainly. Cheng Man continued. If you discover the specific address of his residence in Shengwei, please inform me. Lin Wu raised an eyebrow, perplexed. I am the one seeking him, not you. Why do you need to know? Cheng Man explained it candidly. I have been occupied with the task to apprehend individuals. During my investigations, I learned that Zhang Yuga had lived in Min province for many years, and given his mysterious methods, I suspect he may be connected to the case I am pursuing. Lin Wu contemplated this, gently massaging her fingertips. She had heard whispers of Xuanmen's current investigations, but had not paid them much mind, as they bore no relation to her own inquiries. Understood. I will let you know if I find anything, she agreed readily. Although Lin Wu and Cheng Man were not friends, they had assisted each other on numerous occasions, fostering a bond of trust. She would not refuse such a small favor. After ending the call with Cheng Man, Lin Wu proceeded to contact Lu Guiqi. After a few rings, he answered, Hello? Brother, what brings you to me at this late hour? Lin Wu inquired, uncertain if it was merely an illusion. She detected a hint of instability in Lu Guiqi's breath, accompanied by a slight wheeze in his speech and a faint sound of wind in the background. What are you up to? Are you in trouble? She asked. Lu Guiqi responded with exaggerated urgency. No. What a joke. How could I encounter any trouble? Here. Who dares to provoke me? Lin Wu narrowed her eyes. If there's nothing to worry about, why the rush? You haven't been ambushed while dealing, have you? Lu Guiqi hesitated, and Lin Wu leaned back, crossing her long legs and rhythmically tapping her fingers on the table. At this hour, dealing in goods surely isn't for anything legitimate. I recall warning you to conduct your business in our state with caution. Aside from the Lu family's channels, steer clear of others, or you might attract the attention of international organizations. Lu Guiqi felt a twinge of fear at her tone and decided to admit, well, you did cut off my supply, leaving me with no business, so I found myself with idle time. He shrugged. I thought I might find something to occupy myself. Lin Wu asked calmly, who from the international organization has taken an interest in you? Reluctantly, Lu Guiqi replied, Guanshun. Lin Wu inhaled deeply. So you've managed to provoke the second-in-command of an international organization. Quite an achievement. Lu Guiqi hurriedly defended himself. He insisted on creating trouble for me. Although I engaged in some dealings, I ultimately backed out. He didn't believe me, found nothing, and still insisted on taking me for questioning. And then? Lin Wu asked coolly. Lu Guiqi's tone turned proud. I seized the opportunity to knock him out halfway, bound him, and tossed him into the arena at the auction house. Then drove off in his car. You have no idea. He was so weak, he couldn't even stand against me. Lin Wu remained silent, prompting Lu Guiqi to grow cautious. What's wrong? With a flat expression, Lin Wu remarked, You've made quite the blunder, severing your escape route. Do you know what his most notorious trait is? What? He asked. An insatiable thirst for revenge, she replied. Lu Guiqi gulped, but he doesn't know who I am. I was wearing a mask. Lin Wu responded, Oh. Then, do you think it will be difficult for him to find someone? Lu Guiqi immediately declared, I'll abandon the car and flee back home. Brother, no, father. Can I borrow your private airport? Lin Wu coldly refused. I have no intention of harboring someone who has offended Guanshun. You should contact your brother. That's not an option. If I return through the Lu family's channels, he will surely discover I am a Lu. Lu Guiqi pleaded, Brother, please, you are my ancestor, right? I will go through fire and water for you in the future. Lin Wu pinched her brow, feeling a dull ache, and replied, I will grant you 4 hours. After that, I will not wait. Lu Guiqi exclaimed, Brother, I adore you. Lin Wu, with disdain, replied, No need for that. By the way, there is a mystic named Zhang Yuga residing in Shengwei. I need to meet him. Please ask your manager which room he is in. That is simple enough. I'll handle it, Lu Guiqi assured. But father, please let me leave. Understood. Lin Wu smirked, ending the call with Lu Guiqi. She scrolled through her contacts until she found someone named Zheng Yuan. Among her 3 trusted subordinates, Zheng Qi managed her affairs within China, while Zheng Yuan oversaw matters in her state. She texted, Open my private airport in our state for 4 hours, allowing a person with the surname Lu to pass. The response came swiftly, Yes, boss. After completing her instructions, she messaged Lu Guiqi. He seemed to be waiting by his phone, responding immediately. "Brother, tonight you are my savior." Lin Wu shook her head in disbelief, realizing it was getting late, and headed upstairs to freshen up. Given Lu Guiqi's speed, she expected to learn Zhang Yuge's whereabouts by morning. If she could ascertain the actual purpose of the pendant from Zhang Yuge, there would be no need to investigate further with Shihang. Lin Wu preferred to avoid confronting Shihang as Dao Sheng. She would evade it if possible. After washing up, she lay in bed and examined the pendant once more. Truth be told, she could be considered a mystic herself, possessing a fair understanding of mystic matters and having encountered various peculiar items. Yet, she had never seen anything like this pendant before. Its unique material and somewhat sinister design were indeed remarkable. The very existence of something unfamiliar was extraordinary. She pondered where Zhang Yuge might have acquired such an object, but unable to find clarity, she stored the pendant away and drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, the Lin family remained awake, their lights burning late into the night. At that moment, Feng Ruling had learned of Lin Qian's predicament in the hospital and was livid, chastising old Master Lin and Lin Wu. "I can endure my own grievances, but my daughter must not suffer." Seeing Lin Qian with red-rimmed eyes and a sorrowful expression, her heart ached. "Rest assured, Qianqian, I will make sure you get your revenge. What is Lin Wu to think she can humiliate you like that? And that old fool, does he truly believe our Lin family cannot do without him?" Lin Qian, witnessing Feng Ruling's reaction, felt somewhat satisfied. "Mother, let us not say such things. After all, grandfather is an elder. His reprimands don't matter. But Lin Wu, I truly do not comprehend how I have offended her." "How have you offended her? She is the one who constantly seeks trouble with you." Lin Jiangchuan interjected. Emerging from the kitchen with fruit he had cut for Lin Qian. "Qianqian, do not place the blame on yourself. She is the one at fault, not you. When you see her again, I will not allow her to escape unscathed." Lin Qian appeared somewhat apprehensive. "But, after all, I did take her family. It's only natural she would resent me." "What do you mean you took her? It is she who has taken from you." Feng Ruling grasped Lin Qian's hand, expressing her concern. "If it weren't for her, I would not have lost you for so many years, allowing you to endure so much hardship." "Qianqian, you are too kind. But Lin Wu is no pushover. Today, she even threatened your father at the company." "What?" Lin Qian's eyes widened in shock. "Did she really do that?" "No way." Lin Jiangchuan scoffed. "Is there any doubt? I always knew she was no good. Today only confirmed it. We cannot let this go unpunished. Qianqian, finish your fruit and get some rest. I need to speak with father. I have matters to discuss with my elder brother." Feng Ruling immediately urged. "You must inform your father and Jiang by that this matter cannot simply be overlooked. Lin Wu has dared to intrude upon the Lin family. She must learn that the Lin family is not a place she can enter unchallenged." Lin Jiangchuan nodded. "I understand, mother." Simultaneously, in the study upstairs, Lin Jiangbai was posing the same question to Lin Shanghai. "Father, I've spoken with your assistant. Lin Wu's actions today were utterly outrageous, showing such blatant disregard for you and the Lin family. Why have you not reported this?" Seated behind his desk, Lin Shanghai's expression was grim. "We cannot report this. Let pass." "Why?" Lin Jiangbai persisted. "If you do not take action, how will you maintain your dignity in the future?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shanghai's pent-up anger from the day finally erupted. He abruptly stood up and seized the ashtray from the table, hurling it at Lin Jiangbai. Caught off guard, Lin Jiangbai could not evade in time and was struck on the forehead, causing blood to flow and leaving him momentarily dazed. Even more bewildering were Lin Shanghai's furious words. "Why? Isn't it all you're doing?" Lin Jiangbai, incredulous, exclaimed. "Me? How could it possibly be me?" With his hands pressed against the table, Lin Shanghai glared ominously at Lin Jiangbai, demanding, "I ask you, what exactly is the talisman for the old man?" Upon hearing this, Lin Jiangbai's expression shifted. He covered his forehead and after a lengthy pause replied, "It's just an ordinary charm for safety. I happened to develop a connection with the young master of the Lung family, and after much pleading, he finally agreed to take me to see Master Zhang. At that time, several of our Lin family's projects were suffering losses, and it seemed that Yunke Group was also considering terminating our partnership. Master Zhang, however, could discern our plight immediately. Master Zhang's abilities were well known in their circle. Previously, when the Zhao family's company encountered difficulties, it was thanks to Master Zhang's talisman that they weathered the storm, something you are aware of. Thus, when I suggested seeking something from Master Zhang for the Lin family, you agreed. Lin Shanghai spoke in a low voice. Indeed, Master Zhang's talisman proved effective. After acquiring it, not only did the old man's health improve somewhat, but the fortunes of the Lin family also saw a slight upturn. However, he glanced at Lin Jiangbai and sneered. But now, the company is in trouble. And even Yunke Group has severed ties with the Lin family. Lin Jiangbai's expression turned to one of shock, his voice trembling as he stammered, You know about Yunke Group's situation. Lin Shanghai glared at him. Such a significant matter. Do you think you could keep it from me? Growing increasingly agitated, Lin Shanghai again raised his hand as if to strike Lin Jiangbai. Shrinking back, Lin Jiangbai hurriedly said, with Master Zhang's talisman, the Lin family should be thriving. If something has gone wrong now, it must be with that talisman. Otherwise, Yunke Group would not have abruptly cut ties with us. Lin Shanghai paused. Lin Jiangbai quickly added, Father, Master Zhang's abilities cannot be in question. I will go find the young master of the Lung family tomorrow and seek an audience with Master Zhang to clarify things. However, Lin Shanghai responded, There's no need. Confused, Lin Jiangbai asked why. Lin Shanghai's expression darkened as he explained, It is not Master Zhang who has faltered, but rather that talisman. Lin Wu went to see the old man in the hospital these past 2 days and discovered the charm given by Master Zhang. She then brought it to the company to confront me. Lin Jiangbai was taken aback, exclaiming, Lin Wu is concerned about this matter? Lin Shanghai affirmed with a grim nod, sitting back down and grinding his teeth. Moreover, Lin Wu claimed that the old man's sudden deterioration in health was due to that charm. Lin Jiangbai's pupils widened as he exclaimed, Does Lin Wu suspect that we gave the old man the charm to transfer his life force to the Lin family, ensuring our lasting prosperity? Lin Shanghai immediately shot a fierce look at Lin Jiangbai, admonishing, Did I not say to keep this matter to ourselves? No one is to mention it. Lin Jiangbai gasped in shock. No wonder father did not report it. If Lin Wu were to cause a scene at the company over this, it would indeed be inadvisable to alert the authorities. Otherwise, if Lin Wu were to reveal this, their actions could easily come alight. Regaining his composure, Lin Jiangbai quickly moved around the table to Lin Shanghai's side, whispering, Father, how did Lin Wu find out? She's just a country girl and likely knows nothing about spiritual matters. How could she possibly have discovered this? Lin Shanghai furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that there's an expert around the old man who could have noticed? Lin Jiangbai nodded. It must be so. Father, we must urgently devise a plan to retrieve the talisman. Even if we cannot place it back by the old man's side, it cannot fall into Lin Wu's hands. Moreover, if the talisman returns to us, perhaps the company will regain its former stability. Lin Shanghai agreed, pondering for a moment before saying, Very well. Tomorrow I shall personally visit the old man. After all, I am his blood relative. He will not side with an outsider in my presence. Lin Jiangbai, wishing to be cautious, added, Then I shall also seek out the young master of the Lung family to request an audience with Master Zhang. Even if we cannot retrieve the talisman, we can ask Master Zhang to dispel the enchantments on it. In that case, if Lin Wu possesses it, it would merely be an ordinary charm, and she would not be able to stir up any trouble. With 2 plans in place, they felt more secure. Lin Shanghai nodded in approval. Good. Your foresight is commendable. Just as he finished speaking, they heard Lin Jiangquan's voice from outside. Lin Shanghai instructed, Be discreet. Do not let Jiangquan and the others find out. Lin Jiangbai assured him, Father, do not worry. I understand. The following morning, Lin Wu, having rarely slept well, awoke past 8 o'clock. She lingered in bed for a while before rising to change clothes and freshen up. Subsequently, she took her phone and descended to the kitchen, hoping to find something to eat. However, the fridge was nearly empty, and she could only manage to find a single banana, which she sat down at the dining table to eat while contemplating calling a nearby restaurant for delivery. Upon unlocking her phone, she was greeted by a barrage of missed calls, over a dozen from Lu Guiqi that had come in during the early hours, continuing until dawn. Disliking being disturbed while sleeping, she had kept her phone on silent, hence had not answered any calls. With so many calls, Lin Wu felt a sense of foreboding. What if something had gone awry? Perhaps he had been intercepted by Guanshan before reaching her private airport? However, she dismissed the thought, knowing that the underground arena beneath the province auction house was no ordinary place, rife with complicated power dynamics. It would be nearly impossible for Guanshan to extricate himself in such a short time. With this in mind, Lin Wu decided to return Lu Guiqi's call. To her surprise, he answered almost instantly, the phone barely ringing once before his voice came through, sounding pitiful. Big brother, father, ancestor, you finally awakened. Having known Lin Wu for so long, Lu Guiqi was acutely aware of her routines. Upon seeing so many calls without an answer, he knew she was likely still asleep. Lin Wu, casually munching on her banana, asked, "Are you still alive?" Lu Guiqi chuckled nervously, "Of course." "Then why didn't you consider that calling me while I am asleep might not be wise? You better provide me with a plausible excuse. Like being kidnapped by an international organization last night." Lu Guiqi, fully aware of the consequences of waking Lin Wu in the past, quickly flattered her. "With you looking after me, how could anything happen? My brother is simply the best." "Well, I did get into a bit of trouble with Qianqian in her province, and suddenly return home. I felt it unwise to go back to the Lu family, lest my brother discover the mess I've made and give me a beating." As he continued, his voice trailed off, which raised Lin Wu's alarm. She asked, "So where are you now?" Clearing his throat, Lu Guiqi hesitated. I'm just outside your door." "Lin Wu?" She glanced towards the entrance, then back at her phone, sitting upright in surprise. "Are you joking with me?" Lu Guiqi, eager to please, explained, "I knew you hadn't had breakfast yet. So I made a special trip to the northwest corner of North City to pick up the most famous soup dumplings and lotus meat wontons." Lin Wu. "Father? Ancestor?" Lu Guiqi tentatively called out. Taking a deep breath, Lin Wu rubbed her face, set down her phone and banana, and walked towards the door. Upon opening it, she indeed spotted a suspicious young man lurking just outside her gate, a tall, slender figure with a childlike face that was surprisingly innocent yet handsome. Upon seeing Lin Wu, he swiftly raised his arm and called out, "Father, your son is here." Lin Wu approached with menacing strides, fixating on Lu Guiqi as he inquired, "You stirred up trouble with Qianqian in our state, and while I assisted you in finding a way out, you now come here, fearing that Qianqian would discover my involvement and drag me down with you. Am I right?" Lu Guiqi protested vehemently. No, I assure you, my hands are clean. Not a trace left behind." Lin Wu gritted his teeth. "But you went to the octagonal pavilion, didn't you? How many people saw you this morning? If Qianqian had even the slightest lead to investigate domestically, would he not uncover this place? It's merely a matter of time." Lu Guiqi straightened up in an instant, appearing almost model-like. "Father, you possess remarkable abilities. What is there to fear from a mere Qianqian? I have faith in you. With your skills, severing Qianqian's leads is a task you could accomplish in mere moments." The obsequiousness on Lu Guiqi's face made Lin Wu's fist clench, and after taking a few deep breaths, she asked, "So, is that the reason you sought me out?" "Of course not," Lu Guiqi exclaimed, raising the food in his hands and chuckling. "It's been ages since we've shared a meal together, hasn't it? Besides, I was bound to return anyway. A slight early arrival is of no consequence. Rest assured, the matters you need handled in Shangue will be taken care of by me." Lin Wu was so exasperated by his mention of Shangue that she nearly lost her train of thought. In the end, she shot him a glare, uttered the passcode, and turned to walk inside. "Follow me." Lu Guiqi's face lit up as he eagerly entered through the grand door. Once inside the villa, he trailed after Lin Wu, insisting, "Brother, you can trust me. I'll stay at Shangue without causing you any trouble." "Huh, what difference does it make? You've already caused me trouble," Lin Wu retorted as she took a seat at the dining table, nodding toward the kitchen. Lu Guiqi hurried inside, quickly retrieving bowls and utensils, arranging the food with utmost speed. As the fragrant aroma wafted through the air, Lin Wu's expression softened slightly when she noticed Lu Guiqi's dark circles from an all-nighter. "Aside from selling him to the gladiatorial arena, what else have you done for Qianqian?" Lu Guiqi scratched his nose, falling silent. Lin Wu sensed something was amiss. "Speak." With an awkward laugh, Lu Guiqi replied, "It's nothing much, just I felt he was working too hard, so I found him a few pleasant companions." Lin Wu's brows furrowed. "But he hasn't lost his virtue, has he?" Lu Guiqi hastily clarified, No. He is completely innocent. The most he faced was a few beatings in the arena or being acquired by someone with particular tastes. But honestly, with that fierce look of his, who will be interested?" Lin Wu slammed her hand on the table, causing Lu Guiqi to spring to attention, standing upright. Taking a deep breath, she tried to avoid looking at him. Yet, as soon as she turned away, Lu Guiqi scuttled in front of her like a puppy, gazing at her pitifully. Finally, Lin Wu squeezed out through gritted teeth, "I can provide you with information, but I'm not interested in suffering a loss." Good. Lu Guiqi's eyes sparkled. Lin Wu's tone turned icy. I want 5% of the Liu family share in her state. Liu Guiqi exclaimed, that's worth billions. He leaned closer. But those are managed by my brother. I can't make that decision. How about I let you have fun with Shengui instead? Or perhaps I can split the black market shares in Jing with you? Lin Wu turned her face away again, then prepare for Guanqin's vengeful retaliation. Wait. Liu Guiqi tugged at her sleeve. Father, ancestor, Wu, you can't be so heartless. Lin Wu replied coldly. I only want the Liu family share in her state. Why? Liu Guiqi was puzzled. Weren't you uninterested in my family's business before? Lin Wu responded nonchalantly. I suddenly have an interest. Is that not permissible? Of course. I would love for you to join me in making money. Liu Guiqi blurted out. Initially, he had been saved by Lin Wu and had long desired to bring her into his fold, but she had firmly rejected him without a hint of hesitation. Despite his persistence in expressing the substantial benefits of her joining him, Lin Wu had remained resolute in her disinterest. Now that she suddenly sought a share in the Liu family's holdings, Liu Guiqi was understandably taken aback. However, he realized that if Lin Wu secured the Liu family's share, she would be considered one of their own. His excitement was tempered by the fact that she wanted the shares in her state, not in Huagua. Everyone knew that her state was a land of opportunity. Yet, gaining entry into its business realm was more challenging than reaching the heavens. The stakes were incredibly high, and even a slight miscalculation could lead to significant shifts in our state's power dynamics, exposing oneself to potential threats from rival factions. Brother, if you want shares in Huagua, I would hand them over without a second thought. But for our state, Liu Guiqi scratched his forehead. That's really not feasible. Our state has always been under my brother's management. If I were to give you those shares, it would certainly require his approval. I've been sneaking into our state without my brother's knowledge, and if he were to find out, he would question me about it, leading him to realize that I had offended Guanqin. The thought of his brother's potential reaction sent a shiver down Liu Guiqi's spine. No, I absolutely cannot let him find out. He then attempted to curry favor by gently squeezing Lin Wu's shoulder. Let us negotiate a different arrangement, shall we? Lin Wu replied coolly. My grandfather's health has deteriorated. Liu Guiqi paused, having known about her grandfather's existence and how much Lin Wu cared for him. He quickly asked, have you found a doctor? If not, I can recommend someone. I know a friend who is incredibly skilled. Lin Wu replied solemnly, no need. A new doctor has already taken over my grandfather's treatment. However, given my grandfather's condition, we need someone from a medical organization. Upon hearing this, Liu Guiqi froze, slowly realizing. So, you want to share in the Liu family's medical equipment sector? Despite knowing Lin Wu for many years, Liu Guiqi was still largely unaware of her background. He only knew that she was a renowned perfumer in the underworld and that she had some influence in her state. But the specifics remained a mystery to him as she had never divulged that information. However, he was aware that Lin Wu had no connections to any medical organizations. Lin Wu continued, I need to meet with Elder Yang from the medical organization, but it's difficult for ordinary people to see him, and securing an appointment is quite challenging. Lin Wu had intentions of requesting Elder Yang's assistance, but she preferred not to resort to extreme measures to avoid offending him. I have heard of your brother Liu Qian's business dealings in our state, which include collaborations with the medical organization to produce medical equipment annually, prioritizing supply to them, and maintaining a favorable relationship. Lin Wu raised her gaze to Liu Guiqi. I need that connection. Liu Guiqi hesitated. Actually, I could directly ask my brother to help you get in touch with Elder Yang. Lin Wu responded coolly, but I do not wish to owe your brother a favor. He is a shrewd individual, and I prefer not to engage in direct dealings with him. As she spoke, she straightened her posture and picked up a soup dumpling with her chopsticks. Of course, you can refuse and go back to your brother for help with Guanqin. You know, my assistance comes with a price, determined solely by my needs, not by what the other party has. At present, the only thing I find valuable from your Liu family is the connection with the medical organization in our state. As for everything else, do you think I would lack it? Lin Wu took a bite of the soup dumpling and calmly delivered her final statement. 5% is already a concession on my part, considering our friendship. If it were someone else, I would demand at least 10% to justify the risk of offending the international organization's overseer. With that, Lin Wu quietly resumed her meal. Liu Guiqi gazed at her, conflicted, before eventually sitting down beside her. Lin Wu offered no further conversation, engrossed in her meal while checking messages on her phone, swiftly typing a message to Zheng Yuan. If the international organization inquires about those who left last night, say you haven't seen them. Zheng Yuan replied promptly, Understood, boss. Lin Wu glanced at her phone, turned it off, and continued her meal. As she finished the entire bowl of wontons, Lu Guiqi suddenly exclaimed, "All right." Lin Wu turned to him. Lu Guiqi, with a look of determination, declared, "Since you are doing this for your grandfather, I agree. The shares of the Lu family and region are yours." Lin Wu reminded him, "Your brother hasn't agreed yet." Lu Guiqi waved his hand dismissively. "My brother cares for me. He will agree. Although, I might get a beating for it." The thought seemed to cause Lu Guiqi to wince slightly. He added, "Don't worry, I'll call him right away." Lin Wu looked at him appreciatively and said, "Thank you." Lu Guiqi, radiating sunshine, replied with a grin, "What are you thanking me for? We're like family." Lin Wu lowered her gaze and suddenly asked, "Did you not say you would introduce me to someone interested in my spices? I have some free time these days. Please bring him over." Lu Guiqi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? I thought I wouldn't be able to discuss this with you until next week, but you're willing to meet him so soon." Lin Wu replied, "No more chatter. I only have these few days, so hurry." All right. Lu Guiqi said joyfully. "In fact, he is in North City. He should be free in the next few days. Once you two meet, I can." Lin Wu sensed his enthusiasm was bordering on excessive and frowned, abruptly asking, "How much commission are you pocketing from this?" Lu Guiqi naturally held up 3 fingers. The next moment, he realized his mistake, his expression stiffening as he quickly clarified, No. How could I profit from you? I'm merely introducer, I swear." Lin Wu retorted, "Foolishness. You've made me feel guilty for nothing." She slammed her chopsticks down and asserted, 70-30. "You take 30, I take 70. Lu Guiqi's eyes widened in disbelief. "No. I genuinely haven't taken anything. Wu, you must believe me, I'm innocent." Lin Wu stood up, expressionless, and stated, 80-20. You take 20, I take 80. With that, she turned and headed upstairs. Lu Guiqi lamented behind her, "I was wrong. Wu, please. 80-20 is too little. Can we stick with 70-30 instead?" 0-22. Hacker ranking second. Black Fox Lin Wu paid no heed to Lu Guiqi and proceeded directly to her study. Upon entering, she approached the bookshelf, her gaze scanning until it landed on a specific book on the 5th shelf from the left. She shifted it slightly, and a click echoed as the entire bookshelf began to move, parting in the center to reveal a concealed door. Lin Wu pressed a button on the adjacent electronic screen, activating the system. A faint blue light scanned her body, finally resting on her pupils. A cold, robotic voice announced, "Iris verification successful. Welcome back, Master." The secret door creaked open, revealing a dim corridor. Lin Wu stepped inside, arriving at a vast room unlike any in the villa, filled with advanced electronic equipment and various experimental stations, dominated by a large LCD screen in the center. She approached the control panel, pulled out a chair, and activated the device with her fingerprint. Her fingers flew over the keyboard, and numerous code pages quickly appeared on the screen, transforming into a video call interface. However, due to her modifications, only a virtual avatar was displayed to the other party. As she rummaged through the cabinet for a voice changer and donned it, the call connected, revealing a commanding voice. "The Skynet is our international organization's universal network, utilized by countless individuals for critical tasks at any given moment. Black Fox, how dare you intrude into my office's network without prior notice? What if this disrupts important matters?" Lin Wu looked up at the screen, where a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a solemn and dignified appearance, appeared. He was Su Qianqian, the leader of the international organization and a brother to Qianqian, with whom he shared a life-and-death bond. From what Lin Wu understood, Qianqian was originally a notorious mercenary from the Golden Triangle region, known for his fierce reputation. Su Qianqian had managed to turn Qianqian into an informant during a drug trafficking case, ultimately dismantling a significant cartel that garnered international attention. Since then, Su Qianqian valued Qianqian's talents and sought to steer him towards a more legitimate path, bringing him into the international organization as a trusted ally. Despite Qianqian's stubborn nature, he was still quite obedient to Su Qianqian, bringing her thoughts back to the present. Lin Wu spoke in a hoarse male voice. "We've collaborated numerous times. There's no need for such formality." If anyone present were to hear the name Black Fox, they would undoubtedly be astonished. Black Fox was a celebrated figure within the international organization, having emerged 3 years ago and immediately assisting in resolving a shocking human trafficking case. Since then, Black Fox had continually aided the organization in cracking numerous significant cases with unmatched hacking skills, earning a formidable reputation. Despite challenges from various adversaries in the dark web, Black Fox emerged victorious, securing the second position on the hacker leaderboard and leaving countless others in the dust. Due to this notoriety, many became curious about Black Fox's true identity. However, no one had ever uncovered details such as a real name, age, or gender. Some even offered large sums to extract information from the international organization, but they were met with refusal as the organization publicly defended Black Fox. Consequently, Black Fox became a legendary figure on the international hacker leaderboard, elusive and enigmatic. Few would suspect that this illustrious hacker was merely a young girl on the brink of university life. Upon hearing Lin Wu's words, Su Qianhuai rubbed his forehead, appearing somewhat agitated and distracted. You never initiate contact with me. Speak up. Do you require my assistance with something important? To be honest, Lin Wu found it somewhat awkward to speak up. She delicately inquired, I heard that Qianqian has gone missing. Is that true? Su Qianhuai's head snapped up. That information has been contained. How did you come to know? Lin Wu replied, I have my sources. Su Qianhuai's eyes narrowed sharply. Black Fox, your sudden intrusion into my office must signify more than mere inquiries. Do you, by chance, know where Qianqian is? Lin Wu cleared her throat and stated, I do. He is at the arena. Su Qianhuai sprang to his feet. Lin Wu, possessing remarkable composure, continued, given his skills. The fact that he hasn't escaped yet suggests something has gone awry. If you dispatch someone to find him now, you may still be able to rescue him in time. Upon hearing this, Su Qianhuai immediately dialed an internal line, instructing someone on the other end. Once he concluded his orders, he turned back to the screen and solemnly expressed, Thank you. However, for where did you acquire this information? It wouldn't happen to be related to Qianqian's predicament, would it? His tone shifted to a distinctly dangerous note. Although Black Fox was an invaluable partner to the international organization, Qianqian was his comrade, and he could not allow him to suffer. Lin Wu, maintaining her composure, replied, My sources are extensive, as you are well aware. Regarding the origin of the matter, it is best not to inquire further according to industry conventions, lest it stirs unnecessary emotions. Perhaps it was her voice, steady and unruffled, devoid of any hint of guilt for wrongdoing, that assuaged Su Qianhuai's doubts. He spoke with gravity. Do you know who is responsible? Lin Wu remained silent. Su Qianhuai clenched his teeth, declaring, Qianqian is trapped in the arena. He must have been deliberately set up. As his brother, I cannot allow this to go unavenged. Su Qianhuai was renowned internationally for his fierce protectiveness over those he cared for. Lin Wu, appearing contemplative, suddenly remarked, I did not know, but when I received news about him, I did uncover a few clues. The assailants seemed to be from the Independent Alliance of Region R. I cannot specify who, though. She had long held a grudge against the Independent Alliance, not only for encroaching on her territory, but also for infringing upon her business interests. Otherwise, she would have secured the medical resources in Region R last year, rather than fixating on the Liu family's assets. Since she was unable to return to Region R for now, it seemed prudent to create some trouble for the Independent Alliance. In the video, Su Qianhuai's expression darkened. The arena was indeed under the jurisdiction of the auction house, located within the territory of the Independent Alliance. It was entirely plausible that they were involved. Last month, Qianqian had even investigated one of their docks. It appeared they were poised for retaliation. Lin Wu remarked, Oh, I did not anticipate such unexpected developments. She continued seriously. What was merely a trivial matter to them escalated to the point of kidnapping Qianqian and selling him to the arena. This is truly excessive. Su Qianhuai slammed his hand on the table. Rising in fervor, I must hold the Independent Alliance accountable. Their arena must provide a satisfactory explanation. Lin Wu agreed. Indeed. Do pursue an explanation. Su Qianhuai nodded solemnly. Black Fox, I am grateful for your assistance in this matter. I owe you a favor, which I shall repay in due time. Now, I must personally retrieve Qianqian, so I shall take my leave. Lin Wu, maintaining her composure, bid farewell, very well, until we meet again. After concluding her video call with Su Qianhuai, Lin Wu rose to leave. Upon reaching the first floor, she overheard Liu Guiqi's anguished cries. No, brother. I swear I did not act recklessly. It was merely a small jest with the international organization. My friend will sort this out for me. Just wait 2 days and see if I have deceived you. His protest continued. I'm not bragging. My brother is truly capable. This matter will surely resolve. Please don't tell Mom and Dad. I don't want to go back right now. Brother, my dear brother, I beg you, just agree. I promise, there will be no next time. Fine, fine, I'll return next month, and thereafter, I will behave at home. Is that acceptable? You agreed? I knew you would be the best brother. Lin Wu observed as Lu Guiqi shifted from disheartened to submissive, attempting to evoke his brother's affections, before finally leaping up in excitement. It was truly unbelievable that such a fool could manage to kidnap Guanshan. As Lu Guiqi entered the call, he intended to rush upstairs to share the news with Lin Wu, only to spot her at the staircase, prompting him to dash over. Wu, my brother has agreed. However, he said he will only send you the contract once he confirms that the international organization has not found any information about me. But my brother is a man of his word. He will not default. Lin Wu was indifferent to the details, seeking only results. She nodded. That is acceptable. However, I have one request. You will handle the transition of work in Region R. Understood? You wish to keep a low profile and not let my brother discover your identity. Correct? That is fine. Lu Guiqi readily agreed. Lin Wu folded her arms, stating, I've already made arrangements with the international organization. You should go eat now, and later accompany me to Shanghai to meet someone. Upon hearing this, Lu Guiqi gazed at Lin Wu with starry eyes, his habitual trust in her making him believe her words without question. You've wrapped this up so quickly. You truly are impressive. He returned to the table, quickly finishing his meal, then tidied himself in the restroom before leaving with Lin Wu. Upon seeing the cars in Lin Wu's backyard parking garage, Lu Guiqi's eyes lit up. Wow, these must be the limited editions released by Qianqian Group. Lin Wu confirmed with a quiet Lu Guiqi excitedly approached, touching the vehicles. Wu, how did you acquire these? My brother doesn't even have them. Buying these would require the 5% that the Lu family just gave you. Lin Wu replied nonchalantly. Now you know. She urged, stop dawdling, get in the car. Lu Guiqi, suddenly energized, insisted on driving. Lin Wu, uninterested in idle chatter, handed him the car keys and took her seat in the back. As the vehicle began to move, Lin Wu's phone chimed. She checked it and found a message from Bo Yuding. Are you heading to the hospital? Perfect timing. Little girl, take me along. Lin Wu, momentarily stunned, glanced out the window to see Bo Yuding's tall, elegant figure at the neighboring villa's entrance. As Lu Guiqi drove away, Lin Wu texted back. I have matters to attend to today. I want to be going to the hospital. Evite zu Otov. Bo Yuding fixed his gaze on the car that was swiftly fading from view, remaining motionless for quite some time. Eventually, feeling stiff, he lowered his eyes to his phone screen, where Lin Wu's last message lingered. Is there something urgent? Didn't she care most about visiting the old man in the hospital? What could possibly take precedence over that? Bo Yuding had indeed been busy at the hospital throughout the night. A portion of the medication on the director's list could only be obtained from the medical organization, requiring Old Yang's personal signature. Even if the little girl possessed remarkable capabilities, this was beyond her reach. Thus, he had tirelessly facilitated channels with a medical organization, ensuring the swift delivery of supplies to Huagua, and drafted a preliminary treatment plan tailored to the old man's condition, all while arranging for someone to track the progress of the item the girl sought. By the time he concluded his tasks, it was already morning. Bo Yuding returned, weary yet eager to greet Lin Wu, but upon ringing the doorbell, received no response. Assuming she was out, perhaps having gone to the hospital, he was about to enter Villa 32 when he heard a commotion from the neighboring yard, faintly catching a man's voice followed by the sound of a car departing. Oh, the little girl is home, just busy entertaining guests and unable to attend to me. Bo Yuding stared at the message on his phone, as if willing new notifications to appear. Yet, there was nothing more than that one message. She had matters to attend to, specifically accompanying an unknown man somewhere. After a long pause, Bo Yuding withdrew his gaze, placing a hand over his aching abdominal wound, and expressionlessly turned to enter. Just then his phone rang. He glanced at the screen, frowning slightly upon seeing it was merely one of his subordinates. Answering with a cool detachment, he inquired, What is it? Sir, individuals from an international organization have inexplicably approached us. Meanwhile, Lin Wu and Lu Guiqi quickly arrived at Shanghai. On the way, Lu Guiqi had already called Manager Song to inform him of their impending arrival. Upon learning that the top boss was coming, Manager Song was thrilled and eagerly awaited at the entrance. Shortly thereafter, a sleek, low-key luxury supercar came to a slow stop outside Shanghai's grand establishment. Manager Song's eyes brightened. The car exuded extravagant wealth and was undoubtedly that ostentatious, showy vehicle his boss had mentioned. Checking the license plate confirmed it matched the number from their earlier conversation. As the car came to a complete stop, Manager Song rushed forward. Simultaneously, the rear door swung open. Mistaking that his boss was seated in the back, he instinctively adjusted his direction to jog toward the vehicle, thinking it improbable that someone of his boss's stature would drive themselves. Surely a chauffeur would be present to match his boss's profile. Manager Song approached with heightened enthusiasm. "Boss, I have arranged everything for the day." His words abruptly halted as he beheld the figure stepping out of the car. Before them stood a girl, tall and slender, clad in black attire that exuded an undeniable presence. As one's gaze ascended to her face, they would find it exquisitely beautiful, her sharp and straight brows accentuating a chilling demeanor that commanded respect. She was the sort of person one could not help but stare at, yet felt compelled to avert their eyes. Wasn't she the daughter the Lin family had cast aside? Manager Song instinctively glanced at the license plate. Indeed, it was her. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the driver's seat, exclaiming excitedly, "Wow, this car is incredible. Truly a limited edition from an international brand." Manager Song turned toward the source of a voice, his eyes widening in disbelief. Lu Guiqi dashed around the car, approached Lin Wu, playfully pleading, "Dad, can I borrow this car for a couple of days? Look how effortlessly I handle it. It's as if fate has destined us to be together." Lin Wu felt a wave of goosebumps rise at his words and glanced at Lu Guiqi with an impassive expression. However, Lu Guiqi, determined to win over the car, decided to cast aside his pride, continuing his relentless charm offensive. "Just a few days, I promise I won't scratch it. Look how well we get along. It's clear it wants me to drive it. Wu, you're the best." Lin Wu pinched the bridge of her nose, unable to bear the sight of Lu Guiqi any longer. She replied curtly, "Be quiet. Choose a car for yourself later. Don't bother me." "Dad, you're my real dad from now on." Lu Guiqi cheered, spinning on his heel to embrace his beloved vehicle, even going so far as to plant a kiss on its hood. This scene left Manager Song utterly dumbfounded, struggling to find his voice. Boss." Hearing the voice, Lu Guiqi looked up and noticed him, handing over the car keys with a worried admonition. "This car stays right here. No one is allowed to move it, lest they damage my ride. Understand?" Manager Song nodded vacantly, clearly still grappling with the surreal situation before him. Lin Wu, growing impatient, interjected, "Enough, don't waste my time. Let us go find someone." "Sure thing, Lin Dad." Lu Guiqi responded cheerfully, fanning Lin Wu with his hand as they walked inside, assuring her, "Rest assured, I'll make sure you meet whoever you need today." Lin Wu unexpectedly asked, "Do you know which room Zhang Yuga is in?" "I don't know." Lu Guiqi blurted out, quickly turning to Manager Song. To his surprise, he found Manager Song still rooted in place, wearing a look of existential doubt. He frowned. "What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear me ask where he is?" Manager Song snapped out of his daze and hurried over, cautiously inquiring, "Boss, who are you looking for?" "Zhang." Lu Guiqi struggled to remember the name. Glancing back at Lin Wu, she replied coolly, "Zhang Yuga, a mystic who has connections with the Lung family and several prominent clans." "Ah, yes, that's the one," Lu Guiqi exclaimed, turning to Manager Song. "Wu mentioned he has been staying at Shengguei for quite some time. His status is rather distinguished. You must know him, right?" Manager Song, caught in a bewildered stare from Lin Wu, who wore a knowing smirk, finally had to confront the truth. The young lady he had intentionally neglected, the Lin family's faux daughter, was not only acquainted with his superior, but seemed to share a close rapport. Was this reality or a surreal dream? The memory of that night, when Lin Wu had questioned him, "Does your boss know you're acting this way?" flooded back to him. Observing Lu Guiqi's familiarity with Lin Wu, Manager Song felt a chill run down his spine, hastily affirming, "Of course. Master Zhang is a VIP guest at Shengguei. The Lung family has emphasized multiple times that we must treat him with the utmost respect. He is in room 1506 on the 15th floor. Then lead the way," Lu Guiqi commanded, "and have the kitchen prepare a feast. I want the best dishes: crystal shrimp, braised ribs, yellow braised shark fin, cherry meat." Lin Wu interjected coolly, "There is no need for that. I can't afford your people. Let us just go meet him first." With that, Lin Wu bypassed Manager Song and proceeded inside. Lu Guiqi paused, then followed, protesting, "How can you not afford them? My staff is your staff. And didn't you say this place was quite good last time you came?" Lin Wu replied nonchalantly. Last time? Yes, the lobby is indeed impressive with ample seating. Lu Guiqi was taken aback. Manager Song, overhearing, nearly collapsed. Boss, you can't be serious. Lu Guiqi, sensing Lin Wu's displeasure, turned sharply to Manager Song. Do you know this person beside me? Manager Song quickly responded. Of course, she is the young lady from the Lin family. Lin Wu crossed her arms, raising her gaze to Manager Song, coldly warning, Manager Song, choose your words carefully. You witnessed when a Lin family publicly expelled me from their midst. I am not a Lin family young lady. I have no ties to them whatsoever. Lu Guiqi was taken aback. Wasn't that a family banquet? How could they kick you out? Lin Wu replied. It was indeed a family banquet. Then how? Lin Wu casually explained. It was their family banquet. They found their biological daughter and celebrated with her, while I was summoned back only to sever ties. Lu Guiqi's eyes widened in shock. So what does the lobby signify? Lin Wu gestured toward Manager Song. Ask him. Lu Guiqi immediately turned to Manager Song, demanding, speak. Beads of sweat trickled down Manager Song's forehead as he bowed repeatedly. Boss, I didn't mean to. I thought you were referring to Lin Qian. Given how much they despised Miss Lin Wu's return, did you lose your eyesight? My brother is clearly not that Lin Qian. Lu Guiqi fumed, delivering a kick to Manager Song. I instructed you to treat her well. How could you let her sit in the lobby all night? She arrived straight from the train. Does that mean she didn't eat and had to wait starting all night? Manager Song nearly toppled over, staggering painfully, his vision blurring. Yet, with his boss present, he gritted his teeth and endured the reprimand. Lu Guiqi, growing increasingly furious, was about to kick again when Lin Wu stopped him, saying softly, Didn't you tell him to receive the Lin family as celebratory guest? Lu Guiqi hesitated, his anger escalating further. It was all the Lin family's fault. Who would have thought they would invite her back only to cast her out? Yes, it was entirely their fault. Otherwise, she wouldn't have suffered such indignities. This was intolerable. He couldn't let it go. He would confront them now, demanding to know what kind of audacity the Lin family had to treat her so poorly. With that, Lu Guiqi turned to leave. Lin Wu closed her eyes briefly, stating, Stop. I don't wish to have any unnecessary entanglements with the Lin family right now. Don't create trouble for me. What if it disrupts the press conference in half a month? She relied on the Lin family to publicly sever ties at that time. Lu Guiqi looked back at her. How can this be creating trouble? They're bullying you. Lin Wu pressed her fingers to her forehead, suggesting they discuss it in half a month. For now, I need to locate the person. Once that's done, we can address everything at once. Lu Guiqi ground his teeth, reluctantly stomping his foot before returning to Lin Wu's side. Manager Song, seizing the opportunity, cautiously inquired then, What about the VIP membership the Lin family previously arranged at Qianqian? Forget the membership. Lu Guiqi cursed from now on. If any of the Lin family dares to step foot in Qianqian, I'll have your skin for it. You better find a new job. 025. Good heavens. The master truly possesses an extraordinary flair. Manager Song exclaimed. He had been an aide to Lu Guiqi for quite some time, well aware of the latter's family background. If Lu Guiqi were to dismiss him, it would not only mean losing his position under him, but his prospects in the entire circle would also be utterly bleak. Manager Song, filled with trepidation, immediately assured, I will handle it. Rest assured, boss. The Lin family will henceforth be on Qianqian's blacklist. I will also spread the word to the prominent families in Beiqing, declaring that the Lin family has offended Qianqian. Qianqian's standing among the elite in Beiqing is self-evident. If the major families of Beiqing learned of the Lin family's offense against Qianqian, they would certainly sever all direct ties with them. Lu Guiqi appeared considerably appeased. Beside him, Lin Wu impatiently urged, Enough, I need to find someone. Do not waste my time. This time, without Lu Guiqi's prompting, Manager Song promptly stepped forward to lead the way, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face. This way. This way. Master Zhang's room is easy to find. I have quite an impression of him. He hasn't left his room since yesterday afternoon, so he must be in now. Lin Wu's expression softened somewhat as he lifted his foot to follow. Lu Guiqi matched Lin Wu's pace, chattering away as they walked. Passers-by in the lobby regarded them with expressions akin to seeing a ghost. They did not recognize Lu Guiqi and Lin Wu, but were well acquainted with Manager Song, who usually facilitated the interactions between Qianqian and the major families of Beiqing. Even the cold and aloof Lung family, filled with privilege, had never seen him so flustered. Who could those two possibly be? Just then, as Lin Wu and Lu Guiqi ascended, a figure arrived at the entrance. None other than Lin Jiangbai. He had driven himself, but was halted by a striking supercar parked at Xingui's entrance. Unable to find a spot, he parked at a distance and walked over. Like any man, Lin Jiangbai found himself drawn to the supercar, marveling at its value, and realized its driver must be of significant stature, someone he could not afford to offend. His initial irritation waned slightly as he entered. According to past customs, the Lin family was typically warmly welcomed by Manager Song at Qianqian, with the staff showing them utmost courtesy, and the doorman would rush to greet them upon sight. However, upon Lin Jiangbai's arrival, he found the lobby eerily silent, everyone seemingly frozen in place. The doorman failed to notice him at first. Lin Jiangbai frowned. After calling out a few times, the doorman finally came to his senses. Yet, upon recognizing him, the doorman hesitated. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and park my car. I'm here to find someone, and I can ascend on my own this time." Lin Jiangbai was quite displeased by the doorman's sluggishness. The doorman was still hesitant, recalling faint whispers of the Lin family during Manager Song's reprimand, but without specific clarity. Given that there was more than one Lin family in Beijing, perhaps it was best to exercise caution until receiving clear instructions from the manager. The doorman approached him, albeit with a somewhat subdued demeanor. Lin Jiangbai sensed this shift and cast a few contemptuous glances, resolving to mention this decline in service to Manager Song later. Eager to meet Master Zhang, he handed over his keys and strode inside. Little did he anticipate the peculiar stares from the crowd in the lobby. He felt a twinge of wariness. Had news of his visit to Master Zhang leaked? Meanwhile, Lin Wu, Lu Guiqi, and Manager Song swiftly arrived at room 1506 on the 15th floor. Manager Song, displaying keen insight, took the initiative to knock on the door. Yet, there was no response. What could be the matter? Lu Guiqi furrowed his brow and questioned Manager Song. "Didn't you say this Master Zhang was in?" Manager Song's heart raced. He was indeed in, as someone had delivered breakfast to him earlier that morning. He knocked again, this time more forcefully, but still received no answer. Could it be that this Master Zhang has gone back to sleep after breakfast? Lu Guiqi pondered aloud. Lin Wu, having lost patience downstairs, pushed past Lu Guiqi and Manager Song, swiftly delivering a decisive kick to the door. With a resounding crash, the door swung open, slamming against the wall, and upon rebounding, it even cracked. Manager Song's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this slender Lin miss truly possess such strength? Lin Wu walked in with an air of nonchalance. Lu Guiqi, accustomed to such antics, followed suit, grinning as he inquired, "Wu, did that hurt your foot? Wasn't that door a bit tough to kick? I'll have the clubhouse doors replaced afterward." Manager Song gasped. "What on earth? That door costs tens of thousands. Boss, you cannot treat the club this way." Upon entering, finding the reception area devoid of people, Lin Wu proceeded into the spacious bedroom. The door was ajar, but not locked, and, as they pushed it open, a pungent odor assaulted their senses. "What is that smell?" Lu Guiqi exclaimed. "Is there no one to clean regularly?" Manager Song replied, "There is. Surely it can't be that unfortunate. The boss rarely inspects, and now he encounters such a misfortune?" Lu Guiqi was skeptical and was about to inquire further when Lin Wu frowned and stated, "It's the smell of blood." The bed was empty, and Lin Wu moved towards the source of the odor, the bathroom. Lu Guiqi and Manager Song exchanged stunned glances before following her into the bathroom, their expressions mirroring shock. Inside the bathtub lay a middle-aged man, pale and unresponsive, his eyes tightly shut. A deep gash marred his wrist, blood flowing profusely, staining the water a deep crimson. The air was thick with an odd scent, reminiscent of burning spices mingled with the metallic tang of blood. The atmosphere fell silent as Manager Song uttered, "That is Master Zhang." Lin Wu inquired, "Are you certain?" "Absolutely, I recognize him," Manager Song affirmed. Lu Guiqi, still in a daze, remarked, "Good heavens. No wonder he is a master. Even in slumber, he is so uniquely unconventional." Lin Wu interjected, "He is a master, not gravely ill. Call the police, dial 119, and see if he is still alive." Manager Song immediately retrieved his phone, only to realize this implied a fatality. Panic-stricken, he glanced at Lin Wu and stammered, "How can you remain so composed? There is a dead person here." Lu Guiqi, showing little reaction, merely expressed concern. "Is he truly dead?" Does that mean this bathtub is unlucky? It needs replacing? A bathtub costs a fortune. Lin Wu retorted. Didn't you just suggest replacing all the doors? That is entirely different. Lu Guiqi said, casting a disdainful look at the body in the tub. You are my brother, so spinning on you is only right. I do not know him. Just as he finished speaking, a voice from outside rang out. Halt. No one is allowed in here. 026. Are you saying that he has taken an interest in your sister? The voice of the bodyguard was not particularly quiet, and Lin Wu and Lu Guiqi could hear it clearly from within the bathroom. Lu Guiqi immediately frowned. Hadn't he specifically ordered that no one was to enter and disturb them? Who had the audacity to intrude on his premises? Manager Song quickly interjected, Boss, you and Miss Lin continue with your tasks. I'll go check it out. Observing that Lin Wu had approached the edge of the bathtub, Lu Guiqi waved his hand. First, call for emergency assistance. Yes. Manager Song responded hastily, dialing as he exited. Lu Guiqi approached Lin Wu, curious. Wu, what have you discerned? Lin Wu's gaze fell into the bathtub, and before she could examine it further, Lu Guiqi interjected, Stop looking. That man is far too ugly. And he isn't wearing any clothes. Gazing at him will hurt your eyes. Lin Wu felt an urge to roll her eyes at him, tugging him aside as she crouched down, placing her fingers on Zhang Yuga's wrist. There was no pulse. He was indeed deceased. Lin Wu frowned, realizing that he had appeared well just this morning, yet now calamity had struck. In such a brief span, he could not have succumbed to despair and taken his own life. It must have been murder. As she spoke, she glanced around, realizing that there was nothing here to inflict harm upon oneself. It must have been taken away by the person who committed the murder. Lu Guiqi immediately responded. That is easily resolved. I will have someone investigate who entered and exited this morning. Being on the 15th floor, it was impossible for anyone to have entered through the window. They could only have come through the front door, which would have been captured by the corridor surveillance cameras. However, Lu Guiqi inquired curiously, Wu, what exactly are you looking for him for? Speak up, perhaps I can assist you. The unexpected incident had caused Lin Wu to feel unjustly treated by Shang Gui, and Lu Guiqi felt a pang of guilt, contemplating how to make amends. After all, how could he face his beloved car with confidence in the future? Lin Wu took out the pendant she had brought, a gift from Zhang Yuga that had eventually come into her grandfather's possession. I suspect my grandfather's sudden deterioration in health is connected to this pendant, which is why I came to seek clarification from Zhang Yuga. Since the person was already deceased, it seemed she would have to resort to the black market to have the stone examined. Lu Guiqi scrutinized it closely, but could discern nothing. He then pulled out his phone to take a photograph, his fingers swiftly tapping the screen. I'll send this to my contacts for further investigation. Lu Guiqi had significant connections in the black market of Beijing, which would likely increase the chances of uncovering information. Lin Wu nodded. All right, thank you. Lu Guiqi urged. Let us leave quickly. Lingering here is just inviting misfortune. We mustn't allow this situation to drain your luck. Lin Wu nonchalantly acknowledged him. However, just as they were about to exit, Lin Wu suddenly had a realization and whipped around. Lu Guiqi, puzzled, asked, What is the matter? Lin Wu stepped closer, bending over to examine the figure in the bathtub, then reached out to touch the person's face. Lu Guiqi elongated his tone with a shiver. Wu, it's been a while. Your interests have become increasingly peculiar. Surely, you don't intend to use his bones for incense? You find this ugly man appealing? Would the incense even smell good? It's better to use mine. Never mind. I can endure. You may use him. Lin Wu shot him an exasperated glance, finally feeling a protrusion beneath the man's cheek. She pressed down, and with a tearing sound, she peeled off a mask. What the? Lu Guiqi recoiled in astonishment, exclaiming. Truly impressive. Only a master could do something so extraordinary, even removing a face. Doesn't he fear embarrassment when he goes out? Lin Wu retorted, Forget your nonsense. She continued, This person is not Zhang Yuga. Huh? Lu Guiqi leaned in for a closer look, discovering that underneath the mask was an ordinary face, somewhat pale, with lips devoid of color, reminiscent of someone on the brink of death. Lu Guiqi narrowed his eyes. So it's a human skin mask? Such items are treasures in the black market, rare even there. Lin Wu frowned. It seems this is a scapegoat. The real Zhang Yuga has escaped. Lu Guiqi speculated. Could it be that Zhang Yuga anticipated danger, deliberately killed this person to impersonate him and buy time for his escape? Before Lin Wu could respond, a furious voice erupted from the entrance. Manager Song, What do you mean by this? Are you not afraid of offending the Lin family? It was Lin Jiangbai. Lu Guiqi straightened up, pointing outside. Wu Wu, is that the Lin family you mentioned earlier? Who else could it be? Lin Wu replied. Lu Guiqi immediately became incensed. He had been eager to confront the Lin family, and now they had come to his territory to stir trouble. Not only had they disrespected his brother, but they also dared to create a commotion here. He was determined to see what kind of people the Lin family truly were. Lu Guiqi rolled up his sleeves and charged outside. At the entrance, 5 or 6 bodyguards blocked Lin Jiangbai. He was greatly displeased, declaring his identity as a member of the Lin family. Yet the bodyguards remained resolute in preventing him from entering, infuriating Lin Jiangbai, who threatened them. Before he could finish, he spotted Manager Song emerging from within. His eyes lit up. Manager Song, your arrival is timely. These blind fools cannot recognize who I am. Please clarify the situation for them. He was also somewhat puzzled as to why Manager Song had exited Master Zhang's room. Had Master Zhang arranged to meet someone else ahead of time? Manager Song had just finished calling for emergency services and reporting the incident to the police when he raised his head to see Lin Jiangbai. His anger surged. The Lin family had caused him a stroke of bad luck today, and now they dare to show up? Manager Song barked, "Get this person out of here." The bodyguards complied and attempted to drag Lin Jiangbai away. Lin Jiangbai, however, was incredulous and shouted to stop them. Manager Song, do you not recognize who I am? Manager Song scoffed. Lin Jiangbai, the eldest son of the Lin family. I would recognize you even if you were ashes. Let me tell you from now on, Sheng Gui will no longer welcome members of the Lin family. Lin Jiangbai stared at Manager Song in disbelief, echoing the words Lin Wu and Lu Guiqi had just heard. To his surprise, Manager Song dismissed him even more scornfully. The Lin family? Even the Lung family would not dare to say that Sheng Gui has wronged them. What are you still doing here? Get him out immediately. The bodyguards surged forward, seizing Lin Jiangbai's arms and dragging him toward the elevator. Lin Jiangbai was forced to accept the reality he saw, struggling angrily. Manager Song, I had a prior appointment with Master Zhang. I'm a close friend of the Lung family's young master. Do not forget, you mentioned before that your boss has taken an interest in my sister. How dare you treat me this way? Just then, a male voice rang out, wait. Lin Jiangbai was astonished to see Manager Song immediately turn upon hearing that voice, bowing respectfully as the bodyguards paused to stand at attention. In a moment, a tall, strikingly handsome young man appeared before them, his demeanor dark and commanding. Clearly not an ordinary individual. Lin Jiangbai had never seen him before, but judging by the reactions of those around him, he cautiously inquired, Who are you? Lu Guiqi inspected Lin Jiangbai with a critical eye. Smirking, did you just say that your master has taken an interest in your sister? Lin Jiangbai froze, observing Manager Song and the nearby bodyguards, then turning to Lu Guiqi. Suddenly enlightened, he thought, you must be the owner of Shangge, the enigmatic figure with immense wealth and influence behind the scenes. Manager Song coldly affirmed, indeed. Lin Jiangbai's eyes brightened, and he quickly brushed past the obstructing bodyguards, striding towards Lu Guiqi. You see, I truly failed to recognize your stature. Please do not take offense. If this man was indeed meeting with Master Zhang, Lin Jiangbai could understand why he had been denied entry. After all, someone of such high standing would undoubtedly have pressing matters to discuss with Master Zhang, and his unintentional intrusion would be seen as a disruption to important business, naturally provoking anger. Believing he had grasped the reason for the sudden change in attitude, Lin Jiangbai smiled warmly. In truth, I had no urgent matters to discuss with Master Zhang. You carry on with your business, and I will visit him another day. However, since fate has allowed us to meet today, I kindly invite you to dine at the Lin family. The owner of Shengui was of utmost importance. The matter of the pendant could wait. Lin Jiangbai observed Lu Guiqi's expression growing colder. To the Lin family? Indeed. Lin Jiangbai replied with a grin. Earlier, you asked Manager Song to take good care of us, and the Lin family is immensely grateful. Rest assured, my sister Qianqian is home today. You will surely meet her. While I am uncertain when Qianqian caught your eye, we elders are quite open-minded and will not interfere. Lin Jiangbai haughtily glanced at Manager Song. It's time for you to manage others as well. Even if there are reasons behind it, one should not offend people indiscriminately, lest it tarnish your own reputation. Don't you agree? Manager Song, being astute, was not oblivious to whom Lin Jiangbai was alluding. He could not help but feel a surge of frustration towards Lin Jiangbai. Noticing Lu Guiqi's increasingly sullen expression, Manager Song found the situation somewhat more bearable, kindly offering a flicker of support to the reckless Lin Jiangbai in his heart. After Lin Jiangbai finished speaking, he called out to Lu Guiqi when he received no response. Lu Guiqi chuckled, acknowledging that it was indeed time for him to be properly managed. Lin Jiangbai felt a surge of pride, remarking on the other's inability to articulate his thoughts. However, before he could finish his sentence, a piercing scream interrupted him. Suddenly, Lu Guiqi raised his hand and delivered a powerful punch to Lin Jiangbai's face, the immense force knocking him down. Caught off guard, Lin Jiangbai was engulfed by a wave of dull pain as he cried out, "What are you doing?" "What am I doing?" Lu Guiqi retorted, delivering a kick to Lin Jiangbai. "What worth does your sister hold? She is not even worthy to carry my shoes, yet dares to aspire for my attention. What does your Lin family even amount to, thinking you can act recklessly in my territory? Are you tired of living?" Manager Song and the bodyguards nearby discreetly averted their gazes, thinking it was foolish for Lin Jiangbai to provoke trouble when he could have left unscathed. Meanwhile, Lin Jiangbai, writhing in pain and unable to stand, attempted to point an accusing finger at Lu Guiqi, but his hand trembled. "Oh, still daring to point at me? You seem quite defiant, don't you? Well, today you shall learn who is untouchable in Beichen." Lu Guiqi raised his hand to strike again, causing the helpless Lin Jiangbai to curl up, shielding his head. At that critical moment, a cold, indifferent female voice pierced through. "If you kill him, who will I ask for answers?" Lu Guiqi's fist halted just centimeters from Lin Jiangbai's head as he turned to reply. "He came charging at my fist. If he has a death wish, that's not my problem." Lin Jiangbai, enraged by the words, was about to retaliate when he was stunned into silence by the sight of someone emerging from the doorway. Lin Wu leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, gazing down at him. Lin Jiangbai questioned his own vision. "What are you doing here?" "This is Shangui. Where did you get in?" Before he could finish, Manager Song and the surrounding bodyguards bowed to Lin Wu. Manager Song added with utmost respect, "I have already called the police and emergency services. They should arrive in about half an hour." Lin Wu nodded, straightening and walking inside. "Bring him in. I have questions." Upon hearing this, Lu Guiqi reluctantly withdrew his hand, feeling unsatisfied, and added one last kick before following her inside. Lin Jiangbai, dazed from the pain, was dragged in by the bodyguards. Once he regained some clarity, he found Lin Wu seated on a leather sofa in the reception area, her long legs crossed casually. Next to her sat the previously aggressive Lu Guiqi, fanning her with his hand, saying, "Whatever you need to ask, just let me do it. Why are you making him suffer?" Lin Wu pinched the bridge of her nose, responding, "Be quiet. If he has to be questioned, can anything be extracted from a living person?" Lu Guiqi immediately clamped his mouth shut. Lin Jiangbai, unable to believe his eyes, exclaimed, "You're not that Lin Wu, are you? My temper's flaring. Why are you insulting my brother?" Lu Guiqi, rolling up his sleeves, "Prepare to charge at him. If you can't hold it together, just leave," Lin Wu interjected. Lu Guiqi obediently complied, muttering, "But do you know how foul his mouth is? He actually claimed I was interested in his sister. How ridiculous. Even if I were to fancy someone, it would never be his sister, who is as obscure as an unknown entity." Lin Wu's head throbbed from his incessant chatter, and she shot him a glare, which rendered him silent. She then leaned forward slightly, resting her elbows on her knees, her calm demeanor exuding an undeniable pressure. "Two questions. First, what exactly is the purpose of the pendant you obtained from Zhang Yuge? Second, when was the last time you contacted Zhang Yuge?" Lin Jiangbai appeared as if struck by lightning, rooted in place, unable to respond until Lu Guiqi gestured for a bodyguard to slap him, prompting his defiance. "Why should I tell you anything? Lin Wu, what tricks have you played to earn such favor from Shangui? You must have used underhanded means to replace my sister. Haven to you? Watch your tongue." Lu Guiqi surged to his feet. Manager Song coldly interjected, "Lin Jiangbai, listen closely. Initially, Shangui welcomed your family solely due to Miss Lin Wu. It was a mere misunderstanding, thinking she was your sister. But you drove Miss Lin Wu from your home. Consequently, Shangui will withdraw all privileges extended to you based on her." "What?" Lin Jiangbai's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that Lin Wu was indeed a guest of Shangui. No, he must be dreaming. How could a country girl possibly be acquainted with the owner of Shangui? Lin Wu, visibly impatient, pressed, "Answer my question." In defiance, Lin Jiangbai declared, "Absolutely not. I won't divulge a single word. Lin Wu's interest peaked. Is that so? Then allow me to inform you that the Master Zhang you mentioned is dead. Regardless of your silence, the police will question you soon. Lin Jiangbai blurted out, dead? Impossible. Young Master Lung spoke with him just this morning, confirming he would be waiting for me here. Upon uttering those words, Lin Jiangbai's complexion paled slightly. Earlier, when he received the call from young Master Lung, the latter had distinctly instructed him not to disclose any information regarding his contact with Master Zhang. For reasons unknown, they seemed to be engaged in a covert operation, avoiding others. It had nothing to do with him, and he had readily agreed. Now that he had let it slip, he feared the consequences if young Master Lung found out. Lin Wu narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Lin Jiangbai before asking, now, answer my first question. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Lin Jiangbai replied, I don't understand your meaning. The pendant you took from grandfather was a peace pendant we sought for his well-being. Not only did you take it, but his condition has worsened. Who knows if you did something to sabotage him and then frame someone else? What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Guiqi erupted, rising to his feet. If you continue to defame my brother, you will soon discover that someone disappearing from Shanggui is hardly a rare occurrence. In response to Lu Guiqi's demeanor, Lin Jiangbai seemed to adopt a reckless attitude. Rising from the ground, he sneered, What? Is it only permissible for you to cast dirt upon me, while I cannot retaliate? No matter how useless I am, I won't allow myself to be bullied. You. Lu Guiqi stormed around the coffee table, ready to confront him. Lin Wu merely lifted her eyelids, commanding, Lu Guiqi, step aside. Lu Guiqi glanced back at Lin Wu, but his mouth is so infuriating. Lin Wu shot him a look. Reluctantly, Lu Guiqi simmered down, huffing at Lin Jiangbai. At that moment, Lin Wu stood up, one hand in her pocket, her expression impassive as she regarded Lin Jiangbai. You've never inquired about grandfather's health. How do you know his condition has worsened? Lin Jiangbai hesitated, his expression faltering. Furthermore, I recall that while I sought out Lin Shanghai, I never explicitly stated that grandfather's illness had deteriorated because of the pendant, Lin Wu remarked coolly. Lin Jiangbai's hands at his sides clenched tightly. Lin Wu crossed her arms and tilted her chin toward the bedroom. The person you came to see is in the bathroom. This revelation left Lin Jiangbai momentarily stunned. Did she genuinely intend to let him see Master Zhang? What are you staring at? Didn't you hear Lin Wu instruct you to go? Lu Guiqi said impatiently. Under her roof, he had no choice but to comply. Gritting his teeth, Lin Jiangbai turned, glancing back every few steps as he entered. Moments later, Lin Wu and Lu Guiqi heard a blood-curdling scream from within, followed by Lin Jiangbai stumbling out. Collapsing in front of the LCD television, his face ashen. Dead, dead. Lin Wu walked around the coffee table to stand before Lin Jiangbai, looking down at him. You should recognize that it isn't Zhang Yuge, correct? Lin Jiangbai shot his gaze upward in horror. Lin Wu gazed down at him, her calm voice devoid of any turbulence. Firstly, from your reaction, I am quite certain that the pendant poses a threat to my grandfather. As for the nature of this threat, you need not disclose it. Feel free to relay it to the police instead. I shall uncover the truth myself. However, your visit to Zhang Yuge suggests that I have discovered the peculiarity of that pendant and am seeking a remedy, am I correct? But that is no longer of consequence. What truly matters is that before my arrival, that individual was already present. Yet, my visit was sudden. No one could have anticipated it. This implies that the only person who must have come is you. You were destined to be the first to encounter the deceased, and, in a sense, the last I've been seen with him. Lin Jiangbai was taken aback. You are not foolish. You understand the implications of such an identity, especially if you are entangled in the deceased's affairs. Do you not? Lin Jiangbai's expression shifted dramatically. Lin Wu scoffed, acknowledging your role as a pawn in this matter. I shall let you off this time, allowing you to bear the burden of the gift prepared for you by others. With that, Lin Wu turned and walked towards the door. Hey, are you leaving so soon? Lu Guiqi hurried after her. Without turning back, Lin Wu instructed, secure the scene. Do not allow Lin Jiangbai to leave until the police arrive. Yes, Miss Lin, take care. Manager Song promptly replied. Just as Lin Wu stepped outside, they heard Lin Jiangbai's furious shout from within the room. Lung Linfeng, how dare you set me up? Lu Guiqi cast a glance back, clicking his tongue. What's the fuss? Suffering can be a blessing. One should be grateful. Lin Wu rolled her eyes. As the two descended in the elevator, they were met with the arrival of police and emergency vehicles, brushing past them on their way up. Lu Guiqi asked, Wu Wu, Are you really letting it go like this? A little pressure on Lin Jiangbai could yield more information, like the whereabouts of this Master Zhang. As Lin Wu reached the car and waited for Lu Guiqi to join her, she replied, "He will not know." "Why not?" Lu Guiqi asked, puzzled. As he started the car, Lin Wu lowered the window, resting her elbow on the ledge, her hand against her forehead. If Lin Jiangbai orchestrated this, he would not have come here this morning. The suspicion is too blatant. He cannot be foolish enough to implicate himself. In summary, either Zhang Yuge offended someone and is feigning death to escape, leaving Lin Jiangbai to bear the blame by sheer misfortune, or the young master of the Lung family is deliberately involved, conspiring with Zhang Yuge on something that must remain undisclosed, necessitating Zhang Yuge's disappearance from the public eye. In this scenario, Lin Jiangbai stumbled upon them and was dragged into the limelight. Lu Guiqi inquired, "What do they stand to gain? Do they expect to topple a wealthy individual over such a minor incident?" Lin Wu replied nonchalantly, "It seems that Lin Jiangbai and the young master of the Lung family share a relationship that is neither too close nor too distant. They wouldn't be so cruel as to ruin Lin Jiangbai's life completely. Thus, the only explanation is that they are merely using Lin Jiangbai as a diversion. The Lin family heir is entangled in a murder case, while the focus remains on the illustrious Master Zhang, coveted by the elite. Most people's attention will be drawn to this. Lin Jiangbai will need a few days to extricate himself, and by the time he does, those who should flee will have already done so. At that point, if the young master of the Lung family offers Lin Jiangbai an irresistible incentive, he will quickly forget the entire affair. After all, as the saying goes, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests." Lu Guiqi seemed to grasp this, smirking woo-woo. "You people from North City know how to play the game." Lin Wu shot him a glance. "I'm not from North City." Lu Guiqi chuckled, then asked, "What will you do next? Are you going to seek out this young master of the Lung family? If so, I can have Manager Song send a message to him and arrange a meeting for you at Shengui." Lin Wu pressed her fingers together thoughtfully. "Not for now. I wish to observe the reactions of the Lung family following the revelation of Master Zhang's suspected death." Lu Guiqi understood immediately. "All right, within half an hour, I will ensure that the prominent families of North City are all aware." Saying this, he dialed a number to relay his instructions. After the call, Lu Guiqi inquired, "Wu, where are you headed next?" "Yuji Emperor Garden." "All right, I will drive you back." As for me, Lu Guiqi contemplated, "I suppose I shall return to Shengui, catch some rest, and then meet with a certain gentleman." "You still call others gentlemen?" Lin Wu remarked curiously. Lu Guiqi suddenly seemed to realize something, retracting his neck. "Who else could it be? It's the friend I mentioned introducing to you before. Even my brother wouldn't dare offend him." Upon hearing this, Lin Wu was somewhat surprised. Her impression of Lu Guiqi's brother, Lu Guiyan, was that of a refined scoundrel, a cunning fox who would not hesitate to deceive. Yet, the person Lu Guiqi wanted her to meet was someone even Lu Guiyan could not offend. Lin Wu's gaze shifted to one of scrutiny. "You are not trying to lead me into a trap, are you?" Lu Guiqi immediately protested. "How could that be? You are my brother. We are practically family. If I were to betray anyone, it would never be you." Lin Wu coldly laughed. "Is that so? Who was it that, unable to defeat me, resorted to issuing a bounty in the black market, stating that whoever could lay a hand on me, even if it was merely a hair, would receive a hefty reward? During that period, she had to arm herself thoroughly whenever she ventured into the black market, donning hats to shield herself from those who lay in wait." Lu Guiqi chuckled awkwardly. "Well, I wasn't familiar with you back then. Besides, you'd give me quite a beating afterward." Lin Wu nodded in agreement. "No wonder your brother often wants to beat you. You truly have a talent for provoking others." Lu Guiqi insisted. "That was merely my adventurous spirit." Lin Wu rolled her eyes. Soon, they arrived at Yuji Emperor Garden. Lu Guiqi waited for Lin Wu to exit the car, then happily drove away in his newly acquired vehicle. As Lin Wu turned to enter, she suddenly heard a familiar male voice nearby. "Out for business?" It turned out that the matter concerning the young lady was merely a date. Lin Wu turned to see Bo Yuding, clad in casual home attire and carrying a garbage bag, standing at his doorstep, seemingly surprised by the encounter. Lin Wu halted, puzzled. "A date?" Bo Yuding casually tossed the garbage bag into the recycling bin and approached Lin Wu, looking at her intently. "I met with your grandfather this morning, and we discussed a preliminary treatment plan. Of course, our conversation was quite pleasant." The abrupt shift in topic left Lin Wu momentarily speechless. "Thank you. Indeed, Our conversation was amicable. I also mentioned to him that I am your friend. Bo Yuding raised an eyebrow. Lin Wu replied, Friend? Is that not the case? With a sigh, Bo Yuding's dark eyes shimmered with a certain emotion. The young lady saved my life and shared a meal with me. I assumed we had reached that level of friendship. Realizing her misunderstanding, Lin Wu quickly interjected. Let us consider ourselves friends. Bo Yuding smoothly transitioned, his deep, magnetic voice resonating. If that is the case, I suppose I can follow your grandfather's advice. What advice? Lin Wu inquired. Bo Yuding matter-of-factly stated, he mentioned that you were still young and should not rush into romantic relationships. Lin Wu was momentarily speechless. He also remarked that as you are about to enter university, all your focus should be on your studies. Even if you encounter more boys in college, none would be worthy of your excellence. You are from different worlds and should not concern yourself with them. Bo Yuding wore an expression of earnest conviction. Lin Wu remained silent. As Bo Yuding prepared to continue, Lin Wu, maintaining a stoic expression, interrupted his ramblings. It is not a date. I was merely attending to business with a friend. Bo Yuding raised an eyebrow. Really? Lin Wu retorted, It's false. After finishing her words, she turned to leave. Fin Yuting immediately grasped her hand, chuckling softly. All right, I believe you, my little benefactor. The truth is, I did meet the old man. He asked if you had paid a hefty sum for my assistance, to which I replied no. He then fell silent, appearing somewhat sullen, seemingly eager for your visit. Lin Wu could not help but fall into silence. This indeed resembled the kind of reaction her grandfather might have. He had not reached out to her, but had inquired about her through Fin Yuting. Did that mean he believed Lin, Shanghai, and the others? Lin Wu took a deep breath, freeing herself from Fin Yuting's grasp, and said, I understand now. Thank you. Please continue to rest. I shall not disturb you further. Fin Yuting watched her slender figure as she walked to the door, then suddenly spoke, I have time at noon to cook for you myself. Perhaps I can make a tofu soup, some braised pork ribs, stuffed tiger skin peppers, honey-glazed chicken wings, and sour and spicy shredded potatoes. Would you care to join me? Lin Wu paused as she entered her password. Fin Yuting smiled gently, elongating his tone. Eating alone is rather lonely and wasteful. Would you pity me a little and keep me company for the meal? Lin Wu lowered her gaze to the electronic screen. After a moment, she withdrew her hand, turned around, and coolly replied, Very well. Fin Yuting's eyes sparkled with amusement as he led Lin Wu into his villa. The layout of villas 31 and 32 was quite similar, both adorned in shades of gray and black. The distinction lay in the fact that upon entering his home, Lin Wu immediately spotted 5 or 6 large bookshelves in the living room, filled with an array of books. In the center stood an old, gnarled tree of an unidentified species, beside which was a recliner perfectly positioned to view the courtyard, featuring an artificial hill and flowing water through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Lin Wu lingered for a moment, captivated. Fin Yuting, noticing her interest, gently suggested, You may read there for a while. I will be done shortly. Lin Wu accepted the invitation with a nod and walked over, pausing in front of the nearest bookshelf to peruse its contents. Fin Yuting observed her for a moment, a slight smile on his lips, before turning to the kitchen, rolling up his sleeves as he walked. Just then, his phone chimed. Fin Yuting retrieved it to find a message. Jiuyi, are you free the day after tomorrow? I'm back in Beicheng and thought we could gather you and my brothers. The smile on Fin Yuting's face vanished as he typed a response. I will ask you one last time. Are you certain the person you're introducing me to is the alchemist Ban Ruo from the Tao? There were many alchemists in the Tao, but none could compare to Ban Ruo, whose concoctions had remarkable effects on the human body and were beneficial for practitioners. Therefore, Ban Ruo held immense value in the Tao, with ordinary people finding it nearly impossible to meet him. However, Fin Yuting wished to meet Ban Ruo not for his elixirs, but because the individual might be connected to an old case he had been investigating. He had sought Ban Ruo for quite some time, yet had been unable to uncover specific information or whereabouts, as if someone were deliberately concealing them. Furthermore, Ban Ruo rarely appeared in public, leaving no one certain of his gender or age. Fin Yuting harbored doubts that this person might simply be offering him a superficial lead. The reply came swiftly. Rest assured, I guarantee you, I am indeed brothers with Ban Ruo. We are quite familiar. Although my brother has never acknowledged in the Tao, we are truly close. Tin Yuting responded. Very well, I will trust you this once. Just set a time and inform me. The reply came, Got it. Meanwhile, in the living room, Lin Wu, seated and reading, received a message. Wu, I've arranged a gathering for you. The day after tomorrow at 7:30 at Shangguei. Lin Wu replied. Send the intermediary fee. You get 2, I get 8. Lu Guei-chi responded. No way. Didn't we agree on 7-3? Lin Wu replied. I never agreed. That night, Lin Wu lay in bed, using her computer to search for information when she received the intermediary fee from Lu Guei-chi, along with his findings regarding the Lung family. The Lung family was a century-old prestigious family in Beijing, deeply rooted and highly sought after by other affluent families. Securing a collaboration with the Lung family would alleviate their financial worries for several years. Consequently, many wealthy families devised ways to marry their daughters into the Lung family. However, the Lung family had few members, passing down through 3 generations to the current Lung Lin Feng, who was regarded as a prize catch by all in Beijing. Yet, he was indifferent to women, and despite the various attempts by other families, none had succeeded in introducing a woman into his life. Moreover, Lung Lin Feng rarely appeared before outsiders, and very few knew of his personality or preferences. Information regarding him was scarce. Lin Wu scrolled for some time before finally uncovering a piece of useful information. Several years prior, Lung Lin Feng was involved in a peculiar car accident. While driving to a meeting in Lingcheng, he collided with a truck, sustaining severe injuries and remaining in a coma for an entire month. Upon regaining consciousness, he insisted that someone had tampered with his vehicle. Yet investigations by both the police and the Lung family confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the car he had been driving. Surveillance footage revealed that Lung Lin Feng had driven his vehicle into the truck himself. Consequently, the Lung family incurred substantial expenses to settle the matter. Following that incident, it was said that he had changed dramatically. He became less involved in company affairs and quietly traveled to Lingnan. Upon his return, he brought back Zhang Yuge, claiming that the latter was his savior and an extraordinary master. Subsequently, under Lung Lin Feng's endorsement, Zhang Yuge gradually rose to prominence within the elite circles of Beijing. Today, Lin Wu had instructed Lu Guei-chi to spread the word that the deceased was Zhang Yuge, and, at the time of the incident, only the young master of the Lin family was present. After learning this news, the Lung family had shown no reaction, and Lung Lin Feng had even attended a business dinner before returning home after a busy day at the company. After reading, Shunli recalled something and messaged Cheng Man. When I found Zhang Yuji's residence, there was only a corpse. Zhang Yuge was nowhere to be found. I suspect he may have returned to Lingnan. Please check your channels for any traces of him on train routes from Beicheng to Lingnan. Cheng Man quickly replied. All right, I'll check on both him and your lead at the same time. Lin Wu glanced at her phone before setting it aside. After reviewing the information for a while longer, she closed her laptop and went to sleep. Meanwhile, the Lin family was in turmoil. After Lin Jiangbai was taken away by the police, the news quickly reached the Lin family. Fang Ruling could not accept it and went to the police station, demanding their release of Lin Jiangbai, insisting that her son could not possibly be a murderer. However, the police firmly rejected her and sent her away. Upon returning home, Fang Ruling immediately called Lin Shanghai. Before long, Lin Shanghai and Lin Jiangchuan returned, and even Lin Qian, who was attending a violin class, rushed back upon hearing the news. Mom, did my brother really commit murder? Lin Qian asked anxiously, recalling the peculiar looks from her classmates when they learned she was the daughter of the Lin family. Fang Ruling's tone grew serious. Do you not know what kind of person your brother is? Do you truly believe he would commit murder? I didn't mean it that way. I'm just worried, Lin Qian said, feeling aggrieved. Fang Ruling, however, was too preoccupied to comfort her, turning to Lin Shanghai, whose expression had darkened. Shanghai, this has nothing to do with Jiangbai. You must get him out quickly, or he will suffer in there. Lin Shanghai felt suspicious. His eldest son had gone to seek Zhang Master's help regarding the fall, and everything had seemed fine last night. How could Zhang Master be dead this morning? And his son be a suspect? Was someone deliberately trying to harm the Lin family? He replied irritably, I understand. I will go to the police station to speak with the chief tomorrow morning. At this moment, Lin Jiangchuan questioned, what was brother going to do with Zhang Master anyway? If he hadn't gone, he wouldn't have been considered a suspect. Lin Shanghai shot him a glare and retorted, what business is it of yours regarding your brother's matters? I'm just concerned about him. Lin Jiangchuan pouted in grievance. Dad, you and Mom might not know, but Zhang Master has connections with many prominent families in Beijing. Now that he is deceased, those who still seek his favor will undoubtedly not relent, and may even turn against the elder brother. Fang Ruling's expression shifted. What should we do? Lin Jiangchuan suggested. Why not seek out the young master of the Lung family? After all, he and my brother have a decent relationship. Furthermore, the connection between young Master Lung and Master Zhang is well known. If young Master Lung intercedes, perhaps my brother could be released. Feng Ruling's face brightened. Then let us proceed with this plan. Jiangchuan, since you know young Master Lung, why don't you go and request an audience with him? Lin Jiangchuan nodded without hesitation. Lin Shanghai felt that it must be Lin Jiangchuan who goes. After all, could he, as an elder, go instead? Lin Shanghai instructed. In that case, you should invite young Master Lung to Shengguwei for a meeting. At this mention, Feng Ruling's expression suddenly soured, saying, Shengguwei may not be an option. What do you mean? The others instantly turned to her. Feng Ruling explained, today, I had a brief meeting with Jiang Bai, and he hurriedly informed me that Shengguwei no longer welcomes the Lin family. And this is the work of that Lin Wu. She? How could that be possible? Lin Shanghai and Lin Jiang Bai were incredulous. Lin Qian hurriedly asked, Mother, are you joking? Feng Ruling replied angrily, I wish it were a jest, but when I called, Shengguwei's staff disregarded us entirely upon hearing the Lin family name. Moreover, Jiang Bai mentioned that previously Shengguwei's staff mistook Qianqian for Lin Wu, that wretched person, which led them to treat us differently. This is utterly absurd. Once Jiang Bai is out, I must get to the bottom of this. Her words changed the expressions of the other three. Lin Shanghai suddenly rose. Jiang Bai said Shengguwei's staff recognized Lin Wu. Are you certain it was not Qianqian? Yes. As Feng Ruling spoke, she turned to Lin Qian, asking, Qianqian, you're not acquainted with the owner of Shengguwei, are you? If so, it would be ideal. You could confront the owner about their staff's inability to recognize you properly. Lin Qian's face paled this. I don't recognize. She stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts, prompting the other three to realize something amiss. Lin Jiangchuan incredulously asked, Qianqian, you truly do not know the owner of Shengguwei? Lin Qian bit her lip and nodded. This revelation left the three in stunned silence. So, the earlier manager Song claimed that the owner of Shengguwei was interested in a daughter of the Lin family. Could it be Lin Wu? Feng Ruling found it hard to believe. Lin Jiangchuan could hardly accept this. Rising in anger, my brother must have made a mistake. Even if Qianqian does not know the owner of Shengguwei, it's possible they have encountered her at some point. Qianqian is far superior to that Lin Wu. How could they possibly overlook her? As he spoke, Lin Jiangchuan declared, I'm going to find young Master Lung and rescue my brother. And then I will clarify this matter. Seeing Lin Jiangchuan rush out, Lin Qian anxiously clutched her clothing, a flicker of resentment towards Lin Wu crossing her eyes. Upon receiving a response from Cheng Man the following morning, Cheng Man, utilizing his authority, personally contacted relevant departments to investigate Lin Wu. However, the information he received was not about Zhang Yuga's whereabouts or travel routes from North City. Instead, he subtly inquired, Dao Sheng, are you certain that this Zhang Yuga is still alive? Lin Wu halted her steps at the roadside, gazing at the passing vehicles. She asked, what do you mean? Cheng Man explained, to check flight routes, one requires an ID card. However, when I sought to verify Zhang Yuga's identification, I discovered he had been reported dead 3 years ago. In other words, from a legal standpoint, Zhang Yuga has been deceased for 3 years. Lin Wu furrowed her brow. So, during these past 3 years, the individual interacting with the prominent families in North City has not been the real Zhang Yuga? Cheng Man replied. That remains unclear, which is secondary. What we need to locate is the false Zhang Yuga currently in North City. If he purchased tickets using his own ID, there would be no way to trace his whereabouts. After all, we do not know the true identity of this false Zhang Yuga. Lin Wu's frown deepened. Suddenly, she considered a possibility. If the Zhang Yuga who arrived in North City 3 years ago was indeed an imposter, he may have already donned a human skin mask at that time. Therefore, it cannot be ruled out that the person who died in Shengguwei is actually the individual I am seeking. Yet, with the person already gone, any further inquiries would have to await the police's findings. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Wu informed Cheng Man, I understand. After ending the call with Cheng Man, Lin Wu promptly dialed Lu Guiqi. Please assist me in investigating who has been circulating human skin masks in the black market between Lingnan and North City, both 3 years ago and in recent times. Lin Wu was somewhat familiar with these illicit trades. For instance, she understood that the production of human skin masks is quite gruesome. Therefore, such masks are prohibited in public, only appearing in the black market where private transactions may occur. On the other end of the line, Lu Guiqi readily agreed, possibly busy with something, as he said little before hanging up. Putting away her phone, Lin Wu looked up at the desolate old alleyway across from her, which seemed out of place amidst the bustling market. She rummaged through her bag, pulled out a black baseball cap, donned it, lowered the brim, and put on a mask before stepping forward. The alley was dim and damp, the ground uneven and difficult to traverse, and the air was filled with an unpleasant stench. Lin Wu walked forward with unwavering focus, turning corners and delving deeper. Soon, she encountered some homeless individuals and drunks in the alley, who leered at her and whistled suggestively as she passed. However, the moment they met Lin Wu's cold, piercing gaze, they instinctively looked down and moved aside. Moments later, Lin Wu reached the end of the alley, where an arched iron gate stood, guarded by several burly men. As Lin Wu approached, they all turned to face her, their fierce expressions betraying their intent. Pass. The leading man blocked Lin Wu's way, demanding. Lin Wu halted. I do not have one. The men immediately scoffed. Little girl, daring to come here without a pass? Do you understand the consequences? Lin Wu raised her gaze to them, saying, Go inform the people of the Shi family that I am Dao Sheng. Upon hearing this, the men's expressions changed dramatically. They recognized Dao Sheng, a distinguished guest of the Qian men, a rising star in the realm of practitioners whose skills had already surpassed many seasoned masters at such a young age. Several significant cases previously handled by the Qian men were resolved with Dao Sheng's assistance. The Qian men had even declared that their doors would always be open for Dao Sheng, ready to welcome him into their upper echelons whenever he desired. This little girl is actually Dao Sheng? Impossible. Even if Dao Sheng is young, he cannot be this young. Furthermore, Dao Sheng is known for his cunning and ruthless methods. How could he be a woman? One man sneered. You? If you are Dao Sheng, then I must be the esteemed Qianqian who is close with him. Little girl, before you come to deceive, can you not do your homework? Do you know who Dao Sheng is to dare impersonate him? Aren't you worried about straining your back? Indeed, without a pass, you should hurry and leave. Don't block the way. Lin Wu looked at them. Do you not believe me? Then go ask the people from the Shi family if they will see me. The men, growing impatient, retorted. Do you think this is just any place where you can say whatever you want? Lin Wu coldly replied. If I am driven away, it matters not. However, I will seek out your superiors later. Are you prepared to gamble on the consequences if I happen to be Dao Sheng? Her words caused the men to falter. Consequences? They truly did not dare to wager. The men exchanged glances, and finally, one man skeptically said, Wait here. With that, he whispered to his companions before entering through the gate. Lin Wu turned back, thoughtfully glancing over her shoulder, her brow slightly furrowed. Before long, that man returned, accompanied by a man in his 40s or 50s, dressed in a long robe, both hurrying their steps. Are you certain he said it was Dao Sheng? Did I hear incorrectly? Uncle Huang, what a resounding name Dao Sheng has. Who could possibly mishear that? It must be the person arriving. A bit small. Small is indeed correct. Dao Sheng was remarkably young when he became famous. A vague voice echoed, and the people at the door turned in astonishment. Lin Wu also turned around, just in time to see the person stepping out. The man hesitated and pointed forward, stating, It's her. Uncle Huang, upon hearing this, quickly glanced over, but all he saw was a young girl. As he looked further, he saw no one else and could not help but question the man. Where's the person? The man replied, Right there. At that moment, Lin Wu walked over and said, Uncle Huang, you are the boss of the stone company, Zhang Chong'a, and your right-hand man, correct? Uncle Huang was taken aback, looking at Lin Wu and then back at the man who had brought him. The man confirmed, It's her. Uncle Huang exclaimed, Are you joking? How could Dao Sheng possibly be a young girl? Ignoring Uncle Huang's skepticism, Lin Wu walked past him, stating, Sheng man must have already given you a heads up. I am pressed for time and need to leave once my business is concluded, so please hurry. Perhaps her authoritative presence was too formidable to ignore, as none of the several large men at the entrance dared to step forward to obstruct her. Upon hearing Cheng Man's name, Uncle Huang became even more bewildered. The fact that Cheng Man had informed them was something outsiders could not possibly know. So could it truly be Dao Sheng herself? Bewildered, Uncle Huang followed her. Upon entering, they were greeted by a long, seemingly bottomless alley, flanked by countless shops, some open and others closed. It was a time of day when few people were around. Although it was noon, the area felt oppressive and decayed, reminiscent of a sunset nearing its end. Lin Wu had intentionally chosen this time, when foot traffic was minimal, while it should have been Uncle Huang leading the way. He was too incredulous and merely followed Lin Wu, who eventually guided him to the entrance of the stone company. The black market is a place designated for various illicit transactions. However, 18 years prior, it underwent a restructuring by the relevant authorities, leading to the prohibition of many transactions. Gradually, it was categorized into 5 main types, known as the 5 elements: incense making, stone gambling, antiques, funerary services, and practitioners of the mystical arts, encompassing most of the industry resources nationwide. Presently, the black market is jointly controlled by these 5 factions, with the foremost being the Mystical Gate, which has established itself as the leading authority from Kyoto. The Stone Company maintains a close relationship with the Mystical Gate, which is why Lin Wu had asked Cheng Man to extend a courtesy before her arrival. However, Lin Wu felt that this courtesy was as good as non-existent. Upon reaching the Stone Company, Lin Wu turned back to the still-dazed Uncle Huang and frowned slightly. "Are you more familiar with this place, or am I?" Uncle Huang instinctively replied, I am. "Then why are you lagging behind? I need to appraise a stone. Are you expecting me to find the right place myself?" Lin Wu inquired expressionlessly. Uncle Huang snapped back to reality, hastily maneuvering around her to take the lead. Gesturing for her to enter, Lin Wu let out a barely perceptible sigh and followed him inside. The branch of the North City Stone Company exuded a distinct charm reminiscent of the last century, featuring a 3-story loft. Upon entering, one could immediately see a plaque in the center of the Grand Hall with the words Stone Company elegantly inscribed. Surrounding it were several display stands crafted from red sandalwood, showcasing various fragments of stone, while the hollow walls exhibited raw stones. Lin Wu scanned the area and then followed Uncle Huang to the left side where the reception area was located. Despite wearing a mask that concealed her features, Uncle Huang couldn't help but feel that Lin Wu was indeed quite young and asked, "Miss, are you truly Dao Sheng?" Lin Wu did not indulge in idle chatter, but instead dialed Cheng Man's number. When the call connected, Lin Wu switched to speaker mode and said, "Cheng Man, did you not inform the people at the Stone Company that I would be coming?" Cheng Man, taken aback by the question, replied, "I did." Upon hearing his voice, Uncle Huang's pupils widened in shock. Lin Wu then directly handed the phone to Uncle Huang. His hands trembled slightly as he accepted the phone, cautiously communicating with Cheng Man, and finally had to confront the reality that the young girl before him was indeed the renowned Dao Sheng. Goodness, is the world truly magical? Lin Wu did not elaborate further with Uncle Huang. After hanging up with Cheng Man, she retrieved a wooden box from her bag and presented the pendant inside to Uncle Huang. "I need to appraise this. How long will it take?" she inquired. Uncle Huang, striving to maintain composure, adopted a more respectful demeanor towards Lin Wu, carefully examining the pendant before furrowing his brow. The material of the pendant was undoubtedly a type of stone, but he had never encountered it before. It should be noted that Uncle Huang had spent his younger years working alongside the Stone Company boss, Zheng Chonghe. Over the years, he had memorized most of the raw stone materials that could be found across the nation, not to mention those he had seen only briefly. If he did not recognize it, it indicated that the material of the pendant was exceedingly rare. After some contemplation, Uncle Huang cautiously remarked, "The material of this pendant may not be listed in the Stone Company's records. Please wait a moment. I will go find the young master." His exceptional talent and remarkable memory allow him to identify more types of stone than I can. The young master? Zheng Chonghe's son, Zheng Mingxian? Lin Wu had heard Cheng Man praise this individual, acknowledging his considerable abilities and the respect he garnered from those beneath him at the Stone Company. To her surprise, Zheng Mingxian was not in the capital, but at the branch in North City. She nodded, "All right, I will wait for half an hour." "Half an hour is sufficient." Uncle Huang quickly instructed the staff to bring Lin Wu some tea and fruit, hesitating for a moment given that Dao Sheng was a young girl, and ordered additional snacks as well. Lin Wu merely glanced at the offerings, not touching any of it, and amidst the curious and perplexed gazes of the Stone Company staff, she took out her phone to attend to some matters. After finishing her tasks without any results, Lin Wu decided to put on her Bluetooth headset and started a game to pass the time. However, playing games felt rather unremarkable for her. She played as if she were a one-person army, dominating the field and claiming most of the kills, finishing a match in just a few minutes. Ultimately, Lin Wu opted for a more primitive single-player game of Tetris. Suddenly, a gentle male voice chimed in, "Incorrect, that block should fall to the right." Lin Wu looked up to see a young man, approximately 26 or 27 years old, dressed in white and black, tall and slender, wearing a pair of orderly black-framed glasses, with a gentle and fair demeanor. It was Zheng Mingxian. Noticing Lin Wu's gaze, he smiled amiably, walked over, and placed the pendant before her. "Here it is. Please check it," he said. Lin Wu glanced at it, and, putting away her phone, asked, "What did you find out?" Zheng Mingxian sat upright, adjusting his glasses, and replied softly, "There is no conclusive result. The material of this pendant is indeed a type of stone, but it has not been recorded by the stone company." Lin Wu frowned slightly. "However," he continued, "but you are fortunate. While the stone company does not have it, I have unexpectedly encountered it before." Lin Wu tilted her head to regard him. Zheng Mingxian met her gaze directly and smiled faintly. Lin Wu then asked, "What are the conditions?" Zheng Mingxian chuckled lightly. "You are Cheng Man's friend. No conditions are necessary. I will simply tell you. However, could you promise me one personal favor?" Lin Wu inquired, "What is it?" Zheng Mingxian replied gently, "The first time I heard your name was last year when you assisted Cheng Man in resolving a case involving vengeful spirits. At that time, Cheng Man offered you a piece of jade to enlist your help, correct?" Lin Wu's eyes narrowed slightly, yes. The case he mentioned was quite memorable for Lin Wu. In truth, she had not intended to assist Cheng Man because the true culprit was also a victim, an elderly woman. While she was not particularly kind-hearted, she would not harm the weak or elderly, so she had no plans to intervene. Yet for reasons unknown, Cheng Man seemed particularly fixated on that case. Eventually, Lin Wu, finding his persistence exhausting, had casually asked for a piece of jade he carried. That jade was something Cheng Man valued, and Lin Wu had thought he would never part with it. Yet he surprisingly did. Zheng Mingxian spoke softly. "In truth, the material of this pendant is rather peculiar. Perhaps not entirely suitable for you to know, and I cannot articulate it directly. However, if you could provide me with that piece of jade, I would be immensely grateful and would certainly divulge all that I am aware of." Lin Wu glanced at him, her peripheral vision catching sight of Uncle Huang at the counter, intently examining the account books, occasionally stealing anxious glances in their direction. She replied, "Very well. I do not have it with me at present, but I shall send someone to deliver it to you later. Can you trust me?" Zheng Mingxian straightened slightly and smiled. "You are a friend of Cheng Man, and if he trusts you, then I too shall place my trust in you." Lin Wu tucked away the pendant and inquired, "What exactly is this pendant made of?" At the mention of this, Zheng Mingxian's expression grew serious. 3 years ago, I journeyed to Lingnan," he began. Lin Wu was momentarily taken aback. 3 years ago? In Lingnan? Zheng Mingxian continued, "At that time, I followed my father's advice to seek a rare piece of raw stone in Lingnan, intending to use it as a centerpiece at an upcoming auction. However, upon my arrival, I encountered an unusual incident." "An unusual incident?" Lin Wu prompted. "Indeed. I recall it was in a place called Zhangjia Village within the Daiyu Ridge of Lingnan. There were rumors that the raw stone I sought was located there, yet when I inquired among the local villagers, none had heard of it. After days of fruitless searching, I prepared to leave for another location. However, on the very night I was to depart, a team of explorers arrived from the back mountains of Zhangjia Village and took refuge at the inn where I was staying. I was in the dining area on the first floor when I happened to catch a glimpse of them as they checked in. They were drenched and appeared quite pale, startling the staff at the inn. Reflecting on that night, Zheng Mingxian furrowed his brow, a hint of trepidation crossing his features. I assumed they had been wandering in the mountains for a considerable time, which accounted for their disheveled state. So I paid them little mind and returned to my room to rest. Yet, the next morning, the staff discovered that they had vanished. Vanished? Lin Wu was taken aback. Zheng Mingxian nodded. It was a rather strange sort of disappearance. The staff claimed they had seen them earlier in the night, but by the latter half of the night, they were gone. Moreover, their rooms were locked from the inside, and their belongings remained, save for their persons. Lin Wu's gaze fell upon the pendant in her hand. "What does this have to do with the pendant?" she asked. Zheng Mingxian replied gently. "When that group arrived at the inn, I was seated at the dining table on the first floor. I inadvertently noticed that as they were checking out, one of their backpacks was unzipped, revealing its contents, which included stones like this one. Their backpacks appeared heavy, and based on my experience, they were undoubtedly filled with stones. In other words, they were carrying an entire backpack full of these stones. When the staff reported their disappearance the following day, I went to take a look. Their belongings were intact. Yet those stones were nowhere to be found," Zheng Mingxian explained. Lin Wu frowned, questioning bluntly, How can you be so sure that the stones they carried were the same material as my pendant? Zheng Mingxian chuckled softly. Miss Dao Sheng, do you not find it a tad presumptuous to doubt the expertise of someone whose livelihood revolves around stone gambling? I began learning the craft from my father at the age of 7, and by the time I turned 20, I had acquired a thorough understanding of all types of stones in existence. If a raw stone I had never encountered before appeared, do you think I would not examine it closely? Lin Wu conceded the point. Zheng Mingxian added, thus, I had inquired whether I might inspect the stones more closely, offering a handsome price, but they flatly refused, taking their room number and retreating upstairs. When I found them missing the next day and left Zhongjia village without any further discoveries, I managed to find a usable raw stone elsewhere before departing Lingnan. He paused briefly before adding, subsequently, I remained intrigued by the raw stone I had not seen before, conducting extensive research privately. It was not until last year that I discovered it appeared to be a unique mineral from a sinkhole deep within the Dayu Ridge of Lingnan, with substances that are not particularly beneficial to the human body. At that point, I decided to abandon my search for it. Upon hearing this, Lin Wu's heart raced. Indeed, the excess radioactive elements within her grandfather were a consequence of this stone. If it were fashioned into an amulet to be carried close to the body, aside from its harmful effects, what other properties might it possess? She inquired, a nagging suspicion that her grandfather would not seek out Master Zhang simply for this reason. There had to be additional significance. Zheng Mingxian shook his head. That is all I know. Very well. Thank you, Lin Wu replied reluctantly. Fortunately, this information marked a breakthrough. Noticing the time, she rose, saying, I will ensure that the jade is sent to you upon my return. Farewell. Zheng Mingxian also stood, nodding gently as he escorted Lin Wu out. Once her figure faded from view, Uncle Huang could no longer contain himself and swiftly approached Zheng Mingxian, exclaiming, Young master, why did you divulge this to her? Zheng Mingxian returned to his seat, pouring himself a cup of tea and taking a sip to soothe his throat. While investigating the raw stone of Dao Sheng's pendant, I stumbled upon a group of unknown forces operating in Lingnan, seemingly targeting the 5 elements. However, those dispatched to investigate have gone missing, halting our inquiries. To my surprise, not long ago, the Qianqian also uncovered anomalies there through a related case. As he spoke, Zheng Mingxian's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. My father intends to remain a bystander to avoid further losses among those in the stone trade. Yet, the one pursuing the investigation on the Qianqian side is Cheng Man. How can I stand idly by? What if she encounters danger in her pursuit? Uncle Huang sighed. Master Cheng is the lifeblood of the Qianqian. You will be fine. Zheng Mingxian shook his head. I cannot disregard Cheng Man. Moreover, we have always assumed this group of forces was confined to Lingnan, yet the pendant Dao Sheng brought indicates that their presence has already infiltrated North City, unnoticed by us. If it were not for Dao Sheng, we might not have discovered this at all. He turned to Uncle Huang. Have you considered that if this group can appear in North City undetected, they could easily manifest in other regions connected to the 5 elements? Uncle Huang's expression faltered. After a long pause, he hesitantly asked, Do you intend to inform Master Cheng of all this? Zheng Mingxian pondered for a moment, tapping his fingers thoughtfully against the table. After a brief silence, he shook his head, adjusting his glasses with a fingertip, and calmly stated, Since Cheng Man has only just begun her investigation, it is likely she has not uncovered much yet. Thus, there is no need to burden her with this information. I shall observe how far Dao Sheng can delve into the matter first. Uncle Huang could not help but exclaim, But Dao Sheng is just a young girl. What? What can she possibly uncover? Zheng Mingxian smiled. Uncle Huang, do not underestimate her. Since Cheng Man speaks highly of her, it indicates she possesses considerable skill. Nevertheless, enough of this. We shall not dwell further on the subject. Zheng Mingxian interrupted, then rose, his tone light. Once Dao Sheng returns Cheng Man's jade, I plan to make a trip to the capital to return it to her. Uncle Huang could not restrain himself again. Why go through the trouble of retrieving it from Dao Sheng? After all, that jade was crafted by you. Could you not simply create another piece for Master Cheng? Not quite, Zheng Mingxian replied, shaking his head. That piece was the first gift I presented to Cheng Man. Meanwhile, upon exiting the black market, Lin Wu suddenly received a message from Bo Yuding. I have found what you were looking for regarding the pendant. It originates from a sinkhole in Lingnan's Dayu Ridge, a perilous location where few can enter and emerge unscathed. Thus, the raw stone circulating in the market is exceedingly rare and commands a high price. The last known transactions occurred over half a month ago, when the renowned Master Zhang of North City sold 3 pendants crafted from this raw stone. Aside from your grandfather, the other purchases were made for the elderly gentlemen of the Zhao and Chun families. However, shortly after receiving the pendants, both of these esteemed elders passed away. Lin Wu, feeling a pang of concern, halted abruptly upon reading the final message. She replied, "Passed away? Are you certain?" No sooner had she sent the message than Bo Yuting called. She answered immediately, hearing the deep, resonant voice of the man on the other end. "It is true. I discreetly inquired about the situations of the Chun and Zhao families. The pendants they gifted to their respective elders are indeed identical to the one your grandfather received. I have photographs to show you." With 2 notification sounds, Lin Wu opened the chat with Bo Yuting, revealing 2 clear black and white photographs of the deceased elders, clearly displaying the identical pendants around their necks. A chill swept over her. Her voice emerged, strained and tight. "So the Lin family wanted my grandfather dead." Bo Yuting soothingly reassured her, "Do not panic. Upon investigation, the elders of the Zhao and Chun families received their pendants before your grandfather did. Moreover, they wore them closely, which had a more pronounced effect. Your grandfather, however, did not wear it closely, and your timely discovery allows for a remedy." Lin Wu felt a buzzing in her ears and struggled to articulate her thoughts. "Do you have a way? Can you save my grandfather?" Bo Yuting calmly stated, "I must first inform you of a premise." "What is it?" "Your grandfather's health had already been on a downward trajectory prior to this. In other words, even without the toxic elements in the pendant, his condition would still gradually worsen, with less than 5 years remaining. And now?" Lin Wu clenched her hands at her sides. Bo Yuting's voice seemed distant, almost ethereal, as he continued, "The impact of this pendant on your grandfather is now irreversible. I can only do my utmost to treat him, within my capabilities, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Your grandfather likely has about a year left." Lin Wu's vision blurred. Bo Yuting seemed to sense her turmoil and softened his voice. "Lin Wu?" Taking a deep breath, Lin Wu replied, "I understand. This is much better than I anticipated." She had initially feared her grandfather would not survive until her school term began. Bo Yuting gently added, "Do not be too distressed. I have thought of a plan, though it may be somewhat convoluted." "What is it?" Lin Wu inquired eagerly. Bo Yuting explained, "The pendant has a toxic influence on your grandfather. Since it is toxic, perhaps there exists a means of detoxification. If we can find the individual who crafted the pendant and ascertain whether there is an antidote, your grandfather may be able to live for another 6 months." Lin Wu's expression sharpened. "Is that truly possible?" Bo Yuting replied, "The harmful radioactive elements within your grandfather's body inflict damage each day they remain. If they could be expelled, that would be ideal. Unfortunately, those elements are not within my current knowledge, and I lack precise and safe instruments to analyze them." Lin Wu speculated that the elements within her grandfather likely originated from the perilous sinkhole where the pendant's raw material was sourced, a place few could access, rendering further research challenging. Even if documented, the lack of available medical instruments would render such records moot. Thus, a solution from the source appeared necessary. Lin Wu resolved, "I understand. Give me some time, and I shall deliver you a result." It was time to meet this so-called young master of the Lung family. Bo Yuting almost immediately deduced her intentions. "You plan to find Lung Lin Feng?" Lin Wu did not conceal her answer, "Yes. He is the only one who possesses clarity on this matter." Bo Yuting replied, "I will accompany you. I have gathered some information regarding Zhang Yuge, and I know that Lung Lin Feng is a friend of his. With Zhang Yuge deceased, he is likely to be avoiding the public eye. If he has any clandestine dealings with Zhang Yuge, approaching him with the pendant may not be safe, considering its rare and toxic nature." Lin Wu shook her head. "No need. I have other channels to meet Lung Lin Feng, and I'll be fine." Bo Yuting paused, reluctant to give up. "Are you truly not interested in having me accompany you?" Lin Wu replied, "It's unnecessary." The man on the other end sighed, "Very well. Although I am genuinely concerned for you, I understand that my current state may hinder more than help, and I would not wish to be a burden. Rest assured, I will not misinterpret your intentions." Lin Wu rubbed her temples, exasperated. How could he be more verbose than Lu Guiqi? She interjected, "I'm only worried about you. You are still injured, correct?" Bo Yuting replied, seriousness lacing his tone, "Actually, my wounds have healed and are no longer an issue." Lin Wu remained resolute. "No. This is my family matter, and it is inappropriate for you to become involved." "Family matter?" Bo Yuting sighed, ambiguously before shifting the conversation. "In light of our friendship, would you consider showing a bit of concern for me and fulfilling one small request? What? When you go, just let me know. When you're done, I will come to fetch you. That won't be necessary. Lin Wu is not a simple character. Boyuting interjected. I have done my research. He has been reclusive in recent years, rarely involving himself in the affairs of the Lung family. Yet he remains firmly in position, something not easily achieved by an ordinary person. He added thoughtfully, given Zhang Yuji's death, his lack of reaction may indicate prior preparations. Lin Wu shared that sentiment, remaining silent as Bo Yuting elongated her name, Wu Wu. Benefactor. Lin Wu felt a shiver and quickly admonished him. Speak properly. Although it was the same term of endearment used for her grandfather and Lu Gue Qi, it sounded inexplicably different coming from him. Bo Yuting chuckled softly. All right, will you promise me? Lin Wu hesitated, then conceded fine. Fearing he might utter more, she quickly added, I have matters to attend to. I will hang up now. After terminating the call, she headed toward the parking area, simultaneously messaging Lu Gue Qi, in Manager Song's name. Please help me arrange a meeting with Lung Lin Phone. After a moment's thought, she added, but do not book the meeting at Shangue. She needed to clarify certain matters, and it would not do to meet in a place where Lung Lin Phone might be on guard. In another location, he might feel more at ease and reveal cracks in his facade. Lu Gue Qi quickly replied, got it. Lin Wu tucked her phone away and departed. Upon returning to Jia Di Yuan, she received a message from Lu Gue Qi, confirming the time and place for their meeting that evening. However, the location was proposed by the other party at a clubhouse owned by the Lung family. As Lin Wu drummed her fingers on the steering wheel, she mused that Lung Lin Phone was indeed quite cautious. In a chapter 035, young master of the Lung family, Lung Lin Phone meanwhile, at the Lin family residence. Lin Jiangchuan returned home looking disheveled, finding only Lin Qian there. Lin Qian was also preparing to leave when she unexpectedly saw Lin Jiangchuan. She paused before immediately asking, second brother, did you manage to arrange a meeting with the young master of the Lung family? Not only were Lin Shanghai and Feng Ruling eager to leverage the young master of the Lung family to rescue Lin Jiangbai, but Lin Qian also shared that desire. Unlike their desire for Lin Jiangbai to remain unscathed, Lin Qian was more intent on comprehending the meaning behind Lin Jiangbai's assertion that Lin Wu was the esteemed guest of Shangue. It was manifestly clear that it was Manager Song who had addressed her that evening. So how had it transformed into Lin Wu? She was the true daughter of the Lin family, while Lin Wu was merely an imposter. With this thought in mind, Lin Qian swiftly approached Lin Jiangchuan, looking up at him to pose her question once again. To her surprise, Lin Jiangchuan, unable to conceal his ire, retorted, what appointment? I haven't even laid eyes on the young master of the Lung family. What? Why hasn't he seen you, second brother? Lin Qian inquired, astonished. Was it not said that the Lin family's standing in North City was exceedingly high, commanding respect from all? Lin Jiangchuan gritted his teeth and spat. What else could it be? Surely, it is the members of the Lung family looking down on others, treating them with disdain. Upon seeing my elder brother entangled in the circumstances surrounding Master Zhang's demise and becoming a suspect, they were eager to distance themselves. Just wait. Once my brother is exonerated, the Lung family must provide an explanation. Lin Qian ventured cautiously. But isn't elder brother on good terms with the young master of the Lung family? How could he refuse to see you? Lin Jiangchuan, too, found this perplexing. Logically, the young master of the Lung family, even if he were unwilling to assist, should not have barred him from entry, leaving him waiting for hours. Such humiliation. Did Lung Linfeng not fear that it would sour their future encounters? Pondering this, Lin Jiangchuan took out his phone, declaring, I shall call father to inquire. Don't. Lin Qian quickly seized his arm, saying, second brother, father is already overwhelmed with company matters, and he is quite concerned about elder brother's predicament. If you bring this up now, won't he be furious with you? Lin Jiangchuan paused. Qianqian, you make a valid point. Father scolded me last night. Inside, Lin Qian was in a state of panic. Just a short while ago, their parents had lavished her with affection, declaring her the Lin family's treasure. Yet now their attitude had grown markedly indifferent. Following the revelation that Lin Wu was the esteemed guest of Shangue, if it were indeed true, would they not summon Lin Wu back? What then would be her standing in the Lin family? No. She had to devise a way to secure her position in her parents' hearts. Second brother, she suggested, we are asking for help. and it is only natural to be met with some reluctance in such murky waters. Why not seek out the young master of the Lung family again? To demonstrate our determination and sincerity? He may be persuaded to assist us. Lin Jiangchuan hesitated. Seek him out again? But he has already refused to see me. Do I wish to endure another humiliation? Resolutely shaking his head, he declared, I, Lin Jiangchuan, am the second young master of the Lin family. I cannot engage in such undignified conduct. If others were to witness me being turned away at the Lung family's door, how would I maintain my standing in North City? Upon hearing this, Lin Qian, in a moment of inspiration, suggested, second brother, you could look for the young master of the Lung family in his usual haunts. Perhaps, like father and elder brother, sharing a meal and drinks would sway him. Lin Jiangchuan remained unwilling, stating, I cannot do that. It would be beneath me. I shall inform father instead. Lin Qian wished to persuade him further. But Lin Jiangchuan's impatience was palpable, compelling her to cease her efforts. Watching his retreating figure ascend the stairs, an audacious thought suddenly crossed Lin Qian's mind. As a member of the Lin family, why could she not approach the young master of the Lung family herself? Her elder brother cherished her dearly. Surely, the young master, as a friend of her brother, would regard her with favor. If she could successfully persuade him, her standing would be solidified in the eyes of her parents, elder brother, and second brother. Lin Qian hurried upstairs, stealthily entering Lin Jiangbai's room, where she spent some time locating the contact number of his acquaintances. Returning to her own room, she called the number, and indeed, upon learning she was Lin Jiangbai's sister, they readily agreed to help her ascertain the young master's whereabouts for the evening. This bolstered Lin Qian's confidence. After ending the call, she gazed at her own delicate reflection in the vanity mirror, recalling the tale she had heard of the young master of the Lung family, causing her cheeks to flush. Surely, with her charms, he would not dismiss her as he had her second brother. She wondered what the young master looked like and what sort of person he was. Nightfall arrived swiftly. Before leaving, Lin Wu hesitated briefly, ultimately deciding to send the address to Bo Yuding before departing from Yujiadai. Approximately 40 minutes later, she arrived at the Lung family's club. While the club did not rival Shengue in grandeur, it was unparalleled in terms of privacy and security in North City. With a tranquil environment devoid of unwarranted interruptions, Lin Wu parked her car, donned a hat and mask, and exited with her bag. Approaching the entrance, a doorman promptly halted her. Lin Wu produced the invitation she had prepared in advance, and upon inspection, the doorman granted her entry. Inside, another staff member inquired about her designated room and guided her upward. The hall was populated with others, most of whom kept their heads down, moving swiftly and quietly. With little interaction, Lin Wu discreetly surveyed her surroundings, taking the elevator to the 6th floor, where she was led to room 613. The staff member knocked on the door and then stepped aside. Someone quickly opened the door, another staff member. Lin Wu's gaze bypassed him, first catching sight of a bamboo screen from which a faint chill emanated. The staff member hesitated upon seeing her, then lowered his head and stepped aside. Say, miss, please enter. Lin Wu narrowed her eyes slightly, lowering the brim of her hat as she stepped inside. Beyond the screen lay a spacious area, featuring a round table of sandalwood at its center, with a seating area adjacent, where tea had already been prepared. Yet, the room was devoid of any occupants. Lin Wu frowned, preparing to inquire of the staff member, only to find that he had already retreated. Glancing at her watch, she noted the appointed time had arrived. Were they toying with her? Just as this thought crossed her mind, footsteps echoed from behind, accompanied by a clear male voice. To her astonishment, the esteemed guest of Shengue, as mentioned by Manager Song, turned out to be a young man. Lin Wu turned, following the sound. Emerging from the partition was a young man clad in a black shirt and trousers, standing tall. His strikingly dark features were complemented by a sharp nose and slightly curved lips, hinting at a faint smile, yet his deep-set eyes betrayed a certain melancholy, rendering the smile rather insipid. Lin Wu wondered if it were merely her imagination, but he appeared somewhat unwell, his complexion pale. Her gaze swept over him, finally resting on his hands, which hung at his sides. His sleeves were rolled up, revealing a slender wrist adorned with a string of black prayer beads, intricately engraved with scriptures, clearly not ordinary. In a chapter 036, do you have anything to say? On the other side, at the entrance of the club, a Volkswagen car came to a slow stop. The door opened, and out stepped Lin Qian. Gazing at the opulent entrance of the club, she took a deep breath, retrieving a small mirror and the invitation she had procured from her bag. She paid little attention to the invitation, instead meticulously checking her makeup in the mirror. Perfect. She looked both beautiful and enchanting. Miss, when will you be coming out? The driver asked, lowering the car window. Lin Qian cleared her throat and replied, It may take a while. After I meet with him, I will message you. Her voice faltered, and for reasons unknown, she shyly altered her statement. Never mind. You may head back. Someone will come to escort me home once I'm finished. Lin Qian thought to herself, as a striking beauty seeking assistance. The young master of the Lung family should not remain indifferent. Once he agreed to ensure her elder brother's release from the police station, she would subtly request he drive her home. He would likely not refuse. Upon returning to the Lin family, if her parents were to see the young master of the Lung family visiting, they would surely be delighted and regard her with even greater favor. In such a scenario, even if she were not the one favored by the owner of Qianqian, and despite Lin Wu's special standing there, her parents would not waver in their affection for her, allowing her to firmly secure her position as a cherished daughter of the Lin family. Lin Qian couldn't help but smile as she allowed the driver to leave on his own. She walked towards the entrance and presented her invitation to the doorman, gently stating, I am here to see young Master Lung. The doormen were momentarily taken aback. Wasn't their young master only expecting one guest tonight, who had already arrived? Why was there another? They exchanged doubtful glances while inspecting the invitation, confirming that it was indeed issued by the Lung family. It was well known in Beicheng that no one dared to approach without a direct invitation from the young master. So, could it be that she was indeed someone he had invited? They looked at each other in confusion, and Lin Qian, growing impatient, urged, Have you finished checking? It's getting late, and I must hurry inside. Upon hearing this, the doorman cautiously returned the invitation and allowed her entry. Satisfied, Lin Qian tidied her hair and dress, took the invitation, and entered. When approached by a staff member who offered to guide her, she readily accepted. She only had the invitation, but was unaware of which private room young Master Lung was in, so having someone to lead her was quite fortuitous. Meanwhile, upstairs in the private room, Lin Wu regarded Lung Lin Feng as he emerged, slightly tilting her head to assess him. You're Lung Lin Feng? The man, habitually playing with his prayer beads, replied nonchalantly. What is the matter? Do I not fit the description? Not at all, she clarified. However, from what I gathered, despite being only 28, your approach is quite seasoned, even more so than the antiquated shareholders of the Lung Company. I did not expect you to be this young man before me. Lin Wu's thoughts turned inward as she continued. We are all intelligent individuals here. Let's cut to the chase. You must be well aware of my purpose in seeking you. Lung Lin Feng nodded slightly. I have heard a thing or two. Then let's get straight to the point. Zhang Yuga, Lin Wu began, but Lung Lin Feng abruptly interrupted, slowly walking to the leather sofa in the reception area. He poured 2 cups of freshly brewed tea, pushing one towards her. Please have a seat. Lin Wu regarded him for a moment before striding over to sit down. Crossing her long legs and leaning back against the sofa, her expression neutral as she stated, I do not enjoy drinking tea. That is quite unfortunate, Lung Lin Feng replied, taking a sip from his cup. I rather enjoy it. Each time I spoke with Master Zhang, our conversations always began with a cup of tea. Lin Wu scrutinized him and asked, Would you mind sharing how you came to know Zhang Yuga? Lung Lin Feng met her gaze, his eyes cool and piercing. Is it customary for young ladies to conceal themselves before posing questions to others? Frankly, I do not divulge my personal matters to strangers. Lin Wu pressed her fingers together thoughtfully. After a moment, she removed her mask, only to notice Lung Lin Feng's gaze fixated on her face, an inscrutable emotion flickering in his eyes. Have we met before? He inquired with a slight smirk. Lin Wu replied, Most of the people I have encountered are my adversaries or enemies. What do you consider yourself, young Master Lung? He chuckled softly. It is better that we have not met before. Otherwise, becoming an enemy of such a beautiful lady would indeed be a loss. Lin Wu averted her gaze, steering the conversation back to business. Very well. Lung Lin Feng leaned back slightly, fixing his gaze on her as he continued. 3 years ago, I visited Lingnan, but unfortunately, I was unfamiliar with the area and mistakenly wandered into Dayuling, where I was bitten by a local venomous snake. Had Master Zhang not fortuitously passed by to administer the antidote, I might not have survived. Then why did you bring him to Beicheng? Lin Wu inquired. Lung Lin Feng returned the beads to his wrist and looked at her intently. Are you asking this on behalf of Qianqian or for yourself? What benefit would revealing this bring to you? Lin Wu furrowed her brow. After a while, she rummaged through her bag, producing a black card and placing it on the table before him. 5 million for your information. If you refuse, I'm not opposed to more forceful methods. Of course, I hope you will not give me the opportunity to sever our ties. If you have any requests that I can fulfill, feel free to mention them. Lung Linfeng regarded her steadily. After a moment, he let out a cryptic laugh, tapping his fingers on the table. I am but a mundane person. Money works. Master Zhang once told me he was a practitioner of the arcane arts, but he struggled to demonstrate his abilities there. When he encountered me, he wished to come to Beicheng to seek greater opportunities. Is it merely due to his life-saving kindness that you have supported him for 3 years? Lin Wu asked. Lung Linfeng replied leisurely. As I said, I'm just a worldly man. I assisted him in becoming Master Zhang, and in return, he helped me to connect with other wealthy families to facilitate business, mutually beneficial for both parties. What is wrong with that? This seemed reasonable to Lin Wu, who then asked, then when he died, did you not mourn the loss of an ally? Lung Linfeng countered, why should I mourn? I have repaid his life-saving grace, and we were merely partners in cooperation. Why would I feel sorrow? Would you feel sadness for losing someone like him? Lin Wu unexpectedly retorted, is it that? Or does your lordship have something to do with his death? What do you mean by that? Lung Linfeng narrowed his eyes. Lin Wu stated, on the morning of Zhang Yuge's death, Lin Jiangbai from the Lin family was present. As a witness, he claimed that you had set a trap for him. Does young Master Lung have anything to say about that? Or would you prefer to discuss this with the police? Lung Linfeng laughed. He insisted that I grant him a chance to meet Master Zhang. Out of respect for our past, I obliged. This merely indicates that I facilitated the connection. What else could it signify? I have never been to Shangue and have an alibi. Otherwise, the police would have already come knocking. He scrutinized Lin Wu. Continuing in a leisurely tone, I have heard that you and he had quite an association. Do you believe the words of someone you consider an enemy? Lin Wu's voice turned sharp. If I do believe him? In a chapter, expressed his surprise, saying, is that so? How regrettable. Could it be that the individuals from those 3 families realized something was amiss with the pendant, and thus took the life of Master Zhang? They certainly handled this hot potato quite decisively. Lin Wu inquired, young Master Lung, do you truly not understand the purpose of this? Organizing an auction for others without inquiring thoroughly. Aren't you afraid of being held accountable? With an expression devoid of disturbance, Lung Linfeng replied, I genuinely do not know. Moreover, what does Master Zhang intend to do concern me? Suddenly recalling something, he remarked, by the way, even if something has happened to those 3 families, it seems unfair to blame Master Zhang. Are they not both willing participants in this arrangement? Lin Wu felt an ominous premonition. What do you mean by that? Feigning surprise. Lung Linfeng continued. Master Zhang once mentioned a few words about this pendant, something about seizing one's fate in exchange for personal riches. At the time, it did not seem particularly harmful, so I did not pursue the matter further. I had no inkling it was toxic. Lin Wu's heart sank. To exchange another's lifespan for one's own fortune? Were Lin Shanghai and the others planning to trade their grandfather's life for the Lin family's prosperity? Was this their true, unspoken objective? Miss, do you have any further inquiries? Lung Linfeng's words pulled Lin Wu back to the present. If not, we shall conclude here. Lin Wu turned her gaze toward him. The man coughed softly, covering his face. Pardon me, I have not been well lately and cannot be overexerted. Lin Wu felt a tightness in her throat and finally asked, one last question. Is this pendant indeed poisonous? Lung Linfeng paused slightly, seemingly taken aback by Lin Wu's gaze. He then offered a slight, apologetic smile. I'm afraid I do not know. Since your questions have concluded, please take your leave. Lin Wu scrutinized him without showing her thoughts, slowly rising to her feet. Lung Linfeng stood as well. She walked around the table toward the door, but suddenly halted, pulling out her phone to display a photograph, abruptly turning to confront Lung Linfeng. Caught off guard, he stopped, his gaze locking onto the screen before shifting to Lin Wu. She showed him the image for but a fleeting moment before quickly retracting it. Since you are unaware, I plan to visit Master Zhang's hometown to seek the information I desire. However, I have yet to meet Master Zhang. Could I trouble you to confirm if the man in this photograph is indeed him? Lung Linfeng's expression softened slightly. Of course. Lin Wu nodded and turned to exit. Lung Linfeng followed her to the door, graciously holding it open for her. Take your time. I shall not accompany you further. His words were interrupted by a sharp female voice. Lin Wu, what are you doing here? Lin Wu and Lung Linfeng turned to the door. A figure stood poised to enter, none other than Lin Qian. A Upon seeing Lin Qian, Lung Linfeng frowned slightly. "Who are you?" A nearby staff member quickly lowered his head, explaining, "Young master, this person claims she is looking for you. She possesses an invitation from the Lung family, so we brought her in." Still in shock at seeing Lin Wu, Lin Qian instinctively glanced at Lung Linfeng. Upon recognizing him, her eyes widened in astonishment. This is the young master of the Lung family. Truly a remarkable figure. Lin Qian momentarily forgot Lin Wu, brushing her hair back and revealing a self-satisfied smile as she extended her hand. "Greetings, young Master Lung. I am Lin Qian, the daughter of the Beiqing Lin family. Lin Jiangbai is my elder brother." Lung Linfeng regarded her with a cold gaze, causing Lin Qian to shyly lower her head. His expression darkened further, an undercurrent of disdain flashing in his eyes as he coldly instructed the staff, "I did not arrange to meet her. Remove her. Furthermore, the person who allowed her entry must not set foot in the Lung family premises again." Lin Qian's head snapped up. Disbelief etched across her face as she stared at Lung Linfeng. The surrounding staff immediately panicked, attempting to plead for her, but were silenced by a single fierce glare from him. They dared not utter another word and hurriedly escorted Lin Qian away. Realizing she had not misheard or misseen, Lin Qian broke free and rushed to Lung Linfeng, grasping his arm. The staff gaped in astonishment. It was their first encounter with a woman bold enough to act so. Did she not understand their young master's temperament? "Young Master Lung, you must not recognize me. I am Lin Qian. Earlier, my second brother sought you out, but you were too occupied to meet him, so I came now. My elder brother is suffering in the police station. Given your good relationship with him, you cannot turn a blind eye." Lin Qian endeavored to widen her eyes, projecting innocence and grievance toward Lung Linfeng. Observing this, Lin Wu interjected, "Then I shall not intrude upon your affairs, young Master Lung. Farewell." With that, she made her way toward the elevator. Lung Linfeng's temples throbbed with irritation as he forcefully shook off Lin Qian, not sparing a glance at her as she fell to the ground, twisting her ankle in the process. His expression darkened as he swiftly removed his soiled outer garment, revealing his lean, sculpted torso. "Get rid of her. I do not wish to see her again." After issuing the cold command, he hastened to catch up with Lin Wu. Lin Qian, rendered speechless, could hardly comprehend as she witnessed Lung Linfeng, who had avoided her like a plague, now approaching Lin Wu with a softened demeanor, politely stating, as a guest, "I shall escort you down." Lin Wu cast a sideways glance at Lung Linfeng, her gaze drifting past him to Lin Qian, who lingered not far behind. If looks could kill, Lin Qian would have perished under Lin Wu's glare. With a forced smile, she replied, "There is no need for that. Young Master Lung, you should return to enjoy the company of your esteemed guests. I understand the principle of not interrupting others' affairs." Lung Linfeng fixed his steady gaze upon Lin Wu. "Do you perceive this as retribution for my supposed concealment from you?" With a chime, the elevator doors slid open. Lin Wu stepped inside, turning to face him. Even with his exquisitely defined torso exposed, her expression remained unperturbed. "I wish you a pleasant evening, young Master Lung. As for everything else, it is of no concern to me. It would be wise for you not to overthink it." With that, she pressed the button for her floor. The elevator doors gradually closed, and as Lin Wu's figure vanished, Lung Linfeng's expression darkened ominously. He waited until the display indicated the first floor before turning to leave. The staff, regaining their senses, hurriedly escorted Lin Qian away. However, Lin Qian could not endure the humiliation of having meticulously prepared for this encounter only to face such an outcome. Summoning all her strength, she broke free from the staff and dashed toward Lung Linfeng, blocking his path once more. Seeing this, the staff members were drenched in cold sweat, fearing for what might happen next to Lin Qian. With a chilling demeanor, Lung Linfeng regarded her. Lin Qian spoke first, "Young Master Lung, you must not recognize me. I am the daughter of the Lin family." Lung Linfeng's lips curled disdainfully. "The Lin family? What significance does that hold?" Lin Qian was taken aback, raising her voice. "The Lin family has collaborated with the Lung family before. Young Master Lung, you cannot dismiss me just because my brother has been captured. He will eventually be released. And how will you justify your actions then?" Lung Linfeng's patience waned, and he suddenly seized Lin Qian by the throat, lifting her off the ground with a mere exertion of force. Lin Qian's eyes widened in horror as suffocation constricted her throat, leaving her mind blank. The handsome visage of the man before her morphed into that of a demon. "Lin Jiangbai? What of him?" even if he were standing before me. He would not dare speak to me in such a manner. A flicker of disgust crossed Lung Linfeng's eyes as he ultimately withdrew his grip just as Lin Qian was on the brink of losing consciousness. Lin Qian's body crashed heavily onto the ground. Through her blurred vision, she faintly perceived that Lung Linfeng seemed to be giving instructions to the approaching staff before he stepped away. Embarrassed, she shouted, "If you look down on the Lin family, why do you treat Lin Wu with such favoritism?" The man abruptly halted. Lin Qian coughed painfully, and in the next instant, a pair of black leather shoes appeared before her. She looked up in a daze, only to see the man returning, leaning down in front of her. "Lin Wu?" Lung Linfeng murmured the name, asking, "The lady just now, is she called Lin Wu?" Lin Qian felt a deeper sense of humiliation and, in desperation, shouted, "Yes. She was originally a daughter of the Lin family, but she is an imposter, not my parents' biological child at all. She has occupied my place for a full 18 years. Now she shamelessly claims my grandfather's affection, making him treat our own family with disdain. In terms of appearance, ability, and character, how could Lin Wu possibly compare to her?" Lin Qian could not fathom why this man would rather cast his gaze upon Lin Wu than acknowledge her, the genuine daughter of the Lin family. Listening to Lin Qian's words, Lung Linfeng appeared contemplative, finally breaking into a sudden chuckle. "The granddaughter of old Master Lin. No wonder she sought you out, so that's it." Lin Qian was taken aback. Lung Linfeng, however, had already risen, his mood evidently lifted as he casually instructed the staff to dismiss her before striding away. Lin Qian was still in a daze when the staff surged forward, leaving her no chance to escape as they dragged her away. Meanwhile, at the entrance on the first floor, after Lin Wu departed, she headed towards her car. Moments later, she abruptly paused, gazing across the way. Bo Yutink, clad in black attire, leaned against the hood of her car, arms crossed, a teasing smile playing on his lips as he looked at her. Lin Wu touched her nose and resumed walking towards him. As she approached, the man predictably pulled out his phone, waving it at her. "Little girl, you're not keeping your word, are you?" Lin Wu had not sent him a message to come pick her up. After a moment of silence, she replied, "Haven't you already come find me?" Bo Yuting sighed in resignation, asking, "Was it smooth?" Lin Wu stopped in front of him, saying, "It went reasonably well. Just relay that back." Bo Yuting nodded, instinctively extending his hand, and Lin Wu naturally handed him the keys before circling around to the passenger seat. However, once inside the car, Lin Wu suddenly realized, turning to the man beside her, "How did you get here?" "A friend gave me a ride." "Really? What, little girl? Are you unwilling to take this poor soul for a ride back?" Bo Yuting shut the car door and turned to Lin Wu, leaning in closer. Lin Wu instinctively recoiled, but the seat behind her prevented her from retreating further. In an instant, the distance between them shrank to mere inches. Close enough for Lin Wu to feel the warmth of his breath and gaze into his deep black eyes. "What are you doing? We could talk properly if you sit back," Lin Wu warned, feeling unsafe at such proximity. Bo Yuting regarded her steadily, chuckling softly as he reached over to fasten the seatbelt for her. "Did you think I had ulterior motives?" he teased, lowering his alluring voice. Lin Wu was momentarily taken aback, quickly turning her head away. "It's nothing." Bo Yuting laughed again, and only when Lin Wu appeared somewhat annoyed did he agree, sitting back and starting the engine. "I'll take it that the kind-hearted little girl is graciously offering me a ride," he said. "Now tell me, what did you learn from Lung Linfeng?" Lin Wu collected herself, cleared her throat, and recounted what she had heard. Bo Yuting raised an eyebrow. "That pendant. Can one trade a life for wealth?" Lin Wu shook her head. "No." Bo Yuting countered, "But was it that what Lung Linfeng suggested?" Lin Wu replied calmly, "In this world, to obtain anything, one must pay an equivalent price. However, not everything can be traded. For instance, fate and fortune, whether one is destined for poverty or wealth, is predetermined from birth. The only factors that can influence change are diligence, effort, benefactors, and opportunity. Sorcery cannot achieve it." As she spoke, she pulled out the pendant. As a practitioner, she understood this well, but the ordinary populace did not. Thus, Zhang Yuga fabricated such a pretext to lure others into purchasing it at a high price. The deaths of the patriarchs of the Zhao and Chun families were merely due to the poison contained within the pendant. Her anger towards the Lin family stemmed from. Lin Wu's expression suddenly turned cold as she stated, "I am furious with the Lin family for not only believing such absurdity, but also for applying it to my grandfather. The notion that Lin Shanghai and the others would consider leveraging her grandfather's lifespan to secure their own wealth was the most intolerable affront. They had no idea how much her grandfather cared for them. If he were to learn the truth, it would undoubtedly infuriate him. Lin Wu clenched the pendant, the sharp edges painfully reminding her to remain composed as she gazed out the window, saying, "In a few days, once my grandfather's condition stabilizes, I will speak to him and take him to the capital for treatment. If he refuses, I will reveal this truth to him and urge him to abandon the Lin family." Bo Yuding abruptly asked, "What if your grandfather learns the truth and still refuses to part with them?" Lin Wu's eyes darkened, filled with a hint of resentment. After a long pause, she slowly responded, "Then I shall have no further desire for my grandfather." She was not so benevolent as to expend her efforts when her grandfather chose to stand with Lin Shanghai and the others. If he truly acted that way, she would merely continue to finance his treatment from a distance, without ever visiting him again. Lin Wu gazed expressionlessly out at the bustling traffic. Just then, she felt a large hand envelop her own, gently prying her fingers apart. Startled, she looked down to see that Bo Yuding had placed the pendant before her, leaving red marks on her palm. "Little girl, you ought to know when to let go," he sighed softly. Lin Wu remained silent, biting her lip, clenching her hand without uttering a word. Bo Yuding did not press further, gently changing the topic. "What about the antidote for the poison in that pendant? Did you inquire about it?" Lin Wu finally spoke. Lung Linfeng said there isn't one. Bo Yuding inquired, "Do you believe him?" Lin Wu directly pulled out her phone, showing him a photograph. Bo Yuding glanced at it and found a stranger in the image. "Who is this?" Lin Wu replied, "You may not know, but the Zhang Yuge at Shenggue is an imposter. The real Zhang Yuge died 3 years ago in Lingnan. The one who has died now is a fraud wearing a human skin mask, masquerading as Zhang Yuge. Remove the mask, and this is the true face beneath it." Merely investigating Zhang Yuge was futile, so last night and this morning, I have been searching for information on this stranger, discovering he was a ghost without any concrete identity. Thus, I had no choice but to meet with Lung Linfeng. Regarding what Lung Linfeng told me, half of it is credible and half is not. The least credible part is his claim of ignorance about Zhang Yuge's activities and the pendant's toxicity. I showed him this photo as I left, and he quickly returned it. Yet he claimed it was Zhang Yuge. Bo Yuding chuckled, driving as he mused, interesting. If he truly had no knowledge, how could he recognize the face beneath the mask? If he was not familiar with the fake Zhang Yuge and frequently observed his features, how could he identify it so quickly after just a fleeting glance? Lin Wu nodded, adding, "Moreover, I found Lung Linfeng to be exceedingly cautious." Bo Yuding understood. "You did that intentionally?" "Yes, I showed it to him too quickly, in such a fleeting moment. It's hard for a person to suppress their instincts and lie." Thus, without thinking, he stated it was Zhang Yuge. However, given his level of caution, he would surely realize that the photo I showed him was a mere fake, thus comprehending what I have uncovered and that I am attempting to extract information from him. Lin Wu's gaze fell upon the screen of her phone as she calmly stated, "Since he refuses to admit anything proactively, I shall have to lead him to reveal his own flaws. Once he realizes that I am setting a trap for him, he will undoubtedly take measures to remedy the situation. At that point, all I need to do is observe his actions, and a breakthrough will naturally present itself, allowing me to obtain the information I seek." Bo Yuding chuckled softly, sighing, "Fortunately, I have never offended you, little fox. Otherwise, you might have set a trap for me as well, devising ways to ensnare me." Lin Wu glanced at him from the corner of her eye and replied, "So, do not provoke me." Bo Yuding clicked his tongue. The little girl is rather fierce. Lin Wu, how did she not catch on to his perception of her fierceness? After such a long time, it seemed you had yet to have dinner. Bo Yuding's tone softened. "What would you like to eat?" Lin Wu pondered for a moment. "Noodles. Beef noodles." Bo Yuding replied with a hum. "Then let's go to the supermarket together." Lin Wu turned to look at him as Bo Yuding leisurely continued. "It just so happens we can gather all the ingredients you wish to eat, making it convenient for me to cook for you in the next couple of days." Lin Wu averted her gaze. "I will eat by myself, and I won't go to your house." Bo Yuding, in good spirits, responded, "Then I can come to your house. When it's time for dinner, I will come over." Meanwhile, Lin Qian returned to the Lin family home late at night. Lin Jiangbai had still not returned, and Lin Shanghai, Fang Ruling, and Lin Jianchuan were unable to contact her, nearly frantic with worry. Upon entering the house, Lin Qian overheard Fang Ruling angrily reprimanding several servants. "If you can't find her in these places, Go look elsewhere. We won't stop until we find the young lady. Lin Shanghai attempted to soothe Fong Ruling, saying, Ruling, please don't be anxious. I have already sent someone out to search. How can I not be anxious? Fong Ruling shouted at Lin Shanghai, her emotions exceedingly unstable. She is my biological daughter, the one I painstakingly found. What am I to do if she goes missing again? Lin Jianquan, wanting to comfort her, inadvertently turned and spotted Lin Qian at the doorway, immediately exclaiming, Qianqian is back. Fong Ruling and Lin Shanghai instantly turned their gazes toward her. Upon confirming it was indeed Lin Qian, Fong Ruling sprang up and hurried over, embracing her tightly. Qianqian, where have you been? Do you know that your mother is nearly going mad with worry? All the accumulated grievances burst forth from Lin Qian as she cried, Mom, I was bullied. Fong Ruling immediately released Lin Qian, anxiously examining her entire being. Upon seeing Lin Qian's disheveled appearance, covered in dirt and with scrapes on her arms, knees, and calves, her anger surged. Who bullied you? Lin Shanghai and Lin Jianquan, who had approached, were also filled with rage. Qianqian, who did this? Speak up, and we will not let them get away with it. How dare they bully the daughter of the Lin family? Lin Qian sobbed. It was the young master of the Long family. What? The three were instantly stunned. Lin Qian, fearing they would blame her for seeking out the Lung family's young master, hurriedly explained, I saw that Dad, Mom, and you, second brother, have been under so much stress lately, and with the troubles concerning eldest brother, I felt heartbroken. As a member of the Lin family, I wanted to help, so I thought I'd try and find the young master of the Lung family, hoping to persuade him to assist in saving eldest brother. Her tone shifted, now laced with a hint of bitterness, but unexpectedly. Lin Wu had somehow managed to get involved with the young master of the Lung family. Not only did she refuse to let him help us, but she also incited him to disregard all feelings and have me thrown out of the Lung family's clubhouse. End of this chapter, 040. Lu Guiqi. Has something gone awry with his eyes? Upon hearing this, Lin Shanghai and the others found it hard to believe. They inquired, did Lin Wu truly become involved with the young master of the Lung family and incite him to treat you so? Lin Qian lamented, yes. I saw it with my own eyes. Lin Wu and the young master of the Lung family came out of a private room together. I have no idea what they were doing in there. Moreover, the young master was rude to me, yet courteous and attentive to Lin Wu, even personally escorting her down. After a pause, Lin Qian added, Dad, Mom, second brother, you said Lin Wu was not a daughter of the Lin family, and her existence was never revealed before. So how does she know the young master of the Lung family and seems so close to him? I'm the true daughter of the Lin family. An eldest brother is also acquainted with the young master of the Lung family. If it weren't for Lin Wu's scheming, how could he treat me in such a manner? The implications were unmistakable. Fong Ruling furiously remarked, I wondered how Lin Wu suddenly became connected with those from the Shang family. She must have been plotting to ingratiate herself with the young master of the Lung family before returning, using him to connect with Shang Gui to embarrass us. The more Fong Ruling thought about it, the more plausible it became. After all, why would someone like Lin Wu, who had been living in the countryside, attract the attention of those from the Shang family? Lin Shanghai, too, began to believe Lin Qian's words, gritting his teeth. That wretched girl. I thought I could keep her quietly in the countryside, but I never expected her to be so restless. To get involved with the young master of the Lung family is no small feat. She must have sneaked back into Beijing long ago. She was so young and already so unruly, truly a disgrace to our Lin family. Lin Jianquan felt somewhat astonished. If Lin Wu had a relationship with the young master of the Lung family, how had they never noticed it before? Eldest brother had also never mentioned it during his dealings with the young master. Yet, upon contemplating Lin Wu's appearance, Lin Jianquan began to believe it was highly likely. He could scold Lin Wu for being idle and lacking discipline, but he could not bring himself to say she was unattractive. Lin Jianquan's anger flared. Qianqian, wait here. I will go find the young master of the Lung family and demand an explanation. Don't go. Lin Qian was terrified at the prospect of him going. Otherwise, her expulsion would surely be revealed to the Lin family. Facing Lin Jianquan's confused gaze, Lin Qian choked back her words. I've already lost face once. I don't want to lose it a second time. If second brother goes, tomorrow my disgrace will spread throughout the upper circles of Beijing. How will I ever show my face again? That doesn't mean you should have to endure this humiliation. Fong Ruling exclaimed. As the daughter of the Lin family, how can you be treated this way? I'm fine with it. Lin Qian feigned magnanimity. Let's consider it as retribution for taking Lin Wu's place. However, she added, Mom and Dad, right now, the priority is not my situation, but eldest brother's. Since Lin Wu knows the young master of the Lung family, why not ask her to help us? Ask Lin Wu. Absolutely not. Lin Shanghai declared with a grim expression. In a sense, both Lin Shanghai and Lin Qian shared the sentiment of not wanting to have too much interaction with Lin Wu, fearing she would reveal the embarrassing incident from the meeting room that day. Consequently, Lin Shanghai harbored an intense dislike for Lin Wu. Lin Qian's eyes flickered. But what about eldest brother? How about we go find grandfather? He can't just sit idly by and watch, can he? After all, that is his own grandson. If we tell grandfather that Lin Wu knows the young master of the Lung family, he should take the initiative to mention it to her. This suggestion left the three of them in a state of hesitation, especially Lin Shanghai. He had spent the entire day trying to locate the police chief, but the latter repeatedly declined his invitation, clearly unwilling to release Lin Jiangbai. If Lin Jiangbai remained in the police station for too long, it would negatively affect the Lin Corporation, which was already experiencing a downward trend in the stock market. Lin Wu observed them and softly smiled. It's all right. I will go find grandfather. The three remained silent. Finally, Lin Jianquan resolutely declared, Qianqian, I will go with you. Though this was not much different from asking Lin Wu for help, he was willing to see grandfather and request his assistance. He was determined not to let eldest brother continue to suffer in the police station. Lin Shanghai looked at Lin Jianquan with pride. Chuaner, you have grown up. Fong Ruling felt a mix of emotions and, with a stern expression, stated, you need not overly seek your grandfather's approval. Simply inform him that Jiang Bai is his own grandson and let him decide how to proceed. Understood, mother, Lin Jianquan replied, while Lin Qian lowered her head obediently. The following day, Lin Wu awoke and was rummaging through the kitchen for breakfast when the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, she found Bo Yuding standing outside, holding a thermos, pickled egg and lean meat congee, pan-fried dumplings. Care to indulge? Lin Wu paused, seemingly reading her thoughts, as Bo Yuding raised an eyebrow and chuckled. There's no other choice. Although the young lady may not keep her promises, I still intend to uphold mine and will shamelessly come to dine at your home henceforth. Lin Wu thought to herself that if she were to ensnare him in the future, she would likely hear about it for an entire year. Glancing back at the empty kitchen, she ultimately capitulated to the man's culinary skills and opened the door for him. As Bo Yuding followed Lin Wu inside, he leisurely remarked, the young lady has already learned my family's password. Shouldn't I be privy to yours as well? Lin Wu guided him to the kitchen table and retrieved a bowl, replying, I haven't memorized your family's password. 0322, Bo Yuding stated. Lin Wu paused to regard him. As he smirked, now the young lady is aware. Lin Wu responded with a sigh, cunning man. Ultimately succumbing to the adage that one should not bite the hand that feeds, she sat down and blankly stated, 1109. Bo Yuding solemnly noted, Fear not, my memory is quite reliable. I shall remember it after just one mention. Lin Wu's lips twitched slightly. All right, let us eat, she urged as Bo Yuding chuckled while serving her congee. Just as Lin Wu lifted her spoon, the doorbell rang again. Reluctantly, she set it down and said, You eat first before stepping outside. Bo Yuding watched her retreating figure, his gaze deepening with contemplation. Upon exiting, Lin Wu discovered that the visitor was Lu Guiqi. Although Lu Guiqi was already aware of Lin Wu's family password, he hesitated to enter, fearing it was too early and that she might still be asleep. Standing on the steps with her hands in her pockets, Lin Wu inquired, What brings you here? I feared you might forget. So I came to remind you about our meeting tonight and brought you some soup dumplings and wontons from the octagonal pavilion, Lu Guiqi said, waving the items he carried. Also, regarding the business with Rezu, I have brought the contract. Lin Wu nodded, entering her home. As she turned to re-enter, Lu Guiqi was unconcerned, inputting the password to open the door and cheerfully following her inside. Once inside, he exclaimed, Wu Wu, you have no idea how foul my brother's face was during our video call last night. You must be cautious of his traps when you manage things. As Lu Guiqi closed the door behind him and glanced up, he abruptly halted. To his astonishment, Lin Wu was seated at the table, and beside her was a remarkably handsome man who was unmistakably Bo Jui. What on earth? Lu Guiqi rubbed his eyes and looked again. The man remained the same, coolly observing him with an unsettling intensity that sent a shiver down his spine. Why are you standing there like a statue? Lin Wu turned to see Lu Guiqi, still frozen in place, prompting her to ask. Lu Guiqi approached the table, pointing a finger at Bo Yuding, whose expression was rather unfriendly. With a look of disbelief, he stammered, Wu Wu. Lin Wu glanced at Bo Yuding and replied, He's from the Bo family in Jing. As the young master of the Lu family, are you not familiar with him? Of course I know him. But why is Jui here, sharing a meal with you? Lu Guiqi exclaimed. Lin Wu, perplexed, responded, Is this such a remarkable matter? I live here, and he happens to reside next door. We became acquainted over time. Lu Guiqi turned to Bo Yuding, who was now seated comfortably, arms crossed. You should recall that I despise being pointed at, correct? Bo Yuding remarked, causing Lu Guiqi to retract his hand immediately. Bo Yuding scrutinized Lu Guiqi from head to toe, making him feel somewhat uneasy. Lu Guiqi then turned to Lin Wu, forcing a polite smile. It seems you and he are quite familiar? Well enough, Lin Wu replied casually. Lu Guiqi, displeased, set down the dumplings and wontons, then hurried to the kitchen to fetch bowls and utensils. Returning, he declared, Wu Wu, that comment lacks sincerity. I stood in line at the octagonal pavilion this morning to buy your favorite food. Does that not signify our bond? We're like brothers. Bo Yuding's gaze remained fixed on Lu Guiqi's actions, his eyes narrowing slightly. Feeling the tension, Lu Guiqi glanced around nervously, only to find Bo Yuding grinning ominously. Seeking comfort, Lu Guiqi shifted closer to Lin Wu, complaining, Wu Wu, you should have mentioned your acquaintance with Jui. I was completely unprepared. What kind of preparation do you need? Lin Wu queried, perplexed. Lu Guiqi exaggeratedly gestured, a significant amount. Do you know how unnerving it is to unexpectedly encounter Jui first thing in the morning? It has ruined my good mood for the entire day. Are you implying that I bring bad luck? Bo Yuding said expressionlessly. Lu Guiqi immediately changed his demeanor, smiling ingratiatingly. Of course not. Jui, you bring more fortune than a lucky charm. I merely meant your excellence puts me to shame, making me feel unworthy. I swear, you are indeed my inspiration, a milestone on my path forward. Lin Wu interjected, You are certainly moving forward quite boldly. She then turned to Bo Yuding, noting, It appears you two are quite familiar. Bo Yuding, feeling somewhat embarrassed, covered his face with a hand, wanting to deny their familiarity. However, Lu Guiqi's expression clearly indicated otherwise. We're just acquaintances. Bo Yuding replied flatly. Lu Guiqi pouted, Julie, you actually look down on me. Well, it's good to recognize that, Bo Yuding retorted. Lu Guiqi, suddenly inspired, straightened his posture, but you're also being unreasonable. You already know Wu Wu, yet you still asked me to set up an introduction. Bo Yuding looked puzzled. When did I ever ask you to introduce me to her? Just a few days ago, Lu Guiqi replied. I was planning for you both to meet tonight at Qianqian. Both Lin Wu and Bo Yuding paused, surprised. Lin Wu set her spoon down, frowning. What are you talking about? You said tonight's meeting was with the biggest supplier of the black market, the owner behind Guxing? Bo Yuding simultaneously questioned Lu Guiqi. Tonight, I was supposed to meet the perfumer, Bien Ruo, not my neighbor. As their words hung in the air, silence enveloped the room. After a prolonged moment, the two individuals slowly turned to face one another, their expressions gradually revealing subtle nuances. It was Lu Guiqi who first broke the silence. With a perplexed gesture towards Lin Wu, he addressed Bo Yuding. Ninth Master, Wu Wu is the brother I mentioned, Bien Ruo. We have known each other for several years, closer than blood brothers. He then pointed at Bo Yuding, saying to Lin Wu, Wu Wu, this is the person I told you about. When I first ventured into the black market, I was young and suffered many setbacks. Later, my brother learned of this and sought out Ninth Master to help me recover my losses. That was when I discovered that Ninth Master and my brother had known each other for ages. Moreover, Ninth Master had been involved in the black market since his teenage years. The former boss of Guxing was his mentor. After that elder passed away, Ninth Master took over Guxing. Subsequently, Lu Guiqi began to dominate the black market. Due to Lu Guiyin's instructions, Bo Yuding somewhat protected Lu Guiqi, and as word spread about Lu Guiqi's connection to the boss of Guxing, no one dared to cross him. Thus, after experiencing an initial setback with Lin Wu, Lu Guiqi was genuinely both angry and incredulous, and he firmly remembered Lin Wu, clashing with her for quite some time. As Lu Guiqi finished speaking, the atmosphere at the table grew even more tense. Confused, Lu Guiqi asked, What is wrong? Aren't you acquainted? Could it be you both are unaware of each other's true identities? Bo Yuding remained silent for a brief moment. Then, with a dangerous tone, queried Lu Guiqi. Didn't you say you were introducing a brother? Indeed, Wu Wu is my brother, who has saved me several times. We are quite close. Lu Guiqi realized something belatedly, scratching his nose, but I never specified that my brother is male. Besides, with Wu Wu's approach on the streets, if I claimed she was a girl, no one would believe it. Bo Yuding. Lin Wu. Taking a deep breath, Lin Wu inquired of Lu Guiqi. But didn't you also tell me that the person you were introducing was abroad? Lu Guiqi replied. Ninth Master was indeed abroad before arriving in Beicheng. It was during that time I encountered Ninth Master and noticed that both of you seemed to be investigating the same matter, which is why I facilitated the introduction. Had I known you two were already acquainted, I wouldn't have bothered arranging this meeting. Well, Wu Wu, since you both know each other, could you refund me half of the introduction fee? 50-50, how about that? Lin Wu. Lin Wu and Bo Yuding exchanged glances, understanding one another, nodding in agreement. In the next instant, they both lunged at Lu Guiqi. End of this chapter. 10 minutes later, a bruised and battered Lu Guiqi squatted a few steps away from the dining table, wincing in pain as he spoke. Oh, am I no longer your best friend? Wu Wu, your strikes were too hard. And you, Ninth Master, how could you treat me this way? I'll tell my brother you bullied me. Lin Wu retorted with a cold smile. I'm merely a victim who couldn't tell you were a woman. I've never had a good time with you. Bo Yuding, devoid of emotion, added, Fine. Once you finish complaining, I'll inform your brother about what you've been up to intercontinent. Wait. Lu Guiqi's expression changed in an instant, and he immediately approached Lin Wu to massage her shoulders, then turned to pat Bo Yuding's back, maintaining a serious demeanor that belied his earlier dismay. Actually, I understand. You're just training me. Indeed, my skills have declined, and I must practice diligently for the next time. To get back at us? Lin Wu interjected unexpectedly. Lu Guiqi, his spirits lifted, imagined gleefully. Exactly. I'll take on both of you to reclaim my honor. How impressive that would be. Realizing his words, he quickly amended. How could that be? Wu Wu, we've known each other for so long, yet you think of me this way. I'm utterly disappointed in you. Facing his reproachful gaze, Lin Wu's lips twitched, and she retorted, Sit down and eat. Lu Guiqi promptly obeyed, sliding next to Lin Wu and using his chopsticks to serve her soup dumplings. Gulme. This is what I queued for ages to buy for you. Lin Wu sighed inwardly, feeling exhausted, and noticed that Bo Yuding hadn't touched his food. Why aren't you eating? She asked. Bo Yuding's gaze fell on the soup dumplings, then scanned Lu Guiqi's hands, merely asking, Are these dumplings tasty? Lin Wu replied, They're decent. Lu Guiqi seized the opportunity, exclaiming, They must be delicious. Ninth Master, you have no idea. Wu has been thinking about them while she was away. Bo Yuding responded with an oh, suddenly sitting up straight, pushing away the items before him, and reaching for the soup dumplings and wontons. Since they're tasty and I've never had them, I'll take these. He then looked at Lin Wu with a slight smile and asked, The young lady wouldn't mind sharing with me, would she? Of course, if the young lady objects. I can just stick to the porridge and... Lin Wu decisively handed everything to him, interrupting his pretentiousness. It's all yours. Bo Yuding maintained his composure. Thank you. Lu Guiqi stared blankly at Bo Yuding, then at Lin Wu, feeling that something was amiss. He raised his chopsticks, gesturing to the empty space before him. What about me? Lin Wu pushed Bo Yuding's porridge and fried dumplings towards him. However, Lu Guiqi could not ignore Bo Yuding's icy glare. Fine, I'll search for something else in the kitchen. With resignation, Lu Guiqi got up, rummaging for quite a while before finding a nearly expired instant noodle cup, which he brought back along with hot water. He muttered, But Ninth Master, you're quite the secretive one. Having known you for so long, I had no idea you could cook. Bo Yuding didn't even lift his head. What is the point of letting you know? Feeling the sting of disdain, Lu Guiqi conceded. All right. Since you two are already acquainted, I'll call Qianqian to cancel tonight's dinner. I'm rather curious. Wu Wu, Ninth Master, why are you both investigating the 511 case? Upon mentioning this somewhat delicate topic, Lin Wu and Bo Yuding simultaneously paused their chopsticks and looked at one another. The atmosphere at the table suddenly grew tense. Lu Guiqi, slow to react, asked, What is wrong? Lin Wu swallowed her dumpling and, in a very calm tone, said, Before discussing this matter, I have a question. Bo Yuding set down his chopsticks and met Lin Wu's gaze. What is it? Lin Wu. On the train, was it merely a coincidence or was it directed at me? Bo Yuding pondered briefly, sitting up straighter and replied with a serious tone. It was a coincidence. To be frank, I truly did not expect to encounter you on the train. Prior to that, I had followed a lead related to the 511 case abroad. But it turned out to be a trap, and I barely managed to escape back home. Lord Ninth Master of the Bo family, traveling by train? Lin Wu raised an eyebrow. Bo Yuding chuckled. Fortunately, I took the train. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met the young lady. Lin Wu frowned. Bo Yuding immediately raised both hands. All right, no more jokes. At that time, my trip abroad was confidential. Aside from unexpectedly encountering Lu Guiqi, no one else was aware, which implies there was likely a mole among us. After escaping, I returned to investigate discreetly. To avoid drawing too much attention, I chose to travel by train to Beichang for recuperation, yet I didn't expect to run into an ambush on the train. Lu Guiqi's brow furrowed, and he quickly interjected, Ninth Master, it wasn't me who leaked the information. At that time, I had already crossed paths with Qianqian and was targeted during a shipment. I had no time to spare. Wu can attest to this. Bo Yuding shot him a glare. You lack the wits for this. Lu Guiqi, offended, retorted, I'm quite clever. Perhaps one day, I'll achieve something that will leave you all astonished. Lin Wu face-palmed and turned to Bo Yuding. Returning to the main subject, have you uncovered the mole yet? Bo Yuding pinched his fingers, his brows furrowing slightly, as if he had an inkling of who it might be, planning to resolve it upon returning to Beijing next month. Lin Wu nodded, saying, if you need assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. Bai Yuding gazed at her leisurely. Lin Wu immediately added, only because you saved my grandfather. This remark reminded Lu Guiqi, who hurriedly said, Wu, the doctor I mentioned introducing you to is the Ninth Master. He is the chief Chinese physician in the International Medical Organization and quite formidable. Lin Wu was somewhat surprised. Really? Bai Yuding raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. Well, sort of. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to treat your grandfather. Lin Wu quietly placed a pan-fried dumpling on his plate, saying, thank you. You're welcome. The smile in Bai Yuding's eyes deepened. Meanwhile, Lu Guiqi felt a sense of DJVU and thought, here we go again. Why do I always feel like I should be hiding under the table? Frustrated, he scratched his head and asked, Ninth Master, who were you looking for at that time? Is it related to the 511 case? At this question, Lin Wu also turned her gaze towards Bai Yuding. Yes, Bai Yuding replied. I have been investigating the 511 case. 3 years ago, I finally found a lead, a survivor of the incident. But by the time I arrived, that person had vanished without a trace. Since then, I've been trying to locate them, and about a month ago, I got a hint that they were in Region R. I went there personally, only to discover it was a trap. It seems there was a traitor among my circle long before that, who deliberately provided me with misleading clues. He had acted on trust without giving it much thought. Contemplating this, Bai Yuding's expression turned cold. Noticing Lin Wu was still present, he quickly suppressed his emotions and smiled at her, asking, and what about you, young lady? Why are you investigating the 511 case? Lin Wu's expression tightened as she hesitated to look at Bai Yuding. Reflecting on their recent interactions, she pursed her lips before finally speaking. Because 3 years ago, during a business trip, I was ambushed by rivals. I went alone, without much backup, and found it hard to escape. Then a woman appeared and saved me. I suspect she was in trouble as well, because after I dealt with my adversaries and she left, I was pursued shortly after. It was aimed at her. She must have encountered me by coincidence and intervened to help, but it caused her to lose time and her pursuers caught up to her. As she recounted this, Lin Wu's expression grew nuanced, and she avoided looking at Bai Yuding and Lu Guiqi, instead focusing on her bowl, stirring it with her spoon. She helped me, and I helped her escape. However, due to her severe injuries, she didn't survive. Before she passed, she grasped my hand to tell me something, but she couldn't finish her words. I distinctly heard 511 case. If it weren't for me, she might have escaped in time and not faced her demise. Thus, I wish to repay her, at least to ensure she rests in peace. However, I never managed to find out who she was. It was as if she had appeared out of thin air. Eventually, I resorted to investigating the 511 case. Yet, apart from those few words, I possess no other information, making my search quite arduous, and I have yet to make any breakthroughs. When Lu Guiqi mentioned you might provide me with clues, I agreed to meet. Lu Guiqi scratched his head and remarked, that's indeed quite a predicament. Just the 511 case alone, who knows what it refers to? There are countless cases related to 511. Woo, you might as well be searching for a needle in a haystack. Lin Wu replied. Lu Guiqi sighed. It seems I can't be of much help to you. Initially, I thought since both you and the Ninth Master were discussing the 511 case, given your unique statuses, you might be investigating the same matter, which is why I wanted to connect you both. But now it seems what you're looking into is far from clear. No, Bai Yuding suddenly interjected. Both Lin Wu and Lu Guiqi turned to him, puzzled. Bai Yuding fixed his gaze on Lin Wu and stated, what you are investigating is likely the same case I am. Lin Wu straightened up. What makes you say that? In fact, the person I am searching for is also a woman. Bai Yuding pondered for a moment before asking Lin Wu, when you saw that woman, did she have a large vermilion bird tattoo on her back, covering almost half of it? Lin Wu's expression shifted, yes. Then it's confirmed. Bai Yuding nodded. Although he did not have a photograph of that woman, her tattoo was unique and not easily replicated. Moreover, the location I need to find her in is in Lingnan. Lin Wu's eyes narrowed. I also encountered her in Lingnan. Then it's even more certain it's her, Bai Yuding replied. It seems some accomplices had obtained her whereabouts ahead of me and reached her first. Lin Wu inquired, who are these accomplices? Do you know? Bai Yuding shook his head. To be honest, over the years of investigating the 511 case, an inexplicable force has been obstructing my inquiries. This force is too well concealed. I have yet to uncover their background. However, bribing individuals around me with false clues, leading to my ambush in Regionar, and subsequently being pursued by others, likely stems from them. When I return, I will interrogate that traitor. I should be able to extract some useful information. Lin Wu felt a sense of relief and unconsciously leaned forward, saying, if you find out anything, please remember to tell me. I can exchange something for the information. Bai Yuding chuckled softly, naturally reaching out to ruffle Lin Wu's hair, saying, no need, I will inform you. Lin Wu swatted his hand away, deciding not to hold it against him this time. Meanwhile, Lu Guiqi was taken aback. He had always thought Lin Wu looked quite petible and had once foolishly attempted to ruffle her hair, but was met with severe repercussions each time. Now, why was the Ninth Master allowed to do so? A sense of grievance welled up inside Lu Guiqi as he lamented, Wu Wu, you've changed. Huh? Lin Wu replied. Lu Guiqi said, now your best buddy isn't me anymore. It's the Ninth Master. How can you compare the few months you've known him to our years of brotherhood? No way. You have to let me ruffle your hair too. As he spoke, he reached out his hand. Lin Wu promptly slapped his hand away. How childish. Lu Guiqi hung his head, looking utterly dejected. Bai Yuding smirked at his demeanor and said meaningfully, rest assured, I won't compete with you for the position of brother. You will always be the best brother to my little girl. Really? Lu Guiqi's eyes lit up. Bai Yuding nodded with a smile that was neither here nor there. Lu Guiqi cheered. Ninth Master, I swear from now on, you will be my good brother too. I won't scheme against you anymore. Scheme? Bai Yuding squinted. Lu Guiqi quickly covered his mouth and swiftly changed the subject. That's not important. Let us discuss something else. Ninth Master, what exactly is this 511 case? This was also what Lin Wu wanted to know, and she turned to Bai Yuding. His expression grew somewhat solemn, and his voice lowered. This is a cold case that occurred 18 years ago. A secret agency received orders from above to send a team abroad. What they were tasked with remains unknown. The outcome was disastrous. The entire team perished, with none returning alive. Those involved in the task's initiation also mysteriously died. The higher-ups place great importance on this case, assigning investigations, yet to this day, there have been no breakthroughs. Lin Wu, puzzled, asked, why are you investigating this case then? Bai Yuding paused before answering. I encountered it during my service and found it rather peculiar. There are many reasons behind my inquiry, though none worth mentioning. Upon hearing this, Lin Wu observed his reluctance to speak further and chose not to press the matter. Since everything has been clarified, you all should eat quickly. Otherwise, it will get cold. My instant noodles are ready, Lu Guiqi remarked. Lin Wu and Bai Yuding nodded in unison, silently attending to their meals. As the delightful aroma wafted toward him, Lu Guiqi found it increasingly difficult to swallow his instant noodles and lamented, Wu Wu, I feel quite pitiful. Do you know what I resemble at this moment? Like a wilted, yellowed cabbage, malnourished and in dire need of sustenance. These noodles hardly provide any nourishment. Shut up, Lin Wu replied, her expression darkening as she pushed a plate of fried dumplings toward him. I will only have congee. I won't eat that. Lu Guiqi, holding his neck stiffly under Bai Yuding's gaze, was about to share his woes with Bai Yuding when Lin Wu's phone rang. She glanced at the screen, momentarily taken aback. It was her grandfather calling. This chapter ends here. 044. I can indeed retrieve Lin Jiangbai with a single sentence. This was the first time her grandfather had called her since their last unpleasant encounter. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Wu stood up with her phone in hand, leaving behind a brief message. You all eat first. I need to take a call. With that, she turned and ascended the stairs, connecting the call only when she reached her study. Grandfather? There was a silence on the other end for a while. Eventually, her grandfather's aged voice broke through. Wu Wu, where are you now? Lin Wu settled onto the leather sofa, replying calmly, at home. Her grandfather hesitated and inquired, is it the villa at Yujia Dai Garden? Lin Wu affirmed with a soft After a brief pause, her grandfather continued, which building is it? You mentioned it to me last time, but my memory has been failing me lately due to illness. Lin Wu replied, building 31. Her grandfather seemed skeptical and asked again, Wu Wu, do you really live in Yujia Dai Garden? Lin Wu found it curious that her grandfather, who had previously shown little interest, was suddenly inquiring about this. She responded, Grandfather, is this the reason for your call? If there is nothing else, I will hang up. Wait, there is something. Her grandfather hurriedly interrupted. Lin Wu's tone grew slightly cooler. Speak then. However, her grandfather appeared to struggle, pondering for a moment before tentatively saying, I heard from Shanghai that Jiangbai has been caught up in a case, and the police have taken him to the station. He has been detained for several days now. Upon hearing this, Lin Wu's gaze deepened. She had been following the matter closely, and Lu Guiqi updated her daily on the progress. The case concerning Zhang Yuge was quite peculiar, lacking both suspicious individuals and evidence to prove Lin Jiangbai's innocence, resulting in a stalemate. To date, some in the police department seemed to suspect that Zhang Yuge's death might involve supernatural elements and were considering whether to transfer the case to a special department for handling. If there were no developments in the coming days, that special department would undoubtedly intervene. Lin Wu replied softly, I have heard a little. But you were present when Jiangbai was taken by the police, weren't you? How did you not know? Her grandfather questioned. Lin Wu narrowed her eyes slightly. How do you know that? Her grandfather hesitated. Jiang Chuan and the others told me. Lin Wu responded with a nonchalant "oh" and asked, devoid of any visible emotion. What else did they say? Her grandfather replied in an uncertain tone. They mentioned that you have quite a connection with Shanggui, as well as the young master of the Lung family, who seems to treat you favorably. Lin Wu's expression turned cold. That's not how they phrased it, is it? After a long pause, her grandfather finally said, they said you took Qianqian's place at Shanggui's and that it embarrassed the Lin family. Qianqian is a kind-hearted girl. She wanted to seek the young master of the Lung family's help to get Jiangbai out. But she ended up encountering you and the young master of the Lung family. And you made the young master of the Lung family chase her away. Lin Wu asked icily, do you believe this, grandfather? Of course not. Her grandfather reflexively replied, then hesitated. But I truly do not understand when you became acquainted with the manager of Shanggui and the young master of the Lung family. Lin Wu took a deep breath. Firstly, the owner of Shanggui is my friend. Secondly, I approached Lung Linfeng through Shanggui, and I'm not well acquainted with him. Her grandfather was taken aback. You know the owner of Shanggui? When did this happen? Lin Wu directly interrupted. Don't you want to know why I sought out Lung Linfeng? Her grandfather instinctively replied, what for? Lin Wu spoke plainly. The peace talisman that Shanghai and the others sent you is not merely for your safety. Firstly, they will siphon your lifespan through the pendant, using special means to exchange it for their own wealth. Secondly, that pendant is toxic. Remember when I asked you if you had visited any laboratories? That is because there are toxic trace elements in your body, which I traced back to the pendant they sent you. Regardless of the truth behind her claims, Lin Wu laid their intentions bare before her grandfather. On the other end of the line, her grandfather was left bewildered, stammering, how can this be? Shanghai is my son, and Jiangbai is my grandson. How could they do such a thing? The young master of the Lung family has established a rapport with the so-called Master Zhang, which has already been acknowledged. The Chun and Zhao families, who had previously received the pendants, also perished due to poisoning. If you still do not believe me, I can certainly bring the young master of the Lung family before you and seek evidence from the Chun and Zhao families. Lin Wu finished speaking in one breath, showing no concern for the impact of her words on her grandfather. Finally, she asked coolly, do you have any more questions? Or must I provide you with irrefutable evidence before you will believe me? Her grandfather on the other end fell silent, his mind blank, as he struggled to process the shocking revelations. Lin Wu's voice turned icy now, back to the main topic. Grandfather, why did you call me? What is it that you wish to express? Her grandfather remained unusually silent, his breathing heavy. Lin Wu patiently waited, her gaze fixated on the antique clock in the corner of the room, watching the second hand revolve. After a full 10 minutes, her grandfather finally spoke. His voice thick with emotion. I saw the photos Qianqian brought me. Jiangbai looks quite haggard and appears to have suffered greatly. Lin Wu pressed her fingers to her temples, and her grandfather struggled to articulate his thoughts. Wu. Shanghai mentioned that the young master of the Lung family is quite fond of you. I also believe that your encounter with the owner of Shenggui was truly coincidental. If that is the case, could you possibly find a way to help Jiangbai? Or perhaps seek out the young master of the Lung family? Lin Wu leaned back, her arms draped over the back of the sofa, her long legs crossed. Her eyes, cold and detached, spoke with a chilling clarity. I can indeed retrieve Lin Jiangbai with a single sentence. Really? Her grandfather's voice sounded invigorated. Lin Wu's tone shifted. However, I will not do so. Why? Her grandfather asked, puzzled. Lin Wu scoffed, given his previous affronts towards me. My refraining from further condemnation would be a display of great kindness. Why would you expect me to help him? Do you think that's possible? I wish to make it clear, grandfather, that I care for you and will honor you in your old age. Therefore, you should not deplete my affection for you through the Lin family. Otherwise, you will lose me as your granddaughter. With that, Lin Wu abruptly hung up. The end of this chapter, 045. The police chief had a fondness for spices after spending some time in the study, until his expression revealed nothing. Lin Wu finally put away his phone and descended the stairs. To his surprise, both Bo Yuding and Lu Guiqi had not eaten and were waiting for him. Upon seeing him come down, Lu Guiqi waved excitedly. Wu, come quickly. I knew you'd be on the phone for a while. Just now. Ninth Master heated your breakfast in the kitchen microwave. It's still warm. Lin Wu responded with a subdued, walked over, sat down, and began to eat silently with his head lowered. Lu Guiqi also started to eat, feeling pleased that Bo Yuding had ceased to pay him any attention. Relishing the pan-fried dumplings, he thought to himself that he must be the first in Beijing to have tasted a meal personally prepared by Ninth Master. Quite delightful indeed. He certainly had to boast about this to his brothers later. As Lu Guiqi enjoyed his meal more and more, Bo Yuding observed Lin Wu with a slight furrow in his brow. After a moment, he picked up a soup dumpling with his chopsticks and placed it in Lin Wu's bowl, softly saying, "Didn't you say you like this? Have one and smile a little. Though I've tasted it and found it rather mediocre, I'll make you soup dumplings myself when I return from the hospital tonight, and I promise they'll be much better." Lin Wu's gaze fell on the dumpling before shifting to Bo Yuding, her emotions somewhat complex. She replied, "Who can keep smiling all the time? There is nothing to laugh about." Bo Yuding tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Then I'll smile for the little lady. To be honest, I think I look rather good. I should live up to the phrase pleasing to the eye. Don't you think it might lift your spirits a little?" Lin Wu found it somewhat amusing, but didn't want Bo Yuding to see, so she suppressed her smile and looked down, muttering, "There's nothing worth looking at." Bo Yuding replied, "I don't believe that." Lin Wu chuckled softly. Lu Guiqi only caught the last part, asking curiously, "What don't you believe?" Bo Yuding kritortit grambiri. "Don't believe that you have any sense." He urged, "Hurry up and eat. Once you're done, we need to leave quickly." Lu Guiqi, feeling aggrieved, bit down hard on a dumpling. Meanwhile, in the hospital, the atmosphere in old Master Lin's ward was suffocatingly silent. Lin Jiangchuan and Lin Qian stood before the hospital bed, exchanging glances, both unusually quiet and refraining from speaking. The elder Lin lay still, his face a grim mask of incredulity and sorrow. After a long moment, he shut his eyes and said, "You have all heard the results. You may go back now." When old Master Lin had called Lin Wu, Lin Jiangchuan and Lin Qian had stood nearby, listening to the conversation through the speakerphone, and they had heard everything. They were not surprised by Lin Wu's refusal, given her frosty demeanor and the grievances between them. Such a rejection was entirely expected. However, Lin Wu had gone so far as to accuse Lin Shanghai and Lin Jiangbai of harming old Master Lin, and she had presented her case with such conviction that it left them momentarily speechless, unable to process it until the call ended. Hearing the disappointment in old Master Lin's voice, Lin Jiangchuan could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, saying, "Lin Wu is slandering my father and my elder brother." Old Master Lin looked up at him. Lin Jiangchuan sneered. "Who doesn't he know she wishes nothing but ill for our Lin family? Just now, She made it clear she wants to kick us while we're down. Perhaps that incident with the fall was nothing but her fabrication. Since the owner of Qianqian is her friend and she met the young master of the Lung family, they are sure to side with her. Fabricating evidence would be a trivial task for them. By now, Lin Jianquan had to accept that Lin Wu was indeed a favored guest at Qianqian. This realization only fueled his indignation. Why should their Lin family, after years of hard work, be overshadowed by Lin Wu, who was of lesser worth? He declared, "Grandfather, do you truly believe in outsider's words? If you do, you will have betrayed my father and elder brother's filial piety. How can there be such a muddled old man in the world?" Second brother, Lin Qian, tugged at Lin Jianquan's sleeve. He retorted, "Why should we help her cover for her accusations when she has so brazenly slandered us, disregarding the years we raised her?" Lin Qian bit her lip, remaining silent. She feared that if old Master Lin truly summoned Lin Wu and the young master of the Lung family, the secret she had concealed would be exposed. Compared to that, she had no interest in whether Lin Shanghai and Lin Jiangbai had truly poisoned old Master Lin. Old Master Lin clenched his hands tightly, and, after a moment, he leaned back wearily, saying, "You heard what Wu Wu said. I, an old man, cannot persuade her to save Jiangbai. We must leave it to fate. As for what Shanghai and the others did, they must come and speak to me themselves." The latter part of his statement was delivered with a sharpness that startled Lin Jianquan and Lin Qian. Ultimately, they left reluctantly. Second brother, we promised our parents we would make grandfather ask Lin Wu for help. Now that we haven't accomplished that, how can we explain this to them? Lin Qian hesitated, then suggested, "What if we go directly to find Lin Wu? Didn't grandfather just ask us where she lives?" Lin Jianquan scoffed. "Do you really believe Lin Wu lives in Yujia Dai Garden?" Lin Qian shook her head decisively. She was well aware of the exclusivity of Yujia Dai Garden. Even the Lung family could not reside there. So how could Lin Wu, despite her connection to the owner of Qianqian? Lin Jianquan continued, "Lin Wu must be trying to deceive grandfather. We want to find her there." Lin Qian worriedly asked, "What should we do now?" Second brother, since returning to the Lin family, I've hardly been able to help you at all, yet I keep messing things up. Surely, our parents want to dislike me? As soon as she finished speaking, tears streamed down her cheeks, and she began to sob. Lin Jianquan felt a pang of sympathy and quickly reassured her, "It's all right. It's all right. I'll find a way. Our parents certainly want tea. What other options do we have?" Lin Qian feigned disappointment, lowering her head. "Second brother, I know you're only comforting me. I understand." "No." Lin Jianquan, in his urgency, exclaimed, "Actually, there's a way." "What is it?" Lin Qian immediately inquired. Lin Jianquan hesitated before saying, "We could try to find the police chief. But hasn't father already hit a wall with that?" Lin Qian countered. Lin Jianquan, however, cast a wary glance around and pulled Lin Qian closer, whispering, "It's like this. Father hit a wall because he didn't put in any real effort. You don't know, the police chief has a little-known hobby. He is extremely passionate about spices. Coincidentally, father has a small piece of agarwood that he bought at a high price 2 years ago. It's said to be very beneficial for the body. If we give this to the chief, how could he possibly refuse to release my elder brother?" Lin Qian was not very familiar with this, asking, "Is it like the one grandfather has beside his bed?" Lin Jianquan scoffed, "How could that be? Grandfather's is clearly a cheap trinket. He even said it was a gift from Lin Wu, so it can't be anything good. It certainly doesn't compare to father's piece. Let us go back and stealthily take father's piece and arrange a meeting with the chief." Lin Qian hesitated, "But since the agarwood is valuable, wouldn't father be angry?" Lin Jianquan thought for a moment, also feeling hesitant, but he replied, "Once my elder brother is released, father will understand we did this for him and won't be too angry. Let us go." The end of this chapter, 046. How did you end up here? After breakfast, Bo Yuding left, taking the unwilling Lu Guiqi with him. Since they were headed to the hospital, Bo Yuding asked Lin Wu if she wanted to join. Lin Wu, her expression impassive, declined. Once they departed, she went upstairs to her study to attend to her affairs, remaining there for the entire day. Finally, in the evening, after finishing her tasks, Lin Wu quickly filled her stomach and, seeing it was almost time, went to wash up and rest. After lying down in bed, she glanced at her phone and recalled the call from her grandfather, furrowing her brow once more. Eventually, Lin Wu picked up her phone and called Cheng Man. After a brief wait, the call connected. "Hello, Dao Sheng? What brings you to me at this late hour?" Lin Wu inquired directly. Are you able to reach the chief of the police station in Beicheng? Cheng Man paused for a moment before responding. Are you looking to inquire about the details of the Zhang Yugao case? No need to ask. I can tell you directly. That case is rather complicated and has been handed over to a special department. Since the deceased was a practitioner of the arcane arts, the special department has contacted our sect, the Su NMN, intending to collaborate on the investigation. Our sect will dispatch personnel shortly. If you wish to know any updates later, feel free to ask me directly. Cheng Man thought it a waste of Lin Wu's time to meet with the police chief over such trivial matters. Upon hearing this, Lin Wu shook her head and replied, I have other matters to attend to. Other matters? Cheng Man was taken aback, but refrained from probing further. After pondering for a few seconds, she responded, All right, I have someone who can schedule an appointment with the chief. Just send me the time and location, and I will forward it to you. By the way, do you mind if the chief knows you are Dao Sheng? Lin Wu replied, I do not mind. Very well, I will take care of it promptly. Cheng Man assured her. Lin Wu expressed her gratitude, to which Cheng Man gently replied, No need for thanks. I heard from Ming Xian that you gave the jade I previously gifted you to him. It is I who should be thanking you, as your assistance last time turned out to be a favor without cost. Lin Wu chuckled, insisting that there was no need for such formalities, and added, I have no further business, so I shall hang up now. It is time for sleep. Cheng Man bid her good night before ending the call. The following morning, Lin Wu received a message from Cheng Man, confirming the appointment for that evening at a 5-star hotel. Lin Wu proceeded to her study, rummaging through her belongings until she unearthed a piece of decent agarwood, which she deemed suitable as a meeting gift. When evening arrived, Lin Wu casually selected a car from the backyard and set off for the appointment. Upon arriving at the hotel, she found it was precisely the appointed time. Donning a mask and a hat, she exited the vehicle, carrying the meeting gift, and handed the keys and a tip to the doorman, requesting assistance with parking before informing the staff of her desired private room. The staff, clearly aware that the occupant of the room was the police chief, immediately adopted a respectful demeanor upon hearing the room number and gestured for her to follow. Miss, please follow me. Lin Wu nodded and ascended the stairs behind the staff member. Shortly after her departure, Lin Jiangchuan and Lin Qian arrived. The staff, noting their distinguished attire, warmly greeted them. However, both Lin Jiangchuan and Lin Qian declined the staff's offer to guide them and made their way to the elevator independently. This was Lin Qian's first visit to such a luxurious hotel, and she couldn't help but glance around in awe, exclaiming, Second brother, this place looks so opulent. Lin Jiangchuan scoffed, remarking that it was nothing compared to Shengguo or even the Cold family's clubhouse. Recalling Shengguo, Lin Jiangchuan's expression darkened. Qianqian, this place is nothing in Beicheng. You will encounter even grander locales in the future. Upon hearing this, Lin Qian's eyes sparkled with hope and aspiration. But she soon grew anxious, voicing her concerns. Second brother, what if we do not successfully meet the chief? We only heard he was here and came without an appointment. One tea that upset him? Lin Jiangchuan was unsure of the chief's mood, but was displeased by the situation. When he had sought assistance to contact the chief, he had made it clear that he intended to present a piece of exorbitantly priced agarwood as a gift. Knowing the chief's fondness for agarwood, he was confident it would secure their meeting. Indeed, the chief had initially agreed to see them, causing Lin Jiangchuan and Lin Qian to stay up excited all night. However, this morning, the person he had asked for help suddenly informed him that the chief had rescinded his agreement, claiming he had more important guests to attend to and would not be able to meet them, suggesting they reschedule for another time. This was intolerable for Lin Jiangchuan. He had gone to great lengths to procure the Lin family's only piece of precious agarwood for a gift, only for the chief to prioritize others over them. What kind of guest could be more significant than this priceless agarwood? Lin Jiangchuan surmised that the chief must either fear involving the Lin family or simply look down upon their offerings, deeming them unworthy of his time. Surely, this so-called important guest was merely an excuse. Qianqian, just wait. Once the chief realizes how extraordinary our agarwood is, he will undoubtedly regret his decision. By then, it will be up to them to consider whether to accept the agarwood. Lin Qian, having been briefed by Lin Jiangchuan on the exceptional quality of their agarwood, nodded in confidence. Regardless, they were determined to meet the chief, especially since they had paid a hefty sum for the room number at the hotel. The two reached a consensus and hurriedly entered the elevator with the wrapped agarwood. Upon arriving at their designated floor, Lin Qian hesitantly asked, Second brother, we are destined for room 509, correct? Absolutely. I double-checked several times before we left. I won't mistake it, Lin Jianchuan assured her as they proceeded down the corridor. However, the hotel's layout was labyrinthine, and they inadvertently walked in the wrong direction, taking a considerable detour before finally confirming the location of room 509. Fearing they would be late, they hurried toward it. As they passed a restroom in the corridor, Lin Qian caught sight of a familiar figure and stopped, thinking she must have mistaken someone. Rubbing her eyes, she looked again. "What are you doing here?" Hearing her voice, Lin Jianchuan turned around. "Qianqian, what is the matter?" Lin Qian pointed at her right, stammering she. Lin Jianchuan, puzzled, retraced his steps to see what she was indicating. Not far away, outside the restroom, a slender girl was bending over the sink, washing her hands. The large mirror on the wall reflected her image. Lin Jianchuan's eyes widened in disbelief and fury as he rushed forward. "Lin Wu, how dare you show your face before us?" Lin Wu's eyelids flickered slightly as she caught sight of Lin Jianchuan and Lin Qian through the mirror, surprised to encounter them here. After ascending with the staff, she had decided to use the restroom, allowing the staff to inform the chief of her arrival. However, her mood soured further upon seeing the two. After washing her hands and turning off the faucet, she faced Lin Jianchuan directly. The more Lin Jianchuan witnessed her nonchalant demeanor, the angrier he became, exclaiming, "Lin Wu, you truly are an ungrateful wretch. During your time with the Lin family, did we or our parents treat you poorly? After you moved to the countryside, Grandpa treated you even better. Now, you stand idly by while our brother is in trouble and bully Qianqian, who we have finally managed to bring back. How dare you?" Lin Wu's expression turned frosty. "How do you know I refused to help Lin Jianbai? Were you present when Grandpa called me yesterday? Did you force him to contact me?" Lin Jianchuan responded indignantly. "What coercion? He is our grandfather's biological grandson, now that our brother is in trouble. What's wrong with Grandpa lending a hand? If he can protect a bastard like you, why shouldn't he protect his own grandson?" Lin Wu crossed her arms, scoffing. "And you come begging me, a bastard, for help? What does that make you? Oh, I see now. You're even lower than a bastard. How dare you insult me?" Lin Jianchuan raised his hand to strike her. Lin Wu did not even spare him a glance. Instead, she slightly raised her hand and effortlessly seized Lin Jianchuan's wrist. Attempting to break free, he was taken aback by her surprising strength. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape. "Let go." With Lin Qian behind him, Lin Jianchuan felt the sting of humiliation from her shocked gaze. Lin Wu shot him a cold glance and suddenly pulled him closer, swiftly driving her knee into his abdomen. Lin Jianchuan stumbled forward, caught off guard and wincing in pain. End of chapter. Lin Wu swiftly swung her arm, forcefully sending the person flying, who staggered and collided with the tiled wall. In that fleeting moment, Lin Jianchuan felt his mind go blank, slowly sliding down the wall, belatedly letting out a pained scream as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his abdomen, drenched in cold sweat from the agony. Lin Qian rushed over in alarm, asking, "Second brother, are you all right?" Not wishing to appear weak in front of Lin Qian, Lin Jianchuan struggled to rise, but the pain was overwhelming, causing him to bend over as he furiously shouted, "Lin Wu, this isn't over." Lin Wu let out a cold scoff. "Did you not tell me to let go? I have never tolerated being pointed at, but since I have a kind heart, I shall take a moment to teach you a lesson." She stepped forward, a simple motion that intensified the oppressive atmosphere. "Remember, from now on, if you see me, take a detour." Lin Wu pulled out a mask from her pocket and put it on, revealing only her dark brows and eyes, adding to her intimidation. "Otherwise, I shall send you to the hospital, one in prison and one lying down, ensuring your family is neatly arranged." "You!" Lin Jianchuan trembled with rage. Lin Qian glared at Lin Wu, exclaiming, "You will regret offending us. We are esteemed guests of the police chief." Lin Wu had initially intended to leave, but upon hearing this, she paused and turned back to Lin Qian. "What did you say?" Lin Qian straightened. "We are the chief's esteemed guests. Lin Wu, for striking my second brother, we will not let this slide, and we shall certainly report you. When the chief stands with us, you will be finished. My brother has suffered in the station. You will endure the same." Lin Wu chuckled, genuinely finding it amusing. However, with her mask obscuring her expression, Lin Qian mistook her amusement for fear and said, "If you apologize to us now, we might consider letting you off lightly." Having been bested by Lin Wu too many times before, Lin Qian felt particularly triumphant at this opportunity. Lin Wu merely inquired, "Does the chief know you're saying this?" Lin Qian scoffed, "What does it matter to you if he knows or not?" Lin Wu stood her ground, "Because the chief is meeting with me today. I distinctly mentioned that no uninvited guests should be present. If he is indeed meeting with you, then—" Upon hearing this, Lin Qian and Lin Jianchuan were both taken aback. After a moment, they burst into laughter simultaneously. You claim to be the important guest the chief is meeting today?" Lin Jianchuan seemed to regain his strength, propping himself against the wall, and mockingly retorted, "Lin Wu, do you truly believe that just because you have a slight connection with Shang Gui and have met the young master of the Lung family, you are someone significant?" As soon as he finished speaking, hurried footsteps echoed from the other end of the corridor. Lin Jianchuan and Lin Qian turned to see a middle-aged man in his 40s, portly and surrounded by a throng of people hastily approaching. They had already seen the chief's photograph and recognized him immediately. Lin Jianchuan taunted, "The chief has arrived. If you really are the important guest mentioned by the chief, I will kneel and bow to you." Lin Wu narrowed her eyes. The arriving chief, unexpectedly seeing the standoff, froze momentarily, then turned to his staff and said something. The staff member replied respectfully and gestured towards them. The chief seemed to confirm something, his eyes widening in surprise. Lin Qian, noticing this, gleefully said to Lin Jianchuan, "Second brother, look, the rare agarwood we brought is indeed useful. The chief remembers us. When he saw you hurt, he couldn't believe someone dared to harm you." Lin Jianchuan agreed, defiantly staring at Lin Wu. Lin Wu merely replied with a scoff. At that moment, the chief appeared to regain his composure and belief in what he saw, quickly striding towards them. Lin Jianchuan put on a smiling face, ready to greet the chief. But the chief passed by him without a glance, continuing on. His expression faltered. Lin Qian was also momentarily stunned. The chief approached Lin Wu, bowing respectfully and cautiously saying, "May I inquire, are you Miss Daosheng?" Lin Wu looked at the chief coolly. "Do you need me to call Master Cheng from the Qianmen to confirm your presence?" Upon hearing this, the chief was already certain and hurriedly replied, "No need, no need. You are too kind." He quickly stepped aside, gesturing invitingly, "Miss Daosheng, please. Let's go to a private room to discuss matters in detail. I had previously inquired about your preferences from Qianmen, and I ordered some dishes accordingly, which are already on the table, so you can eat immediately upon arrival without going hungry. Please let me know if they suit your taste. If not, we can reorder." Lin Jianchuan and Lin Qian fell silent, suddenly realizing the situation, and hurriedly stepped forward. "Chief, you have mistaken the person. We are right here." The chief paused, puzzled. "Who are you? Are you deaf? Can't you understand? She is Miss Daosheng?" This statement felt like a public slap to Lin Jianchuan and Lin Qian, especially in front of Lin Wu. They had just boasted about their connection to the chief, and now the chief was asking who they were, leaving them at a loss as to how to face Lin Wu. Lin Jianchuan sensed that even without looking at Lin Wu, he could feel her mocking gaze, which was unbearable. He immediately approached the chief, saying, "I am Lin Jianchuan, the second young master of the Lin family, and this is my sister, Lin Qian, the young lady of the Lin family. Chief, we arranged to meet you yesterday. You even agreed to see us. Do you not remember?" The chief furrowed his brow at this, reflecting carefully but failing to recall any impression. His gaze flicked to his accompanying secretary. The secretary, well acquainted with the chief, understood immediately and swiftly approached, whispering in the chief's ear. After listening, the chief finally remembered that his secretary had indeed mentioned someone named Lin wanted to see him, because the gift he was to receive was a piece of exorbitantly priced agarwood from the capital. The secretary had asked if he wanted to meet. He had a fondness for fragrances, and upon hearing the gift was agarwood, had agreed, curious to see what kind of agarwood the visitor could present. Yet, no matter how exquisite the agarwood, it could never compare to Master Benruo. It is known that Master Benruo is a top-tier incense maker, and every piece he crafted is of the highest quality, immensely beneficial and hard to come by. Therefore, upon learning that Benruo wished to see him today, the chief was so excited that he could hardly contain his joy, naturally prioritizing this meeting over his original schedule. Faced with Lin Jianchuan's expression, the chief's demeanor softened considerably as he asked, "How did you come to be here?" Lin Jianchuan and Lin Qian felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, the chief remembered them. Lin Qian, eager to impress in front of Lin Wu, quickly stepped in front of the chief, presenting what she believed was a perfect smile, and said, We sincerely arranged to meet you, Chief, so we prepared a generous gift for you, a particularly fine agarwood. Since we have prepared the gift, it would be remiss not to present it, so my brother and I inquired about your schedule for tonight. It matters not if you are too busy to see us. We, as your admirers, simply came to deliver the gift to you whenever you have a moment. This was a well-articulated compliment, flattering the chief. Although the chief was somewhat displeased that Lin Jiangchuan and Lin Qian had inquired about his whereabouts, he did not show much anger. His tone turning gentle. You are very considerate. However, Lin Qian quickly shifted her tone, pointing at Lin Wu. This person has ulterior motives. She dared to obstruct our meeting with you and even lied that she is your esteemed guest, showing you great disrespect. Indeed. Lin Jiangchuan nodded vigorously, triumphantly looking at Lin Wu. But Lin Wu did not spare him a glance, causing him to grit his teeth in frustration. The chief was taken aback, uncertain if he had misheard. Who are you speaking about? Her, Lin Jiangchuan exclaimed. Chief, you are unaware of how arrogant she is. Knowing we are your esteemed guests, she still dared to lay hands on us, utterly disregarding you. The chief listened, his expression turning serious. You must not let someone like her, who tarnishes your reputation under your name, go unpunished. Lin Qian added. Director. Observing the director's silence, Lin Jiangchuan and Lin Wu exchanged puzzled glances. Director, what troubles you? Lin Wu suddenly scoffed, drawing everyone's attention. She fixed her gaze on the director and said, These two are the younger siblings of Lin Jiangbai, the eldest son of the Lin family, whom your bureau recently apprehended. Their family. Are you intending to assist them in persecuting me? Director. Now let Dao Sheng go. Dao Sheng is far more likely to not spare him. The director quickly interjected. Miss Dao Sheng, you are mistaken. I have no association with them. I have never met them, nor have I seen them before. And to think they are related to Lin Jiangbai, that is even less acceptable. The director turned sharply to Lin Jiangchuan and Lin Qian, reprimanding. How dare you investigate this bureau's affairs without permission? Who gave you the audacity? When did this bureau ever declare you my esteemed guests? The true esteemed guest of this bureau is this Miss Dao Sheng. She is the one being entertained tonight. Lin Jiangchuan and Lin Qian displayed expressions of disbelief. Lin Jiangchuan raised his voice, Director. Aside from her connection to Sheng Gui and knowing the young master of the Lung family, what else makes her so special? How could you possibly dismiss us for her? Director, Dao Sheng is indeed connected to Sheng Gui and the young master of the Lung family. She must be treated with utmost deference. The director exclaimed, Are you deaf? Did you not hear how I addressed her? Dao Sheng, since you are acquainted with Chun Xiang, do you not know who Dao Sheng is? Lin Jiangchuan instinctively replied, Of course I know. Dao Sheng is the youngest and most promising in the incense-making industry. His voice abruptly halted. The air fell into a profound silence. It felt as if mere seconds passed, yet also felt like an eternity. This silence shattered by Lin Qian's shrill exclamation. How can this be? She is merely a country bumpkin. How could she be Dao Sheng? The director's pupils widened in shock. He turned to Lin Wu in fear. Her expression was inscrutable, appearing calm, yet that was even more terrifying. If the Xianmen were to learn that Dao Sheng was being insulted here, could he still hold the position of director? With that thought, the director's anger flared. Silence. Someone, throw these two ignorant fools out. Before he could finish, Lin Wu raised her hand to halt him. The director cautiously looked at Lin Wu. She stepped forward, stopping in front of Lin Qian, smirking with her tongue against her lower lip. In the next instant, she unexpectedly slapped Lin Qian hard across the face. The sound of the slap echoed, and Lin Qian stumbled back, crashing against the wall, 5 distinct finger marks etched clearly on her face, causing her to scream in pain. Qianqian. Lin Jiangchuan rushed to support Lin Qian, glaring angrily at Lin Wu. What are you doing? Hitting her? Is it not obvious? Lin Wu flexed her wrist and retorted. If your eyesight is poor, I shall deliver another slap to clarify. She feigned raising her hand to strike again. Caught off guard, Lin Qian instinctively shrank into Lin Jiangchuan's embrace, trembling all over. Lin Wu paused, coldly stating, I hope this is the last time you foolishly provoke me. Otherwise, even with grandfather's backing, I will ensure your ruin. Lin Jiangchuan was taken aback by her piercing gaze, momentarily rendered speechless. Lin Wu then turned her attention to the director. As I previously mentioned, I do not wish for any irrelevant individuals to be present. However, Your movements are so easily traceable that it raises concerns about your capability as director. Director, he immediately shouted to his subordinates. What are you doing standing there? Why haven't you thrown these two out yet? Hurry! The staff, startled back to reality, rushed forward to drag Lin Jiangquan and Lin Qian away. Lin Jiangquan finally had to accept the harsh truth, struggling to call out, Director, we are your esteemed guests. You promised to meet us yesterday. Additionally, we brought you your favorite Qianqian. Even if that wretched Lin Wu is Dao Sheng, her Qianqian cannot compare to ours. Director. The director wished for a pair of ears that could not hear. Lin Wu narrowed her eyes, fixing her gaze on the director. Yesterday? So, the director had already planned to meet them? No. The director became even more alarmed, yelling at his staff. Are you turtles? Why haven't you moved them yet? The staff began to run, swiftly disappearing from view as if chased by hungry wolves. Only then did the director dare to look at Lin Wu, anxiously saying, Miss Dao Sheng, you are undoubtedly mistaken. At that time, I had no idea they were Lin Jiangbai's siblings, nor did I know they had enmity with you. Had I known in advance, I would never have agreed to meet them. Lin Wu regarded him with an expressionless stare. Her gaze was so oppressive that the director broke into a cold sweat, nearly losing his footing. After a moment, Lin Wu relaxed her demeanor and stepped past the director, leaving behind a remark. Let us discuss matters in the private room. The director eagerly complied, following her closely. Upon reaching the private room's door, he graciously opened it for Lin Wu. Once inside, the director promptly invited Lin Wu to take the main seat. However, Lin Wu ignored him and went directly to the guest seat. The director dared not sit in the main seat before her, instead taking a position beside her, pouring tea and personally serving it, asking, I wonder what brings you here today, Miss Dao Sheng? Recalling the earlier incident, the director immediately pledged his loyalty. If it concerns the Lin family and their grievances with you, I assure you, I will not let them go. I will ensure you are avenged. He presented the tea to Lin Wu, forcing a smile. In a few days, the special envoy from the Qianmin and other departments will arrive. I hope you could speak a good word for me in front of them. Even if not, he simply wished she would not reveal the incident of her being insulted on his territory. His expectations were not high. Lin Wu crossed her legs, arms crossed. Casting a casual glance at him, I indeed came because of the Lin family, but not because of those two fools. It concerns someone else. Speak. Whatever it is, I shall ensure it is done. The director exclaimed. Lin Wu stated, Regarding Lin Jiangbai, who is detained in your bureau, when do you plan to release him? The director was taken aback. Why would she inquire about Lin Jiangbai's release? Did it imply that not all members of the Lin family were her adversaries? And perhaps Lin Jiangbai had a good relationship with her? The director hesitated, pondering the implications of her possible intention to secure Lin Jiangbai's release, which could complicate matters since others above him wanted him to remain incarcerated. However, given Dao Sheng's background with the Qianmin, Sheng Gui, and the Lung family's young master, the director cautiously responded, It was originally set for a few more days. But given your wishes, could it be in 3 days? Lin Wu frowned. The director continued, 2 days? Lin Wu's cold breath was palpable. The director's cold sweat intensified as he stammered, Could it be tomorrow? That is not feasible. I cannot justify this to my superiors. Lin Wu lifted her teacup and took a sip, casually stating, No, I want you to keep him as long as possible. Until death, I would not mind. The director was stunned. Huh? How? No. That is acceptable. Absolutely acceptable. He hurriedly replied. Then, please explain why that is so. Lin Wu's expression was unyielding, leaving the director utterly bewildered. Is it not because you wish for him to remain in prison longer? Lin Wu placed her teacup down with a clatter, causing the director's heart to race. The next word from Lin Wu sent his heart into a frenzy. Is it not because your superiors also wish for Lin Jiangbai to take the blame? Thus, you are more than willing to do them this favor and keep him in prison longer? She glanced at the director, but collusion between officials and criminals seemed inappropriate. Did it not? The director abruptly stood, knocking over a chair in his haste. Lin Wu, unfazed, remarked, Why the rush? I was merely jesting. The director swallowed hard, unable to believe that Lin Wu was joking. He couldn't help but wonder whose intention Lin Wu was conveying. Could it be that the practitioners from the Qianmin and the special department had discovered some incriminating evidence against him and were sending Dao Sheng to test him? It was utterly inconceivable that Dao Sheng would come to him just to suggest that he confine the troublesome Lin Jiangbai for a while. The director forced a smile and bowed slightly, saying, "I am not panicking. I am merely apprehensive. Miss Dao Sheng, such words cannot be taken lightly." Lin Wu tapped his fingers on the table, articulating each word distinctly. "Tell me who is behind this, and I guarantee you will retain your position as director when the Qianqian personnel arrive." The director's heart raced. Lin Wu then pulled a plastic bag from his coat pocket and placed it on the table before him, stating, "A small token of appreciation, nothing more." The director gasped. "Is this sandalwood?" He felt that since it was presented by Dao Sheng, it could not possibly be mere trinket. Instead, it was a treasure that he held with gleaming eyes. "This must have been handmade by Dao Sheng. What do you think?" Lin Wu inquired. The director hesitated for a moment. Then his expression shifted rapidly as he eagerly responded, "It is the young master of the Lung family, Lung Linfeng. Since Dao Sheng has connections with him, I do not consider this betrayal. I might acquire a piece of Dao Sheng's incense while ensuring my position as director. What a win-win situation." Lin Wu's hand on the table paused slightly. "Lung Linfeng? Yes, yes." The director spoke rapidly. "Master Zhang's case. Lung Linfeng instructed us not to investigate in depth. Although the deceased does not resemble Master Zhang, we can treat him as if he were. Furthermore, since Lin Jiangbai has become a suspect, we must pin it all on him." After a lengthy silence, Lin Wu remarked, "There is no direct evidence proving that Lin Jiangbai is the murderer." "But Lung Linfeng does not care," the director replied. "He merely asked us to delay for half a month. After half a month, there will be no groundbreaking evidence, and this case will gradually become a cold case." Lin Wu inquired, "Why half a month?" The director shook his head and honestly replied, "Lung Linfeng did not specify." Lin Wu pondered for a moment before asking again, "He is a businessman. Your collaboration could be deemed as a collusion between officials and businessmen. Why did you tacitly agree when I mentioned official corruption? What other identity does he possess?" The director panicked. "Help." So Dao Sheng was actually deceiving him. She truly knows nothing. End of chapter 050. Lung Linfeng is the owner of Wuxing. Observing the director's rigid expression, Lin Wu spoke softly. "What is it? Can't you say?" The director nodded vigorously. Lin Wu acknowledged. "Very well, you may remain silent." The director's eyes brightened instantly. However, Lin Wu's next words rendered him unable to smile. "I will directly ask Lung Linfeng to tell me. He might be part of the underworld, and we'll see if he can provide me with information." The director, compared to the Gu family, Qi Ran favors the Meng family more, as the Meng household is filled with an atmosphere of happiness, allowing her to be free-spirited and unrestrained. Moreover, both the teacher and his wife possess exceptionally pleasant personalities. Yet, after exhausting all possible reasons, Lucy's instinct for evolution resurfaced, compelling her to strive for her progress. Xiao Peng remained silent, waiting for him to finish before delivering another slap, causing the scarred face to fall to the ground once more. "I couldn't care less about her," he muttered, pulling out his phone to capture the ancient street scenery. Not long ago, beneath an overpass in Shanghai, a rebellious voice muttered to itself, "Is this feeling? Could it be him? He has returned, finally here to set me free. How infuriating. He should have come to liberate me long ago. Sigh. Why is he heading towards the center?" The temple bustled with people, some sincerely praying to the deities while others curiously watched. It was said that not far behind was Shanghai's Yuyuan Garden, along with some opera performances. There was also a so-called Star City nearby, but I was too lazy to explore. I awkwardly smiled and said, "It's not as exaggerated as Sihan mentioned. In truth, Siyu's fiancée's leg injury is not that severe." All practitioners of spiritual cultivation, including him, seized other people's thoughts after becoming ghost immortals to refine and gather their own. Continue the assault. Whoever eliminates Lu Yang first will be rewarded with 10,000 gold coins. Alfonso's Xiao teeth. Perhaps due to Xiao Peng's treatment, Gina felt too comfortable, her voice growing louder until she eventually lost her voice. Upon learning of this matter, Qi Ming began to monitor Yuan Yuan's Weibo. When he saw the evidence Yuan Yuan posted, he felt a surge of anger. He hoped there would be no sensational news before he and Qianqian solidified their relationship, after which he would formally introduce Qianqian to everyone. After all, even with hunting secrets, the disparity in tools and equipment severely hindered their hunting efficiency, necessitating continuous expeditions to barely sustain the tribe's survival. Witnessing these individuals returning to the tribe, Zhou Wuqian no longer hesitated and immediately descended the mountain to return to the tribe. But you don't seem like a good person. What if I give you the child and you sell them? Luo Hui clutched the child tightly, her gaze directed at Zhou Wuqian, knowing that if he refused, she would have no means to keep the child. Qin Ming took out his phone, and as he looked at the screen, a visible smile crept upon his lips, swiping the screen to answer the call. Meanwhile, several individuals nearby were already restless, brandishing weapons and heading straight for the fallen Bu Qianhuai and Yifei. No way. Are you saying this opportunity was arranged by my master? I find that hard to believe. Bao Rue scratched her head in disbelief. Yakana felt it was a fantastical notion, but since it involved Sun Yuan and others, she realized it was futile to cling to her common sense. Qihao seemed a bit high-spirited, his words becoming increasingly incoherent, causing Qin Yu's face to flush, unsure if it was from Qihao's comments or from exhaustion. 051. Does the little girl know what time it is now? Who are you referring to? Lin Wu? Fong Ruling was astonished, but felt it was somewhat expected. Aside from Lin Wu, she had never seen anyone in Beijing dare to treat her Lin family this way. Sure enough, Lin Qian covered her face, eyes brimming with tears, saying it was Lin Wu. Not only did she hit me tonight, but she also struck my second brother. She even kicked him. Hearing this, Lin Shanghai quickly approached and asked, what on earth happened? What did you do with Dad's sandalwood? How did you encounter Lin Wu? Lin Jiangchuan felt utterly humiliated tonight and sulked in silence. Lin Qian took the opportunity to embellish the story, concluding with, we genuinely had no choice but to act first and report later, but who could have anticipated running into Lin Wu there? Lin Shanghai, filled with concern, picked up the gift box and opened it to find the sandalwood unharmed, feeling relieved as he spoke to his children. He scolded, even so, you should have informed me. This incense is incredibly precious. What if you accidentally damaged it? Fong Ruling, seeing her son and daughter so distressed, retorted, Jiangchuan and Qianqian had good intentions. How can you speak to them like that? Moreover, outsiders are bullying your son and daughter, and instead of helping them, you side with the outsiders. What are you thinking? In Lin Shanghai's eyes, this piece of sandalwood was of utmost importance. If the Lin family were to engage with other high society families in the future, they would undoubtedly need to use it as a gesture of goodwill. He declared, what do you know, being just a woman? If anything happens to this incense, I will not spare these two. Lin Jiangchuan could no longer contain himself and said, Dad, this is just a piece of worthless incense. No matter how you cherish it, it cannot compare to the worthless piece Lin Wu casually tossed aside. Lin Shanghai glared at him, speak carelessly again, and I will make you regret it tonight. Lin Qian, with tears of grievance, exclaimed, Dad, what my second brother said is true. Do you know who Lin Wu is? She is Dao Sheng, the renowned Dao Sheng in the world of Dao. Both Lin Shanghai and Fong Ruling were taken aback. What did you say? Lin Wu. Who is she? Lin Shanghai questioned, doubting his own ears. He had invested considerable effort into the incense trade and was well aware of Dao Sheng's reputation. Yet now, he was being told that Lin Wu was Dao Sheng? Fong Ruling found this absurd and grasped Lin Jiangchuan's arm, asking, are you certain you didn't make a mistake? Absolutely not. Lin Jiangchuan, feeling more frustrated, turned away from the reality and rushed upstairs without looking back. Lin Shanghai and Fong Ruling exchanged bewildered glances, ultimately gazing incredulously at Lin Qian, who nodded tearfully while covering her face. How could this be? They had never heard the old man mention that Lin Wu was Dao Sheng. As Lin Shanghai regained his composure, he thought of the old man and immediately took out his phone to make a call. Fong Ruling staggered and fell to the ground, her face displaying an expression of disbelief. Like the Lin family members who were destined to spend the night awake, Lin Wu also found herself unable to sleep. Upon returning to the Yu Jiadi Yuan, Lin Wu continued to ponder. After entering the villa, she went straight to the study, opened her computer, and searched for information on the Lung family, specifically looking for the name Lung Ying. However, after several attempts, she could not find it in the materials sent by Lu Guiqi, nor did her own search yield any additional insights. Lung Linfeng's parents definitely had no children. Looking back over a decade, Lung Linfeng was the sole heir of the Lung family, and there had been no word of his parents experiencing a miscarriage. The name Lung Ying seemed to be fabricated by Lung Linfeng for an unknown purpose. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Lin Wu felt increasingly confused and impulsively picked up her phone to call Bo Yuding. The call rang once before being answered. Bo Yuding, I have learned something. Do you have any idea what time it is? The man's deep voice, laced with the remnants of sleep, caused Lin Wu to pause. She blinked, glancing at the clock on the wall. It was 2:30. I didn't realize I'd been searching for so long. After a moment of silence, Lin Wu said, "You should continue sleeping. I'll explain everything in the morning." With that, she intended to hang up. Bo Yuding, somewhat helpless, interrupted, "You can't just leave it at that." "Little girl." Lin Wu, puzzled, replied, "Aren't you going to sleep?" Sounds of rustling came from the other end, as if the man had sat up. His voice became clearer, low yet gentle. "I'm not going to sleep anymore." "Speak, little girl, what uncertainties do you have? I'll help you think it through. See if we can find a solution." Lin Wu promptly relayed the information she had received. That Lung Linfeng was, in fact, the hidden owner of the funeral industry. This was something she had not anticipated. The funeral industry was notoriously mysterious, and information about its backers was scarce. "Bo Yuding, you have dealings in the antique business. Have you encountered him before?" On the other end, Bo Yuding frowned, "No." The funeral industry originated in the southern regions, particularly popular in Lingnan and the southwest. Skilled in Xiangxi corpse transportation and various necromantic arts. Outsiders find such matters unsettling, which is why those in this industry seldom interact with the other four trades. As for the owner, I believe he is also from the south. At least he wasn't in Beijing before. He must have arrived 3 years ago. Yet Lung Linfeng had lived in Beijing for many years. Lin Wu remarked, "Bo Yuding, that means he might not be Lung Linfeng." Lin Wu was taken aback, asking, "What do you mean?" Bo Yuding explained, "I remember that Lung Linfeng was involved in a car accident 3 years ago. After waking up, he went to Lingnan, and his temperament changed drastically. It is highly probable that the person who returned from Lingnan is not Lung Linfeng. Are you suggesting that the real Lung Linfeng has died? Perhaps bitten by a poisonous snake?" Lin Wu inquired. Bo Yuding confirmed, "Indeed. Something extraordinary must have occurred during that accident, prompting Lung Linfeng to suddenly decide to go to Lingnan. Since he is the boss of the funeral industry, it is likely that someone had been targeting him for some time, deliberately using the accident to lure him." Lin Wu continued, "Then, they intentionally used a poisonous snake in Lingnan to cause Lung Linfeng's demise. That person returned to Beicheng, taking on Lung Linfeng's identity to accomplish a certain task. With a human skin mask, as long as the physique does not differ significantly, one can easily deceive others, especially with the car accident serving as a convenient cover for the change in temperament. However, not everyone could remain oblivious, which is why this Lung Linfeng seldom appeared in public. This made sense. Yet, if both Lung Linfeng and Zhang Yuge were fakes, what were they ultimately trying to achieve? And what about this Lung Ying? Suddenly, Lin Wu had a realization and sat up straight, asking, "Is it possible that the funeral industry employs fake deaths as a ruse?" Bo Yuding paused. "It is indeed possible." Lin Wu sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "I understand now. The name Lung Ying was prepared by Lung Linfeng a month in advance. That fake Zhang Yuge might not be dead at all. They could be using this name to leave Beicheng." End of chapter 052. It seems the young lady trusts me greatly now. On the other end of the line, Bo Yuding paused, evidently contemplating this possibility. After a brief silence, he suddenly remarked, "I have an idea." Lin Wu replied, "I have an idea as well." Bo Yuding chuckled. "I wonder if our thoughts align." Lin Wu raised an eyebrow. "Shall we say it simultaneously?" "All right." The man responded with a low laugh. Lin Wu stated, "Let us check the morgue at the hospital." "Let us check the morgue at the hospital for the fake Zhang Yuge?" The man's voice echoed at the same time from the other end. "Precisely," Lin Wu confirmed. Bo Yuding sighed. "It seems I want to be sleeping soundly tonight." Unable to contain herself, Lin Wu chuckled. "Enough of the chit-chat. Hurry and get dressed. I'll be waiting for you outside the villa." With that, Lin Wu hung up the phone, opened a drawer to grab a random set of keys, and headed downstairs. She drove to the garage and parked outside Bo Yuding's house. About 5 minutes later, Bo Yuding emerged, naturally settling into the passenger seat. As he glanced at the car, he remarked, "A globally limited edition. It seems Director Fong wasn't too mistaken. Indeed, you have some deep connections." While starting the car, Lin Wu replied, "Would you like one? I'll gift you a car. Are you really willing to part with it?" Bo Yuding asked. Lin Wu, not perceiving the car as particularly valuable, said, "Accompany me tonight, and when we return, you can choose one for yourself. Consider it a treat from me for tonight." Bo Yuding smirked, leaning back against the seat, interlacing his hands behind his head, and playfully asked, "Are you this generous to everyone who helps you, like that foolish Lu Guiqi?" Or just to me, your neighbor and friend? Lin Wu shot him a puzzled glance. Does that really matter? Of course, he replied. What about me? Lin Wu hesitated, sensing that the question was somewhat off. Glancing at the man beside her, she remarked, it seems you've recovered well enough to have the energy for such banter. Bo Yuding, sensing the moment, relaxed his seat and casually said, I can't help it. I enjoy inching closer to you, little girl. Lin Wu shook her head, her lips twitching in amusement. The road was relatively clear at this early hour, allowing them to reach the hospital swiftly, where they parked right outside. Lin Wu alighted and, noticing Bo Yuding following her, said as they walked inside, when the police first handled this case, it seemed they did not perform an autopsy on the fake Zhang Yuge. They sent him directly to the hospital. At the time, I found it strange, thinking Lung Linfeng was deliberately stalling the investigation. Now it seems he likely didn't die at all, which is why an autopsy wasn't conducted. Bo Yuding, being a doctor at that very hospital, was familiar with the layout and expertly guided her toward the morgue. He remarked, perhaps, at this moment, the person is no longer here. It is also possible that a genuine corpse has already been replaced. The two hurriedly arrived at the morgue and asked the attendant for the keys. Almost everyone in the hospital recognized Lin Wu and Bo Yuding, and without hesitation, the attendant handed over the keys. Upon entering, they rushed to the freezer where the fake Zhang Yuge was stored, only to find it empty. Bo Yuding immediately called for the attendant outside, who, bewildered, replied, I don't know, I only guard at night. He then called another on-duty staff member. Bo Yuding instructed the attendant to inquire, and the man, not daring to hesitate, quickly dialed the number. After hanging up, he said, the other person mentioned that someone came 2 days ago, claiming to be a relative of the hospital leadership. They coerced and intimidated him, so he didn't record it and let that person in. It seems they left with a large package, but he didn't dare to ask further. Who was that person? Lin Wu inquired. The attendant shook his head. He said he didn't know. The person was masked, but appeared tall and thin, likely a young man. Lin Wu and Bo Yuding exchanged glances and sent the attendant away. I'll check the hospital surveillance. You should go home and rest, Bo Yuding said. Lin Wu shook her head. I'll stay with you. Bo Yuding smiled. All right then, since the young lady insists on accompanying me, I shall not refuse your kindness. Lin Wu thought to herself how peculiar his words sounded. Enough nonsense. Let us hurry. As she turned, she took out her phone to call Director Fong, who promptly notified the security department. Upon their arrival, they began reviewing the surveillance footage. While watching, Lin Wu suddenly tugged at Bo Yuding's hand, saying, I find this rather strange. What is it? Bo Yuding leaned against the control panel, turning to look at her. Lin Wu continued, don't you think this whole situation is odd? Why would the owner of the funeral industry disguise himself as a member of the Lung family? What is his purpose in bringing this so-called Master Zhang to North City and mingling among various affluent families? And why now, allowing this Master Zhang to fake his death and escape? I can't shake the feeling that they are conspiring something, and it seems the plot is nearing its completion, prompting their need to flee. After contemplating, Lin Wu took out a pendant she always carried, saying, especially this. I can't fathom why they would circulate this pendant among the Lin, Chun, and Zhao families. Bo Yuding pondered for a moment and replied, call Lu Guiqi and have him investigate Lung Ying's identity and find out how he left North City recently. Lin Wu nodded and sent a message to Lu Guiqi, then focused intently on screen. By dawn, they finally identified the individual who transported the fake Zhang Yuge. This person, clad in a white coat and with their face obscured, left the hospital premises in a van. However, the vehicle was too far from the surveillance cameras to capture its license plate number. The security personnel sighed. It's still too blurry even when zoomed in. Bo Yuding instructed, zoom in further. The security team expressed helplessness, stating, even if we enlarge it, it remains indistinct. The cameras at this intersection are quite old, and the hospital hasn't thought to upgrade them. Lin Wu stepped forward and gestured for them to step aside. The security personnel were taken aback, but complied. Lin Wu sat down, her fingers flying across the keyboard, and soon a rapidly scrolling green code appeared on the screen. In an instant, the image of the van materialized in the center of the display. As the blue light flickered, the image gradually sharpened. The security team gaped in astonishment. Bo Yuding strolled over to Lin Wu, commenting leisurely, it seems the young lady trusts me now, revealing everything without reserve. Since your skills are so remarkable, what if one day I speak ill of you on WeChat? Wouldn't you be able to uncover it? Lin Wu looked up at him. Would you? Bo Yuding hesitated. No, I wouldn't. Well then, Lin Wu thought his penchant for idle chatter was growing tiresome. Boyu ting chukul softly. At that moment, the image on the screen became completely clear, revealing the license plate number. Chapter 50 has been shelved for revision. Please be patient, and it will be available again soon. I have long since severed ties with the Lin family, Lin Wu remarked as she focused on the screen. Upon recognizing the license plate number, she froze momentarily. Bo Yuting, equally surprised, noted, "It starts with Z and has 6 ones. This is the exclusive license plate of the Stone family in the black market. Moreover, only the owner of the Stone family or their trusted aides could use such a plate. In fact, each head of the 5 factions possesses a unique license plate. For instance, Bo Yuting's plate is also distinct, but he refrains from using it publicly to avoid revealing his connection to the black market as a member of the Bo family." After a brief silence, Lin Wu stood up, declaring, "I know who it is." "Who?" Bo Yuting asked, looking at her. "Zheng Mingxian," Lin Wu replied. Bo Yuting recalled. Zheng Mingxian tends to stay out of the chaos, avoiding troubles associated with the other 4 factions alongside his father. He is somewhat close to the Qianqian sect due to his friendship with Chengman. But why would he involve himself in this matter now? I don't know, but I can ascertain that during my visit to him as Dao Sheng, he must have concealed something from me, Lin Wu stated. Bo Yuting glanced at the computer screen again and said, "This is enough for now. Let us leave." Lin Wu nodded and instructed the security personnel not to disclose their visit before departing with Bo Yuting. After a long night, Lin Wu felt some hunger and suggested they first have breakfast at the hospital canteen. Bo Yuting pushed a bowl of soup toward her, inquiring, "What are you thinking about?" Swallowing her dumpling, Lin Wu candidly replied, "I'm pondering why Zheng Mingxian concealed the truth from me, and whether Chengman is aware of this matter. However, I suspect Chengman is unaware, otherwise, he would have already come to North City." Almost as if summoned by her words, Lin Wu's phone rang just as she finished speaking. She looked at the screen and saw that the person sent by the special department and the Qianqian sect was indeed Chengman, who had requested to meet her that evening. Bo Yuting paused in his eating, asking, "A man? Of course. Are you not familiar with Chengman? Is he masquerading as a woman?" Lin Wu replied, seeing that Lin Wu had finished her Xilong Bao and still seemed eager for more. Bo Yuting offered her some from his plate, saying, "Shall I accompany you?" Lin Wu shook her head. "You are not familiar with him, so it's best you don't go. Besides, I intend to take this opportunity to draw Zheng Mingxian out for some questioning. Once Lu Gue Qi finds more information, I can seamlessly meet with Lung Lin Feng." Bo Yuting sighed. "Hearing you say that makes me feel quite inadequate, unable to assist the young lady. How could that be? If you're willing to help me, there is indeed something I need you for," Lin Wu replied. Bo Yuting straightened up, ready to listen. Lin Wu glanced around, gesturing for Bo Yuting to lean closer, and whispered a few words. A flicker of surprise and intrigue crossed Bo Yuting's eyes, as if he were seeing Lin Wu in a new light. "Is that appropriate? Are you certain?" Lin Wu nodded. "Given our current predicament, we are too passive. I must compel Lung Lin Feng to take the initiative. In all of North City, you are the only one I can think of who can accomplish this quietly and efficiently. Remember, it must be done before 8 o'clock tomorrow night." "The young lady is quite the cunning mind," Bo Yuting remarked, impressed. "Very well. Since you have faith in me, I shall not disappoint your expectations." With that, the two continued their meal. After finishing breakfast, Bo Yuting noted that it was nearly time for work and asked Lin Wu if she wanted to visit the inpatient department to see Old Master Lin. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Wu nodded and followed Bo Yuting. Instead of heading to the ward first, she accompanied him to his office, where he updated her on Old Master Lin's condition over the past 2 days. Thanks to the effects of the special medication organized by the medical team, Old Master Lin's condition had stabilized considerably. After reviewing the health report of the elder Lin yesterday, Lin Wu slowly made her way to the hospital room. Although Bo Yuting wished to accompany her, she firmly declined, asserting that she would eventually speak with her grandfather alone. If he insisted on being present, it would only affirm the notion that she was indeed estranged from the Lin family, and that a clean break was necessary. Thus, Bo Yuting remained in the office, just as Director Fong arrived to seek him out. Upon reaching the hospital room, Lin Wu took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Unexpectedly, someone inside was also exiting, leading to an unforeseen encounter. Lin Wu frowned instantly as the other party instinctively exclaimed, "Lin Wu, you've really come?" To her astonishment, it was Lin Shanghai. Without hesitation, Lin Wu turned to leave. However, Lin Shanghai, breaking from his usual demeanor, blocked her path with a smile, saying, "Wu Wu, it's not often you find the time to visit. Why leave so soon? Come, let us have a proper conversation." Lin Wu, her expression unyielding, retorted, "Have you hit your head, or has a malignant tumor caused you to forget? I have severed ties with the Lin family long ago, and we are no longer father and daughter. Mind your words, lest I be compelled to strike you once more." The smile on Lin Shanghai's face vanished, replaced by a pallor as he sensed the gravity of her words. Just then, Lin Wu heard her grandfather calling for her from within the room. She hesitated, furrowing her brow for a moment before ultimately deciding to bypass Lin Shanghai and enter. Lin Shanghai managed a strained smile. "That's right. Why not go in and see your grandfather? He has missed you dearly. Wu Wu, once you've finished speaking with him, we can." A sudden sound interrupted Lin Shanghai's words. Both he and Lin Wu glanced down to find several pieces of agarwood that had fallen from Lin Shanghai's suit pocket. The sight was somewhat familiar. Lin Shanghai instantly crouched down to retrieve them, his expression turning one of deep concern as he examined the pieces repeatedly before returning them to his pocket. Lin Shanghai's hand froze mid-motion as he met Lin Wu's cold, mocking gaze. Irritated yet lacking the confidence to retaliate, he stammered, "These are pieces of agarwood I recently acquired." "Wu Wu," he continued, "I heard from Qianqian and the others that you are a Taoist master, correct? So you must know a thing or two about agarwood." Ignoring him, Lin Wu entered the hospital room, and to her surprise, Lin Shanghai maintained his facade of warmth as he followed her inside. Upon entering, Lin Wu saw her grandfather lying in bed, looking considerably better, yet his expression was complex upon seeing her. Seeing Lin Wu and Lin Shanghai enter together and overhearing their previous exchange, the elder Lin's face lit up with joy. "Wonderful. Wu Wu, you and your father can finally get along." Lin Shanghai gazed affectionately at Lin Wu, addressing the elder. "Father, you see, Wu Wu is my daughter whom I have raised for over a decade. How can I not get along with her? From now on, she remains the cherished daughter of the Lin family." Lin Wu coldly interjected, "Indeed, I am a Taoist master, but I shall not offer the Lin family even a fraction of my wealth. You may as well abandon any thoughts of acquiring agarwood from me. I wouldn't even give it to a dog, let alone the Lin family. Oh, and please return the incense I gave to grandfather. Taking it without permission is theft, and I trust you wouldn't want me to alert the authorities." The atmosphere in the room grew tense as Lin Wu's words hung heavily in the air, wiping the smile from Lin Shanghai's face entirely. The elder Lin quickly sat up, attempting to defuse the situation. No, Wu Wu, you've misunderstood. Your father has been struggling with his appetite and sleep lately. I heard from Qianqian and the others that the incense can help with insomnia, so he thought to check if that were true. I noticed he seemed unwell and offered him some." "Oh, then what was that he said at the door, claiming he had just acquired the incense?" Lin Wu boldly exposed the contradiction. The elder Lin turned his gaze toward Lin Shanghai, who felt the heat rising in his face. Struggling to defend himself, "That's not it. Wu Wu, there seems to be some misunderstanding. I didn't want you to think too much, which is why I didn't clarify." The elder Lin, fearing further conflict, chimed in, "Indeed, Wu Wu, your father's only looking out for you. After all, it's just a few pieces of incense. If it can help you both maintain harmony, what's the harm?" "Indeed, father speaks wisely." Lin Shanghai offered a slight smile to the elder, who nodded appreciatively. However, Lin Wu interjected, "A few pieces of incense? Huh, my dear father, do tell grandfather. Is that truly all it is?" Lin Shanghai's expression faltered as Lin Wu, arms crossed and legs crossed, fixed him with an unwavering gaze, compelling him. "If it is merely a few pieces, then I shall never bring them out again. After all, the Lin family is a prominent household. I would want to embarrass myself." Her intentions were unmistakable. Lin Shanghai clenched his hands on his knees, gritting his teeth as he glared at Lin Wu. The elder Lin, confused, looked between them. "Wu Wu, you cannot speak to your father like that." "Silence." Lin Wu suddenly snapped at the elder. He fell silent, feeling a slight sting of humiliation. Lin Wu returned her gaze to Lin Shanghai. "Is it just a few pieces of incense?" Lin Shanghai, recalling Lin Wu's status as a master incense maker, took a deep breath, deciding against further confrontation. "Naturally, it is not. Wu Wu, you are a renowned master in the world of incense, and the incense you create is worth its weight in gold. Even the exorbitantly priced agarwood I procured years ago pales in comparison to what you provide for grandfather." The elder Lin's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to Lin Wu, struggling to comprehend. "So, You mean to say, the incense you have provided me over the past year? This is... Shanghai, are you certain? Lin Shanghai felt his teeth nearly grinding to dust. He had begged and pleaded to acquire a mere fragment of quality agarwood. Yet here was the elder carelessly using the finest incense without a second thought. Rather than gift it to the elder, Lin Wu should have bestowed it upon him, ensuring he would not be cast out from the Yi family. The tension rose as Lin Shanghai sought to avoid conflict, feigning concern. Father, you mustn't say that. Do you not realize that the incense burning on your desk, resembling a mosquito coil, could fetch nearly 100 million at an auction? You burn it day after day. By now, you must have consumed a fortune. What? The elder Lin's eyes widened in shock. Seeing Lin Shanghai's earnest expression, he hastily extinguished the incense, his voice trembling. Wu, why did you not mention this sooner? This is sheer folly. Such precious incense should not be wasted in this manner. Lin Wu coldly retorted, It is my own incense. I shall use it as I please. Even if I were to toss it down the drain, none would have the right to comment. However, grandfather, I have previously mentioned my ability to earn money, and yet you did not believe me. Now, after a few words from Lin Shanghai, you are convinced? The elder Lin, with a hint of reproach, remarked, This is precisely your fault, my girl. You only share good news without revealing the troubles. I feared you were merely placating me while enduring hardships. Lin Shanghai silently cursed under his breath. What incense maker is ever impoverished? In comparison, who among the Lin family and Lin Wu truly lives a life of frugality? With a forced smile, Lin Shanghai suggested, Wu, you see, the incense is of little consequence to you. You have already honored grandfather so much. Surely, giving your father a bit would not be too much to ask? Lin Wu cast a glance at her grandfather, not sparing a look towards Lin Shanghai, and inquired, Grandfather, having given you the incense, it now belongs to you. But are you truly certain you wish to share it with the Lin family? The old man hesitated, unable to meet her gaze, and lowered his head, saying, After all, he is your father. I have already stated, I share no ties with the Lin family. Lin Wu interjected sharply. The old man felt a pang in his heart, and, after a moment of silence, was about to speak when Lin Shanghai hurriedly interjected, Father, you know that Jiangbai has been trapped in dire straits these days, and I am truly anxious. Those who could help are unwilling to consider familial ties. As a father, should I not ponder this deeply? Hence, I have been sleepless night after night. As he spoke, Lin Shanghai cast a pointed glance at Lin Wu. The old man paused, feeling a twinge of guilt. Lin Jiangbai was his own grandson, yet he felt powerless, unable even to persuade Lin Wu to extend a helping hand. Recalling the words of Lin Jiangchuan and Lin Qian from earlier, especially given that Lin Wu had not visited him in the hospital lately, the old man's resentment towards Lin Wu grew. He retorted in frustration, Shanghai, I have made my decision. Take it back and use it to rest well. Ah, very well. Lin Shanghai nodded enthusiastically. With his precious incense, he could return and offer the inferior incense to help Jiangbai, thus alleviating his own heartache. These pieces of meticulously crafted agarwood could also be sold or used to cultivate relationships, and in the future, who would not hold him in higher regard in Beijing? Witnessing the father-son display of affection, Lin Wu let out a cold laugh, rising to her feet and declaring, Then cherish the remaining incense, grandfather. For from this day forth, I shall no longer offer even a fraction of it. With the Lin family present, I see no reason to visit you again. Take care. With that, she turned to leave. The old man was immediately alarmed. Wu. Lin Wu paused momentarily. Lin Shanghai, seeing clearly, thought to himself, So is the old man who can truly restrain Lin Wu. If he could win the old man's favor, would he not be able to manipulate Lin Wu? He then chastised her sternly. Wu, your behavior is utterly unacceptable. Your grandfather has shown you affection as a grandchild. How can you disregard his feelings and treat him with such disrespect? In a chapter, 16,700,000? Are you robbing us? Lin Wu suddenly turned to face Lin Shanghai, her eyes filled with a chilling glare. Lin Shanghai had begun to speak but swallowed his words, realizing he had stepped back, and felt a surge of anger. Meanwhile, Lin Wu had already shifted her attention back to the old man, her expression impassive. It appears I indeed have no reason to come here in the future. Grandfather, if you genuinely believe the Lin family is dutiful and respectful towards you, as if you are truly one family, very well. I shall have someone deliver your medical bills to you shortly. It is high time your son fulfills his filial duties. Having said this, Lin Wu strode out without a backward glance. A heavy silence enveloped the ward. Lin Shanghai, dissatisfied with having lost face before Lin Wu, turned to the old man and exclaimed, "Father, look at her! Is this how one should treat their elders? I must say, you have indulged her too much in the past. Otherwise, she would not be so arrogant as to disregard our dignity. I had intended to humble myself and plead with her for assistance with Jiangbai, but in her current demeanor, how could I possibly voice my request?" The old man, feeling a wave of irritation, began to view Lin Shanghai with disfavor as well, his expression stern. "Enough. Do not mention Jiangbai again. If he is truly innocent, he will be released." Lin Shanghai, however, plopped down onto a chair. "I refuse to leave. This unfilial daughter wishes for me to settle the bills. I am eager to see how much she has contributed towards your medical expenses to speak so boldly." In Lin Shanghai's view, the medical bills had always been settled by the old man himself. Moreover, he rarely visited and was utterly unaware of the old man's routine checks or medications, thus having no knowledge of the costs involved, presuming them to be similar to typical medical expenses. The old man was equally oblivious, believing Lin Wu had privately contributed some funds to ensure the hospital treated him with extra care. However, after a considerable time, no one arrived. Lin Shanghai, feeling triumphant, was about to suggest they take the Aggerwood and leave when a male voice suddenly rang out from the doorway. "Are you here to settle the medical fees?" Lin Shanghai turned to see a tall, imposing young man clad in a white coat, exuding an air of authority that suggested he was no ordinary person. He was strikingly handsome, yet his expression was notably cold, radiating an unsettling intensity that caused Lin Shanghai's heart to skip a beat. Who are you?" The old man sat up, calling out, "Xiaobo, did you not say you would arrive at the hospital this afternoon?" Bull. This surname was quite rare, piquing Lin Shanghai's suspicion as he privately speculated about the identity of the newcomer. Just then, several more individuals entered, revealing themselves to be high-ranking officials from the hospital, including Director Fong. Lin Shanghai immediately stood up. "Director Fong, long time no see." His curiosity deepened. Why were so many important figures present? As he watched the young man stride in, he noted that Director Fong and the other officials stood respectfully behind him, and his eyes widened. This young man must possess a remarkable status. The surname Bo was known to him only from one prominent family. Could it be the esteemed family from Beijing? Lin Shanghai was taken aback, quickly straightening his attire as he approached. However, to his surprise, the young man did not even glance at him. Instead, turning directly to the old man, "Old sir, you may still call me Dr. Bo." The old man was momentarily stunned. "Your family just informed the front desk that you wish to settle the bill. Is that correct?" Dr. Bo inquired, his tone indifferent. The old man had not anticipated that Lin Wu was indeed serious, his heart sinking as he replied, "Yes, this is my son, Lin Shanghai. You may discuss it with him." Dr. Bo then shifted his focus to Lin Shanghai. Excited by his burgeoning deduction about the young man's identity, Lin Shanghai hurriedly said, "Mr. Bo, is it? Greetings. He is my father, so any matters regarding the bills should naturally be handled by me, his son." Dr. Bo opened the medical record in his hand, presenting the accompanying bill to Lin Shanghai. Lin Shanghai quickly accepted it, smiling as he remarked, "One moment. Let me take a look." However, when his gaze fell upon the bill, his eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping from their sockets as he exclaimed, 67 million. And this is merely for yesterday's expenses. How is this possible? Are you all robbing us?" The old man in the hospital bed trembled. Equally astonished, Dr. Bo's expression darkened, and the perceptive Director Fong stepped forward, admonishing, "Mr. Lin, mind your attitude. Such behavior is unacceptable. The details on this bill are clear and precise. Your father's condition is severe, and the situation is quite dire. Were it not for our hospital employing the most advanced medical equipment and specifically sourcing effective medications from international medical organizations, he would already be gone. Moreover, we have offered you a discounted rate out of goodwill due to our acquaintance." Director Fong continued, "And do you know who this is?" He pointed to Dr. Bo. "This is the esteemed ninth master of the Bo family from Beijing." The preceding words had already left Lin Shanghai shaken to his core. But this revelation caused his legs to buckle, nearly collapsing as he grasped the edge of the bed for support. The ninth master of the Bo family. Indeed, he was a figure of immense power in Beijing, capable of stirring up a tempest with a mere flick of his hand. But why would the illustrious ninth master be here attending to his dying father? Director Fong sneered, Mr. Lin. Those statements do not even include the consultation fees of our ninth master. Do you believe our hospital has not treated both of you with utmost benevolence? If you continue to lack courtesy, we shall settle this as a formal matter. Bo Yuding replied leisurely, then let us settle it together. I happen to be in a rather foul mood this morning. No, no, no. Lin Shanghai instantly panicked, hastily stopping them. He turned to Lin Lao Yizi and whispered, Dad, how could you dare to let Bo Jui treat you? It would cost the entire Lin family. Moreover, your daily consultation fees are exorbitant. How have you managed until now? Do you have some hidden savings I am unaware of? You must reveal them to me. Lin Lao Yizi was utterly bewildered. How could I have any? Wasn't it you and Ruling who were paying earlier? Lin Shanghai retorted angrily. When did we ever pay? Don't pin this on us. What time is it now? Hurry and bring forth the money. Reveal any secrets you may have. Lin Lao Yizi looked at him in disbelief. He had never paid for medical expenses? How could that be possible? Where'd I get the money? If it weren't for you bringing me here, I wouldn't have even considered hospitalization. I have been in this hospital for a year. When would I have had the money? I never inquired about the hospital's affairs, nor cared. How could I know you have been hiding something from us? Lin Shanghai asserted. Lin Lao Yizi felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. His heart chilled. Lin Shanghai, noticing his father's expression, suddenly grasped the situation. No, Dad, that's not what I meant. The consultation fees are simply too high. I am anxious. Since you have no money, how did you settle it before? I know. It must be Lin Wu. She is wealthy. Lin Shanghai turned to Bo Yuding, forcing a smile. Jui, it's like this. I'm not technically family to old master. The family member is the one who just approached you. Settle the fees with her. She has the means. Bo Yuding cast him a dispassionate glance, turned and walked out, instructing, the hospital is not a charitable institution. Since there is no money, transfer him to a regular ward and halt all examinations and medications. The treatment will resume only when the fees are settled. As he spoke, Bo Yuding paused, glancing back at Lin Shanghai, and coolly remarked, I had thought those in such wards were all affluent elites. It appears I was mistaken. Lin Shanghai's face flushed crimson with humiliation, an unbearable discomfort washing over him. Bo Yuding had already left the ward without a backward glance. Dean Fong and other high-ranking officials exchanged glances with Lin Shanghai, their silence speaking volumes as they shook their heads and left. Lin Shanghai had never felt such disgrace. He angrily turned to Lin Lao Yizi. Dad, was this intentional? Lin Lao Yizi, still reeling from shock, replied, Intentional? How could I have meant that? Lin Shanghai gritted his teeth. You have been in this hospital for so long, and with such high daily fees, how could you not be aware? Yet you chose to remain silent, and let me embarrass myself in front of Bo Jui. Do you know who that was? Bo Jui, the influential figure in Jing. Now I have tarnished my reputation before him. How will the Lin family fare in the future? Lin Lao Yizi was oblivious to Bo Jui's significance. He only knew that the doctor was indeed formidable and a close friend of Lin Wu. Hearing Lin Shanghai's words, he was astonished that the seemingly mild-mannered Bo held such a high status. However, he was more pained by his son's accusations, glaring at him. I never knew any of this. You are my son, yet you have never once paid for my medical expenses or inquired about my condition. And you still have the audacity to speak? If it weren't for Wu Wu, I would have long perished here, and you still treat her so poorly. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Lin Lao Yizi threw off the covers, got out of bed, and picked up a pillow to strike Lin Shanghai. After enduring a few hits, Lin Shanghai grew irritated and pushed Lin Lao Yizi back onto the bed, impatiently saying, Had I known you had no savings and were merely relying on Lin Wu, ruling, and I would never have brought you to Beijing in the first place. I tell you, if Lin was left due to your behavior, you'd better find her to pay your medical fees. I refuse to. Having said this, Lin Shanghai seemed fearful of being held accountable and turned to leave. Yet, before he departed, he even swiped a large plate of agarwood from the table. Witnessing this scene, Lin Lao Yizi felt utterly desolate, devoid of any strength, and a sharp pain struck his chest. He instinctively called for the nurse outside, but after a prolonged wait, no one came. After regaining some composure, tears welled in Lin Lao Yizi's murky eyes as he heavily patted the bed cover. Upon returning to Yujiati Garden, Lin Wu received a call from Bo Yuding. He informed her of the situation in the hospital ward and that he had taken the liberty to have Lin Lao Yizi moved from the ward, halting all medications and examinations. Lin Wu paused. Why? Bo Yuding replied bluntly. I cannot bear to see them anger you. Lin Wu remained silent. Bo Yuding continued in a low tone, do not worry, I will not truly stop the medications. I instructed the nurse to mix the old master's medication into his meals. Regarding the ward transfer, I must apologize. It was a unilateral decision on my part. If you are uneasy, I can have someone inform you. No need, Lin Wu said expressionlessly. Bo Yuding holtit. Lin Wu pushed open the door, gazing at the empty villa, and slowly stated, I have already made my stance clear while in the hospital. Since grandfather insists on siding with the Lin family, then we are fated to be strangers. Let the hospital proceed with the transfer, and handle the medications as you see fit. If by this afternoon, Lin Shanghai has yet to pay, let the hospital publicize the matter. I wish to see if he truly can disregard his dignity. Regretting the high fees only after the fact, she would certainly never allow herself to be the scapegoat. It was time for the Lin family to understand just how much they had profited from her in the past. On the other end of the call, Bo Yuding was momentarily taken aback before responding with a smile. All right, I shall heed your wishes. With a shift in tone, he sighed. No wonder you are so fond of making money. You took risks alongside Lu Guiqi at such a young age. The Lin family is neglectful, and with the old master's poor health, if you do not earn money, how would he manage? Lin Wu replied matter-of-factly. Even without grandfather, I would still earn money. I simply wish to live comfortably. Such a stubborn spirit. Did you call merely to exchange pleasantries? Lin Wu felt irritated. Bo Yuding hurriedly replied, all right. Let us discuss serious matters. I will take care of what you instructed tonight. Be cautious when meeting with the Xuanzong. Cheng Man is a simple-minded fool, but the young master of Shiheng, Zheng Mingxian, is quite shrewd. Do not be deceived by his appearance. Bo Yuding emphasized the word appearance. Lin Wu, her mood sour, responded with a non-committal sound before ending the call. She then messaged Cheng Man, reminding him to arrange a meeting with Zheng Mingxian. Cheng Man did not inquire further and readily agreed. Lin Wu then ascended to her room to catch up on sleep, resting until the afternoon. After hastily eating a little, she drove to the meeting place. Unlike her previous appointments, Cheng Man informed her that upon Zheng Mingxian's agreement, the location had been changed to the Black Market Shiheng. Upon arriving at the Black Market, she spotted Uncle Huang at the entrance. Uncle Huang was respectful and polite, leading her inside while saying, Master Cheng has already arrived. To welcome your presence, the young master specially invited a renowned chef from Beicheng, hoping the dishes will suit your palate. Lin Wu thought to herself that had she known, she would not have eaten at home, thankful she had not eaten much. If she felt like saying little during the meal, she could simply lower her head and eat, remaining unperturbed. Soon, they arrived at Shiheng. The nighttime black market was typically bustling with merchants, at least in other shops and stalls, yet Shiheng was unusually quiet, devoid of any customers. Uncle Huang led her directly to the second floor, stopping before a certain room. He first knocked to announce their presence, then opened the door, gesturing for Lin Wu to enter. Lin Wu's gaze fell directly upon the person seated at the round table in the center of the room. The young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, upon seeing her, smiled gently at her, rising to say, Dao Sheng, I finally get to see your true self. You always wore a mask before, and I could never see your face clearly. Please take a seat. This was none other than Cheng Man. Lin Wu shifted her gaze from him to the gentleman sitting beside him, Zheng Mingxian. Zheng Mingxian adjusted his sunglasses with a finger, stood up, and offered her a warm smile, gesturing to the seat across from him. Miss Dao Sheng, please have a seat. Lin Wu nodded slightly and took her place opposite them. Uncle Huang, witnessing this, excused himself and closed the door behind him. Cheng Man remarked, Dao Sheng, your timing is impeccable. The dishes just arrived as you did. Do try them. Lin Wu glanced at the array of dishes laid out before her and raised an eyebrow slightly. If my memory serves me right, these seem to align with your tastes, don't they? Cheng Man paused, looking closely, and indeed realized it was true. She turned to Zheng Mingxian, asking, Didn't we agree to have the dishes prepared according to Dao Sheng's preferences? Zheng Mingxian explained gently. But you mentioned that Miss Dao Sheng also enjoys sour and spicy flavors. I thought you two would have similar tastes, so it wouldn't matter whose preferences were followed. Cheng Man then looked at Lin Wu, apologizing, I'm sorry. If you'd like, please tell us what you wish to eat, and I can have it prepared. No need to trouble yourselves, Lin Wu replied, picking up her chopsticks to sample the dishes. Seemingly casual, she inquired, Cheng Man, regarding the Zhang Yu case here in Beicheng. Its significance hardly seems to warrant your involvement. Why has Su In sent you here? Chengman diligently picked at a fishbone and responded. My master said I need practical experience. Regardless of the size of the case, I should handle it to gain insight. Once I am qualified, when I take over as the sect leader, there will be no doubts about my capabilities. Lin Wu acknowledged this with a sound of understanding. You've had early exposure to this case, and now that you are in Beicheng, do you have any special insights or discoveries? Chengman quietly fed a piece of fish to Zheng Mingxian, who was engrossed in his meal, then shook her head at Lin Wu. None. You are right. The Zhang Yuvi case is indeed tricky. As of now, I have not made any groundbreaking progress. I, however, have, Lin Wu stated. Chengman's eyes brightened. Really? Then please share. Once this case is resolved, we can divide the rewards as we used to, 50-50. Lin Wu glanced at the still unmoved Zheng Mingxian and recounted the information she had obtained about Lung Linfeng, one of the leaders of the Five Elements, as well as news concerning Lung Ying. Zheng Mingxian paused in his meal, fixing a steady gaze on Lin Wu, who met his gaze with an arched eyebrow. Chengman pondered slowly. I truly did not anticipate that the young master of the Lung family was involved with the Five Elements. The funeral industry has always been shrouded in mystery, and its proprietors seldom attend gatherings of the Five Elements. My master likely has never met him. I always thought he was in the south. Turns out he is right here. Perhaps not, Lin Wu replied. Chengman looked puzzled. What do you mean? Lin Wu elaborated. I have investigated, and the Lung family has never had any ties to the black market. Furthermore, the young master of the Lung family had a car accident 3 years ago, after which his temperament underwent a drastic change. The real Zhang Yuga was merely an ordinary person, lacking any skills in the mystical arts, who suddenly became formidable. Combining this with the information I currently possess, it can be inferred that the true Lung Linfeng and the genuine Zhang Yuga likely perished in Lingnan long ago. Subsequently, someone with ulterior motives assumed their identities in Beicheng, maneuvering among the prominent families while engaging in activities of unknown purpose. Chengman frowned. If that's the case, what could they be plotting? And the pendant you asked me to investigate, what could they possibly use it for? That is perhaps a question for Zheng Xiaodong, Lin Wu replied coolly. The atmosphere at the dining table suddenly grew tense. Chengman looked bewildered. Mingxian, why? Lin Wu regarded Zheng Mingxian, who was looking directly at her, and calmly listed, firstly, the pendant's material comes from a perilous sinkhole in Dayu Mountain, Lingnan. Chengman is unaware of this, but you are. I had already informed Chengman that the pendant was made of stone. Among the people Chengman knows, you should be the most familiar with it. And being close to him, did he not come to inquire about it? Why did you not tell him? Chengman gazed at Zheng Mingxian in astonishment. Secondly, after I learned that Lung Linfeng was the head of the funeral industry, I speculated that he might be orchestrating a fake death. So I went to the hospital to investigate his accomplice posing as Zhang Yuga. However, that person had vanished. After a night of thoroughly reviewing surveillance footage, and quite fortuitously, I possessed some computer skills. Although the footage I managed to recover was of low quality, I still repaired it and ultimately identified the vehicle that transported the imposter Zhang Yuga. Lin Wu took out several photos from her pocket and handed them to Chengman. Chengman picked them up and, upon seeing the license plate number displayed, paled. It belonged to the Zheng family. Mingxian, why? Do you have a connection with this young master of the Lung family? Are you allies? Zheng Mingxian looked at the incredulous Chengman and, after a moment, replied, no. Other than being close to you, I have no dealings with others from the Five Elements. What did Daoxing mean by that? Chengman inquired. Zheng Mingxian slightly furrowed his brow, as if contemplating a suitable response. Lin Wu, leisurely serving herself a bowl of soup, said, I suspect you were testing me. Both Chengman and Zheng Mingxian turned to her. After a moment of silence, Zheng Mingxian adjusted his glasses and asked, what makes you think so? Lin Wu sipped her soup, savoring its flavor before saying, I learned from a friend that the license plates used by the heads of the Five Elements are quite conspicuous, which is why he would prefer not to use them. Yet, Zheng Xiaodong, you went out with such an ostentatious license plate, as if you feared no one would recognize you. Zheng Mingxian replied, the surveillance cameras that were already outdated. But if you had merely inquired with Chengman, you would have known about my computer skills, and enhancing the footage would be a simple task for me. Lin Wu countered. Chengman was taken aback. Mingxian indeed asked me. Thus, Zheng Xiaodong, you intended for me to discover this, Lin Wu said, placing her empty bowl down to meet Zheng Mingxian's gaze directly. I have contemplated this for a long time. That stone material is so unique, if you were aware of its origins, given the practices of the stone industry. How could you not obtain it as a prized possession? From what I know, the stone industry has taken considerable risks in pursuit of other rare materials in the past. Hasn't it? Yet you did not pursue this, which indicates you understand that the material is off limits. Or perhaps, during your investigation, you encountered a group of dangerous forces you preferred not to offend. Zheng Mingxian murmured, Miss Dao Sheng, please continue. That day when we spoke, Uncle Huang appeared anxious from a distance, which further confirmed my suspicions that you must be concealing some information from me. If you're hiding so much, yet left behind clues at the hospital, it indicates you actually wish for someone to continue investigating. Therefore, you are testing me to see if I have the capability to uncover the truth to this extent. As her words lingered, the atmosphere at the table grew heavy with silence. After a long pause, it was Zheng Mingxian's applause that broke the tension. He regarded Lin Wu with admiration, saying, not a single detail amiss. Mingxian. Cheng Man's voice rose slightly. Zheng Mingxian, somewhat weary of her reaction, leaned closer and whispered, I did not intend to deceive you. I will explain later. For now, let's focus on the pressing matters at hand. Cheng Man turned away sulkily. Zheng Mingxian then turned to Lin Wu, saying, I apologize. Let us continue. Lin Wu extended her chopsticks toward the dishes, saying, I am all ears. Unexpectedly, Zheng Mingxian stated, what I have concealed is that I discovered a formidable and unfathomable force in the southern region targeting the five elements, or rather, the various noble families across the land. They have been engaging in infiltration and orchestrating numerous cases that go unnoticed, all aimed at weakening our power. The chapter ends here. Upon hearing this, Lin Wu could not help but pause. For reasons unknown, her mind inexplicably drifted to the conversation she had earlier with Bo Yuding regarding the 511 case, which had been remarkably elusive and had yet to yield any breakthroughs. However, this case does not align with what Zheng Mingxian described. It was not orchestrated by that group to undermine any particular power. Zheng Mingxian continued, stating that in order to investigate this matter, the Stone Clan has already lost quite a few personnel, and he halted further actions to prevent greater losses. Previously, my father mentioned that since this group operates solely in the south, as long as they do not overstep their bounds, we can coexist peacefully without interference. After saying this, he rose to pour a cup of tea, pushing it towards Lin Wu as a gesture of sincerity, before adding that had it not been for Cheng Man's recent inquiry about that pendant, he might not have realized their infiltration into the North City. Cheng Man looked at Zheng Mingxian in astonishment, clearly taken aback by this revelation, and asked, why didn't you mention this to me earlier? If you had, the Shu women could have collaborated with the Stone Clan in the investigation. Zheng Mingxian chuckled softly. Cheng Man, do you truly believe your masters were oblivious to this? Cheng Man was momentarily stunned. What do you mean? Zheng Mingxian replied gently. In truth, upon discovering this group's presence, my father had already conferred with the leader of Shu women. It was only after deliberation that they decided on a policy of mutual non-interference. After all, their roots run deep. Pursuing the matter further may not yield favorable outcomes. However, that pendant made my father and your masters aware that this group might not be inclined towards amicable coexistence, as we had presumed. After consideration, they thought you and Dao Sheng were outsiders, likely overlooked by this group, and thus allowed you to continue your investigation without interference to see how far you could delve. But I disagreed. I feared that uncovering too much could pose a danger to you. Zheng Mingxian's gaze shifted from Cheng Man to Lin Wu. Thus, I awaited Dao Sheng to approach me, having found nothing of value from you, to gauge what this reputed Dao Sheng is truly capable of and whether he could assist you. Lin Wu raised an eyebrow. It seems the outcome has pleased you. Zheng Mingxian nodded slowly. Your ability to deduce and uncover the information I concealed from you, ultimately leading you back to me, signifies your exceptional skills. I have reported this to my father and the Shu women leader, hence they dispatched Cheng Man to you. With the presence of you two variables, our situation may shift. Lin Wu's expression subtly changed. Do you have someone in the hospital? Zheng Mingxian smiled. What makes you think so? Lin Wu explained, I checked the hospital surveillance. It was in the early hours when I received Cheng Man's message, stating he was sent by Shu women. The brief time frame between my actions and your knowledge implies you have someone in the hospital who is aware of my activities. Zheng Mingxian remained silent for a moment, then stated, the person you contacted at the hospital's morgue is one I placed there. Why did you place this person? Cheng Man inquired, perplexed. Zheng Mingxian turned to him, elaborating, I found the circumstances surrounding the death of the fake Zhang Yuge to be exceedingly suspicious. The police placed him in the morgue, which is rather unusual. Rather than passively waiting for the perpetrator's next move without any leads, I opted to force them to reveal themselves. Therefore, I bribed a hospital staff member to swap the body of the fake Zhang Yuge. Since he was at the hospital, he must have been targeted by the Alliance. Perhaps they had other motives. Consequently, their allies would undoubtedly seek out the fake Zhang Yuge at the hospital. If they discovered his body was missing, chaos would ensue, revealing their clandestine dealings. Is the fake Zhang Yuge truly dead? Lin Wu asked. Zheng Mingxian replied, yes, and yet. Not entirely. Lin Wu pressed, what do you mean? Zheng Mingxian paused before standing. Perhaps it would be best for you to see for yourselves. With that, he turned and walked to an antique shelf against the wall, rotating a vase placed atop it. The shelf split in the middle, revealing a concealed door behind it. Zheng Mingxian entered a code to unlock it while saying, I surmised that Miss Daosheng would surely inquire about this tonight. Thus, I chose this private room. Upon opening the secret door, a descending passageway was unveiled. Zheng Mingxian glanced back at Lin Wu. She pinched her fingers together, rising to follow, and Cheng Man hurried to join them. As they stepped into the passage, they immediately felt an intense chill. Descending the staircase, they arrived in a dim chamber, stark and empty except for a rare ice coffin at its center. Lin Wu hurried over, and within the ice coffin lay the very fake Zhang Yuge who had appeared as Shangui's. However, at that moment, his body was mottled with blue and purple, swollen and bleeding black from his orifices. Zheng Mingxian retrieved his phone, displaying a video for Lin Wu. Take a look. Lin Wu accepted it, and Cheng Man curiously leaned in. The video revealed the same dim chamber, featuring Zheng Mingxian and the fake Zhang Yuge in the ice coffin. Remarkably, the figure in the coffin was conscious, pleading with Zheng Mingxian for salvation, claiming that Lung Linfeng intended to kill him to silence him. Yet, when Zheng Mingxian inquired about why Lung Linfeng wished to eliminate him, the fake Zhang Yuge suddenly coughed up black blood and convulsed to the floor. When I took him from the hospital, he was still alive, Zheng Mingxian recounted. It seems someone had administered a substance that induced a state resembling death. After returning, I managed to revive him, but he could barely speak before succumbing to this fate. I had someone examine him and discovered he died of poisoning. Changman Guspit. He conspired with the young master of the Lung family, yet he was not a significant figure. To prevent any risk, the young master eliminated him? Indeed, Zheng Mingxian deduced. In today's North City, the only individuals privy to their conspiracy were this man and Lung Linfeng himself. With his death and Lung Linfeng's unique status, it is likely that no one would dare to confront him for answers. Thus, this matter would naturally fade into obscurity. Cheng Man exclaimed in outrage. Such disregard for human life. He is utterly lawless. Lung Linfeng may have allies, Lin Wu interjected suddenly. Both Zheng Mingxian and Cheng Man turned to her as she inspected the body in the ice coffin, flipping him over. What do you see? Come closer. Lin Wu beckoned them, pointing to the back of the man's neck, where a black, nail-sized plum blossom mark was evident. I have encountered a similar death once before. During a business trip to Beijing, I met an extraordinarily skilled, middle-aged man. He sought to sell an artifact and inquired if my associates would be interested. My subordinates hesitated, so it was escalated to me. However, the artifact he possessed was likely tainted, attracting unwanted attention. When he realized he could not escape, he took poison to end his life. I had also shown interest in his artifact, and when I attempted to rescue him, I found him in this very state of demise. Moreover, in the palm of his hand was a blood-written character. The chapter concludes here. 059. Daosheng's profound thoughts. You must be sincere in your dealings. Hua. Both Zheng Mingxian and Cheng Man's faces reflected surprise and confusion. Lin Wu nodded, leaning against the coffin wall, her brow furrowed as she scrutinized the body within. By the time I arrived, that artifact had already vanished, likely taken by the assailant who killed that middle-aged man. Because I did not witness the scene and found no clues to deduce, I cannot speculate whether the middle-aged man was connected to the character or if it was the assailant. However, it is now certain that the one who killed the fake Zhang Yuge is undoubtedly tied to. If Lung Linfeng has other allies, they too must be connected to this character. Cheng Man suddenly proposed, is it possible that the true identity of a young master of the Lung family is Hua? Lin Wu turned to him, it is not impossible. Zheng Mingxian pondered, the leaders in the funeral industry are notoriously enigmatic. We truly do not know their surnames. Perhaps it is indeed Hua. Lin Wu bit her lip thoughtfully. In truth, she harbored a peculiar sentiment regarding the character, almost as if she had a connection to it. Enough conjecture. It is futile to speculate here. Whether it is or not, we shall await Lung Linfeng's own words. Lin Wu spoke slowly. Zheng Mingxian remarked, him? By now, he must have learned of the disappearance of the false Zhang Yuga. With his cautious demeanor, how could he approach us? Cheng Man added, indeed, it would be unwise to seek him out and risk alarming the snake. However, Lin Wu chuckled, turning to Zheng Mingxian, and calmly stated, do you think you're the only one who has placed personnel in the hospital? Zheng Mingxian's eyes widened in genuine surprise. Miss Daosheng, you had anticipated my actions and prepared accordingly? Lin Wu shook her head. No, it is about time. Let's go upstairs for dinner. With a knowing smile, Lin Wu turned and casually strolled up with her hands in her pockets. Zheng Mingxian gazed at her retreating figure, his expression deepening. Cheng Man, puzzled, glanced between them before hastily catching up with Lin Wu, inquiring, Daosheng, what other clues do you possess? We shall know after tonight, Lin Wu replied cryptically. Once they ascended, Lin Wu took her seat, savoring the various delicacies laid before her. After Zheng Mingxian and Cheng Man settled in, they exchanged a glance. Just as Zheng Mingxian was about to speak, Lin Wu raised the tea he had poured earlier, saying, we are all astute individuals, so let us refrain from unnecessary conversation. The previous subtlety has now concluded. Henceforth, let us collaborate openly and honestly, avoiding the repetition of prior incidents. Zheng Mingxian lifted his cup in agreement, stating, since we are being forthright, Miss Daosheng, perhaps you could elucidate the riddle you mentioned earlier? I have yet to arrive at a conclusion. Once I do, I shall certainly require the assistance of the Stone Guild and the Shuangguan sect, and will inform you accordingly, Lin Wu replied. Zheng Mingxian nodded, understanding the unspoken implications, and drank his tea to signify goodwill. Cheng Man, feeling somewhat conflicted, interjected, as you two collaborate, shouldn't you clarify things for me? I'd rather not be left in the dark. Lin Wu, picking up her chopsticks to enjoy her meal, remarked with a friend like Zhang Xiaodong, perhaps remaining in the dark is for the best. After all, it is rare to be blissfully ignorant in life. Cheng Man mumbled something under his breath. Zheng Mingxian served him a bowl of soup, gently encouraging, eat first. I will explain everything later. Cheng Man sighed and acquiesced. Shortly after finishing their meal, Lin Wu took her leave. Zheng Mingxian and Cheng Man personally escorted her out, traversing the black market. On their way back, Cheng Man couldn't contain his curiosity any longer, asking, according to Daosheng, you discovered the unfavorable situation of the 5 elements years ago. Why didn't you inform me at that time? Zheng Mingxian replied, over the years, while the 5 elements may still appear as the paramount force in the eyes of outsiders, internally, the dynamics have shifted. The Shuangguan sect has waned. My father has been navigating murky waters with the Stone Guild and following the change in leadership. The new head has shown signs of withdrawing from the conflicts of the black market. The funeral industry remains inscrutable, and the 5th Guild has traditionally maintained neutrality. In such circumstances, the sentiments within the 5 elements are disparate, and discerning friend from foe is perilous. Involving you could be dangerous. I believe, had it not been for the genuine concern of the Shuangguan sect leader, you would not have been subtly drawn into this. Cheng Man quickly grasped Zheng Mingxian's meaning. So you're saying my master and the others deliberately sent me to Lingnan to ensure I entered the game without arousing suspicion? Zheng Mingxian nodded, expressing his concern. Cheng Man, you are indeed fortunate to know someone like Daosheng. She is even involved in the business on Ghost Festival Street in the capital. I suspect the person we see now is far from her true self. With her around, you should be safe. This predicament might truly change. However, he paused, worry creeping into his tone. She is deeply cunning, and even I nearly fell into her trap. In your future interactions, do not harbor any mistrust or suspicion towards her intentions. Approach her with sincerity. She will prove to be a valuable ally in your endeavors with the Shuangguan sect. Cheng Man appeared taken aback, lingering in silence before murmuring, I understand. My master has advised me similarly. Meanwhile, as Lin Wu returned to the Yujia Emperor's garden, she received a call from Lu Guiqi. Wu, you want to believe what I've discovered. Lu Guiqi's voice was exuberantly loud, prompting Lin Wu to remove her Bluetooth headset, as she could hear him clearly without it. I want to discuss the human skin mass you asked me to investigate. Over the past few years, there there have indeed been human skin masks emerging in the black market. In total, there have been 3. 2 were purchased by high-ranking members of the funeral industry in the Lingnan black market, while the whereabouts of the last one remain unknown. The funeral industry? Lin Wu surmised. That must refer to Lung Linfeng. He orchestrated the deaths of the real Lung Linfeng and Zhang Yuge, then assumed their identities to carry out certain tasks in Beijing. Does the seller know who it is? Ah, that's precisely what I wanted to share. Lu Guiqi exclaimed. The individual dealing in human skin masks is shrouded in mystery. They had only recently engaged with the black market and remained exceedingly cautious and low profile. I searched extensively and found only one potential customer who had considered purchasing a mask, but ultimately refrained. This person mentioned a surname. Hua. Hua. Lin Wu abruptly slammed on the brakes, stopping her vehicle at the roadside. Yes, Lu Guiqi continued. Isn't it strange? Anyone capable of producing human skin masks cannot possibly be an ordinary individual. Yet, I scoured the capital and found no prominent families bearing the surname Hua, nor anywhere else. This person seems to have materialized from thin air and then vanished just as mysteriously. Lin Wu furrowed her brow and inquired. What about the cold shadow I asked you to investigate? Ah, I've uncovered that, Lu Guiqi proclaimed. You want to believe where this cold shadow has gone. Just a few days ago, the identity linked to this name purchased a ticket to our continent. Lin Wu's expression shifted to one of surprise. Our continent? On the other end, Lu Guiqi shared her astonishment. You wouldn't know? When I discovered it was our continent, I was taken aback, fearing my abilities had faltered and I had made an error. But after multiple confirmations, it is indeed our continent. Lin Wu recalled the false Zhang Yuge she had encountered not long ago at the Stone Guild and frowned, asking, what date was the ticket purchased? The day before yesterday. Has the person already arrived in our continent? I'm not sure. What? I genuinely don't know. Lu Guiqi's tone was innocent. Lin Wu retorted, are you joking with me? Isn't this your investigation? Well, it's a bit awkward, Lu Guiqi admitted. You see, I've crossed paths with the international organization's key figure. In the past, I would have clarified everything for you. But now I fear if I delve into our continent again, they might trace it back to me. Lin Wu. Lin Wu's temples throbbed. Haven't I already smoothed things over for you? Lu Guiqi meekly replied, Wu, I must clarify. I truly don't mean to doubt you. It's just that the international organization hasn't pursued this matter any further. However, you understand, I'm a bit apprehensive about that key figure. And you're not aware. While I was researching this, I learned the international organization's personnel caused quite an uproar at the auction house. All in an effort to flush me out. I had to be more cautious. Lin Wu. However, I do know where this cold shadow-esque ticket leads. Lu Guiqi eagerly shared. It's to an inconspicuous little airport within the international organization's territory. Hey, why don't you go ask around yourself? Lin Wu, her expression blank, remarked, you're quite impressive. To have discovered only half the information and then to stop is truly remarkable. Lin Wu ended the call and pressed the accelerator to the floor. Upon returning to the Yujia Emperor's garden, Lin Wu did not enter immediately but glanced at the neighboring villa, which was dark and devoid of light, indicating that Bo Yuding had not yet returned. Lin Wu parked the car and stepped inside, intending to go upstairs to call Su Xianhuai. However, as soon as she closed the door, she suddenly sensed a presence behind her. She swiftly turned around and struck out at her opponent. The other party seemed taken aback, momentarily forced back by her palm, but quickly regained composure and engaged in a series of exchanges with Lin Wu. A sense of dread washed over her as she hastily speculated about the identity of her assailant. It wasn't until she landed a punch to their abdomen that she heard a familiar grunt. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she quickly stepped back to switch on the light. As the foyer brightened, she saw Bo Yuding a few steps away, clutching his abdomen. A teasing tone laced with a hint of exasperation in his voice. I was merely playing with the little girl. Was it necessary to go so hard? My wound has just healed. If I bleed internally again, I will completely rely on you. Lin Wu frowned and approached him. Take off your shirt. Let me see. Bo Yuding grasped her outstretched hand, raising an eyebrow. So proactive? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Lin Wu's face darkened. Is this really the time for your nonsense? I want to see your injury. She was acutely aware of her own strength. Bo Yuding chuckled lightly, clasping her hand and leading her further inside. Don't worry, little girl. I'm Yufine. If those few strikes of yours could hurt me, how would I survive in this world? Lin Wu halted. Those few strikes? Then let us see if they're as weak as you claim. Bo Yuding quickly countered, I was wrong. It's the little girl who discovered me early and showed mercy. Lin Wu snorted coldly, turning her head away. Bo Yuding chuckled, guiding her to the sofa and saying, back to the point, I've taken care of what you asked me to. Be prepared. By tomorrow evening at the latest, Lung Linfeng will undoubtedly reach out to you. Lin Wu's expression shifted. I understand. Coincidentally, I have some unexpected news myself. What is it? Bo Yuding inquired. Lin Wu proceeded to convey the information she had gathered from Zheng Mingxian and Lu Guiqi, concluding, for such a force to form quietly isn't something that can happen in just a few years. It must take quite some time. Do you think there is a possibility that the 511 case we're investigating is related to them? Bo Yuding furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding. The likelihood is low, but it could serve as a breakthrough. Lin Wu nodded in agreement. That's exactly what I think. Since we've uncovered this much, and with Shuangguan and Shiheng involved, and given that Chengman is my friend, I can't just sit idly by. At the very least, she can't solely focus on finding a cure for her grandfather. Upon hearing this, Bo Yuding's frown deepened. If this force was indeed targeting the 5 elements, it could not be ignored. However, why would Lung Linfeng, being the head of the funeral industry, align himself with them against the 5 elements? Was he attempting to seize the opportunity to swallow the other 4 industries? This was not an impossibility. The reasons behind it could only be investigated further down the line. After Lin Wu finished speaking, she recalled something and asked, by the way, you're also the head of the 5 elements. Didn't you notice this earlier? Bo Yuding remained silent for a moment before replying, my attention has always been on the 511 case, and I haven't paid attention to the movements of the other 4 industries. Moreover, my master advised me to limit my interactions with them, so I truly haven't noticed any changes in their activities over the years. Why did your master advise you to avoid the other 4 industries? Lin Wu inquired. Bo Yuding answered, he is a man of principle. Even while immersed in darkness, he strives to cleanse this line of work, refraining from engaging in dubious dealings, and naturally, he is reluctant to associate with them. But enough, it's already too late. You need to rest, or you won't have the energy to face Lung Linfeng tomorrow, Bo Yuding interrupted. Lin Wu agreed. She had received too much information tonight, and her mind felt chaotic. Let us discuss this tomorrow. Bo Yuding smiled. That's more like it. At your young age, why are you worrying about so much? Lin Wu's mouth twitched, disinterested in further banter, merely watching Bo Yuding, yet he remained still. Are you not going to let me rest? Of course, Bo Yuding replied. Lin Wu, with a blank expression, stated, if you don't leave, how can I rest? Are we going to waste the night staring at each other? Bo Yuding clicked his tongue. That is an option. I could just watch you sleep. Lin Wu rolled up her sleeves, ready to spar again. All right, I'll leave. But remember not to stay up late, Bo Yuding said with a chuckle, rising to head for the door. Lin Wu watched him exit, shaking her head as she ascended the stairs. Little did she anticipate that the next day, instead of a visit from Lung Linfeng, she would be greeted by another unwelcome presence. Lin Wu was awakened by the incessant ringing of the doorbell. Initially, she assumed it was Bo Yuding or Lu Guiqi, so she turned over and pulled the blanket over her head to continue sleeping, knowing they were aware she wouldn't get up. However, the doorbell persisted relentlessly. Finally, unable to tolerate it any longer, she threw her pillow aside and got out of bed, icy frustration etched across her face. To her surprise, upon opening the door, she was met by Lin Shanghai and Lin Qian. Lin Wu blinked, confirming her eyesight, and her expression immediately soured. Indeed, Bo Yuding was likely familiar with her villa and had entered without hesitation, while Lu Guiqi wouldn't dare disturb her so early in the morning. Wu, you finally came out. Dad thought you weren't home. Hurry and let Dad and your sister in, Lin Shanghai called out, oblivious to the cold demeanor on Lin Wu's face, waving to her amiably. Beside him, Lin Qian remained silent, but her fiery gaze bore into Lin Wu, as if she were ready to combust. Taking a deep breath, Lin Wu approached but did not open the door. Instead, she asked from behind the ornate gate, who told you I lived here? Lin Shanghai paused, momentarily taken aback. Lin Wu shifted her gaze to Lin Qian and sneered, oh, I almost forgot. When your family's old man called me that day, you and Lin Jianquan were eavesdropping, weren't you? I wonder why he asked me so many times. At that moment, Lin Qian found it hard to believe. Since returning to the Lin family, compounded by the incidents involving the young master of the Lung family and the bureau chief, Lin Qian had been severely impacted and had invested considerable effort into understanding the relationships among the major families in Beijing. She had come to realize that the Lin family occupied a precarious position. After losing the partnership with Yunkai International Group and with Lin Jiangbai imprisoned, their status had plummeted considerably, far from what she had imagined. The Lin family, even with 10 generations, could never reside in this luxurious estate. Yet, Lin Wu truly lived here. Lin Qian struggled to accept this reality. However, remembering Lin Wu's background as a favored guest of Shengguwei and her preferential treatment from the young master of the Lung family, she found herself at a loss for words. Now that she witnessed it firsthand, Lin Qian felt humiliated and had no desire to face Lin Wu. She remained silent, while Lin Shanghai quickly interjected, "How could it be eavesdropping? Wu, after returning yesterday, I realized you've been taking care of your grandfather for quite some time. I feel deeply remorseful for this. Our Lin family owes you too much. Thus, I brought Qianqian to apologize and see how you're doing to ease my worries." With a stoic expression, Lin Wu asked, "Did you pay the old man's medical fees?" At the mention of this, Lin Shanghai's face turned pale. "Did you pay or not?" "Of course I did," he exclaimed, never expecting that the matter of medical fees would be common knowledge among the prominent families of Beijing. Yesterday, during his business engagements, everyone looked at him with strange eyes, refusing to collaborate with him without a word. His long-established reputation was nearly annihilated overnight. How could he not pay? Moreover, the hospital insisted on a minimum week's payment, and half of the Lin family's wealth was gone. The company is utterly devoid of any circulating funds. Yesterday, when Lin Shanghai signed the payment, his hands trembled, and he felt as though he might vomit blood out of anger. It is evident that the rumors circulating must be the handiwork of Lin Wu. He cannot suffer this loss without retribution. Thus, Lin Shanghai pondered throughout the night. Upon discovering Lin Wu's residence, he immediately brought Lin Qian along to ingratiate himself, determined to reclaim the money Lin Wu had swindled from him. Lacking funds, he would settle for her affection. However, upon learning that Lin Wu resided in Yujiadi Yuan, Lin Shanghai felt uncertain, suspecting that Lin Wu was merely deceiving the old man. Little did he know, she truly lived there. Reinforced in his resolve to reclaim his money, he wore a smile and said, "Wu, speaking at the door is rather improper. Please open it so we can enter." Lin Wu coldly fixed her gaze upon him and suddenly remarked, "It has already been half a month." Lin Shanghai responded, "Huh?" Lin Wu scoffed. "What about the press conference you mentioned? Were you not to sever ties? If you no longer wish to hold it, I shall arrange it for you and notify you accordingly." Lin Shanghai's mind buzzed, and he quickly interjected, "Wait. Wu, that was just a moment of anger. You should take it seriously. If we truly sever ties, how could he possibly reclaim his money?" Realizing this, Lin Shanghai hastily added, "I have come this time to sincerely invite you back to the Lin family. Qianqian, quickly, apologize properly to your sister." "Dad!" Lin Qian stomped her foot, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Lin Shanghai. Lin Shanghai's expression darkened. "What did I tell you before coming out? Hurry up." Fearful of her father, Lin Qian shrank back, mustering the humiliation to turn towards Lin Wu, gritting her teeth and murmuring, "I'm sorry." Unexpectedly, Lin Shanghai barked louder, "I'm sorry." Lin Qian's tears fell, and after shouting, she turned to flee. Lin Shanghai felt a pinch of embarrassment, but was reluctant to force his own daughter. Thus he turned to Lin Wu and said, "Wu, see, your sister truly knows her mistake." Lin Wu observed their theatrics with cold indifference, uttering a curt leave before attempting to retreat inside. Seeing this, Lin Shanghai grew anxious and blurted out, "Dad is genuinely earnest this time. Wu, you used to resent me and your mother for neglecting you, right? So, let me hire renowned teachers from the capital to tutor you, allowing you to repeat your final year and gain admission to a prestigious university. I will also hire some talent instructors to make you well-rounded, so that no debutante in North City could compare to you." Lin Wu halted and turned back to stare at Lin Shanghai, utterly bewildered. What nonsense was he spouting? Was there something wrong with her ears? Or had his brain truly malfunctioned? Believing he was making an impression, Lin Shanghai continued, "Wu, you may not know, but I have invited members from the capital's piano association. Other heiresses enjoy playing the violin and piano. Surely you must too. With a renowned instructor, you will certainly excel." "Dad, are you serious about this?" Lin Qian exclaimed incredulously, looking at Lin Shanghai. Lin Shanghai interrupted her in a hushed tone, "Be quiet. We can have that person teach both of you sisters together, can't we? Lin Qian's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing that the invitation was meant solely for her. Frustrated by Lin Xinghai's pretense, she burst into tears and ran away. Lin Xinghai called after her, but she ignored him, awkwardly turning to Lin Wu. This child is just naive. Please don't take offense, Wu Wu. Lin Wu gazed at Lin Xinghai with exasperation. You invited members from the piano association to teach me? Lin Xinghai nodded fervently. Father's intentions are sincere. The heavens can attest to it. I genuinely wish for your improvement. How absurd, Lin Wu retorted, turning back towards the villa. Lin Xinghai hastily called after her, but after a long wait, no one came to open the door, prompting an expletive from him. He then smirked. The members of the piano association are formidable. I have invested significantly to secure their presence. I refuse to believe you will not fall for this. Convinced that Lin Wu was merely skeptical of his claims regarding the piano association, he resolved to expedite their arrival in North City. Meanwhile, upon entering the villa, Lin Wu ascended to her bedroom to catch up on sleep, yet sleep eluded her. Frustrated, she threw her pillow aside, sat up, and rummaged through her phone's contacts until she found one labeled Uncle Qian. She dialed a number, and it was quickly answered by a warm, middle-aged voice. Hello, Miss Lin? Suppressing her irritation, Lin Wu inquired, are the members of the piano association particularly idle lately? Uncle Qian was taken aback by her abrupt question, responding with confusion. Not at all. Recently, we have been invited to several competitions in Region R. Upon learning this, Master Sun instructed us to secure commendable placements so that we would not be underestimated by foreign competitors. Consequently, everyone in the association has been diligently practicing for the competition pieces in hopes of being selected. Lin Wu coldly pressed. Then how you have time to come to North City? Are you not busy enough? Uncle Qian, bewildered, stammered. Miss Lin, is there some misunderstanding? The piano association has no activities scheduled in North City. How could we possibly go there? Taking a deep breath, Lin Wu pressed her fingers against her aching temples and commanded, investigate who from the piano association has been in contact with the Lin family in North City, particularly anyone who is scheduled to come in the next few days. It is best if there is no one. If there is, inform that individual to either remain in the capital and prepare for the competition or leave the association. Uncle Qian felt a jolt of alarm, finally realizing Lin Wu's foul mood. He quickly assured her, yes, Miss Lin, please do not be angry. I will instruct someone to investigate immediately. May I ask how the Lin family in North City has offended you? Is there anything I can do? Nothing, Lin Wu replied coldly. Uncle Qian hesitated before suggesting, should I inform Master Sun? You have been quite busy lately and have not been in touch with the association. If Master Sun learns that you called, he would surely be delighted. Lin Wu fell silent for a moment. Master Sun was her violin teacher, originally not from the capital, but from a small county where she lived with her grandfather. It was said that he had just finished a few competitions, returning to rest and recuperate, when he fortuitously met Lin Wu. He recognized her talent for music and, with time on his hands, began to teach her. Over time, as he observed her aptitude for the violin, he took her as his disciple. However, in recent years, she had been traveling across the country and had little time to devote to practice, which had caused Master Sun to harbor some grievances against her, albeit without expressing them harshly. Reflecting on this, Lin Wu felt her mood lighten somewhat and replied, do not mention it to the teacher. In half a month, the capital university will commence its semester, and I will report there and visit him then. Uncle Qian exclaimed with delight, that is wonderful news. I never imagined you would be admitted to Qianqian University. You are truly impressive. Recently, Master Sun was lamenting about your college entrance examination results, expressing concern that you might be too busy to contact him. He was hesitant to disturb you, so he refrained from reaching out. Now that he knows, he will undoubtedly be thrilled. Lin Wu's expression softened considerably. I should have contacted the teacher. That was my oversight. Uncle Qian, thank you for looking after him. Oh, miss, you flatter me. Master Sun has done me a great favor, and I willingly remain by his side, Uncle Qian replied gently. Rest assured, Master Sun is still in good health. As for you, take care of yourself. Though you are young and strong, you must not neglect your sleep and meals. For even the strongest body can only endure so much. Lin Wu felt overwhelmed by his admonitions. All right, I will rest well. Goodbye. I need to catch up on sleep. Wait, miss. Uncle Qian interjected. What is it? Lin Wu asked, pinching her brow in irritation. Onkel Qian's tone shifted swiftly. Please don't attribute this to me, but Master Sun mentioned that you are of an appropriate age to start considering reliable suitors. As the evaluation of character begins, one must observe diligently, for it is essential to scrutinize over the course of several years, just in time for your graduation from university. Elder Sun has indeed expressed interest in someone, the grandson of an old friend. Although he possesses a somewhat effeminate appearance and is slightly older, he is nonetheless considered young and accomplished, with superior attributes compared to others in the capital. I have advised Elder Sun on this matter, yet he insists that one cannot afford to delay. If one waits too long, a suitable match may be claimed by another, leaving only the leftovers to choose from. Lin Wu, with an impassive expression, remarked to Uncle Qian, "Please convey to the teacher that with age comes the need for warm water and fewer dreams." With that, she hung up the phone, not allowing Uncle Qian another opportunity to speak, and lay back down. Alas! The fleeting slumber she had managed to conjure was swiftly dispelled by Uncle Qian's news. Rolling over in exasperation, she sent a message to Zheng Qifa. "Please prepare a press conference promptly. Since the Lin family refuses to sever ties with her, she shall act on their behalf." After giving her instructions, unable to sleep, she rose to wash up, then retreated to her study to contact Su Qianhuai. While waiting for the call to connect, Lin Wu swiftly reviewed several contracts that required her attention. Since acquiring the Liu family's stake in our continent, her associates there have been exceedingly busy, resulting in an increased workload for her as well. During the busiest times, Lin Wu felt overwhelmed, even contemplating kicking a passing dog in frustration. Her thoughts were interrupted by Su Qianhuai's voice. "Hey Hu, why have you suddenly reached out to me again?" She looked up at the large screen displaying Su Qianhuai, who appeared particularly vigilant. He continued, "In the past, you rarely contacted me even once in 6 months, when I needed your assistance. It often took several attempts to finally catch you at a convenient time. Now, however, you reach out to me with remarkable frequency. Are you perhaps plotting something?" Lin Wu set down her tablet and replied coolly, "If I were plotting, would you be willing to cooperate?" Su Qianhuai immediately countered, "Let us refrain from uttering words that may hinder our alliance." Lin Wu smirked slightly. "I need you to investigate a person for me. Please find out if this individual has frequented your territory. If so, where have they been seen?" This was not a challenging request, and Su Qianhuai readily agreed, "Understood." "If there is nothing else." Lin Wu was about to hang up when Su Qianhuai remembered something. "Wait, I need to ask you something. Are you certain that the individuals involved with Guanshan are from the Independent Alliance?" Lin Wu paused. "Why do you ask?" Su Qianhuai replied with confusion. "Guanshan insists otherwise. When I approached the Independent Alliance for clarification, their leader appeared utterly bewildered, as though genuinely innocent. I searched their territory thoroughly but found no leads." Lin Wu contemplated for a moment. "I have heard they excel at deception. Didn't they once orchestrate a grand scheme to seize your southern port?" Su Qianhuai's eyes glinted with malice. "Are you suggesting they are deceiving me again?" Lin Wu, with an air of ambiguity, responded, "I cannot say for certain. However, with their unusually unified stance this time, could it not imply that this person holds a prominent position among them?" Su Qianhuai abruptly stood, slamming his hand on the table. "I knew it. The Independent Alliance is a nest of conspirators with dark intentions. This must surely be another of their ploys. Akin to the last time, they sought to deceive me and claim my territory. I must take action against them, lest they believe me to be a fool." After concluding her call with Su Qianhuai, Lin Wu felt a sense of relief wash over her. Thus, when a strange number called during lunch, she displayed remarkable patience. She did not answer, choosing instead to hang up. The persistent number called again, and only on the third attempt did Lin Wu answer. Placing the phone on speaker as she indulged in the delicacy of Buddha jumps over the wall from a nearby establishment. "Who is this?" she inquired languidly. The familiar male voice that responded confirmed her suspicion. It was indeed Lung Lingfeng. Lin Wu initially believed that, given his meticulous nature, he would not be able to contain himself until the evening. However, his patience seemed to have waned by midday. "Unfamiliar number. How would I know who it is?" "If you do not introduce yourself, I shall hang up," she stated nonchalantly. On the other end, there was a moment of silence. Just as she was about to terminate the call, a low, ambiguous chuckle emanated from the man. "Lung has been thinking of you for quite some time. Yet you cannot even recognize my voice. How disheartening." Lin Wu feigned surprise. "Ah, it is the young master of the Lung family. How curious. We have had no prior entanglements and no recent communications. Why do you seek me?" Meanwhile, In the Lung family's residence on the other side of the city, Lung Lingfeng remained in his study on the third floor, listening to Lin Wu's nonsensical banter with an expression of detached amusement. Once she finished speaking, he replied, "Since we have already interacted, why feign ignorance, Miss Lin?" In the Yujia Emperor Garden, Lin Wu, having finished her dish, set down her bowl and remarked, "Young Master Lung, your words perplex me. Is it not true that you sent someone to burn my warehouse in the west of the city?" Lung Lingfeng abruptly stated. Lin Wu leaned back, tapping her fingers on the table. "Your insinuation is even more perplexing." He chuckled lightly. "Perplexing? Allow me to elucidate. 2 days ago, you met with the police chief. Yesterday morning, you were present at the morgue and hospital. I believe you're well aware of my connections with the black market. Furthermore, you must also know that Master Zhang's body has mysteriously vanished from a morgue." At this juncture, he paused before continuing, "Yet last night, a great fire broke out in my warehouse in the west of the city. Surveillance footage shows that the arsonist bore the face of Master Zhang." Lin Wu merely smiled. She had previously informed Zheng Mingxian and Cheng Man that the individual planted in the operation was none other than Lung Lingfeng. Though she was uncertain of his intentions, it was evident that he had not yet concluded his plans. He would not simply stand idly by. It was all a fade, while behind the scenes, he monitored developments closely. This deduction had crystallized after she learned of his identity from the police chief. Additionally, upon realizing that the fake Zhang Yuga had vanished, she grasped another truth. If Lung Lingfeng had already placed an informant, he must have known the fake Zhang Yuga was missing. Lung Lingfeng lacked her technical prowess, so he might not know who had taken the fake Zhang Yuga. He was likely waiting for either the fake Zhang Yuga to reveal himself or for the captor to appear seeking to negotiate for profit. Thus, Lin Wu devised a plan for Bo Yuding to don the mask of Zhang Yuga and set fire to Lung's warehouse, ensuring that his face would be captured on surveillance. In doing so, Lung Lingfeng would find himself unable to remain calm, as he would be uncertain of the fake Zhang Yuga's whereabouts and whether he had been compromised. Of course, Lin Wu did not truly know if Lung Lingfeng would act irrationally upon seeing the fake Zhang Yuga. She was merely gambling on the possibility. However, the information provided by Zheng Mingxian had bolstered her confidence. The fake Zhang Yuga had claimed that Lung Lingfeng intended to eliminate him, suggesting that they had collaborated in nefarious deeds, and that Lung Lingfeng aimed to silence him once he discovered his intentions to flee. It was clear that Lung Lingfeng was aware of the fake Zhang Yuga's intentions to escape. Thus, should the fake Zhang Yuga appear, he would likely stand in opposition to Lung Lingfeng, which would undoubtedly prove disadvantageous for him. In this round, Lin Wu emerged victorious in her gamble. The reason why Lung Lingfeng sought her out was due to that human skin mask. Having maintained close ties with the bureau chief, Lung Lingfeng could easily ascertain that the corpse delivered to the police station was missing the human skin mask. Moreover, since she had visited Shangue that day, the Lin family was aware of it, making it quite simple for Lung Lingfeng to deduce that the mask was in her possession if he chose to investigate further. Therefore, it was evident who had sent Zhang Yuga to appear on the surveillance footage. Aware of the truth yet pretending to be oblivious, Lin Wu feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Master Zhang? I thought he was dead. How did he appear there?" "Young Master Lung, please don't frighten me." On the other end of the line, Lung Lingfeng couldn't help but chuckle at her performance. "I had no idea, Miss Lin, that you could be so adept at this," he remarked. "But are you so certain that you can hold your ground with me?" Lin Wu served herself a bowl of rice soaked in soup, savoring each spoonful, musing that perhaps she could indeed manage. "What if Master Zhang is truly dead?" Lung Lingfeng inquired suddenly, calculating the time. "Does Miss Lin know much more than she lets on? Could it be that you are attempting to deceive me?" Lin Wu paused momentarily, quickly realizing that Lung Lingfeng was aware that the fake Zhang Yuga had been poisoned and would not survive for long. Considering the timeline of the fake Zhang Yuga's disappearance from the hospital, there was a high probability that he had not had the chance to reveal the truth. Lung Lingfeng confidently stated, "Miss Lin, excess leads to loss. I believe you would not wish to suffer significant loss, would you?" Lin Wu set down her spoon, inquiring, "So what do you propose?" In a straightforward manner, Lung Lingfeng declared, "Regardless of whether he is alive or dead, I want that person. I advise you, Miss Lin, to cease your inquiries. In exchange, I will provide you with the Lung family's business projects in Beicheng, ensuring your profits." Lin Wu narrowed her eyes, questioning, "Does young Master Lung truly believe he is infallible? There is no poison in this world that cannot be unraveled. Do you wish to gamble on whether I can find an antidote?" Lung Lingfeng fell silent. So too did Lin Wu, as an oppressive silence enveloped the conversation. In matters of patience, Lin Wu was always adept, calmly continuing her meal. After a lengthy pause, it was indeed Lung Linfeng who broke the stillness, asking, "What does Miss Lin desire?" Lin Wu replied, "Who exactly are you? What significance does that pendant hold for you? What are your intentions in Beijing?" With a smile, Lung Linfeng responded, "Did you not say that Master Zhang is not dead? Did he not inform you?" Lin Wu retorted, "I am the one asking you now, not the other way around. I cannot rely solely on hearsay. If your words align with his, then I might believe you are not deceiving me. Otherwise, why would I hand over that person to you?" After a long silence, the man finally spoke, slowly asking, "You truly do not know who I am?" Lin Wu was taken aback. "What?" Upon hearing this, the man fell into silence again for a moment. Eventually, he sighed softly, "Miss Lin, I remember you, yet you have forgotten me. That truly saddens me." Lin Wu frowned, insisting, "Speak plainly, and spare me the riddles." "Who are you?" The man replied, "We can discuss this matter when you remember me. However, I can answer another question." Without giving Lin Wu a chance to respond, he continued, "The auction of that pendant, and my prolonged stay in Beicheng, all serve a singular purpose, to select suitable individuals." "Select individuals?" Lin Wu echoed, bewildered. "Yes," Lung Linfeng confirmed. "Why select individuals, and for what purpose, I cannot disclose. All I can say is this." Lin Wu protested, "It is rather improper to speak in half-truths." "Is it not?" Lung Linfeng countered. "Then does Miss Lin's curiosity about others' secrets not seem equally inappropriate?" Lin Wu remained silent. Seeing the opportunity, Lung Linfeng reassured her, "Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. You should already know from the bureau chief that I am Dao Sheng," he continued. Lin Wu responded coldly, "The Shuangguan is my partner, and now the Shihang is as well. Your forces have been targeting my partners for years. Do you think I can remain indifferent? Furthermore, Lung Linfeng, as the leader of the five elements, why would you aid outsiders against your own?" Lung Linfeng simply stated, "There are no eternal friends in this world, only eternal interests. Those who cooperate with me fulfill my desires. That is all. Moreover, those behind me are not targeting the five elements. They are merely utilizing certain events to select individuals for their own purposes. Otherwise, do you think they could operate so quietly?" Lin Wu furrowed her brows even tighter. Lung Linfeng candidly remarked, "You can inform the Shuangguan and the Shihang that as long as they refrain from taking action, my associates will not interfere either. We can maintain a facade of harmony. Otherwise, it will only lead to mutual destruction, which I am certain is not their desired outcome." Lin Wu set down her spoon, asserting, "You claim you have done nothing? Recruiting their people and weakening their power. Do you truly believe that is inconsequential?" On the other end, Lung Linfeng smirked. "This is normal in the underworld, is it not? I do not fear telling you that if they truly wish to hold me accountable, they should inquire whether they committed grievous sins 18 years ago. Now, even if they face ruin and disintegration, it is merely the price they must pay." Lin Wu frowned. "What do you mean by that?" Taking a deep breath, Lung Linfeng replied, "Relay this to them. Lin Wu, you are not one of the five elements. I advise you not to involve yourself in their affairs." Upon hearing this, Lin Wu attempted to respond, but Lung Linfeng interrupted, "That is all I have to say. Miss Lin, shall we return that person to me?" Lin Wu's gaze intensified as she unconsciously tapped her fingers on the table. After a moment, she leaned back and declared, "The antidote." "What?" Lung Linfeng asked, bewildered. Lin Wu coldly stated, "The pendant you sold is poisonous. Surely you are aware of this. Why pretend otherwise?" Lung Linfeng fell silent. Lin Wu continued, "If we are to discuss this matter further, I have no interest in past grievances between you. If this situation does not conflict with my own interests, I would likewise remain indifferent. However, your artifact has endangered my people. If you wish to obtain that fake Zhang Yuga, you must provide the antidote in exchange." Pausing briefly, Lin Wu added, "Do not claim there is no antidote. From a moment the pendant's material was extracted to its completion and delivery to you, culminating in the auction, you must have been exposed to the poison for quite some time. It will be impossible for you not to be affected." After a long pause, Lung Linfeng chuckled softly. "Very well, I shall provide it." Lin Wu stipulated, "At 8 o'clock tonight, at Shengguei. Upon arrival, deliver the antidote to Manager Song. He will hand over the person to you." With that, Lin Wu decisively hung up the phone. Gazing at the darkened screen, she furrowed her brows before dialing Chung Man. After a moment, Chung Man answered, "Hello? Daosheng, why are you contacting me at this hour? Where are you now?" Lin Wu inquired. Chengman replied. At the black market Shuangwan branch. Although I am here to investigate, my master instructed me to oversee this area as well, to hone my skills. Perfect, Lin Wu said. Go find Zheng Mingxian at the Shihang and bring the fake Zhang Yuga to Shengguei to hand over to Manager Song. Cheng Man responded in surprise. Why? Lin Wu hesitated briefly before summarizing her conversation with Lung Linfeng. However, she refrained from mentioning the part about Lung Linfeng knowing her. Cheng Man fell silent, evidently taken aback by the revelation. Lin Wu added, the information I could extract from Lung Linfeng is limited to this. It appears that there are past grievances between the elder generation of the five elements and this enigmatic force, with the leaders of the funeral industry also being among the victims. The implications of this revelation are rather evident. A thorough investigation should reveal the underpinnings of the funeral industry and the true nature of this force. After a prolonged pause, Cheng Man finally spoke. I understand. This information is crucial for us, Dao Sheng. I genuinely appreciate your assistance. I will relay this accurately to my master, and once the truth is clarified, my sect will undoubtedly reward you handsomely. Very well, then seek out Zheng Mingxian and retrieve the individual for me. I require a person in exchange for the antidote to aid my grandfather, Lin Wu instructed. Cheng Man nodded earnestly. Of course, that is my duty. I shall proceed immediately. After concluding the call, Lin Wu contacted Lu Guiqi to discuss the arrangements for the exchange of the person and the antidote. Lu Guiqi, somewhat bewildered, inquired as to the rationale behind this plan. After contemplating, Lin Wu deemed it appropriate to share the details regarding Lung Linfeng. Although Lu Guiqi was not deeply informed about the matter, he was aware that Lin Wu had been searching for an antidote for her grandfather, allowing him to form a rough conjecture. Thus he was not taken aback. However, he was genuinely astonished by Lin Wu's swiftness. Wu, I must say I am truly impressed. In just half a month, you have not only found the antidote, but also unraveled such a significant issue concerning the five elements. Enough of the pleasantries. Swiftly ensure the antidote is arranged. Lin Wu commanded. She then remembered something and cautioned, though you navigate the black market, do not involve yourself in matters concerning the five elements, nor foster curiosity, lest you attract danger. I understand, I am not foolish. Should I at least inform Ninth Master of this? Lu Guiqi queried. Lin Wu nodded. I will speak with him later. Once you obtain the antidote, please call me, and I will come to collect it. Lu Guiqi replied. There is no need for you to make the journey. I shall deliver it to you tonight. After their agreement, Lin Wu hung up and resumed her meal. However, gazing at the lavish spread before her, she found herself unable to eat, as her mind was preoccupied with the words Lung Linfeng had uttered on the phone. Lin Wu, do you truly not know who I am? Could she genuinely claim ignorance of his identity? It seemed implausible. Feeling slightly agitated, Lin Wu set down her chopsticks and leaned back in contemplation. She had spent 12 years in North City, but during that time, her interactions with outsiders were minimal. Her routine was strictly confined to the school and the Lin family. In school, she had little social engagement. As the head of the funeral industry, Lung Linfeng donned a human skin mask, while he did not explicitly deny being Lung Linfeng. The implication was nearly undeniable. He was also 7 or 8 years her senior, thus it was improbable that they had crossed paths at school. It was said that the head of the funeral industry hailed from the southern regions, indicating that they could not have known each other prior to her 12th year. After turning 12, she had lived in the countryside with her grandfather. Although she encountered individuals of distinguished backgrounds, she could hardly recall any unfamiliar faces. Furthermore, aside from the countryside, she had traversed numerous locations and met a myriad of people. Her memory was exceptional. She could easily recognize anyone she had met. Yet she could not identify anyone who matched Lung Linfeng's age and circumstances. Moreover, if he truly wore a human skin mask, then the appearance and age he projected would be misleading, leaving her at a loss to deduce his identity. However, the traits of an individual, such as their stature and mannerisms, remain constant. When had she encountered someone resembling Lung Linfeng, to the extent that he suggested familiarity? Unable to fathom the answer, Lin Wu decided to forego her meal and retire upstairs for an afternoon nap. In the afternoon, Bo Yuding returned to the Yujia Emperor Garden and subsequently sought her out to discuss the condition of old Master Lin. It seems the old gentleman has been agitated by the Lin family, he remarked. He has been unable to eat or sleep well these past few days and appears quite unwell. The results of his medical examination were not encouraging. Lin Wu responded with a nonchalant "Oh." Bo Yuding scrutinized her expression and remarked, I managed to visit the old gentleman during my free time. He anxiously inquired about your well-being. I told him you were not faring well. He was deeply distressed, unable to sleep through the night with the lights still on in his room. He was immediately alarmed, but did not dare to seek you out. I reassured him that you might visit him tomorrow. Lin Wu coldly turned her face away, stating, I have no intention of going. Is that so? Bo Yuding replied. I noticed your demeanor last night suggested you were quite concerned for the old gentleman. The living room fell into a heavy silence. After a lengthy pause, Lin Wu declared, that is absolutely not the case. Bo Yuding looked at her helplessly. The young girl, despite her age, was not devoid of affection for her elders. It was evident she possessed a tender heart. Why force herself to adopt a steely demeanor? Lin Wu incredulously retorted, do you perceive me as soft-hearted? What evidence do you have to support that claim? Both my eyes have witnessed it. Bo Yuding chuckled lightly. Otherwise, why would you have saved me when we first met? Lin Wu straightened her posture, asserting that was because they pointed at me and sullied my space. Then why did you offer me the private room? You could have easily dismissed me, Bo Yuding countered. I was concerned you might be targeting me intentionally. I did not wish to be marked. Yet, the young lady is acquainted with the train conductor, is she not? A few words of caution, and who would dare approach your compartment? Perhaps the young lady was merely fatigued from my injury, unable to walk any further. Lin Wu rose in frustration, exclaiming, did you come to me solely to provoke me? All right, I shall cease, Bo Yuding said, grasping her hand and guiding her back to her seat, speaking gently. But it is true that the old gentleman wishes to see you, and deep down, you likely wish to see him as well. Lin Wu turned her head away. Bo Yuding, in good spirits, moved closer to her, coaxing, if you do not wish to meet, I will politely decline the old gentleman's request. A mere word will suffice. However, if you do desire to see him, do not torment yourself by suppressing your feelings. After so many years of affection, it is entirely normal not to sever ties completely. Simply go to the old gentleman and express your anger over his favoritism towards the Lin family. He must apologize and seek to appease you. Lin Wu scoffed, appease? How childish. Do you think I am one who requires such things? Indeed not, Bo Yuding sighed, but you have not rested well these past few days. Resolving your inner turmoil sooner will lead to better eating and sleeping habits. You appear to have lost weight. Lin Wu replied expressionlessly, that is merely due to my unease caused by Lung Linfeng's incessant pestering at noon. Naturally, I cannot eat to my fill. Lung Linfeng, has there been a resolution? Bo Yuding inquired. Lin Wu proceeded to recount all that had transpired, finally unable to resist asking, what past transgressions did the 5 elements commit? Bo Yuding narrowed his eyes, asking, have you encountered it before? Are you quite familiar? Lin Wu paused. That is not the crux of the matter. I cannot recall. He likely was not of great significance. Bo Yuding hesitated, yet you have been troubled by him for an entire afternoon. Of course, if you left a conversation half-finished, I would be equally vexed. Is it enjoyable to keep someone in suspense? It is the kind of thing that would provoke me to rise from bed in the middle of the night, cursing in frustration. Such behavior is utterly maddening. Bo Yuding gazed intently at Lin Wu, asking, if you were indeed well acquainted with him, would you offer him assistance? Lin Wu shook her head. Helping others must adhere to principles of right and wrong. And what if the roles were reversed? Would you assist me? Bo Yuding pressed. Lin Wu looked at him in confusion. I have not encountered such a scenario. How could I possibly know? Very well. Quickly tell me what transgressions the 5 elements have committed. I am quite curious, she insisted. Bo Yuding's expression darkened momentarily, yet he maintained his composure, stating, I am not entirely certain. I have not heard my master mention it extensively. If you're truly eager to know, I can inquire with those my master has entrusted to me. They should possess more knowledge. Lin Wu nodded very well. Returning to the main topic, are you truly not going to visit the old gentleman? Bo Yuding inquired. Lin Wu lowered her head, her expression somber. Bo Yuding acknowledged her silence and rose, saying, very well, once I acquire the antidote tonight, I shall take it to the hospital tomorrow. With that, he prepared to leave, as if the old gentleman were still awaiting his call. Wait a moment, Lin Wu suddenly interjected. Bo Yuding regarded her with an air of expectation. Lin Wu continued, the Lin family is already aware of your identity. Why would you still give them your number? They must have insisted on it. I need to clarify this matter. Bo Yuding nodded. All right, I shall inform the old gentleman that you miss him a bit. Lin Wu stood up, emphasizing what I mean is, if the Lin family harbors ulterior motives, it would reflect poorly on me. I'm not implying that I want to. Bo Yuding observed her, reaching out to ruffle her hair gently. Dear girl, if you are unwilling, then do not force yourself. Simply follow your initial intentions without becoming entangled in self-doubt. If you tire yourself out in pursuit of expectations, it will only lead to regret in the future. Lin Wu stepped back, pressed her lips together, and averted her gaze, murmuring, do not touch my hair. Very well, Bo Yuding replied with a light chuckle. End of this chapter. As night fell, Lu Guiqi indeed delivered the antidote. Lin Wu stared at the small vial he brought, her thoughts in disarray. Lu Guiqi had been quite busy these past few days and longed to converse with Lin Wu, yet she was not in the mood for socializing and sent him away to rest. Shortly thereafter, Lin Wu ascended to her bedroom. After washing up, she lay in bed, her eyes wide open until the latter half of the night before finally succumbing to sleep. Nevertheless, Lin Wu rose early, clutching the antidote as she scaled the courtyard wall into Bo Yuding's villa, knocking on his door. Before long, the door swung open from within. The man appeared in a bathrobe, damp hair falling over his forehead, and his deep, dark eyes glimmered with an indefinable moisture. Upon seeing Lin Wu, he seemed taken aback. So early? Did you not sleep well last night? No, Lin Wu replied, her gaze lingering on him but ultimately retreating. She turned to leave, saying, continue what you were doing. I shall return shortly. However, before she could step away, he seized her hand, pulling her into the room and shutting the door behind them, pressing her against it. What is there to continue? Bo Yuding raised an eyebrow, his tone teasingly elevated. Lin Wu noticed the bathrobe loosening around him, revealing his elegantly defined collarbone, and further down. She averted her gaze. I did not know you had just bathed. I originally intended to invite you for breakfast before heading to the hospital. Bo Yuding chuckled. Then why are you running away? Lin Wu began to respond, but suddenly realized she had no reason to flee. Yet when her gaze returned to Bo Yuding, the words eluded her. Instead, she pushed him away, insisting, quickly change your clothes. If you do not have breakfast, I will leave. Bo Yuding merely hummed in response. All right, dear girl. Find a place to sit and wait for me. With that, he ascended the stairs. Lin Wu surveyed the first floor. Though she had been here before, she still found it intriguing. She ambled about before settling at the kitchen bar, tapping her fingers absent-mindedly on the countertop. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, she began to snack on some fruit. It was not until she finished her cup of warm milk that Bo Yuding finally descended, rolling up his sleeves as he approached and asked, what would you like to eat? Lin Wu pondered for a moment. Wontons. Bo Yuding responded affirmatively, donning an apron and commencing his culinary endeavor. As she watched his retreating figure, Lin Wu's troubled thoughts began to settle. After enjoying breakfast at Bo Yuding's home, Lin Wu joined him in his car as they headed to the hospital together. The old gentleman's room had been relocated to the lower floor, though it was still a private room, albeit with inferior conditions compared to before. Bo Yuding guided Lin Wu there. As she observed the similar rooms they passed, she frowned, critiquing, this room is far too small. How does the air circulate? Is it sufficient for grandfather to move about? The soundproofing appears inadequate. Won't it disturb his rest at night? It isn't even central air conditioning. When the individual unit blows air, he won't be able to tolerate it. His legs will ache. The entire floor was filled with similar rooms, and Lin Wu expressed her dissatisfaction. What is wrong with the Lin family? They have paid the medical expenses. Why not move him upstairs? Bo Yuding explained with nonchalance. The Lin family is not as affluent as you are. Lin Wu retorted coldly. Can they not afford the temporary room fees? They're simply stingy. After a pause, she added, I remember that Lin Jiangbai is about to be released. Bo Yuding leisurely remarked, perhaps he should remain where he is. Lin Wu fell silent, deciding to let it go. Her grandfather had already suffered greatly due to the Lin family's actions. She resolved that her lessons for the Lin family would end here. After all, she had reclaimed much from them, and they would not rise again. Soon, they arrived at the old gentleman's room. Lin Wu hesitated at the door, but Bo Yuding pushed it open for her, announcing, old gentleman, it's time for the routine checkup. Inside the room, the old gentleman had been awake for quite some time. After being moved to this room, he found it difficult to sleep through the night, realizing just how favorable his previous accommodations had been. Moreover, since the last quarrel with Lin Shanghai, no family members had visited him. When he attempted to call them, his calls went unanswered. The old gentleman gradually came to a disheartening realization. Previously, they had come to pay their respects, believing he possessed some hidden wealth. But now that it was confirmed he had none, they had grown indifferent. This realization left him feeling desolate, further deteriorating his spirits. Upon noticing Bo Yuding's entrance, he merely greeted, "Dr. Bo, thank you for your trouble." In the next moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of someone entering. The old gentleman reacted instantly, lifting his head to see Lin Wu stepping in behind Bo Yuding. His face lit up with joy. "Wu Wu." Bo Yuding picked up the medical record from the foot of the bed, glancing at the old gentleman, saying, "What a coincidence. I needed Wu Wu's assistance with something, so I brought her directly to the hospital. Since she hasn't accompanied me on my rounds before, I thought it fitting." The old gentleman fixed his gaze on Lin Wu, observing her standing there, arms crossed, leaning against the wall in silence. His heart ached. Bo Yuding proceeded with his usual inquiries before turning to Lin Wu. "I need to check the adjacent room. Could you stay behind and ensure the old gentleman takes his medicine? Ask him how he feels afterward, and then come find me. All right?" Lin Wu frowned. Bo Yuding gently tugged at the corner of her clothing. "I have a considerable workload today. Please, help me out a little." Reluctantly, Lin Wu agreed. "Fine." Bo Yuding set the medical record down and exited. Lin Wu then turned her attention to the old gentleman, opening the medicine bag placed on the bedside cabinet, retrieving the appropriate medications as instructed, and handing them to him. The old gentleman eagerly accepted them. Lin Wu poured him a cup of warm water and offered it as well. He took the medicine with the water and inquired, "I don't feel anything. Wu Wu, how have you been lately? It seems it's time for you to start preparing your luggage for school, isn't it?" Lin Wu felt an urge to turn and leave, but her feet felt as if they were weighed down by lead. Finally, taking a deep breath, she pulled a chair closer and sat down. "It's still early. No need to rush." The old gentleman's guilt surged within him. "Wu Wu, I'm sorry." Lin Wu calmly shook her head. "Grandfather, you have nothing to apologize for. They're your biological family. I have no blood ties to you and cannot ask you to sacrifice anything for me." The old gentleman hastily responded, "No, Wu Wu. In my eyes, you're no different from my own flesh and blood, but you're not my blood relative." Lin Wu had come to understand this in recent days. While her grandfather treated her with great kindness and care, he had others he cared for even more deeply. If even she could not focus solely on a few friends but must share her affections among many, how could she expect the old gentleman to reserve all his love for her alone? "Grandfather, you have cared for me all these years, and I shall repay you by doing my utmost to aid in your recovery. However, that is where it ends. I will no longer feel compelled to visit due to your assistance to the Lin family, especially as I might genuinely be too occupied in the future." End of this chapter. 067. Bo Yuding. I do not wish for our connection to conclude here. Upon hearing this, old Master Lin stared blankly at Lin Wu, on the verge of inquiring whether she truly could not coexist harmoniously with the Lin family, yet hesitated to voice it. After a prolonged silence, old Master Lin suddenly spoke without context. "Wu Wu, I have heard many speak of you in recent days, praising your remarkable abilities. Do you have any means of locating your biological parents?" Lin Wu was momentarily taken aback. "Biological parents?" Old Master Lin nodded, attempting to sound casual as he continued. "They must be quite anxious after losing you, likely yearning to reunite with you as a family. Perhaps you should search for them. You might just find your way back to them." However, Lin Wu remained silent. To be frank, considering the Lin family's impression of her over the past 18 years, the term family held little significance for her. Fang Ruling had mentioned her biological mother arriving in a desperate state to give birth to her in the hospital, only to vanish without a trace afterward. Had they not noticed her absence? Even if her mother had been in a dire situation and unable to think clearly, why had she never returned to seek her out? Lin Wu could only entertain three possibilities. First, her mother may no longer be alive. Second, she might simply not care about her daughter, indifferent to her existence for whatever reason. Third, the most disheartening thought for Lin Wu was that, like the Lin family, they had mistakenly taken the wrong child and already had a daughter of their own. Regardless of which scenario it was, Lin Wu had no desire to seek them out. She was perfectly capable of living well on her own. Why invite the complications and disturbances that come with such bothersome relatives? Observing old Master Lin's concerned expression, she did not outright refuse, but merely replied ambiguously, "We shall see." No sooner had she spoken than old Master Lin's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, his expression shifting abruptly as he instinctively looked up at Lin Wu. Sensing something, Lin Wu stood and said, "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Old Master Lin hesitated, wanting to say something but ultimately sighed, advising Wu Wu, take care of yourself, eat well, and don't overexert yourself. When school starts, let me know. Lin Wu responded with a nonchalant hum, her hands tucked into her pockets as she turned to leave. Once she was gone, old Master Lin answered the call, his tone less than cordial. What is it? On the other end was Lin Shanghai. After a period of silence, old Master Lin felt his heart grow cold and wished to say no more. Nothing important. I shall hang up. Even if you have something to discuss, I am of little help, and I will not entertain any further discussions regarding Wu Wu. However, Lin Shanghai hurriedly interjected, Dad, I truly called for Wu Wu's sake, and it is for her benefit. A good thing. Old Master Lin furrowed his brow. What good could it possibly be? Lin Shanghai explained. You are aware of the Qin Association in the capital, correct? It is comprised of elite violinists of the highest caliber and holds great prestige within the industry. Old Master Lin paused, acknowledging his knowledge of it. Lin Shanghai chuckled. I didn't realize you took such an interest in trivial matters, Dad. You seem to have the time to stay informed. Old Master Lin shook his head. That's not it. When Wu Wu lived in the countryside, a neighbor who was quite skilled in playing the violin mentioned being a member of that association and wanted to take Wu Wu to study in the capital. Wu Wu declined, feeling it was too far from home. The neighbor was quite regretful. Countryside? A neighbor from the Qin Association? Lin Shanghai found it amusing, Dad. It seems you truly do not understand what the Qin Association is. Its members are city dwellers who participate in national and international competitions. How could one reside in the countryside and be your neighbor? If you're going to fabricate a story, at least make it believable. Old Master Lin insisted, but that neighbor claimed to be. You have been deceived. Lin Shanghai interrupted impatiently, stating his intention directly. Previously, I expended considerable effort to train Qianqian to become a refined young lady, enlisting a master from the Qin Association to teach her the violin. Now, I genuinely wish to mend my relationship with Wu Wu and thought to have the master teach her as well. However, Wu Wu is not answering my calls. Dad, please call her and ensure she meets this master at the club I arranged tonight. Old Master Lin initially intended to refuse, yet upon hearing this, he recognized that Lin Shanghai was indeed acting in Wu Wu's best interest and thought it reasonable. However, he did not readily agree. You should find a way to speak with Wu Wu yourself. I have resolved not to trouble her regarding the Lin family any longer. Dad, if I seek her out, will Wu Wu answer my calls? Lin Shanghai feigned a stern expression, expressing dissatisfaction. Did you not want us to get along with her? Why now, when I wish to, are you unwilling to assist? This, old Master Lin hesitated. Oh, it is not a bad thing. To receive guidance from a master from the Qin Association would be a blessing for Wu Wu in this lifetime. Such a fortunate opportunity. Would you want her to miss out? Lin Shanghai pressed. If you do not assist me, then you shall no longer be my father. And refrain from uttering any more words about what is best for Wu Wu. Caught in a dilemma, old Master Lin pondered deeply, concluding that this indeed would be beneficial for Lin Wu, thus reluctantly acquiescing. On the other side, Bo Yuding searched the premises, unable to locate Lin Wu, not even at old Master Lin's side. Finally, he found her in his office, lying on the sofa where he often sat, her posture rigid as she gazed at the ceiling, lost in thought. Bo Yuding approached, sitting at the edge of the coffee table, and fixed his gaze upon Lin Wu. What troubles you? Did you have a quarrel with the old master? Lin Wu remained silent. Bo Yuding frowned, leaning closer to her, whispering, It was my fault. I should not have brought you to meet the old master. Young lady, you should not bear the blame. You are blocking my light. Suddenly confronted by his enlarged visage, Lin Wu snapped back to reality, instinctively tilting her head away. Bo Yuding was momentarily stunned. You. Lin Wu rested her hands behind her head, replying, I was not thinking of grandfather. Rather, I was contemplating how to proceed now that this matter has reached a conclusion. She continued to enumerate her plans for Bo Yuding. Upon returning to the capital, I must first visit my teacher, then handle my enrollment at Capital University. Oh, and I need to visit Ghost Street. I have a teacher residing there. He aided me previously, and I promised to join the laboratory he desires, thus returning his favor. There is much to do. After enrollment, I cannot reside on campus and must arrange for off-campus housing. Lin Wu. Bo Yuding suddenly called her name. She turned to him, asking, What is it? Bo Yuding met her gaze steadily, articulating each word with a low, husky voice. I too shall return to the capital, but I do not wish for our connection to be limited to North City. Therefore, let us continue to be neighbors in the capital. What do you say? End of this chapter, 068. Little girl, Consider me one of your own. Lin Wu was momentarily taken aback. Continue. To be neighbors? Boyo think affirmed, leaning closer. Their proximity so intimate that they could almost feel each other's warm breaths and the rapid beating of their hearts, unsure whose it was. His low voice brushed past her ear, gentle and coaxing. By continuing as neighbors, you may savor my cooking. Should you encounter any issues, I shall assist you. As a graduate of Capital University, you may inquire about anything you do not understand. Furthermore, do you not wish for guidance while pursuing your desired laboratory, especially when your schedule becomes hectic? Would it not be delightful to return late at night to a meal I have prepared? Lin Wu met his profound gaze and was momentarily taken aback. She thought to herself, how peculiar it was that she felt a flutter of attraction, finding his words rather captivating. After a brief silence, Lin Wu turned her head expressionlessly to avoid his gaze and said, I have already found a place in the capital. If I were to move, it would be quite troublesome, and I am not fond of complications. Bo Yuding pressed his lips together, straightened up, and sighed softly. Very well, since we are not destined to be neighbors. But if you could find me a suitable place to spare me the trouble, I would be open to consideration. Lin Wu responded abruptly, all right. Bo Yuding's words were abruptly cut off as he suddenly looked at her. Lin Wu tapped her fingertip against her nose, propped herself up on the sofa, and said impassively, if you also dislike trouble then. Fine, Bo Yuding interjected directly, a flicker of amusement appearing in his eyes. Lin Wu slightly raised her chin and replied with reserve, then I shall ponder this matter. A low chuckle escaped Bo Yuding's throat as he said, it's a deal. Lin Wu couldn't help but click her tongue, about to say something when her phone suddenly rang. She checked the screen and saw it was her grandfather. Old Master Lin. Hello, grandfather, what is it? Lin Wu answered. The hesitant voice of Old Master Lin came through. Wu Wu, do you have a moment? I need to discuss something with you. Lin Wu furrowed her brow, sensing an ominous premonition as she replied, what is it? It's about your father. Oh, I mean Shanghai. He has invited a violin teacher from Music Association in the capital for you, Old Master Lin explained. I remember you used to learn the violin and seemed to enjoy it, so Shanghai asked me if you could meet this teacher, and I agreed. A music association? Shanghai hasn't he given up? Lin Wu's frown deepened. I don't need it. Old Master Lin's tone became urgent. Wu Wu, I understand you have reservations about the Lin family, but what Shanghai has done this time is quite commendable. I checked. The Music Association is highly regarded. Among the top in the country. Anyone who can join would possess exceptional violin skills. If you could learn from someone like that, you would surely excel. Lin Wu remained expressionless. I don't require a teacher from the Music Association that Shanghai invited. Upon hearing this, Old Master Lin's voice became despondent. When we lived in the countryside, the neighbors' children were all talented, but I lacked the means to hire a good teacher for you. We had a kind neighbor who taught you the violin, but he also left. Now that this opportunity has finally arisen, I just thought you shouldn't miss it and could learn more to make up for what you lacked before. Lin Wu remained silent. If you're not interested in learning, at least meet the teacher. You might find yourself wanting to learn after the meeting, and you one team missed the opportunity. Old Master Lin sighed. I know you've grown up now, and it's too late for me to make amends. Listening to Old Master Lin's melancholic words, Lin Wu pressed her aching temples and interjected, I can meet, but I don't guarantee I will learn. Old Master Lin instantly brightened. Oh good, just meeting is enough. Wu Wu, when the time comes, make sure to assess whether this person is truly a master from the Music Association and if their violin skills are impressive. If they are indeed remarkable, don't let the opportunity slip away. Learning more can only benefit you. Understood, Lin Wu replied, rubbing her forehead. After ending the call, she gazed at her darkened phone screen, momentarily at a loss for words. Bo Yuding, concerned, asked, what did your grandfather say? What music association? What's going on? Lin Wu explained, Shanghai has invited someone from the Music Association in the capital, likely initially for Lin Qian. But now it's being used to curry favor with me. My grandfather believes Shanghai's actions are commendable and hopes I don't let this opportunity pass to learn the violin. Bo Yuding leaned forward slightly, resting his elbows on his knees and chin in his hands, asking with interest, so the young lady can play the violin? Lin Wu was taken aback. That is not what I meant. But I'm only interested in your matters, Bo Yuding replied. Lin Wu felt a stir in her heart and casually remarked, I know a little, not much. Bo Yuding then inquired, do you wish to study under the Music Association as teacher? If so, you needn't feel indebted to the Lin family. I can assist you in finding someone. Lin Wu looked at him quizzically. If I don't owe the Lin family, does that mean I owe you something? Of course, Bo Yuding smiled. The Lin family cannot compare to you and me. Lin Wu unconsciously tugged at the corners of her mouth and stood up, saying, no need. I can find someone from the Music Association on my own. Then are you still going to meet tonight? Don't you want to avoid disappointing your grandfather? Bo Yuding asked. Lin Wu shook her head, her gaze sharpening. I am primarily curious to see who is audacious enough to come to Beicheng privately from the Music Association. She had already received a message from Uncle Qian indicating that he found no one from the Music Association who had close ties with Beicheng. This meant that the person was acting independently of the association. Not only were they neglecting to prepare for the upcoming competition in Region R, but they were also defying her request not to associate with the Lin family of Beicheng, so she was keen to uncover their identity. Bo Yuding raised an eyebrow, leaning back with his hands resting on the table, gazing up at Lin Wu. It sounds like you're quite familiar with people from the Music Association. Somewhat. Mainly with Old Sun. Lin Wu did not wish to elaborate further, slipping her hand in her pocket and saying, I'll be heading back now. You can continue with your work. All right. Now that we have the antidote, I will prepare it for your grandfather as soon as possible, Bo Yuding replied. Lin Wu nodded. Bo Yuding then asked, I have another question. What is it? Lin Wu inquired. Bo Yuding slowly asked, what will happen to your grandfather after I return to the capital? Will you take him with you, as previously planned, or I can fly back to Beicheng every week for consultations? Lin Wu paused momentarily. Bo Yuding straightened his posture, gently squeezing her palm and speaking softly. I can conduct remote consultations online or fly back and forth between Beicheng and the capital. It's not an issue. Therefore, don't feel burdened by the thought of inconveniencing me and change your genuine intentions at this moment. I can manage. You needn't worry about me. Lin Wu gazed at him in silence for a moment before saying, thank you. Bo Yuding chuckled softly, feigning seriousness as he said, for a young lady to treat me as family and not be polite is the greatest gratitude. With her expression softening, Lin Wu nodded and bade farewell to Bo Yuding as she left his office. Upon returning to Yujiadai, Lin Wu received a message from Old Master Lin with the time and location for their meeting. Though he did not mention who the person from the Music Association would be, Lin Wu pondered for a moment and called Uncle Qian, asking him to investigate who from the Music Association had come to Beicheng today. Uncle Qian, a bit surprised, readily agreed, promising to provide Lin Wu with a prompt response. Soon after, Lin Wu received a message from Zheng Qi, informing her that he had arranged the press conference she desired and inquired about the date. Lin Wu messaged back, asking, are there any high society galas happening in Beicheng recently? Zheng Qi quickly checked and replied, Master, in 3 days. There will be a charity gala at Shangue hosted by the Zhou family, where basically all prominent families of Beicheng will attend. Lin Wu thought to herself, this coincides perfectly with the time when Lin Jiangbai would be released, allowing the entire Lin family to gather. She instructed, all right, let us schedule it for that day. Since Shanghai had always harbored intentions to curry favor with her, using her influence, she decided to sever ties with them in front of all the prominent families of Beicheng, thoroughly extinguishing their hopes. She was eager to see if they could still conceal their true intentions at that time. Time flew by, and soon it was evening. As Lin Wu checked the time, she set out to the venue that Shanghai had arranged for their meeting. Meanwhile, Lin Shanghai was already waiting at the entrance of the club, accompanied by Fang Ruling and Lin Qian. Lin Jianchuan, having received news from the police station, was heading to pick up Lin Jiangbai, who was finally being released. Fang Ruling was extremely displeased with Lin Shanghai's decision to introduce the master of the Qin Association to Lin Wu. Even if Lin Wu is some master perfumer, is it really necessary for you to go all out like this? Our family has already spent so much on that old man. And instead of figuring out how to recoup that from Lin Wu, you're handing over the precious resources we painstakingly secured for Qianqian to her. What are you thinking? Upon hearing this, Lin Qian felt even more aggrieved. She clung to Fang Ruling's arm, her eyes reddening as she exclaimed, Mom. Fang Ruling looked at her with deep sympathy, growing increasingly critical of Lin Shanghai. When we went through hell and high water to bring Qianqian back, what did you say? Didn't you promise to compensate her well? And this is how you compensate her, Lin Shanghai? How can you call yourself a father? Enough. Lin Shanghai couldn't endure the nagging any longer and finally yelled out. Having immersed himself in the business world for over a decade when he got angry, his presence was particularly intimidating. Fang Ruling swallowed her words, and Lin Qian instinctively shrank back, no longer daring to display her grievances. Lin Shanghai, with a stern expression, declared, "Short-sighted woman, what do you understand? Even if you want to recoup some money from Lin Wu, will she agree? If she doesn't, isn't that all in vain? Therefore, we must maintain a good relationship with her, so that she willingly provides financial support. Look at how she treats the old man, despite his extravagant spending. She has silently indulged him for so long." A flicker of reluctance crossed Fong Ruling's face as she begrudgingly replied, "Understood." Lin Shanghai reprimanded, "If you understand, then put on a smile. When Lin Wu arrives later, if you show her a sour face and she leaves before long, don't blame me for being rude." This statement infuriated Fong Ruling. "Rude? After all these years of following you and bearing children, you intend to turn against me for Lin Wu?" With her head down, Lin Qian's eyes brimmed with resentment. Catching a glimpse of something out of the corner of her eye, she quickly said, "Dad, Mom, stop arguing. She's here." Lin Shanghai and Fong Ruling ceased their bickering and looked over as a taxi slowly approached and stopped at the entrance of the club. The rear door opened, revealing a man in his 30s, of ordinary appearance, but with an air of arrogance. He stepped out, a briefcase in hand. Lin Shanghai immediately recognized him. "Master Wu, did you come directly from the airport? You've worked hard." The man was indeed the master Lin Shanghai had sought from the Qin Association, named Wu Pengfei. A 6th-level Qin master, he was quite young for his rank, boasting several prestigious domestic awards and considerable respect within the industry. Fong Ruling and Lin Qian hurried forward to greet him. Wu Pengfei barely acknowledged them, simply responding with a nonchalant hum. He continued, "After such a long flight, I'm hungry. Let's go eat first and discuss later." "Of course, right this way," Lin Shanghai eagerly replied. Realizing Lin Wu had not yet arrived, he felt a wave of dissatisfaction towards her and deliberately lagged a step behind, instructing Lin Qian, "Stay here and wait for your sister Lin Wu to arrive. Remember, if she doesn't come soon, call her to hurry." Lin Qian bit her lip, unwilling to refuse with Wu Pengfei present, lest someone overhear. She ultimately muttered an agreement. Fong Ruling was reluctant to leave her precious daughter waiting, but she was even less inclined to wait for the despised Lin Wu. So she refrained from saying anything and engaged Wu Pengfei in warm conversation as they entered. Watching their retreating figures, Lin Qian could no longer restrain herself and stomp her foot. In the next moment, she suddenly heard the sound of a revving engine. Instinctively, she turned around to see a strikingly flashy sports car approach, executing a graceful half-drift before coming to a halt. The sleek, eye-catching design left Lin Qian transfixed. The club's doorman, adept at discerning high-value guests, rushed forward to assist with parking. As anticipated, the car door opened, and the occupant tossed the keys and a generous tip to the doorman, who beamed with delight at the substantial gratuity, nodding and bowing as he took the keys to park the car. However, when Lin Qian laid eyes on the person emerging from the vehicle, her eyes widened in disbelief. Several meters away, Lin Wu adjusted her sunglasses, casually sliding her hand into her pocket as she strode towards Lin Qian, not pausing as she passed, leaving only the command, "Lead the way." Finally regaining her composure, Lin Qian dashed after Lin Wu. "Is that car yours? Why wouldn't it be? Or is it yours?" Lin Wu replied coolly. Lin Qian struggled to accept this. "Impossible. That car is obviously. Even if you have money, how could you buy such a car? You didn't, by chance, get involved with some nouveau riche who bought it for you, did you?" Lin Wu halted, casting a cold gaze at Lin Qian. "Did Lin Shanghai send you down to wait for me? And if he did, then guess what would happen if I decided to go home instead of going upstairs and told Lin Shanghai that I wasn't coming because of you? How do you think he would treat you?" Lin Qian's expression froze. Lin Wu turned to face her directly, enunciating each word. "You enjoy using your blunt mind to insult those you deem inferior, don't you? Fine, kneel down and apologize right now." Lin Qian's face contorted with anger. Yet Lin Wu's words silenced her. "Otherwise, you can explain to Lin Shanghai why I did not attend." Lin Qian's complexion soured dramatically. Perhaps during her initial return to the Lin family, Lin Shanghai had indeed valued her highly, striving to provide her with the best, even going so far as to drive Lin Wu from their home to secure her position as the sole heiress of the Lin family. However, after the Lin family lost its partnership with the Young Group and faced setbacks with the Shanggui and Lung families as well as the police, their status had significantly diminished. Lin Qian could clearly sense Lin Shanghai's urgency to restore the family's former standing in Beijing. Thus, faced with Lin Wu, who evidently had connections with the elite of the capital, Lin Shanghai was keen to foster a relationship with her for his own benefit. Lin Shanghai was inherently hypocritical and indifferent, primarily concerned with his own interests. If she genuinely obstructed him, Lin Qian doubted he would spare much thought for their tenuous father-daughter bond, and her standing in the Lin family would undoubtedly suffer. Considering this, Lin Qian took a deep breath, forcing herself to suppress her resentment towards Lin Wu and muster a smile. You see, I really don't think that way about you. If my words were offensive, then I apologize. Our parents are waiting upstairs, so let's not waste time here and head up. Once they returned to the Lin family, she would certainly have a thorough discussion about Lin Wu in front of her mother and brothers. Lin Wu narrowed her eyes. Her tone icy. I said kneel down and apologize. Lin Qian's expression stiffened as she couldn't help but retort, I've already apologized. What more do you want? Lin Wu, don't overstep your bounds. Even if this escalates to our father, you 1T have the upper hand. Lin Wu's cold laughter echoed in response as she stepped forward, closing the distance and putting Lin Qian on guard. If you insist on this, wasting our parents and Master Wu's time would be entirely your fault. The remainder of her words transformed into a sharp cry of pain. Lin Wu suddenly raised her foot and delivered a swift, precise kick to Lin Qian's calf, causing her to lose her balance and collapse to her knees with a thud. The sturdy marble floor made Lin Qian feel as though her kneecap would shatter, and she glared at Lin Wu in pain. Are you insane? Lin Wu seized her collar, yanking her forward until they were face to face, her eyes dark and foreboding. A shiver ran through Lin Qian, leaving her speechless. Since the Lin family has not taught you, I shall condescend to instruct you myself, Lin Wu stated coldly, leaning closer to Lin Qian, looking down at her with an air of authority. Firstly, an apology must be delivered in a manner that the aggrieved party can accept, demonstrating a genuine recognition of wrongdoing. Only then can it be considered a true apology. I have not sensed your sincerity. It is evident that you do not acknowledge your errors. Therefore, you shall kneel before me and apologize in my way, and I may reluctantly grant you mercy. Lin Qian gritted her teeth, attempting to pull away from Lin Wu's grip, only to discover the latter's strength was formidable. Instead of freeing herself, she found herself further constricted, her face nearly turning crimson from the pressure. Lin Wu continued, Secondly, what is the Lin family? Were you? Do I need to consider your opinions in my affairs? You are the ones who sought me out, wasting my time. It was not my desire to come here. As she spoke, she seized Lin Qian's chin, forcibly turning her face to meet her gaze. Even if this escalates to Lin Shanghai, he would not dare speak out against me. He would berate you instead. Why subject yourself to humiliation? Lin Qian's eyes burned with fury. Lin Wu scoffed, releasing her grip and not bothering to glance at Lin Qian, who had fallen to the ground as she turned to stride towards the club's entrance. Lin Qian glared at Lin Wu's retreating figure, as if she could bore a hole through her with her eyes. After a moment, Lin Qian rose unsteadily from the ground and hurried after Lin Wu. Her standing within the Lin family had diminished compared to before. She could not allow Lin Wu to seize what rightfully belonged to her, as long as she diligently studied and fulfilled her role as a Lin family heiress. There would come a day when Lin Wu would be left far behind, and the family would only have eyes for her. Upon entering the club, Lin Wu noticed Lin Qian had caught up with her as she approached the elevator doors. Lin Qian, embarrassed, kept her head down, avoiding eye contact. Lin Wu dismissed her with indifference, pressing the elevator button and waiting to ascend. Just then her phone chimed. It was a message from Uncle Qian, stating that he had thoroughly checked and found no members of the Qianxia visiting Beicheng. He even inquired about the performers currently in his venue, confirming that none were in Beicheng. So, where did this so-called Qianxia master that Lin Shanghai had found come from? Was he an imposter, or had they colluded to deceive her? With a ding, the elevator doors opened. Just as Lin Wu was about to step out, Lin Qian rushed ahead, casting a provocative glance back at her. Lin Qian scoffed at her immaturity, slipping her hands into her pockets and leisurely making her way to the reserved private room. Though she walked briskly, Lin Qian paused upon reaching the room, taking a deep breath before donning a perfectly timed smile, knocking twice on the door before entering. Dad, Mom, I brought Lin Wu. Lin Wu's gaze traversed past Lin Qian into the room. It was spacious, with Lin Shanghai and Feng Ruling seated at a large round table, and a relatively young, somewhat arrogant-looking middle-aged man occupying the main seat. Lin Wu scrutinized him for a moment, her brow slightly furrowed. She seldom attended Qianxia meetings and could barely recall the current members. She was uncertain whether this man was colluding with the Lin family to deceive her or had audaciously deceived Uncle Qian. Lin Shanghai immediately rose, warmly welcoming her. Wu Wu, you finally made it. You must be exhausted from the journey. Fong Ruling, impatient, also stood up, taking a couple of perfunctory steps as if that sufficed as a greeting. At the entrance, Lin Qian felt a surge of grievance and approached, harboring a desire to complain and test the waters, only to have Lin Shanghai bypass her entirely. Lin Qian's expression darkened as she gritted her teeth, suppressing her frustration as she hastily approached Fong Ruling, falling silent. In truth, Lin Wu ignored Lin Shanghai altogether, bypassing him to take the nearest seat, pulling out a chair and sitting down. Leaning back, her long legs crossed, her arms rested on the table, tapping idly on the glass surface. To any observer, her demeanor appeared exceedingly arrogant. Lin Shanghai, feeling slighted, muttered under his breath, then turned with a forced smile. Wu Wu, it brings me great joy that you are here today. Your mother is also very happy and has been looking forward to seeing you. Lin Wu raised her eyes to Fong Ruling. Under Lin Shanghai's warning gaze, Fong Ruling managed a smile that was more akin to a grimace than a welcoming expression. Lin Wu coldly remarked, enough of this pretense. Let us get to the point. What is it you wish to discuss? Fong Ruling nearly lost her composure, nearly cursing aloud. She had come in person, yet Lin Wu still expressed disdain for her. She snorted, of course, it's something unexpected and wonderful. Pay close attention. This is Master Fong from the Qianqian in the capital, someone of such stature that even your wealth may not afford you the privilege to engage with. With that introduction, Lin Wu turned her attention to Wu Pengfei, who had yet to rise from his seat, calmly sipping tea. A master of the Qianqian? Lin Wu inquired slowly. Wu Pengfei lifted his gaze slightly to meet Lin Wu's. Setting down his teacup, he raised his chin, displeased, and stated, you are the Lin Wu that Lin Zong wishes to introduce as my disciple to learn the violin? Before Lin Wu's arrival, Lin Shanghai and Fong Ruling had already ordered dishes tailored to Wu Pengfei's preferences and mentioned the matter of teaching the violin. Originally, it was agreed that this would pertain solely to the Lin family heiress, but the addition of another person had left Wu Pengfei quite displeased. He had already granted them considerable favor by making the trip to Beicheng, and now they were adding another individual, as if he were merely a common cabbage on the street, available for anyone to claim his attention. At that moment, Wu Pengfei scrutinized Lin Wu with a discerning gaze. She has a decent appearance and an air of sophistication. She does not resemble an ordinary person. Wu Pengfei spoke slowly. Did you mention adding someone? Who is it? That one. He gestured towards Lin Qian, who had just entered. To his eyes, the newcomer appeared more like a genuine heiress, while the girl beside Lin Ruling seemed to be an addition made at the last minute. Upon hearing Wu Pengfei's inquiry, Lin Qian's expression shifted dramatically, and she clutched Fong Ruling's sleeve in humiliation. Mom. Fong Ruling, unwilling to see her precious daughter humiliated, quickly interjected, Master Wu, you are mistaken. This is my daughter Qianqian, the true Lin family heiress. As for Lin Wu, she shot a sidelong glance. She is merely a child adopted by the Lin family, likely from some rural background. However, our esteemed patriarch dotes on her and insisted she learn alongside Qianqian, and we could not go against his wishes. Lin Shanghai felt this remark was inappropriate. Did it not offend Lin Wu? Yet, he quickly reconsidered, as he was utterly tired of ingratiating himself before Lin Wu. Fong Ruling's words might serve to clarify Lin Wu's true identity. It would also make her realize that the Lin family could invite a master from the Qianqian, thus possessing genuine strength. She should recognize her place and refrain from being so aloof. Lin Shanghai did not intervene against Fong Ruling's comments. Master Wu, my Wu Wu has lived with us for more than a decade. She is, in a sense, half a member of the Lin family. Even if she hails from the countryside, please do not hold it against her. She is quite intelligent and will surely learn well from you. The protagonist of this dialogue, Lin Wu, remained composed, her arms crossed before her, observing their charade. Wu Pengfei failed to grasp the implications of Lin Shanghai and Fong Ruling's words. Upon hearing that Lin Wu was not a Lin family heiress, he frowned in discontent, saying, Lin boss, do you have any idea how many prominent families in the capital are vying for me to accept their daughters? I have turned them down, made time to come to Beicheng to meet you, and you ask me to accept a rural girl? Are you deliberately mocking me? No, no. Lin Shanghai rushed to Wu Pengfei's side, slightly bowing. Master Wu, this is all a misunderstanding. Although my Wu is from the countryside, Before he could finish, Lin Wu interjected, Lin Shanghai, I have stated repeatedly that I have no connection to the Lin family. Must I disregard my grandfather's wishes entirely for you to acknowledge this reality? Lin Shanghai abruptly turned to Lin Wu, but before he could speak, Wu Pengfei interjected, no relation? This rural girl is not even considered a Lin family's adopted daughter, and you expect me to accept her? Lin Zong, are you intentionally humiliating me? Lin Shanghai felt overwhelmed, and Fong Ruling further stoked the flames, scolding Lin Wu. Lin Wu, do not be ungrateful. Having Master Wu as a teacher is a blessing you earned in your previous life. Others would envy such an opportunity. Lin Wu wore a smile that was almost mocking. Qualification? I'm afraid that I have the audacity to kneel, but he lacks the merit to accept me. What did you say? Wu Pengfei was already displeased about the temporary acceptance of Lin Wu, and his anger escalated upon hearing her words. Lin Wu reiterated, I said, you do not possess the qualifications to instruct me. Presumptuous. Wu Pengfei slammed the table as he rose. Lin, is this the upbringing and hospitality of your family? Lin Shanghai's heart raced, and he quickly interjected, Master Wu, she didn't mean it that way. He faltered, unable to find the right words. Finally, with frustration, Lin Shanghai turned to Lin Wu, cautious not to genuinely reprimand her, and snapped, Lin Wu, I am considering your grandfather's fondness for you, hoping you would seek Master Wu as a mentor. If you continue to be ungrateful and drive him away, you will have to explain yourself to your grandfather. When Lin Wu heard her grandfather mentioned, her gaze turned icy. Lin Shanghai urged, hurry and apologize to Master Wu. Fong Ruling, genuinely worried that Wu Pengfei might leave in anger, pressed, what are you waiting for? Quickly apologize to Master Wu. Wu Pengfei, upon hearing this, snorted coldly, crossing his arms and waiting for Lin Wu to bow her head. Given his status, it was an affront that this country girl did not come to him first. Now, she dared to speak disrespectfully to him. He resolved to teach her a lesson on decorum. Otherwise, he would not consider teaching any member of the Lin family again. However, instead of an apology, he heard Lin Wu question, are you truly a member of the music association? Wu Pengfei's eyelids flickered, and his voice rose in pitch, disrespectful words. And now you question my identity. Lin, are you the one from your family who requested me to take on a disciple? Lin Shanghai hurriedly apologized. But as he called out to Lin Wu, he could no longer maintain a facade of politeness. Lin Wu, cease your nonsense. Lin Wu merely chuckled coldly and addressed Wu Pengfei. If you are genuinely a member of the music association, then open your eyes and recognize who I am. Her tone was resolute and imposing, leaving Wu Pengfei momentarily stunned, instinctively thinking she must be someone of significance. He cautiously sifted through the prominent young ladies he had encountered, ultimately confirming that he had never met Lin Wu in any distinguished family. Wu Pengfei scoffed, recognize who you are? What? Are you someone of great importance? Lin Shanghai's heart sank. Could it be that Lin Wu had previously known someone from the music association? He quietly asked Wu Pengfei, Master, did you ever meet her during your time at the association? Of course not. Lin Shanghai let out a sigh of relief and turned to Lin Wu, sternly admonishing, Wu, if you continue this way, I will no longer advocate for you to study under Master Wu. Lin Wu stood up, amusement dancing in her eyes as she looked at Wu Pengfei and firmly stated, I have said, you lack the qualifications to teach me. If you do not know who I am, then return to the music association and inquire. If you still dare to accept me as a disciple, I, Lin Wu, will share your surname. How audacious! Wu Pengfei slammed the table in fury. You lack the qualifications to speak to me? Do you even know who I am? I was renowned long before you were born. Lin Wu rolled her eyes, uninterested in wasting further time. She kicked a chair aside and turned to leave. Her dismissive attitude only fueled Wu Pengfei's anger, his face a canvas of vivid and displeasing colors. He turned to Lin Shanghai, scolding, is this the attitude with which you invited me? Lin, no. Lin Shanghai, I will remember you. Lin Shanghai's eyes widened in shock, while Fong Ruling and Lin Qian began to panic. Wu Pengfei hailed from the capital, and offending him could lead to dire consequences for their family. It was not merely about missing out on violin lessons. Lin Shanghai quickly pleaded, Master Wu, this is all a misunderstanding. My daughter is merely willful and young. I will certainly reprimand her. He called out for Lin Wu, only to find she had already exited the private room. Wu Pengfei coldly remarked, I have never been so openly disrespected before. Lin Shanghai, I see no reason to associate with your family again. You should reflect on this. Lin Shanghai's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily bowed and apologized, signaling Fong Ruling and Lin Qian to pursue Lin Wu. They set aside their disdain for her, focusing solely on placating Wu Pengfei, knowing that Lin Wu's return and apology were crucial. After considerable persuasion, along with the promise of a reward thrice the previous amount, Lin Shanghai managed to convince Wu Pengfei to stay. He poured a cup of tea for him, smiling apologetically. Today, my family has indeed wronged you. I hope you can be forgiving. Wu Pengfei retorted with sarcasm. I cannot afford to be forgiving. A mere country girl dares to insult me. It seems your family has quite the audacity. I doubt I could teach your daughter at all. Lin Shanghai felt a pang of anxiety. This could not happen. He had invested too much effort to let it all go to waste. Gritting his teeth, he shifted the blame entirely onto Lin Wu. Say, Master Wu, you are unaware of my adopted daughter's nature. She has always looked down on others. Not only you, but even we are often at her mercy. Earlier, did she not ignore our words and leave? Wu Pengfei regarded him with incredulity. Truly, Lin Shanghai was still defending her, which was quite admirable. Lin Shanghai sighed. What can be done? After all, she is not an ordinary person. How extraordinary can she be? Wu Pengfei scoffed. Lin Shanghai thought to himself, here it comes. After enduring so much, he was finally able to regain some ground, ensuring that this master would not look down upon the Lin family any longer. He feigned humility and said, it's nothing much. My Wu Wu is quite accomplished for her age, with exceptional talent. Despite her youth, she is a renowned incense maker known as Fu Sheng and has excellent relations with the Qianmin and auction houses. Wu Pengfei paused mid-motion, his hand halting as he grasped the teacup. Who? He doubted his ears. Lin Shanghai smiled. Indeed, Fu Sheng, the young master of the auction house. Even Master Cheng from the Qianmin can attest to this. Wu Pengfei's eyes widened, locking onto Lin Shanghai's gaze. Lin Shanghai feigned confusion and asked, Master Wu, what is it? Wu Pengfei, incredulous, asked, you mean she is Fu Sheng? Oh, so Master Wu has heard of my Wu Wu's reputation. Lin Shanghai pretended to be surprised. Wu Pengfei glared at him, before suddenly rising and pushing Lin Shanghai aside as he rushed out. Lin Shanghai, unperturbed by the push, spat, Let us see if you dare to speak to me like that again. Meanwhile, Lin Wu had already driven away from the clubhouse, with Fong Ruling and Lin Qian unable to catch up. On her way back, Lin Wu called Uncle Qian. The call connected swiftly, and she could hear the bustle in the background, as if he was supervising the Music Association members' rehearsal. Hello, miss. It's quite late for a call. Is something amiss? Uncle Qian spoke warmly. Lin Wu got straight to the point. Uncle Qian, do you know Wu Pengfei? Uncle Qian paused, then frowned, yes. But why do you suddenly inquire about him? Has someone been gossiping about him in front of you? Gossiping? Lin Wu furrowed her brows. What happened? Uncle Qian seemed surprised. You don't know? Lin Wu pressed, what do I not know? Tell me the truth, Uncle Qian. After a moment of silence, Uncle Qian's tone turned slightly irate as he continued, that Wu Pengfei, a few days ago, caused old Sun to faint. Until now, Sun Lao's health has not yet fully recovered. Last night, he even requested a family doctor for consultation. With a sudden screech, Lin Wu slammed the brakes, bringing the car to a halt by the roadside. Why didn't you inform me about the teacher's condition? Is he doing all right? Uncle Qian hurriedly reassured her, Miss, please don't worry. Sun Lao is much better today. After dinner, he even had the energy to take a walk and play chess with a neighbor. As for this matter, Sun Lao insisted on keeping it from you, fearing it would distract you from your tasks. Lin Wu's expression darkened as she questioned, what has upset the teacher so much? Uncle Qian, filled with anger and disdain, replied, what can I say? I fear my words might tarnish your ears. He was once a member of the Piano Association, quite talented, and Sun Lao held him in high regard. However, this man sought fame for himself, his intentions corrupt. Once he gained some recognition, he began to neglect his duties, associating with other influential families and engaging in many disgraceful acts. Lin Wu swiftly turned the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator to the floor. Uncle Qian continued on the phone. Initially, neither Sun Lao nor we knew of his misdeeds. But last month, a family approached us, demanding an explanation from Sun Lao. After inquiring, we discovered that Wu Pengfei, under the guise of Sun Lao and the Piano Association, not only became a violin teacher for a wealthy family's daughter, but also behaved inappropriately towards her, ultimately leaving her pregnant. Sun Lao was furious, summoned Wu Pengfei. but he remained unrepentant, claiming it was a mutual affair. The girl is still a minor, and upon learning, he wished to evade responsibility. She attempted to take her own life, ending up in the hospital. And then, Lin Wu gripped the steering wheel tightly. Uncle Qian explained the family, wishing to protect their daughter's reputation, did not want this matter to become public, and thus conferred privately with Sun Lao to handle it. Sun Lao expelled Wu Pengfei from the Piano Association and revoked all resources provided to him, leaving the family free to take action against him as they saw fit. However, only a few days later, other families approached us, and Sun Lao then realized that Wu Pengfei's transgressions extended beyond just that one girl. But Wu Pengfei has gone into hiding, and the family is unable to locate him, leading them to bring this matter to Sun Lao, who was infuriated. Upon hearing this, Lin Wu's face darkened. So you haven't found him since then? Uncle Qian hesitated before responding. No, it has been a month, and we have found no trace of him. I discussed this with Sun Lao, and Wu Pengfei's foundation isn't particularly strong. All his resources are from the Piano Association. Once the association reclaims them, he should be left isolated. Yet, he has managed to remain hidden for so long without being discovered by others in the capital. Perhaps he has been involved in matters far beyond our knowledge, and has allied himself with some powerful forces. Lin Wu furrowed her brow and inquired, did the teacher not seek assistance from his acquaintances? Uncle Qian sighed. Sun Lao did consider it. But the girls harmed by Wu Pengfei do not wish to make a spectacle of this, as it would further tarnish their reputations. They feel it would be inappropriate to stir up gossip. Thus, the news of Wu Pengfei's expulsion from the Piano Association had yet to be announced. Realizing something, Uncle Qian remarked, Miss, I haven't team mentioned this person to you, yet you suddenly inquire about him. Have you encountered his mother? Lin Wu replied, Aye. Could it be he has involved you in this? Uncle Qian asked incredulously. Lin Wu interjected. Her face darkened. I have not. Uncle Qian, do not speculate foolishly. I haven't even had time to visit the teacher, let alone waste it on someone like him. Uncle Qian then breathed a sigh of relief. As they neared the club, Lin Wu said, Uncle Qian, please inform the teacher that he need not worry any longer. I shall handle this matter. Uncle Qian hesitated, but this situation is quite unsavory. If you take it upon yourself, not only will your hands be sullied, but should any details leak, it could offend some influential families in the capital. Is there anyone in this country I cannot afford to offend? Lin Wu scoffed, her gaze already falling upon the familiar figure at the entrance of the club. With one hand steering the wheel and the other reaching for her Bluetooth headset, she stated, however, those girls are innocent. I will manage this matter without harming their reputations. Let the teacher rest assured. These affairs will be resolved by me, his disciple. Very well. I shall convey your message to Sun Lao. Do take care of yourself and avoid any unnecessary trouble. Uncle Qian replied, feeling reassured. After hanging up, Lin Wu parked the car, exited, and strode towards the entrance of the club. Time rewinds to shortly before, when Fong Ruling and Lin Qian hurriedly descended. Lin Wu had already vanished from sight. Lin Qian recalled Lin Wu's car and led Fong Ruling to the parking lot, but Lin Wu's vehicle was nowhere to be found. Returning to the club entrance, Lin Qian confirmed Lin was already left. Fong Ruling stamped her foot in frustration. This Lin Wu truly does not appreciate our kindness. We only wish to help her. Yet she has betrayed us. If Master Wu cannot remain to teach you because of her, I will certainly settle the score with her. Lin Qian lowered her gaze, remaining silent. As Fong Ruling continued her complaints, just as she was about to return, Wu Pengfei emerged from the club, followed closely by Lin Shanghai. She quickly approached. Master Wu, I sincerely apologize. We will have Lin Wu apologize to you another day. Has Lin Wu truly left? Wu Pengfei interrupted. Upon seeing his grim expression, Fong Ruling hastily deflected. Master Wu, please do not be angry. That wretched girl Lin Wu simply lacks understanding. We did not intend any offense. It was all her fault. Unexpectedly, Wu Pengfei retorted angrily. What do you mean her fault? It is all your doing. Fong Ruling exclaimed. Huh? Lin Qian was taken aback. Wu Pengfei, in a fit of rage, continued. This Lin Wu is a master incense maker. Why did you not mention this sooner? Wu Pengfei had indeed spent considerable time in the underworld. Thus he knew the name of the incense master well. Even the leaders of the black market would treat a master with respect. Yet, he had been so disrespectful to her. If she held a grudge, he would find himself blacklisted. He could not afford to lose the protection of the black market. Otherwise, his standing in the capital would be jeopardized. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wu Pengfei dismissed his composure, exclaiming, "Did you set me up on purpose? To make me the violin teacher for an incense master? I can accept that, but why did you not inform me sooner? You let me treat her so rudely. Lin family, what have I done to deserve this?" Fang Ruling's face turned pale upon realizing the implications. Lin Shanghai, for the first time feeling vindicated, smirked slightly and said, "Master Wu, how can you say such things? Though my Wu has a temper, she is still obedient to us. If we can get along well." Lin Qian suddenly exclaimed, "Lin Wu is back." "What?" All three turned to see Lin Wu striding towards them. Wu Pengfei's face lit up with joy as he rushed to meet her. "Miss Lin." "Oh no, Master Dao Sheng. I never expected you to be so young and accomplished. I'm truly ashamed to be your teacher." Before he could finish, Lin Wu unexpectedly delivered punch, catching him off guard and sending him crashing to the ground. "Huh? Lin Wu, what are you doing?" "That is Master Wu. He is the master of the Piano Association. Even if you are a Dao Sheng, you cannot act this way. You are offending the association." Lin Shanghai exclaimed in shock. He would have been better off remaining silent, but upon speaking, Lin Wu delivered a swift kick to Wu Pengfei, sending him sprawling several meters away. He crashed heavily to the ground, coughing up blood and losing consciousness from the pain. Lin Shanghai, Fang Ruling, and Lin Qian stared wide-eyed, frozen in shock. Lin Wu flexed his wrist, the cracking sound instinctively causing the three to retreat in fear. With a cold glare, he withdrew his gaze from Wu Pengfei and turned to Lin Shanghai and the others, saying, "When Wu Pengfei awakens, inform him that this is but a minor punishment. As for you, 3 days from now, the Zhou family is hosting a charity gala at Shanggui. You've always sought to forge a connection with me, haven't you? Very well. You may come, and I will instruct Manager Song of Shanggui to allow you entry." The three were momentarily stunned. "Oh, and make sure to bring Wu Pengfei along. If he fails to show up, you shan't gain entry either." With that, Lin Wu turned on his heel, slipping a hand into his pocket, and strode confidently towards the supercar parked nearby. Upon returning to the Yujia Imperial Garden, Lin Wu muted her phone and then, feeling it insufficient, turned it off completely before heading upstairs to wash up and retire for the night. She enjoyed a restful slumber. The following day, Lin Wu awoke leisurely, reaching for her phone to switch it on. As expected, a multitude of missed calls and messages awaited her, most notably from the old Master Lin. She swiped them away without a second thought and promptly dialed Lu Guiqi, informing him to ensure that the Lin family members were permitted entry at the Zhou family's charity gala. "Sure, that's a simple request," Lu Guiqi responded. Curiously, he inquired, "But why the sudden interest in having the Lin family attend? I thought you despised them?" Lin Wu casually replied, "I had matters to attend to that day. Please remind the Zhou family that if they perceive their charity gala to be disrupted, I shall compensate for any losses incurred." "Wow, there are more prudent ways to spend your money," Lu Guiqi remarked, sensing something amiss. He excitedly asked, "Are you planning something? Count me in. I'll assist you." Lin Wu mused to herself that he was less enthusiastic about dealing with serious matters, but eager to stir trouble. Nevertheless, she thought it prudent to involve Lu Guiqi in addressing Wu Pengfei's predicament, as his notorious reputation would be advantageous. "I'll fill you in later," she said. "All right," Lu Guiqi exclaimed, feeling invigorated by the prospect of engaging in some excitement after a prolonged spell of boredom in Beijing. After hanging up, Lin Wu recalled something and sent a message to Zheng Qifa with specific instructions. Once everything was settled, she gathered her resolve and called the first contact in her address book as she descended the stairs. The phone rang several times before being answered by a stern, aged voice. "Oh, you're still alive?" Lin Wu rubbed her temples and replied, "Could you not wish me well for once?" The voice belonged to Sun Lao, the president of the Beijing Violin Association, a towering figure in the world of violinists, whose reputation was legendary. Despite being semi-retired, his status remained unassailable, earning him immense respect. Sun Lao huffed, and Lin Wu could picture his disapproving expression. "You're always out and about, mingling with who knows what sort of people. When was the last time we met?" "Ah, 6 months ago, when you stealthily entered my home in the dead of night, covered in blood, begging Uncle Qian to summon a family doctor. If you show up like that again, will you be missing limbs?" Lin Wu scowled and replied, "That was an accident." That incident marked the beginning of her enmity with the Independent Alliance, who had not only stolen her goods, but also laid ambushes against her. At that time, she had no choice but to return swiftly to Huagua, seeking refuge in Sun Lao's home. Was that merely an accident? It was an unavoidable danger. I've told you before, as a young lady, avoid perilous endeavors and refrain from associating with treacherous individuals. What if something more severe occurs next time? Enough. No matter how much I say, you want to settle down and focus on practicing the violin with me. Lin Wu sighed silently. This was precisely why she rarely contacted Sun Lao. Unlike the elder Lin, Sun Lao was astutely aware of her activities and often fretted over her safety, wishing for her to lead a more stable life. He frequently reassured her that he could afford a disciple and urged her to stop taking reckless risks for profit. As she entered the kitchen, she retrieved a bottle of cold beer from the fridge and said, "Teacher, to get back to the point. You didn't call me to discuss these matters, did you?" Sun Lao cleared his throat and stated, "Old Qian has informed me about Wu Pengfei. Do not involve yourself in this matter. You're currently in Beicheng, right? You saw Wu Pengfei there? I'll send someone to bring him back today." Lin Wu cracked open the can, replying, "You should focus on your own well-being and not worry about unnecessary troubles." Unnecessary troubles. Sun Lao Vito Stenli. Keep your hands clean and do not let a scoundrel taint you. Moreover, you know what Wu Pengfei has done, so do not meddle. I hear from Uncle Qian that you've been accepted into Beijing University. That's wonderful. You're soon to study here, so at this juncture, do not jeopardize your safety over unworthy individuals. Lin Wu sat down, her tone defiant. So what if I offend them? Do they dare to act against me? Sun Lao exclaimed in frustration, "You rascal." Lin Wu leisurely reminded him, "Teacher, take care of your health." Sun Lao replied irritably, "With a disciple like you, how can I maintain my health? Who knows? One day you might give me a heart attack." Lin Wu clicked her tongue, but restrained herself from further comments about Sun Lao's health. She straightened her posture and said earnestly, "Seriously, teacher, do not concern yourself with this matter. The most you can do is send someone to escort Wu Pengfei back and offer him an apology. But at what cost to your reputation? He has already tarnished it. Furthermore, Wu Pengfei likely has powerful forces backing him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to roam freely for a month and brazenly appear in Beijing." Sun Lao fell silent. Lin Wu took a sip of her cold beer, tapping the can lightly, and continued, "Even if you manage to bring him back to Beijing, will he face any consequences? Can those families act against him? Not necessarily. However, if they cannot exact revenge on Wu Pengfei, they may direct their ire towards you and the Violin Association. While they may not be able to harm you directly, they certainly can resort to petty tactics." Sun Lao sighed in resignation. "How well I know. Such matters are difficult to resolve and often drag on. For me, an old man, it matters little, but for you, a young lady, it is a different matter." Lin Wu smirked slightly. "Your indifference is not mine. My teacher is still around. There is no need for anyone else to tarnish your reputation." Sun Lao felt a warmth in his heart, but remained reluctant to see Lin Wu embroiled in trouble. "All right, you focus on your health. I will handle this appropriately without offending those families. However, before that, I must uncover who is backing Wu Pengfei." Sun Lao was taken aback. "Why do you want to dig into that? If you remove the person behind Wu Pengfei, wouldn't it be easier to deal with him?" Lin Wu dismissed the concern lightly, although her intent was startling. Sun Lao exclaimed, "It's not that simple." Lin Wu smiled. "Teacher, with me around, you may act with greater boldness. If trouble arises, I shall bear the consequences." Upon hearing this, Sun Lao felt a mix of emotions, touched yet amused. In this world, it was always the teacher who protected the disciple. If the disciple got into trouble, it was the teacher who cleaned up the mess. It was rare for the roles to be reversed. He recognized that Lin Wu had formidable connections, but he had never considered leveraging them. Compared to all this, he would prefer Lin Wu to lead a mundane life, rather than facing such perilous circumstances, fearing that one day she might appear before him, drenched in blood. Old Sun murmured, "I do not expect you to bear any burdens. Just take care of yourself to avoid any trouble. If something does happen, come back to me. I, an old man, simply wish to avoid conflicts, not because I am afraid or incapable of resolving them." Lin Wu replied, "Understood. It's good that you know." Old Sun sighed. "Where will you stay after arriving in Beijing? If you don't wish to stay on campus, and Haven Tea found a place, you can come live with this old man." Lin Wu said, "I already have a place." Old Sun ignored her. "All right, just stay with me. Your room upstairs has been kept clean by Uncle Qian. It's ready for you anytime. Moreover, your belongings are still there, and new items have been added each season. If you need more, you can buy them later." Lin Wu protested, "But I've already promised a friend." "What? Who?" Old Sun inquired. Lin Wu feared that revealing the name would prompt further questioning, so she swallowed her words. "It's nothing. Old Sun, satisfied, declared that it's settled. Inform me in advance when you arrive in Beijing. I'll take you to handle your enrollment procedures, and it's been ages since I visited Beijing University. Lin Wu thought to herself that she was no longer a child who needed assistance with such matters. With a sigh, she agreed and hung up the phone, finishing her cold beer before tossing the can into the trash as she ascended to her study. That evening, Lin Wu finally uncovered the personal details of Wu Pengfei. To her astonishment, Wu Pengfei had been active in Beijing, establishing connections with various prominent families shortly after joining the Qin Association, leveraging his status as a valued member under Old Sun's guidance. At this point, there was no indication of any unusual affiliations. It was only 6 months ago that Wu Pengfei had caused a scene in a bar located in Ghost Street, a unique area in Beijing where only notable figures could establish a foothold and where authorities typically turned a blind eye. Despite the chaos he created by vandalizing the bar, there were no repercussions for him. As Lin Wu delved deeper, she discovered his online records, revealing that several of his private accounts were closely linked to certain individuals, including numerous temporary privacy numbers that appeared only after the incident at Ghost Street. Upon further investigation, she noted that Wu Pengfei had contacted an unknown number multiple times in recent days. After a moment of contemplation, she retrieved a disposable phone card she had previously acquired and dialed the number. After a prolonged wait, just as she began to doubt the connection, the line was answered by a deep, crisp male voice. "Hello." Lin Wu straightened up, recognizing it as Lung Linfeng's voice. She remained silent, and the man paused before asking, "Who is this?" Lin Wu narrowed her eyes, weighing her options, then abruptly ended the call. Feeling it was unsafe, she snapped the phone card in two and discarded it. Contemplating the situation, Lin Wu pondered how Wu Pengfei could be in contact with Lung Linfeng. Were they acquainted? What sort of relationship could they possibly share? Was Wu Pengfei working for Lung Linfeng, akin to the role Zhang Yuge played? This thought reminded her of something Zhang Mingxian had once said about the organization behind Lung Linfeng, which had been attempting to infiltrate and undermine various local powers over the years. Now it seemed to have entangled itself with the Qin Association. Lin Wu wiped her face, set her phone down, and suddenly felt the urge to see Bo Yuding. Acting on her impulse, she stood up, descended the stairs, and walked next door, only to find it dark and evidently devoid of occupants. Stopping at the door, she texted Bo Yuding, "Where are you?" Moments later, he replied, "Busy." "What is up?" Lin Wu bit her lip, deleted her drafted message, and finally responded, "Nothing. You carry on." After sending the message, she put her phone away, but before she could take 2 steps, Bo Yuding called her. As she answered, she heard what sounded like distant cries and the sharp whistle of wind, mingling with the faint sounds of a man's breath, creating an unsettling atmosphere. "What is happening over there?" Lin Wu asked, bewildered. Bo Yuding answered candidly, revealing, "I ran into some people who were tailing me from abroad. I'm having them dealt with." Lin Wu frowned. "Do you need my help?" Bo Yuding chuckled lightly. "This is a minor issue. There is no need for you to get your hands dirty. What did you want?" At that moment, Lin Wu felt less urgency to see him and shook her head. "It's nothing. You should continue your work." He remarked, "It seems impolite to leave a conversation unfinished. Are you longing to see me?" His words were meant as jest, yet Bo Yuding was taken aback when Lin Wu straightforwardly admitted, "Yes." Bo Yuding was momentarily stunned. Lin Wu continued, "Since you're busy then." "I'm not busy," he replied without hesitation. Lin Wu paused, and in the next moment, she heard the warmth in his voice, softened by the wind. "Where are you?" "I'll be back now." "Outside your house," Lin Wu replied. The smile in his voice deepened. "I'll be there shortly." With that, for the first time, Bo Yuding hung up the phone. Standing in the quiet night, Lin Wu felt her mind go blank. She glanced around, ultimately deciding not to return, but to sit on the steps outside Bo Yuding's villa. In a moment of aimless waiting, she began counting the occasional ants passing by. After an indeterminate time, headlights suddenly illuminated her surroundings. Lin Wu looked up to see a discreet yet luxurious black Maybach approaching swiftly before it came to a halt, slightly skidding to a stop across the road from her. The door opened, and Bo Yuding, still clad in a white coat, strode towards her with an upright and tall figure. From her angle against the light, Lin Wu found it hard to discern his features until he halted before her. She glanced down and said, 856. "What?" He replied, puzzled. "From the moment you hung up until you returned, I counted 856 ants," Lin Wu stated casually as she stood up. "In an unexpected move, He stepped forward and enveloped her in his embrace. Lin Wu, perplexed, asked, "What are you doing?" The emotions in Bo Yuding's eyes were ineffable as he sighed softly. "Why are you so adept at making one's heart soften?" Lin Wu was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how she had evoked such a reaction in him. Bo Yuding then released her, and in the night's dim light, his dark eyes seemed to flicker with elusive reflections, gazing at Lin Wu with an intensity that enveloped her, evoking an unfamiliar sensation that made her instinctively step back. Once she distanced herself from Bo Yuding, Lin Wu felt she could breathe again. Surprised by her own reaction, she was even more astonished to realize that she did not dislike it. Bo Yuding then asked gently, without addressing her previous question, "Didn't you know the passcode to my house? Why didn't you go and wait?" Lin Wu shook her head. "I didn't want to go inside." "Why not?" "I don't know," she admitted, reflecting on how silly it seemed to wait outside without a clear reason. After a moment's thought, Lin Wu replied candidly, "I just wanted to wait here. It's nice. I can see you as soon as you return." Bo Yuding felt a stir in his heart as he gazed at Lin Wu, his eyes deepening with emotion. He unconsciously raised his hand, yearning to touch her cheek, but stopped abruptly when their gazes met, filled with understanding yet ambiguity. Lin Wu cast a glance at his hand, which hung suspended in the air, uncertain of his intentions. "What's wrong?" she inquired. The man's Adam's apple moved slightly as he offered a resigned smile after a prolonged silence. He retracted his hand with restraint and uttered words that seemed disjointed to Lin Wu. "It's nothing. I'm not in a hurry and can wait patiently." He then shifted the topic. "What prompted your sudden visit?" This drew Lin Wu's attention back as she explained, "I went to meet the master of the Qin Association, Wu Pengfei. He was indeed once part of the association, but he is no longer affiliated." As she spoke, Bo Yuding pressed a code to unlock the door, gesturing for her to enter. Without hesitation, Lin Wu stepped inside, continuing, "Do you know why he is no longer a member of the Qin Association?" Bo Yuding listened attentively. Prompting why, Lin Wu furrowed her brow as she recounted the incidents involving Wu Pengfei, just as they reached the door. Upon entering, after they had settled in, he pointedly asked, "Is there a reason Wu Pengfei has remained untraceable for so long? Does he have some background?" "Indeed, and you would never guess whose background it is," Lin Wu replied. To her astonishment, Bo Yuding guessed instantly. "Is it Lung Linfeng?" Lin Wu was genuinely surprised. "How did you know?" Bo Yuding chuckled lightly, leading her to the living room. He then went to the kitchen to wash a few pears, peeling and slicing them before returning to offer them to her. He spoke slowly. "Since you thought of me, it indicates we both recognize his background. I consider those I've encountered recently, and a Xianmin and Shihang would not associate with someone like Wu Pengfei. I have not heard of him from my side, leaving only Lung Linfeng." Lin Wu pondered this, sitting cross-legged on the sofa as she ate, and remarked seriously, "I also discovered that Wu Pengfei caused a ruckus in Ghost Street. Yet the people there did not trouble him. This implies that the force behind Wu Pengfei is quite substantial. Even though Lung Linfeng is the head of the five elements, he wouldn't be able to command such respect that the people of Ghost Street would swallow their pride. So, you suspect that Wu Pengfei, like the false Zhang Yuga, has a background linked to the same force as Lung Linfeng?" Bo Yuding handed her some milk. Lin Wu nodded in agreement. "That is indeed a possibility," Bo Yuding mused. "It appears this force has been infiltrating and undermining other powers. Wu Pengfei's disturbances in Ghost Street may also have been orchestrated by them to test the waters with those individuals." "Precisely. I initially planned to unearth the person behind Wu Pengfei before confronting him at the charity banquet of Shangguei in a few days, but that plan may no longer suffice," Lin Wu stated. Bo Yuding regarded her, noticing the unusual brightness in her eyes, and quickly deduced her thoughts, asking with a light laugh, "You intend to capture Wu Pengfei and extract specific information about this force from him?" Lin Wu paused, her cheeks bulging with pear as she looked at him quizzically. Was he a mind reader? How could he repeatedly guess her intentions tonight? "What is it?" Bo Yuding asked with a teasing tone. Lin Wu shifted to face him directly, placing the pear slice back on the plate, asking, "Do you know what I'm thinking next?" Bo Yuding pretended to ponder. "You want me to assist you?" Lin Wu hesitated. "Assist with what?" "That I do not know," Bo Yuding chuckled softly. "It seems the young lady still has something unspoken." Lin Wu blinked. "There's one thing. I discovered that the person behind Wu Pengfei is Lung Linfeng because I found a number that frequently appeared in his recent call logs. When I called it back, the one who answered was Lung Linfeng." Bo Yuding's smile gradually faded. Lin Wu continued, "I did not engage in conversation with him. I hung up immediately, using a disposable number, but Bo Yuding remained silent for a moment, then sighed, given your style. Did you not confront Wu Pengfei when you met him? Lin Wu turned away, continuing to eat the pear. Realizing he had guessed correctly, Bo Yuding said, if I am not mistaken, the contact number between Wu Pengfei and Lung Linfeng should be highly confidential, perhaps known only to the two of them. If an unfamiliar number were called Lung Linfeng, he would undoubtedly investigate, tracing it back to Wu Pengfei, and soon he would discover your involvement in the conflict. Lin Wu raised her hand to shield her face. Bo Yuding playfully pulled it down, chuckling, in that case there is a 20% chance he might suspect you. Wondering if you learned something from Wu Pengfei. Are you regretting your confrontation with him, leading Lung Linfeng to consider you a suspect? Lin Wu's lips twitched a little. But if given another chance, I would still act. Why? Merely his actions do not seem sufficient to provoke such anger in you, do they? He made my teacher, elder son from the Qin Association, faint with rage, Lin Wu replied. Bo Yuding was taken aback, and after a moment, in astonishment, he asked, I know elder son. There have been rumors for years that he has a closed-door disciple, but I never knew it was you. Lin Wu nodded. Bo Yuding opened his mouth, unsure of what to say, and finally remarked, you are quite full of surprises. Lin Wu asserted, that is not important. What matters is that I must capture Wu Pengfei. However, with tonight's incident, Lung Linfeng may suspect me. Yet he lacks conclusive evidence to prove my involvement tonight. So I am not worried he will act against Wu Pengfei as he did with the false Zhang Yuge. However, Bo Yuding understood. If he learns that you will encounter Wu Pengfei at the Shengguwei charity banquet in 3 days, he will certainly suspect your motives and may personally attend to test you. Correct? Lin Wu nodded. In that case, with him present, I may not be able to take Wu Pengfei away smoothly. If anything happens, Wu Pengfei might not fall into my hands. Listening to Lin Wu, Bo Yuding's mind sparked with a thought. He deepened his gaze and said, so, young lady, you seek my assistance to distract Lung Linfeng, preventing him from attending Shengguwei? Exactly. Lin Wu straightened her back. Looking earnestly at him, I have considered it. He conceals his identity as the head of the 5 elements. If Zheng Mingxian and the others approach him, he may not agree to meet. However, you are different. Although you are also the head of the 5 elements, you possess the identity of a member of the Bo family in the capital. He has no reason to refuse a meeting with you under that guise. Bo Yuding remained silent. Lin Wu, puzzled, asked, are you unavailable that day? Bo Yuding inquired deeply. Why not let Lu Guiqi go instead? Lu Guiqi is too navi. He would be outsmarted by the cunning Lung Linfeng and might inadvertently reveal information. Lin Wu replied without hesitation. Her words softened Bo Yuding's demeanor, a glimmer of amusement appearing in his eyes as he inquired. Is it that I am so capable in your eyes? You trust that I can assist you? Lin Wu found his words somewhat off-putting, but could not pinpoint what was amiss, so she nodded. Bo Yuding felt a complex mix of emotions. On one hand, he was surprised by how significant he was to Lin Wu, while on the other, he felt a sense of helplessness at her obliviousness in certain matters. After a long pause, he sighed and stated plainly, although I am indeed more suitable than Lu Guiqi, are you not concerned that we might end up in a confrontation? Lin Wu was taken aback. Why would you fight? Seeing her confusion, Bo Yuding could not help but pinch her cheek. Lin Wu was momentarily stunned, not because it hurt, but because in her 18 years, no one had ever treated her this way. Not even the old Master Lin or her teacher had ever done so. Others would never dare. Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, Lin Wu found herself momentarily at a loss, as the sensation was utterly unfamiliar and peculiar to her. When she regained her composure, Bo Yuding had already released his grip. With a furrowed brow, she was about to voice her thoughts, but Bo Yuding's subsequent words diverted her attention. Because Lung Linfeng harbors feelings for you. Bo Yuding fixed his gaze on Lin Wu, stating plainly, as men, we can discern each other's intentions upon first meeting. Neither of us has a favorable view of the other. Naturally, I would contemplate confronting him and warning him to keep his distance from you. Lin Wu struggled to comprehend. What feelings could he possibly have for me? And why would that provoke you to confront him? Does he wish for my demise? Bo Yuding raised an eyebrow. Lin Wu pondered, her frown deepening. He claims we have met, but since I do not recall him, he must not be of significant importance. If he remembers me, it surely indicates a deep-seated grudge. Thus, it is not far-fetched that he might wish for my demise. Bo Yuding stared at her in astonishment, and after a moment, he chuckled softly. Lin Wu, perplexed, inquired, what is so amusing? With a cheerful demeanor, Bo Yuding replied, nothing much. I am no longer worried. Rest assured. I shall handle this matter for you. In 3 days, you can freely do as you wish at Qianqian. Lin Wu regarded him with a look of utter confusion. She felt Bo Yuding was truly unpredictable. One moment he seemed displeased at the thought of encountering Lung Linfeng, and the next he readily agreed to assist her, displaying an alarming degree of inconsistency. Nevertheless, as long as he promised to help, she resolved not to concern herself with other matters. Then, I shall return to rest, she stated. Bo Yuding gently acquiesced, rising to escort her out. He watched as she entered her home, and the lights of the villa remained illuminated until they reached her bedroom. After a while, her bedroom light extinguished, confirming she had indeed fallen asleep. Only then did Bo Yuding turn back, a thought of Lung Linfeng crossing his mind, causing him to click his tongue in annoyance. Having known him for a while, with their entangled past, what did it matter? He still enjoyed a distinct advantage. Returning to his own room, he changed into comfortable attire to wash up. As he caught sight of his relaxed and composed reflection in the mirror, he paused, running his fingers over his face and contemplating, though I cannot act directly, I can provoke Lung Linfeng into taking action. A few visible injuries, coupled with a tale of grievance to the young lady, should suffice to extinguish any flicker of interest she might harbor for him. After careful consideration, Bo Yuding nodded in satisfaction, complimenting himself in the mirror. You are indeed clever. On the other hand, Lin Wu had stayed up too late and slept soundly until the sun was high in the sky, only to be awakened by the ringing of her phone. Glancing at her phone, she saw it was a call from Old Master Lin. Rubbing her temples, she answered, Hello, Grandpa. Lin Wu, have you risen yet? Old Master Lin inquired. Lin Wu, eyes still closed, shielded half her face with one hand and replied flatly, If you have something to say, just say it directly. After a brief pause, Old Master Lin continued, I was inquiring about your violin lessons. I heard from Shanghai that you had an altercation with the teacher you were assigned, having avoided his calls the previous day. Old Master Lin suspected Lin Wu was upset, perhaps for a valid reason. He pressed on what prompted this. Did he offend you in some way? Lin Wu, now more alert, confirmed yes. Furthermore, I never agreed to learn the violin from him, so please refrain from calling him teacher. Old Master Lin felt a twinge of disappointment. He had heard that the instructors affiliated with the Violin Association were exceptionally skilled. If Lin Wu lost this opportunity, she might struggle to find another suitable mentor in the future. However, he had anticipated her reluctance, so he quickly accepted her stance and shifted the topic. Additionally, I learned that the Zhou family is hosting a charity gala at Qianqian the day after tomorrow, and you invited Shanghai and the others to attend. Why did you suddenly agree to let them into Qianqian? Lin Wu replied nonchalantly, They were worried, so you should check with them about my intentions. Though it was a question, her tone was remarkably assertive. Old Master Lin did not conceal the truth indeed. Lin Wu responded, Tell them not to worry. I will not harm them. Well, I am still feeling drowsy and wish to catch up on sleep. If there is nothing urgent, I will hang up now, Lin Wu stated, cutting off Old Master Lin before he could continue. She tossed her phone aside, turned over, and resumed her slumber. She did not answer any further calls from Old Master Lin, remaining at the villa until the afternoon of the charity gala. After changing into her evening gown, Lu Guiqi called Lin Wu to confirm her attendance at the gala. Hello, Lin Wu. Have you prepared your evening attire? If not, come to my place early. I will arrange everything for you, including a makeup artist and stylist to assist with your outfit, saving you the hassle. In truth, Lin Wu had no intention of wearing a formal gown. She was going to disrupt the event and found such attire impractical. However, considering the need to respect the Zhou family, she replied, I will head to Qianqian shortly. Please remind Manager Song not to obstruct the Lin family if they arrive. Got it. Lu Guiqi, aware of Lin Wu's intentions, responded excitedly. Rest assured, I will show them how a true heir behaves tonight. Lin Wu retorted, Just be yourself, but tone it down a bit. After hanging up, she heard the doorbell ring. While seated in the living room, she went to open the door and was met by Bo Yuding. The sight momentarily stunned her. The tall, imposing man had shed his usual casual attire, donning a meticulously tailored burgundy suit that exuded formality. His typically tousled black hair was neatly styled, presenting an air of elegance and severity that was undeniably striking. As he raised his gaze slowly to meet hers, his handsome features became even more pronounced, with a sharp nose and alluringly defined lips forming a subtle, enigmatic smile. His collar was slightly undone, revealing a glimpse of his prominent collarbone. Simply standing there, he captivated her attention, rendering her speechless. After several moments, he broke the silence, teasing, "Have you not yet had your fill of looking?" Startled back to reality, Lin Wu shifted her gaze awkwardly and asked, "What are you up to? Meeting an important client, perhaps?" "Not quite," he replied. Bo Yuding stepped forward, closing the distance between them, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Lin Wu instinctively looked up, only to realize that his eyes reflected her own astonished expression, leaving her momentarily speechless. His voice pulled her back. "I am preparing to meet Lung Linfeng." Lin Wu was genuinely taken aback, her eyes scanning his ensemble in disbelief. You are dressed to meet Lung Linfeng?" He chuckled lightly. "But you are the one who will be negotiating with him." Lin Wu struggled to understand. "You are not attending the gala with him. So why dress so impeccably for his sake?" He raised an eyebrow playfully. "Is that a problem?" Lin Wu paused, replying honestly, "It seems a bit extravagant for him." His smile deepened. "So, this is merely a preview for you?" Lin Wu froze. A strange warmth crept into her cheeks, an unfamiliar sensation swelling within her. Though she could not articulate its source, she instinctively averted her gaze from his, stating, "Well, I've seen enough now. You should go. I need to head to Shungue shortly." "Will you be wearing an evening gown tonight?" Bo Yutink inquired. Lin Wu took a moment to respond, nodding. "Lu Guiqi mentioned he would prepare one for me." Bo Yuting's gaze grew more intense, and he fell silent. Lin Wu questioned, "What is it?" Unexpectedly, the man stepped forward, forcing Lin Wu, who had not anticipated this, to instinctively retreat. In her backward motion, she found herself against the wall, with nowhere else to go. However, the man continued to close the distance. Without a second thought, Lin Wu raised her hand to press against his chest, stating, "If we are to talk, let us keep some distance." Boyu think chika softly, grasping her hand and lowering it. He leaned down, bringing his gaze level with Lin Wu's, asking, "Would you promise me one thing?" "What is it?" "Once you've changed into your evening dress at Shungue, send me a photo, all right?" "Why?" Bo Yuding's eyes roamed over her face, as if he were sketching her features with his gaze. His voice was slightly husky as he said, "I want to be able to attend Shungue tonight, but I want to be the first person to see you in that dress." Lin Wu was momentarily taken aback, especially considering that brat, Lu Guiqi. Bo Yuding squeezed her palm, insisting, "He mustn't get the chance to see you before me." "Understood?" Though Lin Wu found the request rather peculiar, she was unable to dwell on it under his intense gaze. She quickly averted her eyes and replied, "Fine, I'll do it, since you've helped me." Bo Yuding smiled and added, "There's one more thing." "What is it?" "My meeting with Lung Linfeng tonight is primarily to keep him occupied, ensuring he doesn't realize you've discovered anything." "Does that mean I have to endure him without revealing my hand? What if he strikes first?" Lin Wu frowned at this, retorting, "Then just hit back and ignore him." "Really?" "Yes." Bo Yuding chuckled softly. "Shall I take my leave then?" Lin Wu nodded. He straightened up, glanced at her once more, and then opened the door to exit. Lin Wu unconsciously followed a couple of steps, witnessing him approach his Maybach outside. After he entered the car, it slowly pulled away, leaving her standing there. After a long moment, Lin Wu lifted her hand to touch her chest, her brow furrowing slowly. This was not the first time. When faced with Bo Yuding, her heart had raced on several occasions, unlike with anyone else. She realized that each time this happened, her mind would cease to function. This was not an optimistic scenario. Should a conflict of interest arise between her and Bo Yuding, it could jeopardize her judgment and decisions. No, this couldn't continue. Lin Wu resolved to keep a distance from Bo Yuding in the future. Soon after, she gathered her belongings and left for Shung. Meanwhile, Bo Yuding was driving, one hand on the steering wheel while the other dialed number. After several rings without an answer, he rolled down the window, resting his arm on the ledge while tapping his fingers rhythmically on the steering wheel. Just as his patience was wearing thin, the call was finally answered. "Who is this?" Bo Yutink replied coldly, "Bo Yutink." From the Bo family in Beijing. After a moment's pause, the voice on the other end responded, "Ah, it's Master Bo. May I inquire how you obtained Lung's contact information and the purpose of your call?" Bo Yuding simply stated, "I'd like to meet and discuss." The man politely declined. "Thank you for your interest, Master Bo, but unfortunately, I have prior commitments this evening." Bo Yuding pressed his tongue against his lower jaw, a cryptic smile escaping his lips as he remarked, "But I've heard that you are acquainted with Lin Wu." The other end fell silent. After a long pause, Lung Linfeng's voice returned, colder than before. "Very well, let us talk." At the same time, Lin Wu had arrived at Shungai. Lu Guiqi, aware of her arrival, waited downstairs for her. When Lin Wu saw him, he was already dressed in a striking silver-blue suit adorned with fine diamonds that shimmered under the light, exuding an ostentatious flair. On an ordinary person, it would be utterly unflattering. However, his handsome features salvaged some of it. "Lin Wu, I'm over here," Lu Guiqi called, waving her over. He tossed the car keys to the attendant and led her inside. The charity gala hosted by the Zhou family was taking place in a small hall on the 9th floor, already decorated and bustling with guests. "Let me take you to the private room on the 7th floor to change." As they walked, Lu Guiqi eyed Lin Wu, his eyes gleaming. "Speaking of which, I've never seen you in a gown. You must look stunning." Lin Wu recalled Bo Yuding's words and quickly shook her head to dispel the thought. Maintaining a neutral expression, "Less chatter, let us hurry." In the private room, Manager Song awaited her. Upon seeing Lin Wu, he bowed and said, "Miss Lin, the makeup artist and stylist are in the adjoining room. I can go in alone. You all attend to your business. I'll come up once the gala starts," Lin Wu stated, surprising even herself with her assertiveness. Manager Song exchanged glances with Lu Guiqi, uncertain. Lu Guiqi shrugged. "I'll stay out here. Just make sure the venue runs smoothly." "Understood," Manager Song replied and left. Upon entering the room, Lin Wu found several people waiting for her. Aside from a rather delicate-looking male makeup artist, the rest were women. They had anticipated they would be preparing a young lady and were merely astonished by Lin Wu's beauty before quickly getting to work. Several racks displayed various styles of evening dresses. Lin Wu casually pointed to one and sat down, instructing them to style her hair and makeup simply. "Just do a quick job, nothing too elaborate." As she grabbed a tablet from the nearby table and opened a game, the team complied respectfully. They had to adhere to their professionalism, ensuring they didn't risk their jobs. After an hour of meticulous work, during which Lin Wu grew tired of the game, they cautiously announced, "Miss, we're done. How does it look?" Lin Wu set down the tablet, gave a cursory glance, and stood to retrieve the prepared gown. Suddenly, she had a thought and instructed, "You all can leave. No one is allowed in without my permission." The team exchanged glances, noting the changing area, but dared not protest. They bowed their heads and exited, closing the door behind them. Now alone, Lin Wu changed and turned to face the full-length mirror. The image reflected a tall, slender girl, her delicate shoulders bared, clad in a deep red gown that accentuated her graceful curves. The mermaid's skirt flowed to her ankles, swaying gracefully with her movements. Though Lin Wu maintained a cold demeanor, upon closer inspection, her features were strikingly vibrant. Her porcelain skin and slightly upturned almond eyes, when adorned with the faintest hint of a smile, radiated an extraordinary allure. After a moment's hesitation, she picked up the phone from the table, opened the camera, and aimed it at her reflection. Having seldom taken selfies, she felt somewhat awkward and unskilled. Attempting to smile at her reflection felt foolish. So she settled for a neutral expression. The resulting image captured her sharp gaze and imposing presence, exuding an air of icy elegance that was undeniably captivating. Satisfied with the photo, she sent it to Bo Yuding before slipping on a pair of sleek black stilettos and stepping out. Outside, Lu Guiqi had grown a bit distracted, contemplating whether he should head to the gala venue early. The surrounding individuals observed his expression, lowering their heads in trepidation. At that moment, the sound of the door opening finally broke the suffocating silence, and everyone turned their gaze as if granted a reprieve. Yet, upon seeing the person who emerged, they couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "Mistress Wu, you are finally well. I've been waiting." Lu Guiqi set down his magazine and stood up, mumbling as he looked up, but his words abruptly ceased. Lin Wu adjusted her skirt and, noticing the absence of her phone in her pocket, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. With an expression devoid of emotion, she turned to the group and frowned. "What's the matter? Is there something wrong with me?" "No, there's nothing wrong," Lu Guiqi exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging as he hurried around the coffee table to Lin Wu's side, his gaze sparkling as it danced around her. "Mistress Wu, you look absolutely stunning." Lin Wu replied coolly, "Did I look unattractive before?" "No, you were beautiful before as well," Lu Guiqi admitted honestly, "but tonight, you are so striking that I almost forget you are a woman." "Lin Wu," Lu Guiqi awkwardly added, "I feel embarrassed to still call you brother." Lin Wu, her expression blank, asked, "Are you implying that you wish to sever ties and become sisters?" Lu Guiqi, "Well, not exactly." He realized that Wu Wu was still the same Wu Wu. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted them, and both Lin Wu and Lu Guiqi turned to see manager Song hurriedly entering. He opened his mouth to speak, but upon catching sight of Lin Wu, he froze, momentarily lost for words. Lu Guiqi frowned and stepped in front of Lin Wu, displeased. What are you staring at? If you don't want your eyes, you could just take them out. Manager Song snapped back to reality and quickly said, Boss, please calm down. I have come to inform you and Miss Lin that the Lin family and a person named Wu Pengfei have arrived. Upon hearing this, Lin Wu lifted her skirt and stepped out from behind Lu Guiqi, making her way towards the entrance. Then, let us proceed to the banquet. Lu Guiqi hurried to catch up. Wu, wait. Let me drape my coat over you. Meanwhile, in a prestigious club, the entire sixth floor was eerily vacant, save for two men seated face-to-face before the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows. It was Bo Yuding and Lung Linfeng. Since their arrival, neither had uttered a word, their silent confrontation charged with tension as they scrutinized each other. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, on the verge of eruption, only to dissipate abruptly with the sudden ping of a message notification. Bo Yuding instantly averted his gaze, retrieving his phone to check the message. Upon reading its contents, his expression softened, and a gentle smile spread across his face, dissipating all traces of his earlier intensity. Noticing the fleeting brilliance in Bo Yuding's eyes, Lung Linfeng's lips pursed as he coldly remarked, Is young master Bo merely wasting time summoning me here? Bo Yuding leisurely set his phone down and replied, It seems we've been here quite a while, so let us get straight to the point. I wouldn't want my young lady waiting too long for my return. Lung Linfeng fixed his gaze on him. What does young master Bo mean by that? Is it not clear? Bo Yuding straightened his posture, stating, Keep her distance from Lin Wu. I do not wish to see you, nor does she. Impossible. How about a wager then? Bo Yuding proposed. Lung Linfeng's demeanor darkened slightly. What shall we wager? Bo Yuding feigned contemplation before flashing a smirk. Whom does she care for? End of this chapter, 080. The arrogant Lin family, Shanghai banquet venue. The event was orchestrated by the esteemed Mr. Zhou of the Zhou Group, who had invited numerous distinguished figures from North City. The venue was now bustling with the city's elite. In attendance from the Lin family were Lin Shanghai and Fong Ruling, along with their eldest son, Lin Jiangbai. Lin Jianquan and Lin Qian had refused to come after the humiliating incident they had experienced before Lin Wu, fearing that forcing them to attend would provoke a confrontation with Lin Wu and jeopardize the fragile relationship they had been trying to mend. Lin Shanghai opted not to compel them. Fong Ruling, observing the lively atmosphere, could hardly believe it. Lin Wu had actually kept her word and allowed them in. Could it be that she genuinely regretted her past actions and wished to reconcile with them? What regret? What reconciliation? Wu Pengfei was present, having come along with them. Just days prior, outside the club, Lin Wu had coldly confronted him, nearly driving him to madness upon waking. However, due to Lin Wu's esteemed status, Wu Pengfei dared not retaliate and instead swallowed his anger, preparing to leave North City in frustration. To his surprise, the Lin family sought him out the very next day. Wu Pengfei wished he could erase their existence entirely. Had it not been for them, he would not have suffered such an irremediable loss. Thus, when the Lin family invited him to the charity banquet, he flatly refused. Associating with the Lin family was the most unfortunate decision of his life. However, he was caught off guard when he learned that it was Lin Wu who wanted him there. Wu Pengfei found himself in a quandary, unwilling to decline Lin Wu's invitation, but too proud to appear eager. Eventually, after enduring a lengthy apology from the Lin family, he begrudgingly agreed to attend. Upon hearing Fong Ruling's words, Wu Pengfei sensed something amiss. Wasn't the Lin family at odds with Dao Sheng? It seemed that when the Lin family approached him, they were somewhat apprehensive of Lin Wu's potential wrath. Lin Shanghai felt a pang of alarm and quickly interjected, No, my wife misspoke. Wu Wu is a beloved daughter of our Lin family. There was merely a misunderstanding that has recently been resolved. He discreetly pinched Fong Ruling's waist. She winced in pain and reluctantly affirmed, Yes, that is correct. Lin Jiangbai nodded in agreement. However, Wu Pengfei remained skeptical, his attention soon drawn to the array of affluent young ladies mingling in the hall. Each one was exquisitely dressed, their figures captivating, showcasing a delightful variety of styles, a veritable feast for the eyes. Wu Pengfei, momentarily forgetting the Lin family, cleared his throat and said, You all may continue with your affairs. I have matters to attend to as well. I shall meet Dao Sheng later. The Lin family, too, harbored ulterior motives, eager to seize the rare opportunity to network with North City's elite. They quickly dispersed to seek familiar faces. Fong Ruling's intentions were most direct. She soon spotted her desired company and approached a group of wealthy ladies congregated nearby, calling out to them. Surprised by her presence, the ladies exclaimed, "What are you doing here, Mrs. Lin?" Fong Ruling retorted, "My Lin family is also a prominent name in North City. Why shouldn't we be at the Zhou family's banquet?" The lady scoffed, "Mrs. Lin, who in North City doesn't know that your family has offended the owner of Shengguei and has long been blacklisted? Surely, you didn't sneak in, did you?" In the past, when the Lin family enjoyed favor from Shengguei, Fong Ruling had boasted before these very women, provoking their ire. Now, having fallen from grace, they seized the opportunity to deride her. However, to their astonishment, Fong Ruling remained haughty. Summoning a staff member from Shengguei and taking a cup of her own concoction from the tray, declaring, "Tell them how I got in." The staff member glanced at Fong Ruling with a puzzled expression, but she was too focused on restoring her dignity to notice. The staff member obliged, stating, "She was personally brought in by our manager Song." The surrounding ladies' expressions shifted. How could that be? The Lin family has been blacklisted by Shengguei. Fong Ruling dismissed the staff with a sense of triumph, raising her chin and proclaiming, "Fortunes ebb and flow. My Lin family shall not remain in decline forever. Naturally, the time has come for us to soar." She smirked. "Do you know why? It's evident you do not. My daughter is in a close relationship with the esteemed boss Sheng. Even the young master of the Lung family holds her in high regard." Despite her disdain for Lin Wu, Fong Ruling felt a sense of satisfaction upon witnessing the shifting expressions of those around her, their faces paling. She mused that perhaps Lin Wu had some utility after all. She might as well treat her better in the future. Meanwhile, Lin Shanghai and Lin Jiangbai were experiencing similar disdain, subjected to cold glances from others, yet they swiftly leveraged Lin Wu's influence to regain their dignity, navigating the gathering with a renewed sense of pride and excitement. Observing the Lin family regaining special treatment from Shengguei, the astute individuals present discreetly forged verbal agreements with them, exchanging polite greetings. Before long, the host, Mr. Zhou, noticed the Lin family and furrowed his brow. Having secured the venue from Shengguei for the event, he had deliberately excluded the Lin family from the invitations. How had they managed to enter? Upon inquiring, he was astonished to learn that Manager Song had personally brought them in. After weighing his options, Mr. Zhou approached the Lin family with a smile, his earlier coldness seemingly forgotten. Lin Shanghai and Lin Jiangbai exchanged glances, responding with an air of haughty nonchalance. At that moment, the doors to the venue swung open. The lights dimmed and then illuminated the entrance. The crowd instinctively turned to see Manager Song of Shengguei entering. Recognizing him, they rushed forward to greet him, only to be taken aback when he paused and stepped aside, making way for a man and woman to enter. At that instant, a collective gasp of astonishment filled the air, their faces reflecting sheer amazement. Lin Wu cast a calm glance over the assembly, quickly locating the Lin family and Wu Pengfei. Lu Guiqi, satisfied with the crowd's reaction, couldn't help but glance at Lin Wu, who was draped in his suit jacket. He thought to himself that if she were to remove it, she would undoubtedly dazzle the onlookers even more. But perhaps it was for the best. They were unworthy of witnessing his sister's brilliance. In the crowd, Wu Pengfei, eager to engage the stunning woman nearby, sensed something amiss and turned around, nearly widening his eyes in disbelief. "Is that Dao Sheng? She is even more breathtaking than those debutantes I have encountered." His eyes sparkling, he pushed through the throng towards her. Faster than Wu Pengfei, Mr. Zhou had already navigated through the crowd to stand before Lin Wu and Lu Guiqi. Having met Lu Guiqi during a prior visit to borrow Shenggui's venue, he recognized him instantly. With a beaming smile, he greeted Mr. Lu. "Thank you immensely for allowing Zhou to host this charity gala at Shengguei." The surrounding crowd was taken aback. The young man was the hidden proprietor of Shengguei. Lu Guiqi responded with a nonchalant hum, raising his chin slightly. "Tonight is your event. You may entertain the guests without concern for my presence. However, Mr. Zhou was eager to ingratiate himself further, but upon noting Lu Guiqi's disinterest, he shifted his gaze to Lin Wu, flatteringly remarking, "Mr. Lu, this must be your companion for the evening. She is truly a vision of beauty, akin to a captivating flower. Together, you form a perfect pair destined by heaven." Lu Guiqi relished the compliment, as he appreciated hearing praises for Lin Wu. Yet, something about Mr. Zhou's words felt slightly off. Before he could ponder further, Mr. Zhou continued, "But this young lady appears quite youthful. She must be attending university. I have never encountered her before, so she cannot be from a prominent family. She is indeed fortunate to have caught your eye, Mr. Liu." Leaning closer, Mr. Zhou lowered his voice. "If you have an interest in her, I would be delighted to extend a small gesture of hospitality on your behalf." At this, Lu Guiqi grasped the implication that Mr. Zhou perceived Lin Wu as merely a young woman seeking to attach herself to a wealthy patron. He responded with a stoic silence. Lin Wu raised an eyebrow. Her gaze fixed on Lu Guiqi. "Fortunate? Caught your eye?" Noticing Lu Guiqi's expression stiffen, Mr. Zhou, misinterpreting the tension, scolded, "Is this how you treat Mr. Liu? As his companion, you should be more compliant." "Silence!" Lu Guiqi barked, his voice sharp and commanding. The surrounding chatter ceased abruptly. Mr. Zhou stood dumbfounded. "Mr. Liu." Lu Guiqi's expression darkened. "This is my friend, a guest. If you cannot see properly, perhaps you should cease looking. Depart from my sight." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Mr. Zhou's face drained of color. Just then, Wu Pengfei finally squeezed through the crowd, approaching them with urgency. "What are you still doing here? Hurry and leave. Are you waiting to embarrass yourself further?" Mr. Zhou, sensing Lu Guiqi's ire, stammered, I shall come to apologize after the gala." "Get lost," Lu Guiqi retorted, dismissing him with a wave. Wu Pengfei then turned his gaze toward Lin Wu, donning a self-proclaimed charming smile. "Miss Lin, I must apologize for my previous ignorance. I did not realize you were the illustrious Dao Sheng. I sincerely regret any offense caused." Lu Guiqi, exasperated, stepped forward to shield Lin Wu from his gaze. However, Wu Pengfei sidled closer, continuing, "Miss Lin, since you invited me, I trust you have forgiven my earlier transgressions. May I have the honor of sharing a dance with you?" As he spoke, he bowed slightly, extending his hand. Lu Guiqi's frustration peaked, and he swiftly raised his fist, striking Wu Pengfei squarely in the face, sending him crashing to the floor with a resounding thud. The venue fell silent, countless eyes fixed upon the scene, the crowd instinctively retreating in astonishment. The Lin family, who had been eager to approach, halted in shock. Wu Pengfei, momentarily dazed, lifted his head, fuming. "What do you think you are doing?" "What am I doing?" Lu Guiqi flexed his wrist, a cold smile on his lips. "This is my friend. Even if she were to dance, it would be my affair, not yours. And your lecherous gaze is fixated on my sister. If you dare look at her with such vile intent again, I shall gouge out your eyes." Never before had Wu Pengfei been so publicly humiliated, especially in the presence of prominent figures from Beicheng. His aspirations to build a reputation here now seemed futile. Rising from the ground, he spat blood and retorted, "I was merely admiring Miss Lin. I meant no offense. With so many witnesses present who saw me act inappropriately. Mr. Liu, even if you're the owner of Shengui, reason should prevail." Lu Guiqi enunciated each word. "My surname is Liu. Which prominent family in the capital shares that name?" "Certainly, that would be the Liu family." Wu Pengfei began, but suddenly realized something, his expression shifting to one of horror. You are the second young master of the Liu family, Lu Guiqi, the brother of Lu Guiyan." As the realization struck, every eye in the room widened in disbelief. They had all heard tales of the infamous Lu Guiqi. With a scoff, Lu Guiqi thrust his foot into Wu Pengfei, sending him sprawling once more. As Wu Pengfei rolled away, Lu Guiqi leaned down, seizing his collar and hoisting him up. "Now let us discuss who truly holds the power in Shangui, or even in Beicheng." Wu Pengfei's mind went blank. Although he had not previously encountered Lu Guiqi, he had heard of his notorious reputation as a ruthless troublemaker. Most importantly, Lu Guiyan was fiercely protective of his family. Anyone who crossed Lu Guiqi would undoubtedly face dire consequences. How had he ended up in such a misfortunate situation today? Wu Pengfei softened his tone, saying, "You are right indeed. Young Master Lu, I assure you, it was not my intention to offend Miss Lin." Lu Guiqi scoffed. "Are you implying that I am blind and have misjudged the situation?" No, that is not what I meant." Wu quickly retorted. "Then you must have had ulterior motives." Lu Guiqi shot back, delivering two swift slaps that left Wu Pengfei's face swollen and bruised. "No one dares to harbor thoughts toward my friends. If you are so audacious, I shall ensure you lose your sight." With that, Lu Guiqi stood up and snapped his fingers. Manager Song promptly stepped forward, dragging Wu Pengfei away. The onlookers held their breath, retreating hastily. Dazed and seeing stars, Wu Pengfei finally grasped the situation and protested. "Young Master Lu, I am at the Violin Association. You cannot treat me this way. You wouldn't want to offend Elder Sun, would you?" This statement momentarily halted Lu Guiqi. His brother had mentioned that Elder Sun was highly respected in the capital, and offending him was indeed unwise. If he were to expel this man, it might not matter if Elder Sun held a grudge against him, but what if it fell upon Lin Wu? Lu Guiqi glanced at Lin Wu, who approached him. Concerned that she might step on her fishtail gown, he lifted it for her. Lin Wu walked leisurely to Wu Pengfei, looking down at him from her elevated stance. "Violin Association, you say? Allow me to inform you. You are no longer part of it." Wu Pengfei was taken aback and gritted his teeth. "You are not Elder Sun. On what grounds do you speak for the Violin Association? I demand to see Elder Sun. He will not ignore me." Lin Wu stepped on his hand, the thin heel digging painfully into his skin. As he glared at her in agony, she coldly replied, "On what grounds, you ask?" "Simply because I'm a member of the Violin Association and a direct disciple of Elder Sun. I possess the authority to expel someone from the association." Prior to this, Lin Wu had contemplated various methods to sever Wu Pengfei's ties with the Violin Association, but none seemed viable. Simply expelling him would invite scrutiny from the public. If she cited his lack of character, it would undoubtedly lead to inquiries about how he earned such a reputation, potentially implicating innocent women. Even other justifications would lack substantial support, for Lin Wu had already discovered that Wu Pengfei was notably cautious, having made no significant professional errors or moral missteps during his tenure at the association. After much deliberation, she resolved that it would be best to expel him publicly, using herself as the reason. As Elder Sun's direct disciple, offending her would surely lead to dire consequences for him in the violin community, and the public would not delve deeper. After uttering those words, the astonished expressions of the onlookers, including Lu Guiqi, confirmed her resolve. "Wu Wu, are you truly Elder Sun's direct disciple? Is that genuine? I knew you had some knowledge of the violin, but I had never heard you mention this before." On the ground, Wu Pengfei scoffed. "You claim to be Elder Sun's disciple? I might as well be his son. Do you think I am unfamiliar with Elder Sun? Yes, some years ago, he did announce that he had taken on a particularly favored disciple, but that person has rarely shown their face. Who knows what they look like? You can claim whatever you wish." Lin Wu regarded him with icy disdain. Wu Pengfei continued, "Elder Sun's true disciple is someone I have never seen. Only those few who accompany him know what they look like. You dare impersonate them without fear of Elder Sun's wrath?" Lin Wu turned to Lu Guiqi and asked, "Is there a projection device here?" Unfamiliar with the venue setup, Lu Guiqi called over the responsible Zhou. "Get over here. Is there a projection device?" Zhou hurried over and replied, "There is one installed for the banquet." Noticing Lu Guiqi's displeasure, he quickly added, "However, there are numerous reporters outside. For this banquet, I specifically invited many reporters to cover the event. Their camera equipment could be modified to project." "Then hurry and do that," Lu Guiqi instructed. Zhou promptly dashed out, and Lin Wu stepped back as Manager Song, with keen insight, provided her with a chair to sit. Before long, the main entrance opened again, and Zhou returned, indeed followed by a dozen prominent reporters from North City. Manager Song expertly directed them, swiftly arranging a temporary projection device and connecting it to Lin Wu's phone. The others watched in bewilderment, uncertain of Lin Wu's intentions. As Lin Wu's phone screen projected publicly, she quickly tapped and initiated a video call, which connected on the first ring, revealing a kind-faced man with graying temples. Lin Wu greeted Uncle Qian. Wu Pengfei shot his head up in disbelief. Uncle Qian had anticipated Lin Wu's call and was not surprised. However, upon seeing her in formal attire, he was taken aback and smiled, saying, "Miss, what brings you here?" Lin Wu replied leisurely, "How is my teacher, Elder Sun, this evening?" "Quite well indeed. Elder Sun has recovered significantly today, spending half an hour more outside than yesterday. He keeps mentioning how you have not come to visit him, expressing disappointment in your filial piety. Truthfully, he simply misses you. Your fellow disciples at the association are also eager for your guidance." A collective gasp echoed from the crowd. Wu Pengfei looked at Lin Wu in utter disbelief. Uncle Qian, feigning ignorance, asked, "Miss, are there others with you?" Lin Wu turned the camera to scan the room before settling it back on Wu Pengfei, lazily stating, "I attended a banquet today and encountered someone who was rather disrespectful to me. He claims to be from the Violin Association, and since he has offended me so gravely, I am expelling him from the association. What do you say, Uncle Qian? Even knowing this was Lin Wu's premeditated plan, Wu Pengfei could not fathom that she would dare cross her. Uncle Qian, visibly upset, replied, of course. You will one day represent Elder Sun at the Violin Association. It is your prerogative to deal with a person of poor character without needing to consult Elder Sun. I recall Elder Sun held this individual in high regard and promoted him significantly, yet he repays kindness with disrespect. Truly despicable. Lin Wu nodded. No further matters to discuss. Please convey my regards to the teacher. With that, she ended the call and disconnected the Bluetooth. Scanning the stunned crowd, she calmly declared, "What are you all waiting for? Remove this person from my sight." Lu Guiqi's eyes sparkled with admiration for Lin Wu, signaling Manager Song, who promptly instructed others to seize Wu Pengfei. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wu Pengfei panicked. Previously, he had merely been cautious of Lin Wu's identity as Dao Sheng, but now he was genuinely alarmed. Each realm is distinct, and no matter how influential Dao Sheng may be, it is merely within his domain. He had connections within the community and was not afraid to confront Lin Wu openly. He could suffer dire consequences. However, if Lin Wu was indeed Elder Sun's direct disciple, the stakes were entirely different. His livelihood depended on the violin, and Elder Sun's position in the community was indisputable. If his peers learned he had offended Elder Sun's successor in public and was expelled from the Violin Association, it would spell disaster for him. This was far worse than being expelled previously. At least then, Elder Sun might have considered their past relationship and refrained from extreme measures. The others would also hesitate to make public his transgressions, allowing him to continue his existence in the violin community. Now, it is settled. His downfall is secondary. If he loses this connection, he will find it impossible to associate with the esteemed families again, and those who stand behind him will abandon him as well. Wu Pengfei was consumed by fear. Miss Daosheng, Miss Lin, this is a misunderstanding. I can explain. Lin Wu displayed her impatience, and Lu Guiqi immediately shot a glare at Manager Song, prompting him to hastily call for someone to take Wu away, leaving behind a cacophony of pleas that quickly faded. The scene fell into a suffocating silence, a profound stillness enveloping the air. Lu Guiqi glared at the onlookers. Why are you all staring at us? Do you wish to witness the downfall of that man up close? Shall I escort you to experience it firsthand? The crowd promptly turned away, feigning busyness in conversation, their voices trembling. The Lin family stood in stunned silence for a while before they snapped back to reality, swiftly making their way through the crowd to stand before Lin Wu. End of chapter 083. Publicly severing ties with the Lin family, Lu Guiqi was taken aback to discover that Lin Wu had a connection to the esteemed Sun Lao of the Qin Association. Just as he was about to indulge in some gossip, he spotted 3 members of the Lin family approaching. To this day, Lu Guiqi had regarded them with disdain, and he furrowed his brow, saying, "Get lost, don't bother me here." The faces of the 3 Lin family members shifted between shades of blue and white, resembling a palette of colors. They had never anticipated that the master of the Qin Association, whom they had painstakingly invited, could be dismissed with a single word from Lin Wu, who was, after all, a direct disciple of the association's president, Sun Lao. Reflecting on their previous self-importance in front of Lin Wu, they realized she might have viewed them as mere zoo animals, perhaps even mocking them internally. Their expressions turned even more ashen. Yet now, they dared not utter a word. Lin Shanghai, wearing a face of disbelief, forced a smile and said, "Wu Wu, being a direct disciple of the president of the Qin Association is a good thing. Why have you never mentioned it before?" Glancing at Lu Guiqi, Lin Shanghai's expression grew even more strained. He added, "You even know individuals from the Lu family in Jingzhou. You truly have remarkable connections while keeping us in the dark. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" In certain respects, Lin Shanghai was indeed perceptive. At that moment, he discerned that Lu Guiqi was quite attentive to Lin Wu. No matter how much he disdained them, as long as Lin Wu remained silent, they would be safe. As anticipated, Lu Guiqi immediately turned his gaze to Lin Wu. Seeking her silent approval, Lin Wu regarded the Lin family, a faint smile playing on her lips, and asked, "Why should I be obligated to inform you? What would be the harm? How dare you speak like that?" Fong Ruling interjected, her words racing ahead of her thoughts, voicing her discontent with such connections. "Why didn't you reveal them sooner? Were you just waiting for us to embarrass ourselves before you?" Even if you're no longer our daughter, you spent the first 10 years in the Lin family. Why didn't you lend any support back then? How ungrateful. Lin Shanghai intended to intervene, but Feng Ruling's words resonated with him, leading him to tacitly accept her remarks. Lin Jiangbai certainly did not believe Feng Ruling was mistaken. After enduring torment at the police station recently, he appeared gaunt and sullen, harboring resentment towards Lin Wu, who had the ability to rescue him but chose not to, even going so far as to kick him while he was down. Lin Wu scoffed, and next to her, Lu Guiqi could no longer contain his irritation. Have you all lost your minds? Did Wu ever trouble you? It was you who sought attention and made fools of yourselves, and you still have the audacity to blame her? What gives you the right? Where were you all when she was fighting for her life? Why didn't you support her then? The three of them blushed with embarrassment. Yet now, knowing Lu Guiqi's status, they dared not retort. Finally, Lin Jiangbai turned to Lin Wu and said, Lin Wu, are you truly going to disregard your friends? If you continue this way, don't blame us for not giving you a way out tonight. There will be no need to mend relationships. You can explain yourself to grandfather on your own. However, Lin Wu replied, explain what nonsense? The three of them were taken aback. Lin Wu rose, elegantly lifting her skirt, and strode confidently towards the stage at the front of the venue. The surrounding crowd instinctively parted to create a path for her. Lin Wu was a natural in a tailored suit. Even though it concealed her upper body, it could not hide the graceful sway of her figure, strikingly beautiful. Under countless gazes, she took to the stage, effortlessly grasped the microphone, and tested it to ensure it was functioning properly. Lin Wu then fixed her gaze on the Lin family amid the crowd, and said coolly, Today, I seize this opportune moment to announce something at the Zhou family's banquet. She turned to President Zhou, inquiring, Is that convenient? President Zhou promptly nodded, Please go ahead. Lin Wu continued, I believe many are curious about my identity. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Wu, once the cherished daughter of the Lin family in Beijing. The crowd turned to the Lin family in unison. The Lin family, realizing their situation, straightened their backs and puffed with pride. However, their demeanor shifted when they heard Lin Wu's next words. But I share no affection or ties with the Lin family. The three were momentarily stunned. Lin Wu continued, In my childhood, they despised me, never acknowledging me as a member of the Lin family, nor ever revealing my existence. Later, when I turned 12, they sent me to the countryside to fend for myself, without providing a single cent for my upbringing. Now that they have discovered I am not their biological daughter and have reclaimed their own, they wish to cast me out of the Lin family and sever all ties. As she spoke, Lin Wu's gaze locked onto the Lin family, her tone devoid of emotion. I shall now fulfill your request. Formally severing ties with you here in the presence of all the esteemed families of Beicheng and the media. The moment her words echoed through the hall, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, and journalists rushed to capture the moment, their cameras clicking furiously. The Lin family stood frozen in disbelief. As they realized how others regarded them, it dawned on them that they had attempted to expel Sun Lao's direct disciple from their home. They could no longer maintain their composure. Lin Wu, what are you talking about? Lin Shanghai stepped forward, teeth clenched, declaring, Father has always regarded you as his biological daughter. He never harbored such thoughts. Lin Wu glanced at Lu Guiqi, who understood immediately and signaled the staff to display a video recording. It showcased the night Lin Wu returned to Beicheng, where the Lin family had warned her not to harbor any thoughts of reconnecting with them. The audience was left astounded. Were the Lin family truly out of their minds? If it were me, I would embrace my daughter, who not only had ties with Sun Lao, but also connections with one of the 5 prominent families of Jingzhou, regardless of whether she was my biological child. Indeed, I would be elated to have such relationships. Yet, what were they thinking? Thankfully, I had refrained from engaging with them. Otherwise, I would have found myself on the blacklist of both this Lin lady and the esteemed establishment. My goodness, just moments ago, I had attempted to cozy up to the Lin family. Is it too late to distance myself now? As whispers filled the air, the 3 members of the Lin family felt as if they had been dealt a crushing blow, their minds blank as they stared incredulously at Lin Wu. They had never anticipated that she would seek to sever ties with them in front of so many witnesses. Lin Wu then declared, in the past, I received no kindness from you. In the future, should you prosper, I will not seek any benefit from you. From this day forward, we shall be as strangers. I bid you farewell. With that, Manager Song returned and promptly ushered the Lin family away. In a chapter, 084. This punch was willingly taken by me. Lin Shanghai finally grasped the situation and, in disbelief, exclaimed, Lin Wu, we have always been sincere towards you. We even invited a master from the Qianqian Association to teach you. The challenges of securing the presence of members from the Piano Association are well understood. At that time, we were unaware of your esteemed connection as a direct disciple of Master Sun, yet we earnestly sought your participation, demonstrating our sincere regard for you. How can you now turn your back on us? If Lin Wu has truly severed ties with them, it would render them incapable of re-entering Shanghai, leaving them without a means to rise again. Most critically, in an effort to maintain his dignity before the prominent figures of North City, he begrudgingly paid half a month's medical expenses to Elder Lin. His finances are nearly depleted. Without Lin Wu, would that not render his expenditure futile? Or would he reclaim his funds? Contemplating this, Lin Shanghai was increasingly reluctant to cut ties with Lin Wu. Fang Ruling, even more distressed, had just mocked the wealthy ladies with Lin Wu, only for Lin Wu to publicly announce this matter. How could she ever hold her head high before those affluent women again? With this thought, Fang Ruling forcefully pushed Manager Song aside, exclaiming, Lin Wu, our Lin family has supported you for over 10 years, providing for your every need. How can you be so ungrateful? Indeed, we once contemplated severing ties, but that was due to your defiance and the shame you brought upon us. How were we to know you possessed such an array of identities? If you had disclosed this earlier, it would have sufficed. Lin Zhangbai also glared at Lin Wu in displeasure, now that you have achieved success. You no longer desire your family. Is this how you repay us? Lin Wu retorted, I have already shown you and grandfather enough courtesy by refraining from physical confrontation. Someone, remove them from my sight. From this day forth, if anyone dares to covet my interests by collaborating with the Lin family, I may not retaliate against the Lin family, but I will ensure the demise of those who seek to exploit them. The crowd gasped in shock and instinctively recoiled from the Lin family trio. They had no desire to offend Lin Wu. It appeared that future collaborations with the Lin family would be impossible. Otherwise, the fate of Wu Pengfei would serve as a cautionary tale. The Lin family, stricken and enraged, longed to reprimand Lin Wu. Meanwhile, Lu Guiqi, who had long harbored disdain for them, advanced without waiting for their retort and delivered a forceful kick to Manager Song, scolding, What are those legs of yours for? Why are you just standing there? Get them out now. That evening, on their way back, he planned to have fewer people waiting to ambush them. With this thought, Lu Guiqi discreetly signaled Manager Song. Manager Song, bewildered, sensed that his boss was acting erratically, his already dim-witted mind now clouded further. However, in this context, even he understood Lu Guiqi's intent and promptly nodded, directing his staff to escort the Lin family members away. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, watching the Lin family struggle and hurl insults as they turned their attention to Lin Wu and then to the young master of the Lu family. Resolutely deciding to distance themselves from the Lin family in the future, vowing never to associate with them again. At that moment, Lin Wu descended from the stage and handed the microphone to the astonished President Zhou, reassuring him to continue with the soiree. With countless eyes upon her, Lin Wu approached Lu Guiqi and said, Let's go. All right. Lu Guiqi understood that Lin Wu intended to interrogate Wu Pengfei, so he followed her outside, whispering, Wu Wu, I instructed Manager Song to give those Lin family members a beating on their way back. Oh, Lin Wu replied nonchalantly. They'll likely end up in the hospital. I will inform Joey to ensure they are refused treatment. No hospital in North City should treat them. Lu Guiqi said gleefully. Lin Wu shrugged. Do as you wish. Once outside, the two ascended to the upper floors. As they entered the elevator, Lin Wu's phone suddenly rang. It had been resting in Lu Guiqi's coat pocket. Upon checking, she saw it was a call from Bo Yuding. She answered, Hello, I'm done here. How about you? Her words were abruptly cut off. Lu Guiqi turned to her. What happened? Lin Wu frowned, hearing Bo Yuding's voice on the other end. But just as he spoke a few words, a loud thud interrupted them, followed by the sound of the phone crashing to the ground. She called out for Bo Yuding, only to hear an irate male voice on the other end. Do you really think you can win? What if you're a Bo Yuding? Others may fear or respect you, but I do not. It was Lung Lin phone. Lin Wu immediately hung up and saw the elevator had reached their floor. She hurriedly exited towards the private room. Wu Wu, what is wrong? Lu Guiqi rushed after her. Lin Wu had no time to respond. Upon entering the room, she was too preoccupied to even glance at the bound Wu Pengfei. Instead, She opened a laptop and quickly found the information she sought. At that moment, Lu Guiqi stepped through the door. Without a word, he witnessed Lin Wu rise, take the car keys from the table, and say, "I'll step out for a moment. You continue the interrogation. I've informed you beforehand about what to ask." With that, she swiftly exited. Lu Guiqi was bewildered, calling after her, "Wait, Wu Wu, where are you going? Aren't you going to change into your evening gown? Wu Wu, please walk slowly. Be careful not to twist your ankle. I'll accompany you." However, he only saw Lin Wu wave her hand dismissively, signaling him not to follow, and she quickly disappeared from his sight. Confused, Lu Guiqi returned to the tea table, where he noticed the laptop screen Lin Wu had neglected to close, displaying a map with a red dot blinking incessantly. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the club, Bo Yuding stumbled against the edge of a table, only to receive a punch from Lung Linfeng that struck his left cheek, causing a trickle of blood to flow from the corner of his mouth. Steadying himself against the table, he cast a vague glance at his shattered phone on the floor, and then at the unperturbed Lung Linfeng, who had just made a phone call in secret. Bo Yuding straightened up, wiping the blood from his mouth with his finger and murmuring, "For this strike, I willingly accept it. That is sufficient." "What did you say?" Lung Linfeng's expression darkened slightly. Bo Yuding raised his eyelids to regard him, a faint smile gracing his lips. In the next moment, he lunged forward, retaliating with a swift and precise punch. Lung Linfeng, caught off guard, staggered several steps back from the impact, with a glimmer of malice in his eyes. He observed Bo Yuding roll up his sleeves and prepare to attack once more, accompanied by a mocking laugh. End of this chapter. 085. He is my person. You have no right to interfere. When Lin Wu arrived at the club, the scene was in disarray, chaos reigning supreme. The club's owner and staff, drawn by the commotion, were paralyzed with fear, none daring to intervene, merely cowering in the corners, holding their breath. Not far away, Bo Yuding and Lung Linfeng were still engaged in combat, their strikes fierce and relentless, intent on not halting until one was left incapacitated. Observing their battered forms, Lin Wu noted their injuries. Though it was evident that Lung Linfeng bore the brunt of the damage, his face swollen and bruised. Nevertheless, her attention was immediately drawn to Bo Yuding, his face marred with visible bruises, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a truly pitiful sight. Lin Wu's expression hardened as she commanded, "Stop." The sudden command froze both men mid-action, and they turned to see Lin Wu. Lung Linfeng's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily stunned, particularly by the sight of Lin Wu in her elegant gown. Bo Yuding, closest to her, noticed immediately, his gaze darkening as he ceased his movements. However, Lung Linfeng, still dazed, failed to halt in time, his powerful punch landing squarely on Bo Yuding's shoulder. The next moment, Bo Yuding stumbled and fell to the ground, the area littered with shards of glass and broken dishes from their earlier confrontation. In a reflexive motion, he braced himself with his hand, inadvertently pressing against the sharp fragments, which pierced his skin, causing blood to seep out. Not far away, Lin Wu, upon witnessing the scene, felt a chill wash over her. She hurriedly lifted her skirt and rushed over, only to find Bo Yuding looking up at her, about to speak when he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lin Wu's expression changed drastically. Bo Yuding. She wanted to approach him, but he called out to her, "Don't come closer. It's a bit chaotic here, and you're wearing high heels. Be careful not to trip and hurt yourself." After speaking, Bo Yuding coughed weakly a few times, his face growing paler, with the arm that had taken a punch from Lung Linfeng hanging limply by his side. On the opposite side, Lung Linfeng wore a blank expression. "What are you pretending for? I clearly didn't hurt you. That punch wasn't enough to knock you down." Bo Yuding's cough intensified. "So, you are the young master of the Lung family. I brought you here simply to discuss business. If that is not agreeable, we could talk about something else. If you're unwilling, just say so. Why resort to violence?" Lung Linfeng, rarely unable to mask his emotions, glared at Bo Yuding with a look that screamed absurdity. "You were the one who provoked me first. How could that be?" "I came with sincerity," Bo Yuding said, his eyes widening slightly in feigned innocence, seemingly at a loss for a rebuttal. He then turned his gaze to Lin Wu. Clenching her fists, Lin Wu abruptly turned and confronted Lung Linfeng. His attention fixated solely on Lin Wu, he spoke in a husky voice. "Lin Wu, what is your relationship with him?" Before he could finish, Lin Wu suddenly swung a punch that landed squarely on Lung Linfeng's face. As he staggered back, caught off guard, she followed up with a swift kick, The entire sequence was so rapid that Lung Lin Feng had no time to react, and he found himself sprawled on the ground, instinctively bracing himself with his arms, which landed on the sharp shards, causing a fresh wave of warm liquid to flow out, more pungent than the previous blood. Lung Lin Feng's mind momentarily blanked as he slowly turned to look at Lin Wu. In the flurry of the earlier action, the suit jacket draped over her shoulders had fallen to the ground, revealing her stunning gown that was both striking and elegant, captivating him utterly, making it impossible for him to look away. Yet, the coldness in her gaze snapped him back to reality. My people are my concern. If you have offended young Master Lung in any way, I will handle it myself. It is not for you to meddle. Lin Wu spoke with deliberate emphasis. If I see you lay a hand on him again, regardless of who you are, I will ensure you are dealt with. With that, Lin Wu turned back to Bo Yuting and extended her hand to him. His gaze was fervent as he stared at her, a slight smile gracing his lips. He grasped her hand with his uninjured one, but did not lean on her for support. Instead, he rose to his feet unaided. Lin Wu's eyes fell upon his bleeding hand, her brow furrowing in concern. After a moment, she bit her lip and said, I shouldn't have let you come. Let's go back. Gently, she took Bo Yuting's hand and turned to lead him away. However, just as they took a step, Bo Yuting suddenly pulled her back. What is wrong? Lin Wu turned to him. Does it hurt too much? We can call a doctor here. To her surprise, he stepped closer, suddenly bending down to lift her in his arms. Call a doctor? Little girl, have you forgotten? I am the best doctor in Beicheng. Bo Yuting said with a low chuckle. The ground is too dirty. I don't want you to get tainted. I'll carry you out. Lin Wu was momentarily taken aback. This position made her somewhat uncomfortable. Considering Bo Yuting's injuries, she lightly struggled and insisted, It's really unnecessary. Put me down. I can walk by myself. That won't do. Bo Yuting glanced at Lung Lin Feng, his tone serious. I must be the one to ensure you don't touch anything else. But your injuries. Carrying you is no trouble at all. Without further debate, Bo Yuting strode forward with Lin Wu in his arms. Fearing that further resistance would exacerbate his wounds, Lin Wu reluctantly succumbed to his hold. Behind them, Lung Lin Feng stared blankly as they departed. Even after they vanished from sight, he remained in a stupor. The metallic scent of blood thickened in the air, and he looked down at his disheveled self, unable to contain his fury as he threw whatever was at hand, ignoring the sharp shards that cut into his palm. His chest heaved violently as he squeezed his eyes shut, taking a long time to regain composure. The wager Bo Yuting had mentioned earlier resurfaced in his mind. It was a gamble on whose heart would ache for whom. Undoubtedly, he had lost. As this realization struck him, a crimson glint flickered in his eyes as he muttered through clenched teeth, Bo Yuting, I will remember you. Meanwhile, Lin Wu and Bo Yuting had exited the club and arrived at the parking lot. Lin Wu, feeling awkward, said, That's enough. You can put me down now. Bo Yuting shook his head. Not yet. His Maybach was parked not far away. Once they reached the car, he set Lin Wu down, allowing her to sit steadily on the hood, while he positioned himself before her, his arms resting on either side of her body as he slightly leaned in to meet her gaze. How did you find me? Bo Yuting asked with a low laugh. I don't recall telling you where I was. Lin Wu candidly replied, I hacked into your phone and checked the location. But aren't you supposed to be interrogating that Wu Peng Fei now? Bo Yuting raised an eyebrow. You come to find me without worrying about delaying things? Lin Wu paused, then stated honestly, I noticed you were hurt by Lung Lin Feng, and I was worried about you, so I didn't think about anything else. These words struck Bo Yuting like a blow to the heart, leaving him feeling soft and tender. His gaze toward Lin Wu grew increasingly gentle. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly declared, Tonight, I won. Lin Wu looked up at him in confusion. What? Bo Yuting, with a hint of mischief, replied, You wanted me to distract Lung Lin Feng. Since I'm not familiar with him, I couldn't give myself away. After much thought, I finally concocted a somewhat reasonable excuse. Lin Wu instinctively sensed something was off. What excuse? Bo Yuting's gaze bore into hers, his tone deep and laced with an innocent allure. The only connection between Lung Lin Feng and me is you. We both know you. So, I used you as a reason to meet with him, and then I made a bet with him. If we come into conflict, who would you be concerned for? Lin Wu was speechless. The outcome is obvious. I won, Bo Yuting said, a hint of pride in his voice. Seeing his demeanor, Lin Wu felt a mix of irritation and amusement, her face darkening as she said, Aren't you afraid that excuse won't hold? Not at all. Why not? Do you really not know? He countered, his low voice carrying an unexplainable undertone. Lin Wu was perplexed. How would I know? Is it because he mentioned having seen me before? But I don't remember him, which shows we aren't familiar. If he truly came to meet you because he remembered me, then he is likely my enemy and bears a deep grudge. If that's the case. Pausing, Lin Wu regretfully added, I wish I had kicked him a few more times earlier. It would justify the animosity I've carried for so long. Bo Yuting looked momentarily stunned, realizing Lin Wu was serious and not feigning. Unable to hold back any longer, he burst into laughter, his eyes sparkling with delight. He was already handsome, and this smile made him breathtakingly so. Lin Wu couldn't help but look at him a few more times, but soon, she noticed a bruise on his face, which was hard to overlook and quite glaring. As Bo Yuting reached up to smooth a stray lock of hair from her forehead, he sighed with satisfaction. He lost. From now on, he won't be able to win against me. Unexpectedly, Lin Wu replied, let us go back. Huh? Bo Yuting raised an eyebrow. Lin Wu, almost unconsciously, reached out and touched the bruise at the corner of his mouth, saying, you should go back and treat your injury. In the future, refrain from such actions. Even if intentional, it is not worth enduring such grievances. With a gaze deepened, Bo Yuting inquired, are you not angry with me? Lin Wu replied nonchalantly, what is there to be angry about? You were merely fulfilling a task I requested. Yet, Bo Yuting persistently probed, what if it were Lung Linfeng acting in your name? Lin Wu instinctively frowned. The subtle displeasure only served to heighten Bo Yuting's delight, a strange sensation swelling within him, urging him to take action. However, gazing at the oblivious young lady before him, he restrained himself. He is not mine. Why should I demand he act under my name? Hypothetical? There are no hypotheticals. He and I are not of the same ilk, Lin Wu declared with conviction, her peripheral vision catching the bloodstains on Bo Yuting's other hand. She frowned and withdrew her hand, saying, enough of this nonsense. Hurry back and tend to your wounds. Yet, Bo Yuting suddenly grasped her hand. Taken aback, Lin Wu glanced at him and asked, what is it? Bo Yuting's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he chuckled softly, releasing her hand and ruffling her hair. Nothing. I just felt a bit of pain from my injury. Touching you seemed to alleviate it. I was uncertain earlier and wanted to test it. Shall we head back now? Lin Wu's attention remained on the hand that had just caressed her head. She slightly turned her head away and nodded. Let's go back. Bo Yuting stepped back, assisting her down and opening the passenger door for her. Lin Wu paused, glancing at her sports car not far away. Noticing her gaze, Bo Yuting asked, are you driving your car back? Lin Wu pondered for a moment and decided, forget it. I'll call Lu Guiqi to drive it later. With that, she entered the car. From Bo Yuting's perspective, he caught a glimpse of her delicate, porcelain-like shoulder, beautiful enough to captivate one's gaze. Yet, recalling that Lin Wu had arrived wearing Lu Guiqi's suit jacket and had spent the night with him, Bo Yuting felt a twinge of melancholy. He undid the buttons of his suit, leaned into the car, draping his jacket over her legs and fastening her seatbelt. It might be chilly with the air conditioning. My coat should keep you warm. Lin Wu accepted without protest, watching as he circled around to the driver's seat and slowly drove away. They both bypassed Shanghai, heading straight to Yujia Dun. On the way, Lu Guiqi called Lin Wu, inquiring about her whereabouts and the events that transpired. Lin Wu briefly explained the situation with Bo Yuting and Lung Linfeng. What? Lu Guiqi questioned, doubting his hearing. You mean Ninth Master was hit several times by that Lung fellow, bled, and is now weakly coughing? Lin Wu affirmed, her expression darkening at the thought. Despite Bo Yuting's intentionality, the injuries were real. Once injured, Lin Wu found it difficult to feel ease. Soon, she heard Lu Guiqi exclaim in surprise, Wu Wu. You weren't deceived by Ninth Master, were you? With his skills, he couldn't possibly be injured, let alone weak. Lin Wu responded. She took the call without avoiding the man beside her, and Bo Yuting heard every word clearly. With a scowl, he coughed heavily, his voice dangerously low. Lu Guiqi, if you have such confidence in my abilities, come find me tomorrow, and I shall show you if I am as you imagine. Lu Guiqi exclaimed, Wu Wu. You didn't mention Ninth Master was right next to you. He hurriedly added, No, I was just joking. Ninth Master, you would never deceive Wu Wu. You are incapable of such a thing. Bo Yuting coldly replied, Humph. Lin Wu cast a doubtful glance at Bo Yuting, contemplating that he indeed had some degree of intention behind his actions, possibly validating Lu Guiqi's claims. Yet, the injuries could not be denied. Having been hurt on the train, and now again, weakness was inevitable. Lin Wu said, Lu Guiqi, you seem to have a lot of time on your hands. Always watching others. If you are truly idle, come find me. I will accompany you for some practice. Lu Guiqi exclaimed, another round of being beaten. He feigned ignorance. Oh dear, it's getting late. I'm so tired. Wu, good night. We'll talk tomorrow. With that, he promptly hung up the phone. Lin Wu, do not fear that what he said is true. I am not seriously injured. Lin Wu glanced at the wounds on his face, remaining silent for a moment before replying. It's still quite serious. You look worse than before you were injured. Bo Yuding assumed her concern was genuine and replied modestly, it's nothing. I am not bothered. Lin Wu, perhaps you should care a little more. End of chapter. Upon returning to Yujie, Lin Wu observed Bo Yuding as he tended to his injuries before returning to her villa to change clothes and rest. The following morning, after waking and freshening up, Lin Wu donned a new outfit and stepped out, intending to take a taxi to retrieve her car from the club. She had forgotten to inform Lu Guiqi the night before. However, she unexpectedly encountered Bo Yuding, who, upon seeing her about to leave, decided to accompany her to Qianqian to see what sort of person Wu Pengfei was who had caused them so much trouble the previous night. Lin Wu, recalling that Bo Yuding had coughed up blood last night, frowned and said, you should rest at home. Bo Yuding replied, it does not hinder my movement. If I remain cooped up here without seeing the young lady, my mood will sour. A poor mood hinders recovery, slowing the process. Lin Wu questioned, what does seeing me have to do with it? It has everything to do with it. Bo Yuding stated earnestly, I consider you a friend. And given the depth of our relationship, that affection is quite significant, isn't it? Lin Wu pondered for a moment, finding no fault in his reasoning, and nodded. Naturally, seeing you brings me joy. A good mood aids in recovery, Bo Yuding continued. Lin Wu. Strangely, it made sense. Bo Yuding then added besides, you have already seen me thoroughly. You know I have no external injuries, only some internal ones. Going out is not a problem. Lin Wu. The logic was sound, yet felt oddly off. Wrinkling her brow in thought, she finally realized what felt amiss, stating, do not speak carelessly. I did not inspect you thoroughly. I only saw the injuries on your upper body. You checked the back yourself. Bo Yuding feigned innocence. ISNT seeing the upper body. Still seeing? Are you worried and wish to see everything? Lin Wu felt the conversation was veering into uncomfortable territory and decided to end it. She turned and walked away, leaving him to follow or not. Bo Yuding chuckled and followed, first driving Lin Wu to the club to retrieve her car before they headed to Qianqian together. Upon arrival, Lu Guiqi was waiting outside on the first floor. Upon seeing them, he wore an expression of disbelief. Ninth Master, your face, you really are injured? Bo Yuding responded irritably. Do I look like I'm pretending? Lu Guiqi immediately grew angry. That lung fellow. How about we go back and deal with him? I'll have someone bag him and beat him up tonight. Save your breath. With your intellect, you couldn't possibly capture Lung Linfeng. Lin Wu bypassed him and walked upstairs. Lu Guiqi chased after her, but that Lung fellow is bullying Ninth Master. We cannot let this slide. If today is inconvenient, we will find another opportunity. I refuse to believe we cannot find one. He then added, by the way, Wu, the Lin family was admitted to the hospital last night. They're probably still unconscious. Lin Wu looked at him in surprise, not expecting him to actually go through with it. At that moment, Bo Yuding, already aware of last night's events, heard Lu Guiqi's words and said with satisfaction, you finally did something worthwhile. Lu Guiqi clicked his tongue. If I weren't worried about making a scene and causing trouble, I would have gone myself. Lin Wu's gaze dropped slightly as she changed the subject. Where's Wu Pengfei? I've moved him to another room. Follow me. Lu Guiqi strode ahead, leading them upstairs until they reached the room where Wu Pengfei was being kept. Lin Wu glanced at the pale-faced Bo Yuding, expressing her concern. It seems it will take quite a while. If you're feeling weary, you should rest next door and not overexert yourself. Bo Yuding raised the corners of his lips in a feigned cough. All right. Lu Guiqi, who was in front, suddenly turned around, looking at Bo Yuding in astonishment, as if he had witnessed a transformation in the otherwise formidable figure of the ninth master of the Bo family. It was truly hard to imagine such a fragile side of him. He must share this juicy tidbit with his brother later. No, tonight. Upon entering the private room, they were greeted by several bodyguards who respectfully acknowledged their presence. Lin Wu directly pushed open the inner door, revealing a pitch-black room with heavy curtains drawn tight. Only a curled-up shadow could be vaguely seen in the corner. Lu Guiqi went over to draw the curtains open, flooding the room with light. The person on the ground stirred awake, struggling to shield his haggard face from the brightness. In just one night, Wu Pengfei had grown a stubbly beard and appeared particularly disheveled in his wrinkled clothing. As he slowly regained consciousness and saw Lin Wu and Lu Guiqi, he instinctively recoiled, retreating into the corner formed by the walls. Lin Wu stood by the door, arms crossed, glancing at Bo Yuding, who was leisurely peeling an apple on the sofa outside, before turning her attention back to Wu Pengfei. I hear you are quite adept at hiding. You've eluded capture for a month in the capital, and even the Qin Association could not locate you. Wu Pengfei trembled at her words, suddenly realizing something, and widened his eyes to question. Did Sun Lao tell you about my actions? I was expelled from the Qin Association long ago. Did he send you to interrogate me? Lin Wu impatiently pinched her fingers. Lu Guiqi, understanding the situation, stepped forward and patted Wu Pengfei's face, saying, just answer the questions without any nonsense. What Lu Guiqi did not know was that Wu Pengfei felt utterly despondent. Being expelled from the Qin Association in front of everyone was akin to public execution. He believed his future was bleak. In frustration, he shouted, I don't know what you're asking. I know nothing. Before he could finish, his voice erupted into a sharp scream. Lu Guiqi seized Wu Pengfei by the hair and slammed his head against the wall, leaving a crimson mark. Wu Pengfei's vision blurred, and he collapsed. Yet, he did not lose consciousness, for Lu Guiqi splashed a bottle of mineral water from the bedside table onto his face. At that moment, Lin Wu approached, squatting down before Wu Pengfei, stating, You will answer my questions. If you provide the answers I seek, you may leave unscathed. We will not make life difficult for you. Feeling dizzy from the sharp pain, Wu Pengfei crawled backward, fearfully gazing at Lin Wu and Lu Guiqi. Despite Lin Wu's beauty, he felt no desire. His first question was, Where did you hide while in the capital? Lin Wu inquired. Wu Pengfei gritted his teeth, weighing the consequences of answering or remaining silent, ultimately muttering, In the black market. Who is protecting you? That neither the Qin Association nor others could find you? Lin Wu pressed. Wu Pengfei remained silent, aware that he had someone backing him, someone influential, yet he could not reveal this without facing dire consequences. As he hesitated, Lin Wu coldly remarked, You must ponder this. After staying with me for so long without anyone coming to find you, do you think your benefactor still cares? Have you become a pawn of no value? Wu Pengfei suddenly looked up at Lin Wu. End of this chapter, 088. Ghost Street number 81. Her teacher Lin Wu contemplated Wu Pengfei's reaction and suddenly conceived an idea. A smirk graced her lips as she continued. I forgot to mention, I have been monitoring your whereabouts for the past 6 months. Everything you have done is crystal clear to me. Your abuses of the Qin Association's authority against those wealthy young ladies are already common knowledge, so I shall refrain from discussing that. Instead, let us delve into something more significant. For instance, you caused a ruckus on Ghost Street, yet no one from there came looking for you, indicating that someone with greater influence has resolved the matter on your behalf. Wu Pengfei's expression shifted slightly. Lin Wu, half squatting, elbows resting on her knees, continued, However, the aid you receive likely comes with conditions, does it not? Let me guess. Are you expected to leverage your prestigious identity as a member of the Qin Association to ingratiate yourself with certain prominent families? Wu Pengfei's hands clenched tightly on the ground. Lu Guiqi, lounging carelessly on the bed's edge, remarked in disbelief, Ingratiate? Is the person backing him out of their mind? He has already bullied their daughters. How could he possibly succeed in winning them over? Lin Wu countered, I have investigated, and it seems that Wu Pengfei has not targeted those of significant status. Instead, he has preyed upon those of lesser importance, which is why his benefactor has turned a blind eye to his actions. What do you intend to do? Wu Pengfei could no longer contain himself. Lin Wu stood tall, looking down at him, speaking slowly. Now that you no longer hold the status of a Qin Association member, and the world knows you have offended me, you will have no further ties with them. Will your benefactors still protect you? Wu Pengfei gritted his teeth, his head bowed in silence. Yet, his reaction confirmed Lin Wu's suspicions. She continued, If you were to cooperate and reveal who is protecting you, I might consider extending a hand to ease your circumstances. But if you stubbornly refuse to provide the answers I seek, I could easily let you leave. Lu Guiqi understood and clicked his tongue, mockingly adding, Think carefully, Wu. If you walk out of here, you remain the disgraced Wu master from last night, with no future ahead. Without your benefactor, will they still keep you around? When those you have offended learn that you are without support, will they show you mercy? Wu Pengfei's face turned pale. Lin Wu offered him no opportunity to respond. Addressing Lu Guiqi, have manager Song throw him out. With that, she turned to leave. All right, Lu Guiqi called out someone. Moments later, footsteps approacha. Wu Pengfei's mind raced with frantic thoughts, picturing terrifying scenarios. If you're to leave like this, the consequences of offending those people would be minor compared to the wrath of his benefactor. He knew that his backer would not let him off easily. In a surge of panic, Wu Pengfei sprang up, scrambling to grasp Lin Wu's leg, desperately clinging to her trousers, pleading, I will tell you. I will tell you. Just spare me. At that moment, Lin Wu had reached the door and met Bo Yuding, who sat outside with a plate of neatly sliced apples and a small pile of pomegranate seeds before him. He raised an eyebrow slightly, mouthing that she should hurry up and finish so they could eat. Lin Wu responded with a hum, turning her gaze back to Wu Pengfei and loosening her grip. I want tea. You must promise to protect me. Wu Pengfei stammered. Lu Guiqi stepped forward, forcefully pulling him away. Get your filthy hands off. Didn't you hear? Speak, or get out of here. Wu Pengfei stumbled, fearing that Lin Wu and Lu Guiqi would abandon him. He cried out. It's the head of the funeral industry in the black market. Who? Lu Guiqi asked, confirming he hadn't misheard. That person named Lung? Wu Pengfei replied urgently. I don't know who this Lung is, just that he is the head of the funeral industry. I don't usually see him. Only have a phone number to contact. But I know he is currently in North City. I came to North City to accept the Lin family's invitation because I couldn't stay in the capital anymore, and I am formally meeting him. However, for some unknown reason, he did not take the initiative to contact me regarding the meeting location, so I have yet to see him. Lu Guiqi, skeptical, glanced at Lin Wu for clarification. Lin Wu recalled the phone call she made that night and nodded, realizing that Wu Pengfei had indeed not lied. The reason that Lung Lin Feng did not proactively reach out to Wu Pengfei was likely due to the previous events involving Zhang Yuge, in which she had intervened. He feared that any further actions would lead her to trace him back. Unbeknownst to him, the Lin family had inadvertently delivered this lead to her doorstep. Lu Guiqi understood immediately and whispered, no wonder Lord Jiu humbled himself to meet that person named Lung last night. It was to keep him from attending the evening banquet at the Zhou family, right? Lin Wu agreed, gazing at Wu Pengfei, and inquired, is there anyone else besides the head of the 5 elements? Wu Pengfei hesitated, remaining silent. Lin Wu turned to leave. Startled, Wu Pengfei thought she would not let him off easily and blurted out, it's someone with the surname Hua. Lin Wu paused. Hua. Indeed. Wu Pengfei quickly stood up and said urgently, although I have the head of the funeral services number, I rarely contacted him. Everything I did was at the behest of a person named Hua. This individual is as inscrutable and formidable as the head of the funeral services. No matter who I offended, he could always smooth things over, instructing me to simply carry out his orders. Lin Wu turned to him, asking, what is this person's name? What do they look like? Who are they? Wu Pengfei replied, I don't know. Frustrated, Lu Guiqi rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront him. Wu Pengfei, frightened, retreated until he was nearly cornered against the bed, exclaiming, I truly don't know. My communication with this person has only been through phone calls. They always use disposable phones, which could not be reused after the call. They never disclosed their true information and forbade me from asking. You should inquire with the head of the funeral services. He must know. Suddenly recalling something, Wu Pengfei added, by the way, I know someone on Ghost Street who seems to know this Mr. Hua. Lin Wu asked who. Wu Pengfei replied, the cobbler residing at 81 Ghost Street. Lin Wu's expression changed slightly. Are you certain? Lu Guiqi, noticing Lin Wu's unusual reaction, asked in confusion, Wu, do you know him? Lin Wu furrowed her brow and astonishingly declared, he is my teacher. What did you say? He is your teacher? Wu Pengfei stared in disbelief, his eyes wide as if he had seen a ghost. Lu Guiqi also looked at Lin Wu in shock. Their conversation had not been conducted with any restraint. Thus the people outside heard everything clearly, including Bo Yuding. Bo Yuding, surprised, glanced towards the door, put down the fruit knife in his hand, and walked over. Meanwhile, Lu Guiqi's voice echoed, Wu, is this cobbler really your teacher? As far as I know, this cobbler holds a significant position on Ghost Street. Few dare to provoke him, and he is notorious for his unpredictable temperament and arrogance. Most importantly, he is a tailor, not the kind that sews clothes, but one who sews people. Lu Guiqi could not fathom how Lin Wu could have such a teacher. Lin Wu frowned and said, I am certain. I met him 2 years ago while gambling on Ghost Street. I lost a bet to him. According to the rules of Ghost Street, I was supposed to leave a hand behind, but he refused and instead suggested I learn from him. Lu Guiqi's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Learn to sew people? My goodness. I was wondering how you became so ruthless over the past 2 years. Lin Wu remained silent. Before she could respond, Lu Guiqi received a slap from behind, nearly causing him to stumble. He turned around, ready to question who had struck him, only to see Bo Yuding glaring coldly at him, prompting him to swallow his words. Bo Yuding stated, Speak again, and I will show you what true ruthlessness looks like. Lu Guiqi, cradling his head, protested, Well, compared to you, my Wu Wu is simply gentle, kind, and soft-hearted. Bo Yuding raised an eyebrow. Lu Guiqi quickly changed the subject. Wu Wu, what happened next? Did you really learn from him? Lin Wu's lips twitched. Do you think it is possible? He told me not to rush into fulfilling my obligations and that he would wait until I finished my college entrance examination to find him. He mentioned wanting me to enter some laboratory, claiming I had great potential. At this point, Lin Wu turned to the dazed Wu Pengfei and asked, Why did you say the cobbler knows this person with the surname Hua? Wu Pengfei wished he could vanish. What kind of person had he offended? With a pale expression, he replied truthfully, When I caused a disturbance on Ghost Street at Mr. Hua's request, he instructed me to find someone there to hide for a while until he handled the situation. The person he mentioned was the cobbler at 81. If the cobbler did not know Mr. Hua, how could I have hidden in his territory? He looked at Lin Wu, his expression turning earnest, almost as if swearing to the heavens. Everything I said is true. This is all I know. Lin Wu pondered for a moment, and then Bo Yuding interjected, Also, recount everything you have done for that Mr. Hua over the past 2 years. Wu Pengfei hesitated, but then thought that since he had already divulged so much, it did not matter if he shared a bit more. After all, if he said too little, Mr. Hua might not let him off the hook. It was better to provide more information to appease the person in front of him. With that in mind, Wu Pengfei immediately began recounting all he had done. He spoke for over 2 hours, detailing how many families he had courted, how he had done it, what benefits he had gained, and when he had contacted Mr. Hua. As Lin Wu listened, her frown deepened. She realized that Wu Pengfei was engaged in activities similar to those of Zhang Yuge, navigating among families of considerable standing in the capital, weaving an extensive web without attracting the attention of the top powers. By the end, Bo Yuding's expression had also turned grave, while Lu Guiqi's previously playful demeanor had vanished. Is that all you know? Can I be let go now? Wu Pengfei asked cautiously. Bo Yuding and Lu Guiqi turned to Lin Wu. She gazed intently at Wu Pengfei for a long moment before finally saying, Have someone throw him out. From now on, he is not to appear in the capital or even in Beijing. Wu Pengfei's eyes widened in disbelief. But you just said you would let me go. Lin Wu, with an incredulous expression, replied coldly, What I said before has nothing to do with the present. Have you ever considered letting those girls go? When you made my teacher faint, did you ever think he was the one who nurtured you? Wu Pengfei, panicking, stepped forward. But I provided you with the information you wanted. Lu Guiqi, irritated, muttered about him being redundant, then called in the people outside, gesturing for them to take Wu Pengfei away. The bodyguards quickly stepped forward, dragging the desperate and enraged Wu Pengfei out, leaving the room in silence. Bo Yuding squeezed Lin Wu's hand and asked, What are your plans? Lin Wu, slightly regaining her focus, looked at him and inquired, Did you anticipate this? Bo Yuding raised an eyebrow and said, While the clues obtained from Wu Pengfei are indeed promising, they involve someone you know, and you are not pleased. Lin Wu pressed her lips together. Lu Guiqi patted her shoulder and said, Oh, what does it matter? Based on what we have gathered so far, it merely indicates the existence of an organization that conflicts with our interests. It does not clarify whether they are friends or foes. Wu Wu, just return to the capital and ask your teacher for clarification. Lin Wu calculated the time and realized she should set off for the capital this weekend. It seems appropriate to seek clarity from the other party at the right moment. Perhaps the truth can be gleaned from their own words. Bo Yuding subtly brushed away Lu Guiqi's hand and addressed Lin Wu, stating, Let us proceed in this manner for now. The specifics can be discussed once we arrive in the capital. Lin Wu nodded in agreement. Lu Guiqi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wu Wu, are you returning to the capital? Perfect. We can go together. I have grown weary of staying in Beijing. Lin Wu replied affirmatively, Sure. Lu Guiqi continued, Once we are in the capital, do visit my family. You have no idea how curious my brother is about you. Bo Yuding interjected. She will be quite occupied. Lu Guiqi exclaimed, huh? Bo Yuding narrowed his eyes slightly and added, surely you do not believe she will have time to visit the Lu family amidst moving, enrolling in school, and searching for people in Ghost Street? Lu Guiqi, are you suggesting my young lady lacks sufficient engagements? Lu Guiqi sighed. Ah, indeed, there are many matters to attend to. Very well, you may visit my family another time. Lin Wu remarked, you both seem to be making decisions for me. Bo Yuding smiled gently. There is no need for formality. Lin Wu retorted, who is being formal with you? Is that so? Bo Yuding mused, in that case, let us dispense with formalities. Upon your return, do come to my home for a meal, and if you wish, linger a while longer. Lu Guiqi interrupted. Did you not just say that Wu Wu is too busy to visit my family? End of chapter. As Lin Wu prepared to depart, she sighed. Unwilling to engage in further idle chatter, I must return now. She turned to Bo Yuding and inquired, are you leaving? Bo Yuding's gaze flickered momentarily before he smiled. I will be heading to the hospital shortly. You should return. I can have Lu Guiqi accompany me later. Lu Guiqi grimaced, but I'm tired of staying at Shungue. I want to spend some time with Wu Wu. Bo Yuding looked at him quizzically. What did you just say? Where do you wish to go? Lu Guiqi replied. To the hospital with you. Only then did Bo Yuding's expression ease. He turned to Lin Wu and spoke softly. Please be cautious on your way back and watch for traffic. Lin Wu acknowledged with a brief okay as she picked up her bag and left. Lu Guiqi escorted her to the door, watching her walk away before returning to find Bo Yuding seated on the couch, seemingly lost in thought, absent-mindedly twirling a fruit knife. Having accompanied Bo Yuding for quite some time, Lu Guiqi had developed a certain intuition about him. At this moment, he approached and settled into an adjacent armchair, instructing the bodyguards to step outside before speaking. Master Gio, have you noticed something amiss? Bo Yuding glanced at him, took a bite of apple with a knife, and replied nonchalantly, if memory serves, the traitor I dealt with a few days ago was someone you brought to me. Lu Guiqi nodded solemnly. I discovered he was leaking your information. You had previously instructed that during your time in Beicheng, your whereabouts were to remain confidential, yet he chose to disclose them, revealing his treacherous intentions. Do you know to whom he relayed the information? Bo Yuding inquired. Lu Guiqi hesitated before shaking his head. I cannot say. That individual was quite obstinate. Even under your interrogation, he sought an opportunity to take his own life rather than divulge anything. If I cannot extract information from him, how could I possibly know? Is that so? Bo Yuding replied leisurely. Then how did you come to discover that he had leaked my information, while I did not? Lu Guiqi's expression shifted. Bo Yuding continued. Perhaps while you were engaged in some activity, he inadvertently revealed himself to you, and you subsequently informed me. Lu Guiqi's scalp tingled, and he quickly declared, I did not leak your information. I'm aware, Bo Yuding said. Lu Guiqi was taken aback. Bo Yuding added, if you possessed the audacity to do so, you would have eliminated your brother to ascend to power. Lu Guiqi's heart raced as he raised his voice slightly. I would never harm my brother. He is my brother. How could I possibly take what belongs to him? Bo Yuding regarded him with an inscrutable expression, simply asking, then tell me, to whom was he conveying information? For your brother's sake, I will not press you further. Initially reluctant to speak, Lu Guiqi's eyes brightened at Bo Yuding's words, only to hear him add, however, since Wu Wu is not well acquainted with your brother, I can inform her, and she would undoubtedly extract the truth from you. Lu Guiqi sighed, you are quite the strategist. No wonder you sought to dismiss your brother. He conceded, very well. I shall divulge. Over the past 2 years, I have not only conducted business in the black market, but have also extended my reach into Ghost Street. However, Ghost Street is notoriously insular, making it difficult for outsiders to gain acceptance. I invested considerable effort to establish a connection with a leader there. A few days ago, while dealing with a shipment I had sent over, I noticed one of your associates clandestinely communicating with that side. After a pause, Lu Guiqi's expression turned grave. It was indeed information meant for Jiang. Bo Yuding paused, fixing his gaze on Lu Guiqi. Is that truly the case? Indeed, Lu Guiqi exclaimed. I intended to inform you, but my brother forbade me from associating with Ghost Street. I feared you would learn how I came by this information and would inform my brother, which is why I refrained from telling you. When I heard Jiang's name earlier, I wanted to speak up, but I was taken aback to find out that Wu Wu considers him her mentor. He spread his hands. What could I do? I could not reveal this and risk causing a rift between you two. Bo Yuding frowned and asked, "Does Lin Wu know about this?" Lu Guiqi shook his head decisively. "I have not mentioned it to her." Bo Yuding pondered. The individuals surveilling him were likely the same ones who had ambushed him abroad, indicating a potential connection to the ongoing investigation into the 511 case. If they were not in opposition, there would be no reason for them to seek information on him. After a moment's contemplation, Bo Yuding remarked gravely, "Do not disclose this matter to Lin Wu. I will investigate this thoroughly once we arrive in the capital." Lu Guiqi nodded without hesitation. Meanwhile, Lin Wu had just returned to Shungue when she received a call from Elder Lin. Assuming it was a matter related to the hospital, she answered, "Grandfather, what is it?" Elder Lin spoke urgently. "Wu, I saw the news. Did you publicly sever ties with Shanghai and their party at the banquet hosted by the Zhou family last night?" Lin Wu furrowed her brow slightly, placing her keys down at the entrance before entering the living room to sit as she replied, "And if so, what of it?" Elder Lin hesitated, unsure how to respond. Lin Wu continued, "Did they not summon me back to hold a press conference to cut ties with me? Now they seem to have forgotten. I merely completed what they initially intended to do. Is there a problem with that? However, they genuinely wish to reconcile with you and sincerely want you to return to the Lin family," Elder Lin said, his voice tinged with regret. Lin Wu retorted, "What significance do they hold? Just because they wish for me to return does not obligate me to do so." Elder Lin's breath hitched, struggling to believe what he had just heard. Lin Wu added, "Moreover, grandfather, you only focused on the news of my severing ties with them. Did you not see the preceding events? Who was that Wu Pengfei they brought along? Were you not aware?" Elder Lin was momentarily stunned. "He disrespected me and offended me. Why did you not inquire about that?" Lin Wu replied. Upon hearing this, Elder Lin became somewhat anxious. "Did that master do anything to you? Are you all right?" "I am fine, but it is too late." "What?" Lin Wu queried. "Since when have you only regarded the Lin family in your eyes?" She continued, "In the past, when such matters arose, your first thoughts were always of me, concern for my well-being. Yet now, your inquiries revolve solely around the Lin family. You noted my severing ties with them, yet failed to acknowledge their actions, and furthermore, I am the disciple of the president of the Qin Association." She tugged at the corner of her mouth, asking with a hint of sarcasm, "Are you aware that I used to play the violin? The Lin family has exploited my connections, and I am to be grateful for their attempts to please me with things I do not need. Do you think that is feasible?" The elder Lin fell into silence. Lin Wu took a deep breath and said, "I will only ask this once. Grandfather, will you remain in North City, or will you accompany me to Beijing this weekend?" End of this chapter. Upon hearing this, the elder Lin was momentarily taken aback by Lin Wu's intention. She pressed her hand to her aching forehead and continued, "If you come with me to Beijing, I will ensure your well-being and seek out the finest doctors for your treatment. However, this is contingent upon your severance of ties with the Lin family and your resolve not to assist them any longer. Should you choose to stay in North City, I will not return. As a form of repayment for the years you have raised me, I will contribute to a portion of your medical expenses, but only to a limited extent." Lin Wu had initially thought to remain indifferent to the elder Lin's dealings with the Lin family, focusing solely on her own responsibilities. However, after that phone call, her perspective shifted. "I will give you half a minute to consider. Will you stay in North City or accompany me to Beijing?" The line fell into silence, as if the elder Lin had vanished. Lin Wu glanced at her watch, her gaze growing colder. After a full 5 minutes, just as she was about to hang up, the elder Lin's strained voice emerged. "Wu, can't you be a little more forgiving towards the Sheng family? They have realized their mistakes and wish to reconcile. We could return to how we once were." Lin Wu merely asked, "If I were not a master of incense making, not a disciple of the Beijing Music Association, nor acquainted with the owner of Shengui, but just an ordinary village girl, would they still acknowledge their wrongdoings, as you claim?" The elder Lin fell silent. Lin Wu nodded. "I understand your perspective now, grandfather. This is the last time I will address you as such. From now on, I will transfer funds to the hospital regularly, covering only part of your medical expenses, while the Lin family will assume the rest. If your dear son and daughter-in-law refuse to assist, then you shall fend for yourself. I will not bear any blame for that. Furthermore, you need not call me again." With that, Lin Wu decisively ended the call. After a moment's contemplation, she added the elder Lin's number to her blacklist and messaged Bo Yuding, informing him that he need not concern himself with the elder Lin's treatment any longer. The next moment, Bo Yuding called, inquiring about the sudden change in arrangements. Lin Wu succinctly relayed the essence of that phone conversation to him. After listening, Bo Yuding remained silent for a considerable time. When he finally spoke, he said, "I'm sorry." Lin Wu replied, Bo Yuding's tone turned grave as he continued. "I should not have urged you to give yourself and the elder Lin chance. Had I known he would wound your heart in this manner, I would have advised a clean break earlier." "I'm not heartbroken," Lin Wu said calmly. "I am merely somewhat disappointed." She had long anticipated that her grandfather would not forsake the Lin family, and had prepared herself for such an outcome. How could she possibly be heartbroken? Bo Yuding, you were entirely correct in your earlier assessment. When one hopes to be consumed by another, reflecting on it later will yield no regrets. That was precisely her current sentiment. Having done all she could, she would not regret or look back if her grandfather's future was less than satisfactory. Bo Yuding let out a barely perceptible sigh and gently proposed, "How about I prepare barbecue for you this evening?" Lin Wu glanced towards the kitchen and replied, "All right, I have a grill here." Bo Yuding added, "Then I shall bring a few cans of cold beer when I return. Today is special. You may indulge a little more, but not excessively, lest you suffer stomach pains in the following days, which would not be good for your health." Lin Wu was about to retort that she would not suffer from stomach pains, but suddenly realizing something, she exclaimed in surprise, "How did you know I?" Bo Yuding replied with a hint of amusement, "Sister Wu, are you not aware that I am the Chinese chief of the International Medical Organization? You do not think such a position is solely maintained through expertise in Western medicine, do you? Coincidentally, I also possess some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. Any lingering ailments you have, I could discern with a mere pulse reading." Lin Wu was left speechless. She knew she needed to keep her distance from this man for her own safety. "I am no longer interested in barbecue." With that, Lin Wu abruptly hung up the phone and went upstairs to attend to other matters. Nevertheless, Bo Yuding still arrived that evening and commenced grilling in her yard, the enticing aroma wafting through the villa, compelling Lin Wu to step outside despite her resolve. Seeing Bo Yuding waving at her from the yard, she inwardly scolded her wavering will and approached him with a stern face, stating, "Do not seek me out in the future." Bo Yuding, having already prepared a platter of barbecue, paid her no heed and insisted she sit down. Lin Wu fixated on the grilled meat and reiterated, "Did you hear me? You should come to see me less often. I also do not want to." Before she could finish her sentence, Bo Yuding stuffed a piece of meat wrapped in lettuce in her mouth. She instinctively chewed and swallowed, straightening her posture. Bo Yuding placed a can of cold beer in front of her, raising an eyebrow. What did the young lady just say? Lin Wu donned a disposable glove and began wrapping meat to eat, not bothering to look up as she replied, "It's bland. Add more chili." A smile crept into Bo Yuding's eyes as he responded, "All right." Lin Wu ate with great focus, savoring bite after bite, speaking little. Once she had eaten her fill, she suddenly noticed that most of the barbecue had vanished into her stomach, while Bo Yuding had barely touched it. Clearing her throat, she reciprocated, "You should eat. I'll handle the grilling." "Can that young lady even grill?" "No." Bo Yuding chuckled lightly. Seemingly feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Wu hastily defended herself. "It's merely grilling meat. It doesn't look too difficult." With that, she reached for the tongs to grab some meat, but Bo Yuding stopped her. "Between us, it suffices to have one person who can cook," he said with a gentle laugh. "Besides, I cannot bear to have a young lady toil over the barbecue. I will grill, and you can keep me company and converse, all right?" Lin Wu touched her nose and lifted her chin, conceding fine. Bo Yuding continued grilling leisurely and asked, "Have you ever considered finding your biological parents?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Wu shook her head. "Why would I seek them out? They have not sought me." She retorted, perplexed, "Why do you ask this?" Bo Yuding spoke softly, "I feel somewhat guilty towards you. I wish to do something that brings you joy." Lin Wu was taken aback. After a long pause, she replied, "You already have. Seeing you makes me happy." Bo Yuding looked at Lin Wu, whose expression was devoid of emotion and whose tone remained flat, feeling rather helpless. "You do not appear to be very happy," Lin Wu countered. "Then I would not have come out to see you." Bo Yuding swallowed, then suddenly proposed, "How about we not stay in North City any longer? Pack your bags tomorrow, and we shall leave the day after." Lin Wu was indifferent to the departure date, as there was no longer any reason for her to remain in North City. "Then let it be the day after tomorrow." End of this chapter. Although she resolved to depart swiftly, Lin Wu found herself unable to leave for the following afternoon. Members of the Lin family directly visited the Jiadi Yuan. At that moment, Lin Wu was at home packing her belongings. She wished to take everything with her, but was disinclined to tidy up, resulting in a disheveled pile in the living room, contemplating addressing it later that evening. Before long, Bo Yuding, who was still nearby, called to inquire about her progress. Lin Wu casually mentioned her situation, prompting Bo Yuding to come over and assist her. To Lin Wu's surprise, Bo Yuding was remarkably efficient. Many items that made her head ache were swiftly organized by him. "You are quite adept at household chores," Lin Wu remarked, trailing behind him, before eventually concluding with this observation. Bai Yuding raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What? Do you wish to live with me so you need not worry about the mess at home?" Initially, he intended it as a jest, yet unexpectedly, Lin Wu began to ponder the suggestion, nodding slightly as she replied, "It's not out of the question." She disliked having others in her home, thus rarely employed domestic help, opting instead for occasional cleaning services, which left her abode in a state of disarray. The thought of someone tidying up for her seemed rather appealing. As Lin Wu scrutinized Bai Yuding, her satisfaction with him grew. Bai Yuding was momentarily stunned, an unexpected joy washing over him. Before he could articulate a response, an urgent ringing of the doorbell interrupted them. Lin Wu frowned, glancing towards the outside, and said, "You carry on. I shall see who it is." Bai Yuding gently nodded in agreement. As Lin Wu turned to leave, she recalled something and looked back at Bai Yuding, stating, "By the way, do not touch the books on the shelf in the study. May I access the other rooms and areas at will?" Bai Yuding asked with a knowing look. Lin Wu, without hesitation, nodded and then exited, only to find Lin Shanghai and Feng Ruling waiting at the door. After just 2 days apart, they appeared as though they had endured some hardship, their faces lined with weariness, and strands of gray peppered their hair. Lin Wu frowned and asked, "What brings you here?" Upon seeing her, Feng Ruling immediately erupted. "Lin Wu, you have gone too far. I have never encountered such an ungrateful wretch as you. How can you still face the world?" Lin Wu's expression darkened. "Do you even comprehend what you are saying?" "Of course." Feng Ruling continued to rant. "After all, my Lin family has supported you for over a decade. How could you treat us like this?" Lin Wu's patience wore thin as she stepped forward to open the door. In contrast to Feng Ruling's irrationality, Lin Shanghai retained some composure, albeit with gritted teeth. "Lin Wu, did you orchestrate the severing of partnerships with the Lin family group as collaborators? Now, the company's stock has plummeted. Funds have dried up, and banks are reluctant to extend loans to us. Is this your doing?" Lin Wu retorted with cold sarcasm. "Do you suffer from paranoid delusions? Is the Lin family a divine lineage? Why would I waste my time revolving around it?" As Lin Shanghai prepared to respond, Feng Ruling could no longer contain her rage, shouting, "Who else could it be? The situation for the Lin family is dire. Are you satisfied now? You must explain yourself today." Her words abruptly morphed into a scream as Lin Wu struck her hard across the face, abruptly halting her tirade and causing Feng Ruling to stumble and fall. Stunned into silence, Feng Ruling could hardly comprehend. Lin Shanghai, taken aback for a moment, erupted in fury. "Instead of reflecting on your behavior, you dare lay hands on us? Lin Wu, do you truly believe you have grown invincible?" Lin Wu pressed the intercom on the wall to summon security. Then, without further ado, she kicked Lin Shanghai, sending him crashing to the floor. She exerted no effort to soften the blow. Lin Shanghai gasped, pain radiating from his core, feeling as if blood was rising in his throat. "First, I've severed ties with you. Do not trouble me again, or I shall make you pay dearly. Second, your family's affairs are of no concern to me. I have no interest in managing your problems, nor do I have time to waste on you. Third, since you have so wronged me, I shall indulge your self-delusions." With that, Lin Wu retrieved her phone and dialed Zheng Qi's number in front of Lin Shanghai and Feng Ruling. The call connected swiftly. "Boss, is there something urgent?" Lin Wu replied coldly. "The small company under the Lin family group. Ensure they go bankrupt and are absorbed. I expect results by 9 tonight. Understood?" The other party hesitated momentarily, but then affirmed respectfully. "Understood." Lin Wu hung up, casting a lofty gaze upon the bewildered Lin Shanghai and Feng Ruling. "What you feared has come to pass. Relish your remaining moments with that failing company. Should you disturb me again, I shall not spare you or anyone associated with you." Both were rendered speechless. Upon grasping her intent, Lin Shanghai, gritting his teeth against the pain, shouted, "What delusions are you entertaining? Yes, you may have some backing, but do you truly think the Lin family is so easily intimidated?" Feng Ruling further accused, "How can someone be so shameless to turn against those who once nurtured you? Are you not afraid of retribution?" Lin Wu, weary of their antics, turned and entered the villa, shutting the door behind her. Lin Shanghai and Feng Ruling, unwilling to accept defeat, scrambled to the door, demanding that Lin Wu provide them with an explanation. The Lin family faced a crisis, and other prominent families in North City hesitated to engage with them due to Lin Wu's actions at a recent charity gala, leaving them in a precarious situation. In desperation, they turned to Lin Wu for assistance. Lin Shanghai had even sought out the elder Lin, pressuring him to persuade Lin Wu to intervene or at least declare their familial ties to encourage collaboration with others. However, the elder had remained silent, eventually stating that Lin Wu was about to leave. At that, Lin Shanghai could no longer contain himself and, accompanied by Fong Ruling, made his way to the Yujia Emperor Garden to confront Lin Wu, expending considerable effort to gain entry. Spotting Lin Wu, who was resolutely moving inside, Lin Shanghai called out to her urgently. Yet, before he could utter more than a few words, the property management arrived with security, swiftly escorting them away. Not only did they fail to achieve their objective, but they were also unceremoniously ousted from the premises, being warned that any future trespassing would be at their own risk. Standing by the roadside, their faces pale with despair, Fong Ruling panicked at the thought of the mockery they would face from the wealthy ladies should the Lin family truly falter. Lin Shanghai, equally flustered, could only utter that he did not know what to do. Just then, his phone rang, revealing a call from his assistant. Fearing further trouble at the company, he hastily answered. Upon hearing the news from the other end, Lin Shanghai's expression shifted dramatically. Disbelief etched on his face as he exclaimed, "What did you say? Who is attempting to acquire us? Yunka International Group?" In a chapter, meanwhile, Lin Wu returned to the villa, just in time to see Bai Yuding hastening down the stairs. He appeared rushed, his demeanor as cold as ice. Upon noticing her, he paused momentarily before striding toward her, scrutinizing her appearance. "What happened?" Lin Wu inquired. Bai Yuding's voice was frosty as he stated, from a certain room upstairs. "I witnessed through the balcony that the Lin family had arrived. They berated you, did they not? Did they lay hands on you?" Lin Wu was momentarily taken aback, responding, "Did you not watch the entire scene?" Bai Yuding frowned. "I saw you strike them across the face and deliver a kick." Lin Wu inquired, puzzled. "Then why would you assume I was being bullied?" "I only caught that part before descending, unaware of what transpired afterward," he replied, meticulously inspecting Lin Wu for any signs of distress. Finding her unharmed, with not a crease in her clothing, he finally relaxed. "You cannot let this go unchallenged. I shall avenge you." "Not necessary," Lin Wu interjected, grasping his arm. "I have not swallowed my anger, since they enjoy imagining that I would harm them. I will simply fulfill their wish. After today, the Lin family shall cease to exist in North City." Bai Yuding regarded Lin Wu intently, asking, "Is there anything you require my assistance with? If you're concerned about the elder Lin and hesitate to take decisive action, I could." Lin Wu calmly replied, "There is no hesitation remaining. Do not mention them again. It brings only bad fortune. Have you tidied up upstairs? I feel guilty for continuously burdening you. I shall handle a few things myself. Not to worry, I will finish up swiftly." Bai Yuding contemplated for a moment, grasped her hand, and led her to the kitchen where he washed a plate of strawberries and handed it to her, gently saying, "You can enjoy these while you wait for me." Lin Wu's gaze fell upon the strawberries, and after a brief pause, she accepted them. Bai Yuding then turned and ascended the stairs. At that moment, Lin Wu suddenly remarked, "I've arranged for the collection of the Lin family's company. There are still matters that need to be addressed, so I want to be able to leave for a while. It will likely take several days to sort everything out. Perhaps we should leave on the weekend." Bai Yuding replied softly, "That is quite all right. I have a private jet, and we can depart at any time." Lin Wu nodded, watching Bai Yuding ascend, while she absently savored the strawberries. Although Lin Wu had set a guideline of finishing by 9 o'clock in the evening, she received a report call from Zheng Qi in the late afternoon. The Lin family company had declared bankruptcy. Naturally, the Lin family was unable to accept that their company had fallen into the hands of others. Zheng Qi took a rather blunt approach, publicly exposing various scandals from the Lin family's past and reporting them to the relevant authorities to investigate issues such as tax evasion. Consequently, the company was forcibly sealed, and a wave of substantial debts ensued, driving the Lin family to the brink of madness. "Boss, I've already made arrangements with the department. The transfer procedures for the Lin family company can be completed tomorrow morning, although it appears that the company is still under investigation. This does not hinder your status as the actual legal representative," Zheng Qi reported. He was rather stingy, providing not a single extra cent to the Lin family, while employing some underhanded tactics to ensure that the negative aspects and debts remain with them. At the moment Lin Wu received this call, she was at her study, perusing a financial English original. With an impassive expression, she said, "All right. Once the Lin family officially hands over control, you can ask Zheng Yuan for a few individuals to manage the company. By the way, change its name as well." "Yes. I will send the relevant documents to your email for your review," Zheng Qi responded. Lin Wu acknowledged with a sound. Just as she was about to hang up, Zheng Qi hesitated and added, "Also, boss, I've noticed something quite peculiar about the Lin family group." "What is it?" Lin Wu inquired. Zheng Qi elaborated during the transfer. "I briefly reviewed the operational history of the Lin family over the years and discovered that someone has been intermittently supporting them." This revelation caused Lin Wu to pause her reading, slowly lifting her head to ask, "What do you mean?" Zheng Qi detailed, 18 years ago, the Lin family was merely a small company, but unexpectedly received assistance from a benefactor, allowing them to rise into the ranks of the affluent in North City. Although this benefactor has not supported the Lin family in recent years, many of the businesses they collaborated with have direct or indirect connections to this benefactor, appearing whenever the Lin family faced operational difficulties, thereby sustaining their existence until now. Lin Wu furrowed her brow. She had suspected that with the Lin family's character, it would have been impossible for them to manage a company of that scale years ago without someone else's elevation. She closed the book and asked, "Did this person also intervene during your acquisition of the Lin family today?" Zheng Qi asserted, "Not at all. Across Huagua, and even in Region R, who would dare to vie with us? Besides, the Lin family is no longer a coveted asset, so there is even less reason for this person to assist them. But you might be surprised at who this benefactor is." "Who?" Lin Wu felt a flicker of interest. Zheng Qi, with a complicated expression, replied, "It's the Gu family from the 5 prominent clans in the capital." Lin Wu was taken aback, sitting up straight. Really? She had a fair understanding of the political landscape in the capital, recognizing that the 5 prominent families were the Bo, Liu, Gu, Chong, and Lu families, all of whom boasted a century of lineage with deep-rooted foundations. The relationships and influences they were entangled with were extraordinarily intricate. Most critically, although these 5 families were grouped together, the interests they represented were entirely divergent. For instance, the Gu family, associated primarily with the military, did engage in business but was not on par with the commercial giants of the Liu family. Furthermore, the Gu family members had always maintained a low profile, refraining from taking sides or openly supporting anyone in the ongoing struggles within the capital. Why would they assist an obscure Lin family in North City 18 years ago? "Have you found out why the Gu family helped the Lin family?" Lin Wu asked. Fengyi, equally perplexed, replied, "No. The Gu family support for the Lin family was kept very discreet. Had I not been reviewing the Lin family's documents for the acquisition, it might have gone unnoticed. Perhaps you could inquire with the Lin family?" Lin Wu shook her head decisively. "No. I have severed ties with the Lin family and will not waste time seeing them again. It serves no purpose other than to add to my frustrations. Since the Gu family has not intervened to assist the Lin family this time, we need not concern ourselves with them. What if they decide to intervene later?" Zheng Qi asked, "Boss, I'm worried that the Gu family might not have realized the Lin family's predicament yet, but once they do, they may take action. Should we prepare for that?" Lin Wu replied nonchalantly, "You handle it as you see fit. If the Gu family chooses to oppose us on behalf of the Lin family, we will respond in kind. There is nothing to fear." Zheng Qi respectfully acknowledged her command. Lin Wu caught a glimpse of her phone and suddenly received a call from Bai Yuding. She ended her call with Zheng Qi and answered Bai Yuding's call. "What is it?" After a brief silence on the line, a voice tinged with amusement responded, "Sister Wu, may I inquire about your relationship with Yunka Group?" Lin Wu was momentarily stunned and only reacted when the man repeated the question. Earlier, she had mentioned to Bai Yuding her intention to acquire the Lin family company. But now the external narrative suggested that Yunka had taken over the Lin family, leading Bai Yuding to associate her with Yunka. She returned the book to the shelf and replied, "There is no significant relationship. I happen to know some executives at Yunka, and they recognize my talent for making money. So they offer me a lucrative position. So, you're considered one of the executives?" Bai Yuding inquired, his tone slightly elevated. Lin Wu confirmed with an affirmative sound, then walked over to her desk, sat down, and began jotting down notes with a pen, stating, "I suppose so. Utilizing them to acquire the Lin family makes things easier." Bai Yuding responded with an ambiguous sound. Lin Wu, wishing to steer the conversation away from this topic, asked, "Is there anything else?" "Yes." Bai Yuding's tone turned serious. "Wu Pengfei has disappeared. Lin Wu paused her writing, taken aback. Disappeared? Bai Yuding continued, I had people investigate. He vanished from North City, and we cannot locate him anywhere. I have also alerted the capital, but they have found no trace of Wu Pengfei. Lin Wu asked, could it be those individuals he offended earlier? Unlikely. Bai Yuding stated with conviction. Those people don't possess the capacity to make someone vanish without a trace. The only one I can think of who could execute such an act is Lung Linfeng. Lin Wu interjected, understanding his implication. Bai Yuding affirmed, indeed, he might have extracted information about your interrogation from Wu Pengfei. Given the sensitive nature of those matters, it's hard to ensure he won't take action upon learning about it, so you should be cautious in the coming days. I'm concerned he may target you. Lin Wu's expression tightened as she twirled the pen in her hand, saying, I understand. Seeing that there was nothing further to discuss, Lin Wu hung up the phone, lost in thought as she stared at the screen. Over the following days, Lin Wu remained within the confines of the Yujiadi courtyard. It wasn't due to apprehension regarding Lung Linfeng's potential actions, but rather the pressing issues stemming from the beleaguered Lin Company. After finally resolving the matter of the company's seizure, Zheng Qi uncovered numerous hidden dangers. After reporting to Lin Wu, she spent several sleepless nights replacing problematic individuals within the Lin Company and re-establishing a development outline along with various operational strategies, gradually steering the company towards a positive trajectory. This left Lin Wu feeling somewhat regretful about her involvement with the Lin family. She had initially aimed to rectify the Lin family's misdeeds, yet found herself bearing the brunt of the hardships. In the past, she had surprisingly advised Yun Ku to collaborate with the Lin family, all for the sake of the venerable Lin patriarch. How much had they lost in the process? The more Lin Wu pondered, the more she felt that her previous self was utterly foolish. By Saturday, Lin Wu finally managed to carve out some time to visit the Yujiadi Yuan, intending to check on the Lin family before heading to the capital the next day. She planned to transfer some decision-making authority to Zheng Qi's people, thus alleviating her own burdens. However, Lin Wu was unable to make the visit. Just as she drove out of Yujiadi Yuan, a Rolls-Royce suddenly blocked her path. Had Lin Wu not reacted quickly and stopped in time, she would have collided with it. Frowning, she attempted to steer around the vehicle, only to see a familiar figure emerge from the driver's seat. Lin Wu halted. The man strode over, stopping at her car door, and tapped on the window. Lin Wu's frown deepened as she lowered the window and coldly asked, What do you want? Lung Linfeng gazed intently at Lin Wu, his emotions unreadable, and said, Let's talk. Not interested, Lin Wu decisively rejected, about to raise the window again. But Lung Linfeng pressed down on it, his voice halting her intentions. Don't you want to know where Wu Pengfei has gone? Lin Wu looked up at him, and after a moment replied, What does it matter to me? He has been expelled from the Qin Association and is no longer a member. I have no obligation to concern myself with him. Lung Linfeng smirked slightly. You know that's not what I meant. I don't understand what you mean. Lung Xiao, Lin Wu replied indifferently. Lung Linfeng realized that if he approached Lin Wu indirectly, she would play the fool better than anyone else, making it impossible to extract the information he truly sought. He leaned closer, his handsome face near Lin Wu's, and said, Did you not already know that Wu Pengfei and I are connected? That night at the Zhou family's banquet, Master Bo only wanted to delay me from going to Shangue, right? After all this circling, don't you want to understand the entire truth? Lin Wu frowned at him, then said after a while, Whatever can be investigated, I will find out myself. I'm no longer interested. Then you don't want to know who I really am? Lung Linfeng suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Lin Wu's eyes narrowed. While she was indeed no longer interested in the previous matters, this piqued her curiosity. She despised the feeling of not having complete control over the chessboard and disliked the presence of unexpected variables that could become troublesome time bombs. Yet, she had never been able to uncover Lung Linfeng's true background. Lung Linfeng straightened up and said, If you wish to know, come with me. After uttering this, he returned to his car and drove off. Lin Wu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately pressed down on the accelerator to follow him. She assumed that Lung Linfeng would take her to some discreet establishment for a private conversation, but unexpectedly, he brought her directly to the Lung family home. After parking, Lin Wu stepped out to gaze at the villa before her brow furrowing once more. Rest assured, there's no one else here. We won't be disturbed. Lung Linfeng assured her as he walked inside. Lin Wu contemplated for a moment and followed him in. After all, she was not worried about Lung Linfeng causing her harm. He might not even be able to overpower her. Upon entering the Lung residence, Lin Wu discovered it to be completely deserted, devoid of servants. And the entire villa was eerily quiet. Lung Linfeng did not lead her inside the main villa, but took her to the backyard, where he instructed her to sit in a gazebo while he turned to leave. When he returned, he brought a fine tea set, carefully removing the prayer beads from his wrist before preparing the tea. Lin Wu's gaze fell upon the beads. She had noticed them during their first meeting. The subsequent times she saw Lung Linfeng, he always concealed them with his sleeve, and she had scarcely given them another thought. It's hard to imagine someone like you would believe in Buddhism, Lin Wu remarked casually. Lung Linfeng shook his head, replying solemnly, I do not believe. His gaze lingered on the beads before shifting to Lin Wu, as he stated, these beads were given to me by someone very important in my life. She said that upon our next meeting, I could be recognized by these beads. Lin Wu responded, then who exactly are you? How did you become Lung Linfeng of the Lung family in North City when you are clearly the head of the 5 elements? She scrutinized him, questioning whether he was wearing human mask. Lung Linfeng replied, you probably wouldn't believe me if I told you, so why not touch it yourself? Lin Wu was taken aback, looking at Lung Linfeng, then disinterestedly stated, no need. You're not Bo Yuding, why would I touch it? Lung Linfeng paused in his tea preparation. His dark eyes fixed on Lin Wu as he asked, aren't you curious about what I originally looked like? Not curious. No, you are curious. I'm not curious. You must be curious. Lung Linfeng's tone rose, his expression darkening. Lin Wu glanced at him, unfazed, and said, I came here to discuss serious matters with you. If you won't speak, I will leave. A mix of restraint and frustration filled Lung Linfeng's eyes, but he ultimately couldn't hold back and impulsively asked, if it were Bo Yuding here today, would you still act this way? Lin Wu frowned. It has nothing to do with him. Lung Linfeng smirked derisively, as if mocking someone, pouring 2 cups of hot tea, one of which he pushed toward Lin Wu. Your lack of curiosity about my matters indicates that I have never mattered to you. If Master Bo were here, you would likely pursue the truth until you were satisfied. Lin Wu's patience wore thin, and she turned to leave. Just then, Lung Linfeng's voice rang out, I have always been the head of the 5 elements, as well as Lung Linfeng. Lin Wu halted her steps. Lung Linfeng continued calmly, over a decade ago, I accompanied my father to the Dayu Mountain in Lingnan, where I encountered the head of the 5 elements funeral service. My father inadvertently saved him, and in gratitude, he took me as his disciple. 3 years ago, he passed away in an accident, and I inherited his position as the new head of the 5 elements. If you do not believe me, you can certainly seek out the people from the funeral service. They will confirm my story. Lin Wu turned to face Lung Linfeng. Then what happened with the car accident? Why did you suddenly go to Lingnan after that? Lung Linfeng replied, that car accident was deliberate, not an accident. Upon waking in the hospital, I heard my parents say they couldn't find any leads, so I resorted to black market means to investigate and eventually traced it back to Lingnan. I went there to uncover the truth, and while in the mountains, I was bitten by a poisonous snake. Fortunately, Zhang Yuga happened to pass by and saved me. That's not right, Lin Wu interjected sharply. In Lingnan, there was already someone who had died from snakebite. Zhang Yuga. Lung Linfeng snorted coldly. Indeed, the real Zhang Yuga is dead. He saved me, and seeing that I was unable to move, he brought me to his home to recuperate. However, he should never have followed me that night when I went out to meet someone. He stumbled upon those secrets himself. His short life was a consequence of his own actions. Lin Wu's brow knit tightly. He saved you. Lung Linfeng calmly took a sip of tea. Thus, I ensured his family was sent abroad to live in comfort. I initially intended for Zhang Yuga to appear as if he died accidentally while I arranged for his family to be settled, but those people insisted on causing a scene, so I had no choice but to ensure they would never return. Lin Wu was left speechless. After a long pause, she inquired, what about the fake Zhang Yuga? That was arranged by the person I needed to meet, Lung Linfeng explained. Zhang Yuga's family is also abroad and will not expose him, so I simply used his identity. He disguised himself as Zhang Yuga to accompany me to North City, mingling with those families while secretly observing them to select suitable candidates. Even if one day he is discovered, the only identity that will be revealed is Zhang Yuga. They will never know who he truly is. Finally, Lin Wu returned to her seat and asked, what exactly are you selecting people for? Is Wu Pengfei also mingling with those families in the capital? Lin Wu was particularly interested to know if they had set their sights on the Qin Association or her mentor, Mr. Sun. However, Lung Linfeng shook his head and replied, I am afraid I cannot divulge that information. Yet, I can tell you this. Those who collaborate with me are beyond your reach. Lin Wu scoffed. Is there anyone in Huagua that I cannot contend with? Lung Linfeng countered. What, they are not from Huagua? Lin Wu keenly inquired. From Regionar? Lung Linfeng evaded that topic, making an ambiguous statement. As I previously advised, I urge you to stop here and refrain from further investigation. Furthermore, I have already taken care of Wu Pengfei. What does that mean? Lin Wu asked. It means he will not see the light of tomorrow, Lung Linfeng replied calmly. Lin Wu's heart skipped a beat. Just like the false Zhang Yuga, Lung Linfeng neither confirmed nor denied, yet the implication was evident. Lin Wu's expression turned cold as she said, Your intention to silence him is your concern. Do not presume to invoke my name while you do so. Lung Linfeng tightened his grip and responded, Do you realize that if those individuals discover Wu Pengfei has been with you, and that you have investigated Zhang Yuga, they will not spare you? I am looking out for your best interests. Lin Wu, seemingly indifferent, remarked, They won't spare me? Quite the opposite, let them come. I am eager to see what capabilities they possess to create such turmoil. Lung Linfeng's tone grew irritated. Lin Wu, shouldn't your focus be on my intentions for your sake? He gazed at her, articulating each word with emphasis. I expended considerable effort to locate Wu Pengfei and meticulously erased all traces he left behind. I'm doing all of this for your benefit. So what? Lin Wu struggled to comprehend. You cannot possibly expect me to be grateful, can you? Lung Linfeng pressed his lips together and stated, Do not go to Jingzhong. Why? Lin Wu inquired. Lung Linfeng continued, I know you intend to leave, but Jingzhong is not suitable for you. For your own good, remain in Beicheng. At least here, I can protect you. This statement amused Lin Wu. After all these years, she had never heard anyone so brazenly claim they would protect her. However, before she could respond, a familiar, somber voice interrupted from behind. Lin Wu, no need for your concern. Startled, Lin Wu turned to see Bo Yuding striding toward them from outside the Lung residence. Lung Linfeng, however, was not surprised by Bo Yuding's arrival. He shot a cold glance at him as he approached. Uninvited, is this the way of Master Bo? Presumptuous. Do you believe your ways are commendable? Bo Yuding retorted, pulling Lin Wu protectively in front of him. What she does is none of your business, Lung Xiaoya. Learn to accept defeat. Having lost last time, do not embarrass yourself again. He then turned to Lin Wu, speaking softly, I prepared an elaborate meal at home for you. Come back with me for dinner, shall we? Lin Wu, regaining her composure, did not ask further in front of Lung Linfeng and merely nodded. After all, it seemed Lung Linfeng had said all he intended to say. Bo Yuding's demeanor softened as he smiled. Let us go. Ignore this person. Lung Linfeng tightened his grip on his cup and abruptly declared, Wu Pengfei is still of use. I should not have dealt with him, but I did it to protect you. Lin Wu, I have gone to such lengths for you. Surely you could do this one thing for me. Stay in Beicheng. Would it not be agreeable? End of this chapter. Upon hearing this, Bo Yuding furrowed his brow, casting a cold look at Lung Linfeng. Your dealings with Wu Pengfei have nothing to do with my young lady. Even if you had not dealt with him, could he and those behind you truly harm her? Do you consider me, Bo Yuding, to be a mere bystander? Do you think my young lady lacks the ability to protect herself? Lin Wu had intended to interject, but remained silent, satisfied. In Lung Linfeng's eyes, how lowly must she be perceived to be so easily eliminated, forever in peril? Absurd. Lung Linfeng's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Wu, insistently stating, As long as you remain in Beicheng and do not go to Jingzhong, I will reveal where we have met before and our connection. Lin Wu, it truly is unsuitable for you to go to Jingzhong. Bo Yuding instinctively turned to Lin Wu, a flicker of concern crossing his features. The knowledge that Lung Linfeng and Lin Wu had a past was a thorn in Bo Yuding's heart. He remained uncertain of their history, perpetually anxious that they might have once shared a close relationship. After all, Lung Linfeng possessed a mask, potentially allowing him to have changed his face when he first encountered Lin Wu. Lin Wu, indifferent, replied to Lung Linfeng, I am no longer interested. Lung Linfeng was taken aback. Lin Wu reiterated, Who you are does not concern me in the least. I find your presence irrelevant. I must go to Jingzhong for university. There are numerous matters awaiting my attention. Your mere words, or even the entirely unrelated Wu Pengfei, cannot persuade me to abandon my plans for Beicheng. You must be dreaming if you believe such a thing could be realized. With that, Lin Wu turned to Bo Yuding and said, Let us go back for dinner. Bo Yuding breathed a sigh of relief, nodding as he took Lin Wu's hand. Noticing her lack of resistance, his smile deepened, and he hurried her away. as if fearing an unforeseen turn of events. Meanwhile, Lung Linfeng sat in the pavilion, staring blankly at their retreating figures. His gaze soon fell upon the untouched, now cold tea on the table before him, and he suddenly swept everything off the table in a fit of anger. The sound of the beads hitting the ground jolted Lung Linfeng back to reality. He sprang up, carefully picking them up to inspect, and only relaxed once he ensured there were no cracks. He put the beads back on, lowered his gaze for a moment, then looked up, coldly staring in the direction Lin Wu and Bo Yuding had departed. It does not matter, he murmured to himself. You have merely forgotten me. Once all this is resolved, you will remember me and return to my side. On the other side, Lin Wu and Bo Yuding returned to the Yujia Emperor's garden. Indeed, Lin Wu was quite hungry and followed Bo Yuding to his home. Thoughts of the Lin family company were overshadowed by the turmoil stirred by Lung Linfeng, leading her to abandon the idea of going there for now, opting instead to communicate with them online later. Upon entering Bo Yuding's villa, Lin Wu headed straight for the dining table, only to find it empty. Where are the dishes? She asked, turning to Bo Yuding. Bo Yuding replied succinctly, not yet prepared. Lin Wu raised an eyebrow. Did you not say at Lung Linfeng's house that you had already made the meal? Stepping closer to Lin Wu, Bo Yuding looked down at her and plainly stated, I was afraid you might stay there and not return with me, so I said that. Why? Lin Wu asked, puzzled. If you had said you hadn't prepared anything, I would not have stayed there. A smile flickered in Bo Yuding's eyes as he reached out to ruffle her hair, saying, I was uncertain before, but now I remember. Sit tight and wait for me. I shall prepare something for you. What would you like to eat? Lin Wu promptly listed several dishes. Bo Yuding acknowledged her request with an before removing his jacket, rolling up his sleeves, and heading into the kitchen. Lin Wu took a seat at the dining table, pulling out her phone to attend to company matters. Bo Yuding worked swiftly, and by the time they finished eating, it was still early afternoon. However, Lin Wu felt too fatigued to venture out. Given how tired she had been lately, she decided to take a nap in the adjoining room, ultimately sleeping soundly until evening. A call from Old Sun stirred Lin Wu from her slumber. Rubbing her forehead, she answered her phone. Teacher, what is it? Old Sun, sounding cheerful, asked, what time will you arrive in Jingzhou tomorrow? Afternoon, I believe. Then, when you arrive, come directly here. No, I will have Uncle Qian pick you up from the airport. Lin Wu, feeling more awake now, replied, no need for that. I possess a residence in Beijing where I intend to store my belongings before proceeding to your location. The matter regarding the house was discussed by Bo Yuding with her a few days ago, and arrangements have already been made. Hence, she accompanied Bo Yuding back to Beijing for convenience in settling in and organizing. Following this instance of Bo Yuding assisting her with her luggage, Lin Wu deeply felt that it would be quite agreeable for Bo Yuding to help her with her accommodation in Beijing as well. If she were to tackle it alone, she feared she might let things slide and carelessly hire a cleaning service, but she certainly would not be able to rest comfortably that night. Old Sun remarked, why search for a place? Since you plan to stay in Beijing for your studies, you may reside with me. Do I not have a room for you? You are my only direct disciple. Barring unforeseen circumstances, my estate will be left to you. Hence, my home is your home. Why the hesitation? Lin Wu yawned and replied, there's really no need. I have already made arrangements with a friend to be neighbors. Neighbors, you say? Old Sun perked up. Is it a male or female? How old are they? Are they in a relationship? What is the state of your connection? How do they treat you? Any bad habits? What is their character like? Lin Wu, maintaining a stoic expression, inquired, are you not concerned that this friend of mine might be a woman? A moment of silence enveloped the call. Finally, Old Sun cautiously asked you, how long has this been the case? Lin Wu responded, what does how long even mean? With a frown, she clarified, I am not. Furthermore, while my friend is indeed male, please refrain from indulging in idle gossip. Spend more time exercising and less on junk food, and pay attention to your own well-being. Old Sun, acknowledging her point, said, Woo Woo, do not suppress yourself too much. If you truly, it's all right, I can accept it. Rest assured, I am not one of those antiquated old men. Lin Wu could only roll her eyes at this. Sensing her foul mood, Old Sun quickly shifted the topic. Tomorrow, I shall have Uncle Qian pick you up and take you to a club. You are about to enroll in Beijing University, and I know a remarkable Professor Qi there, an authority in the physics department. With her guidance, your studies will surely be more stable. Professor Qi? Lin Wu pondered over Old Sun's words for a moment before asking, is she the Professor Qianqian from the physics department? Indeed, that is her. Old Sun affirmed. I have heard she holds considerable prestige in the field of physics and has nurtured numerous talents who have gone on to serve in national research institutions. If you could become her student, the benefits would be immeasurable. Lin Wu, who had chosen to apply to the physics department out of genuine interest, was well aware of the relevant news in the physics community, including the esteemed Professor Qi. To be honest, she found herself quite intrigued by this professor. Propping herself up on the bed, she asked, "How did you manage to get in touch with Professor Qi? I have heard that becoming her student is quite a challenge, as she is extremely busy and rarely has time for social engagements." Upon hearing this, Old Sun finally felt a sense of purpose in his connection with Lin Wu, proudly declaring, "It is precisely because I am an old friend of her family's elders. Wu, do not underestimate your teacher. I possess extensive connections in Beijing. When you arrive, you can walk with confidence, for there is no need to fear any formidable figures." Lin Wu found herself amused by the idea, thinking that it was uncertain who was truly formidable. Nevertheless, she was grateful for Old Sun's goodwill and replied, "Then I shall accompany Uncle Qian as soon as I land tomorrow. Does Professor Qi have any particular preferences? I would like to prepare a small gift for our meeting." "Oh, there is no need for that. I would not overlook such a matter. I have already prepared something for you," Old Sun replied. Lin Wu shook her head, insisting, "What you have prepared and what I prepare will not be the same." After considering it, Old Sun suggested, "Then perhaps you could bring some local specialties from Song City." "Local specialties from Song City?" Lin Wu questioned, puzzled as to why. Does she particularly enjoy Song City? "Not exactly." Old Sun sighed, his tone turning somewhat reflective. "This dates back 18 years when something unfortunate occurred in her family, perhaps inciting some enmity. While she was on a business trip in Song City, she fell into a trap. At that time, she was nearly 8 months pregnant and ended up giving birth prematurely. I have heard that by the time she reached the hospital, it was too late and she could not save the child." Lin Wu was taken aback, realizing the misfortune that had befallen her. "Indeed," Old Sun continued with a sigh, "due to certain circumstances, she was unable to recuperate properly and left the hospital hastily, which weakened her constitution, leading to lingering health issues. Moreover, due to the loss of that child, she has harbored sorrow in her heart and makes it a point to visit Song City each year, staying for several days." Pausing for a moment, Old Sun added, "If you truly wish to prepare a gift for her, local specialties from Song City would be appropriate. Firstly, it is only fitting since you are from Song City. Secondly, Professor Qi has a special sentiment towards Song City, and as a student from there, she may be more inclined to accept you. Despite their familial connection, Professor Qi had suffered a significant loss in her earlier years, and Old Sun, as old friend, felt a deep sense of guilt towards this daughter-in-law, never imposing restrictions on her. Qianqian was known for her discerning nature and independent approach, judging others solely based on personal affinity. Thus, if Lin Wu did not catch her eye, she might not feel compelled to accept her simply due to Old Sun's standing. Old Sun cautioned, "Wu, when the time comes, simply present the gift and avoid mentioning anything about Bay City. My old friend has indicated that Professor Qi will likely have you complete a few tests to evaluate your abilities. If you pass all assessments, she should have no reason not to take you on as her student." Lin Wu acknowledged his instructions. After ending the call, she promptly got out of bed, changed her clothes, and left the house. As she stepped outside, she encountered Bo Yuding, who was also about to head out. Upon seeing her, he halted the car, lowered the window, and inquired, "Where are you headed? I can give you a ride." Lin Wu, feeling no need for formality, hopped into the passenger seat and replied, "Just to a nearby mall." Bo Yuding turned to her, surprised. "A mall? Are you planning to buy something to take with you to Beijing? Have you realized you're missing anything? If it's clothing, shoes, or bags, you need not worry. I've already arranged for everything in Beijing. All brand new for the season. If you find something unsatisfactory, I can have someone procure alternatives for you." Lin Wu shook her head. "No, it's not that. My teacher, Old Sun, called to introduce me to a professor from the physics department at Beijing University. I am aware of this professor. She is incredibly impressive, and I aspire to be her student. Old Sun suggested that I prepare some local specialties from Song City for her." Upon hearing this, Bo Yuding drove on, saying, "Then I shall accompany you to choose some gifts. Are you not busy?" Lin Wu asked. Bo Yuding smiled. "Nothing is more important than this. Do not worry. I can handle my matters tomorrow." Lin Wu simply acknowledged him with a sound, opting not to pursue the topic further. Once they reached the nearby mall, Bo Yuding first took Lin Wu to a restaurant for dinner before they began shopping. Their excursion lasted the entire evening. concluding only late at night when they returned to Yujiati Garden. Lin Wu had meticulously selected over a dozen items, but still felt it was insufficient and lacked formality. On the way back, Bo Yuding glanced at Lin Wu in the rearview mirror, noticing her repeatedly checking her selections with a hint of envy. Sister Wu, you have never been this serious while choosing a gift for me, have you? Lin Wu replied. You and that professor are not comparable. Bo Yuding's tone turned more sour. So you really admire that professor? Lin Wu nodded. When I applied to the physics department at Beijing University last month, I also reviewed the profiles of their professors. This particular professor not only has impressive academic achievements, but also possesses formidable expertise, and I find her appearance quite appealing. Bo Yuding's expression darkened slightly. Appealing, you say? How appealing could she be? More so than me? Do not speak. Lin Wu carefully examined Bo Yuding before stating, I still prefer that professor. Bo Yuding. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his tone laced with an unspoken chill as he inquired, when will you meet? Tomorrow evening. Where? I do not know. My teacher mentioned that Uncle Qian would pick me up at the airport. So you won't be returning to the residence with me? No, it might be late after the meeting, and my teacher will likely have me stay at his house for the night. I will visit you the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Bo Yuding's handsome face darkened. For the sake of a favored physics professor, she unhesitatingly set him aside. How great could a physics professor's looks possibly be? Those who attain the status of a professor are often either rotund or balding. How could they possibly compare to his own youth and beauty? Bo Yuding forced a warm smile and said, Anyway, I have nothing planned for tomorrow, Wu Jia. May I accompany you to meet that professor? I am quite curious about what sort of professor she is. Lin Wu. No. Bo Yuding. He abruptly slammed on the brakes, turning to face Lin Wu. Why? Lin Wu was momentarily taken aback by his question, pondering why she couldn't take him along. But she quickly regained her composure. I'm going to meet that professor because I am applying to the physics department at Jing University. I wish to be her student and learn from her. You are not studying at Jing University. Why would you want to go? Bo Yuding was momentarily speechless. Lin Wu continued, Moreover, aren't you busy? Bo Yuding endeavored to maintain a normal demeanor. His voice strained as he replied, Not busy. I have had quite a bit of free time these days. Lin Wu appeared even more puzzled. But didn't you say that upon returning to Jing, you would expose the traitor beside you? Isn't that quite urgent? Bo Yuding. That damn traitor. Why must the betrayal occur at such a time? Lin Wu added, And won't you tidy up your place once you are back in Jing? Bo Yuding took a deep breath and smiled, saying, As for the traitor, I have my people to handle it. Otherwise, if I had to manage everything myself, wouldn't I be exhausted? As for cleaning the house, I'm not in a hurry. I have a housekeeper. Without a second thought, Lin Wu shook her head. No, I do not trust the housekeeper. Bo Yuding. Lin Wu explained, Most of my belongings are not suitable for outsiders to touch. I would feel more at ease if you were tidy up. Bo Yuding paused, quickly understanding Lin Wu's intent. Sitting up straight, he asked, Do you want me to arrange your home? Aren't you worried about my presence being inconvenient? Lin Wu replied, When did you become an outsider? Hearing this, Bo Yuding felt a wave of warmth wash over him, and his mood brightened. He modestly responded, Since the young lady has extended such a sincere invitation, I cannot refuse. Rest assured, after you meet the professor and return, you will be able to rest comfortably. Lin Wu nodded, That settles it. Let's go back. Bo Yuding raised his tone, slightly in agreement, turning back to resume driving. As they neared the Jia Di Yuan, Bo Yuding suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait, wasn't he supposed to ask why he was following her? How had it shifted to moving and tidying up? Watching Lin Wu exit the vehicle with a gift in hand, Bo Yuding called out without thinking, Lin Wu. Lin Wu turned to him, her dark eyes shining brightly in the night, asking, What is it? Bo Yuding. Nothing much. Sleep early. Do not stay up late. If you cannot fall asleep, call me. Lin Wu acknowledged with an O before gracefully entering the building. Bo Yuding. He would clarify everything once they arrived in Jing. The next day, Lin Wu rose early, finishing her final packing before heading next door to join Bo Yuding for breakfast. Around noon, Lu Guiqi, having learned from somewhere that they were returning to Jing, drove over, eager to accompany them. Oh, I have no luggage, so I can leave immediately. Let me join you. After some persuasion from Bo Yuding, Lu Guiqi successfully managed to tag along with them. After lunch, the trio proceeded to the airport, quickly completing the check-in process. Since it was Bo Yuding's private plane, they did not have to wait long before taking off. Feeling a bit drowsy, Lin Wu requested a blanket to cover herself for a nap. Bo Yuding fetched her a pair of earplugs, just as Lu Guiqi quietly inquired, Ninth Master, are you planning to head to Ghost Street to find Erpai Jiang as soon as you arrive in Jing? At the mention of this, Bo Yuding frowned slightly, glancing at the sleeping Lin Wu. Let us wait a bit. Lu Guiqi hesitated, ultimately looking at Lin Wu and remaining silent. In the late afternoon, around 5 o'clock, the plane landed at Jing Airport. As the three disembarked with their luggage, Lin Wu immediately spotted Uncle Qian waiting for her at the exit. Uncle Qian noticed her too, waving this. Upon seeing Uncle Qian, Bo Yuding's expression shifted slightly, while Lu Guiqi, puzzled, remarked, Wu, isn't that the person we saw last time at Shanghai? The president of the Piano Association? Lin Wu nodded, approaching Uncle Qian and signaling for Bo Yuding and Lu Guiqi to hand her luggage to Uncle Qian's driver. I have matters to attend to with my teacher. You two can leave first. We will meet again. Sure, once you finish. I will come to find you to hang out, Lu Guiqi readily replied. Uncle Qian was about to greet Lin Wu when he turned to see Lu Guiqi, momentarily stunned. The second young master of the Lu family? He then turned to Bo Yuding, his pupils contracting in realization. Are you Bo Jiuyi? Lin Wu. Hearing this, introduced, these are my friends from Beicheng, Lu Guiqi from the Lu family and Bo Yuding from the Bo family. Uncle Qian was taken aback, not because of Lu Guiqi, but due to the fact that the last banquet hosted by the Zhou family was held at Shanghai. Uncle Qian had suspected that Lin Wu might know Lu Guiqi, but he hadn't anticipated their familiarity, which surprised him. However, how could Bo Jiuyi know his young lady? Bo Yuding, under Uncle Qian's somewhat dazed gaze, stepped forward and politely smiled. You must be Uncle Qian. Please, just call me Xiao Bo Lu Guiqi. Uncle Qian's voice rose in shock. Xiao Bo. Bo Yuding extended his hand to Uncle Qian. Speaking gently, you need not be so formal with me. Lin Wu mentioned that you and old Sun have treated her well and looked after her over the years. Thank you for your kindness. Uncle Qian, still recovering from his astonishment, felt a lump in his throat, sensing something was off. He cautiously shook Bo Yuding's hand as a form of greeting, saying, Ninth Master, you are too polite. It is only natural for me to care for the young lady. But I did not expect you to be friends with my young lady. She has always had few friends. If old Sun were to hear of this, he would surely be delighted and would invite you both for a meal another day. Bo Yuding readily replied, no need to wait. Today will suffice. Uncle Qian was completely taken aback. Lin Wu facepalmed, pulling Bo Yuding back. Uncle Qian is just being polite. You need not take his words to heart. It is getting late, and Uncle Qian and I must leave. Until next time. A dazed Uncle Qian instinctively replied, yes indeed. We do have matters to attend to with the young lady. Bo Yuding, undeterred, asked Lin Wu, can I truly not accompany you? I am quite free, and as a Jing University graduate myself, I might even know the professor old Sun introduces you to. It would be a perfect opportunity for me to greet her, thus fulfilling my duties as a student. Beside them, Lu Guiqi, equally bewildered alongside Uncle Qian, voiced his confusion. Ninth Master, isn't Wu studying physics? I recall you pursued dual master's degrees in medicine and finance at Jingda, and your doctorate was obtained abroad with no connection to physics whatsoever. Moreover, the professor she wishes to meet is someone you are not acquainted with. Bo Yuding replied, his gaze fixed on Lu Guiqi. Are you implying you know me better than I know myself? I have a casual interest in physics. Self-study is certainly an option. Why do you concern yourself with my educational background when you should focus on your own endeavors? Very well. I shall inform your brother that you wish to pursue further studies. Lu Guiqi felt a sense of injustice. Why had his return to Huagua subjected him to such predicaments? Lin Wu, unable to endure the scene, interjected enough. Uncle Qian and I must take our leave. You both can return home. Bo Yuding turned his gaze towards her side and said, all right, after you dine with old Sun and the others, should you wish to return home, simply call me, and I shall come to fetch you. If you decide against dining midway or find it displeasing, just inform me, and I will be available to pick you up. Upon hearing this, Uncle Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? Why was the young lady returning home with Ninth Master Bo? Had they grown so familiar with one another? Lin Wu, oblivious, nodded as if it were the most natural thing, replying, see you later. Bo Yuding softly acknowledged her departure, watching as Lin Wu and the perplexed Uncle Qian walked away until they vanished from sight. Lu Guiqi glanced ahead, then back at Bo Yuding, prompting him, Ninth Master. Wu was already left. There's no need to keep looking. Bo Yuding retracted his gaze, shot Lu Guiqi an exasperated look, and moved forward with his luggage. A strange sensation surged within Lu Guiqi, compelling him to catch up and scrutinize Bo Yuding. Upon exiting the airport and seeing the person there to greet them, Lu Guiqi suddenly had a moment of clarity about what felt amiss. He leaned toward the passenger seat and tentatively suggested, "Ninth Master, don't you think you might be excessively concerned about Wu Wu?" Bo Yuding, engrossed in his tablet, casually replied, "Isn't it natural to care? That's different." Lu Guiqi protested, counting on his fingers. "My concern for Wu Wu stems from our brotherhood, but your attentiveness. I certainly wouldn't tea cook for her, tidy her place, or pick her up at night, let alone be so attached." At that moment, the driver, having overheard, jerked the vehicle slightly. Bo Yuding steadied his tablet and shot a cold glance at the driver. "Can you not drive properly?" Yes. I apologize," the driver hurriedly replied, bowing his head in contrition while secretly eavesdropping. Bo Yuding resumed his conversation with Lu Guiqi, speaking in a nonchalant tone. "And what do you think my intentions are?" Lu Guiqi found himself momentarily speechless, a rather unbelievable thought crossing his mind. But he hesitated to voice it, uncertainly asking, "You can't be pursuing my brother, can you?" Bo Yuding smirked slightly, his voice low and magnetic. "Unmarried man. Unmarried woman, what's wrong with that?" Lu Guiqi was left speechless. On the other side, as they made their way to a private club, Lin Wu noticed Uncle Qian's gaze upon her was rather peculiar. After the 38th glance, she could no longer endure it and turned to him. "Uncle Qian, if you have something to say, just say it." Uncle Qian swallowed hard and asked, "Miss, how close are you with that ninth master Bo? Is there something more between you?" Lin Wu pondered briefly before answering, "It's fine. Just fine. But he is coming to pick you up. Because we are neighbors." "Neighbors?" "Shijin Mansion," Lin Wu clarified. "We both reside there, neighbors." Shijin Mansion was a prestigious area in Jing, known for its prime real estate, where only the affluent resided. The environment was serene, and the security system was top-notch, so Lin Wu had been pleased to agree when Bo Yuding suggested it. However, Uncle Qian was astonished and cautiously inquired, "Miss, did you purchase that place yourself, or did Ninth Master Bo give it to you?" Lin Wu replied, "I bought myself." Uncle Qian's thoughts were momentarily diverted, marveling at Lin Wu's wealth. Both he and Old Sun were aware of her affluence, but never had they imagined she could afford to purchase Shijin Mansion. However, that was not the main concern. Uncle Qian delicately suggested, "Miss, don't you feel that Ninth Master Bo seems to regard you differently, perhaps with some affection?" "He's my friend. Isn't that normal?" Lin Wu replied, somewhat perplexed. Uncle Qian had no choice but to rephrase, "But he seems overly concerned about you. Don't you think that is a bit excessive?" Reflecting on Uncle Qian's words, Lin Wu shook her head. "Not at all. It seems quite normal." "Normal?" Uncle Qian still felt something was amiss. Lin Wu, growing impatient, retorted, "There's nothing more to discuss. Uncle Qian, the gift I prepared for Professor Qi is in the black suitcase. Please don't mix it up." Uncle Qian nodded in agreement, mentally noting to discuss this serious matter with Old Sun later. An hour and a half later, they finally arrived at the private venue they had reserved. After disembarking, Uncle Qian instructed the driver to park and called for the bellboy, guiding Lin Wu's suitcase inside. Old Sun was already waiting for them in the private room. Upon seeing Lin Wu, he immediately rose, leaning on his cane as he approached her for an embrace, inspecting her with a hint of excitement. "You look well, though perhaps a bit thinner. Have you not been eating and resting properly lately?" Lin Wu, with a frown, retorted, "What do your eyes see? I've clearly gained a few pounds since before." "Where?" "You've clearly lost weight since last time." Old Sun turned to Uncle Qian. "Old Qian, don't you agree?" Uncle Qian chuckled. "When you last saw the young lady, it was quite some time ago. You were cooking her nourishing soups daily, and she filled out a bit from that. But nowadays, young women seem to prefer being slender. Perhaps she wishes to look beautiful." Old Sun was somewhat displeased with this notion. What is this about being slender and beautiful? Some of them are so thin they appear skeletal. That is hardly healthy, let alone beautiful. He led Lin Wu to the table, calling for Uncle Qian to bring the menu. "Quickly, look at what you wish to eat. Order whatever you like." Lin Wu pushed the menu aside, inquiring, "What about Professor Qi? Shouldn't we wait for her to arrive before ordering?" Old Sun responded, "Little Qi called me not long ago, mentioning she had matters at school and would be a bit late. Considering the time, she should be here soon." As if summoned by mention of her name, a knock echoed at the door just as Old Sun finished speaking. "Moments latte." A staff member opened the door to the private room. Lin Wu turned to see a young woman entering, tall and clad in a laboratory white coat. Her long hair cascading over her shoulders, holding a black bag. When Lin Wu caught sight of the woman's clear features, she was taken aback. The woman was strikingly beautiful, with a delicate, oval face, warm almond-shaped eyes, and distinctly defined facial features. Lin Wu immediately recognized her as Professor Qi, the same individual she had seen in the documents earlier. However, the photograph she had seen on the Jingdao website was a candid shot of her profile while she was explaining something to students in the lab. Now, seeing her face on, despite being in her 40s, she exuded grace and vitality, showing little sign of age. Yet, for an inexplicable reason, Lin Wu felt an uncanny sense of familiarity, momentarily leaving her in a daze. As she was lost in thought, Mr. Sun and Uncle Qian had already risen. "Xiao Qi, you arrived just in time. We were just speaking of you," Mr. Sun said with a warm smile. Upon hearing his words, Qianqi approached them and politely nodded. "Hello, Mr. Sun. I apologize for keeping you waiting." "It's no trouble at all," Mr. Sun said, waving his hand dismissively. "I heard from Xiao Gu that you have been quite busy lately, mentoring doctoral students for a project related to the conference. I should be the one thanking you for finding time to meet with this old man." Qianqian Gazet deepened. Initially, she was reluctant to agree to Mr. Sun's request to take on a student. Most students she mentored were dedicated to academic pursuits, exhibiting exceptional talent. However, she had heard that the student Mr. Sun wished to assign to her was somewhat indifferent, only occasionally dedicating a month or two to practice violin each year. Mr. Sun explained that this student had many commitments and could not spend much time at the association. Qianqi found this reasoning unconvincing. What could possibly be more important than studying? Once one has taken a mentor, they ought to commit fully to their studies. Other reasons merely served as excuses. Furthermore, she learned that this student was merely an 18-year-old girl. At such a young age, what could possibly demand her attention so fervently? It seemed nothing more than a lack of focus, rendering her unsuitable for academic research. Nevertheless, given that Mr. Sun was a longtime friend of her father-in-law, Qianqi felt it necessary to show respect and at least meet this student he recommended. At that moment, as Mr. Sun spoke, Qianqi's peripheral vision caught sight of Lin Wu still seated nearby. She frowned slightly and instinctively turned towards Lin Wu. Just as she was about to speak, her gaze locked with Lin Wu's, and she found herself momentarily taken aback. The young girl before her possessed exquisite features. Her porcelain skin glowed, and her almond-shaped eyes had a slight upward tilt, rendering her expression somewhat aloof. Strangely enough, Qianqi felt an unexpected affinity towards her, recognizing a familiarity in her features as if she had seen her somewhere before, leaving her momentarily stunned. Mr. Sun and Uncle Qian, noticing her gaze, quickly urged Lin Wu to rise. "I apologize, Xiao Qi, my daughter is a bit shy. She has long admired your reputation and is feeling somewhat overwhelmed at the moment." Lin Wu snapped back to reality, standing and extending her hand towards Qianqi. Intentionally softening her demeanor, she greeted, "Hello, Professor Qi, I am Lin Wu, a first-year student in the physics department at Jingda." Qianqi also regained her composure, her tone softening instinctively as she replied, "Ah, Lin Wu, what a lovely name. Please do not be nervous. Think of this as a casual meal together." Lin Wu responded, "I am not nervous. I heard from Mr. Sun that you are currently in need of a student. I am very eager to learn from you. Please inform me of any assessments required. I am willing to comply. If I pass, that's wonderful. If not, I appreciate you taking the time to meet today." Her words flowed beautifully, and any lingering dissatisfaction Qianqi had felt towards Lin Wu dissipated like smoke. She was surprised by this reaction, as she had never experienced such an immediate fondness for someone upon first meeting. Despite the unfamiliarity, it did not invoke any sense of rejection. Consequently, Qianqi became more open to this informal meeting, saying gently, "Very well, take a seat. Let's enjoy our meal first, and then I will inquire about your basic background." Lin Wu nodded in agreement. Uncle Qian promptly produced the menu, allowing Lin Wu to suggest dishes for Qianqi. While she maintained a serious demeanor in academic matters, she was quite relaxed in private. "I am open to anything. Let the younger generation choose," she said. Uncle Qian looked to Lin Wu, who was rummaging through her bag for a personal resume. Upon hearing, she responded, "Uncle Qian, please order as you see fit." Uncle Qian acknowledged her and ordered according to Mr. Sun's preferences. As he continued, he noted, "Miss, you prefer sweet and sour dishes. So I'll add sweet and sour lotus root, sweet and sour pork, kung pao chicken, along with braised short ribs and sauerkraut fish." Lin Wu replied, "Sounds good. And what about Professor Qi?" Qianqi poured herself a glass of water and casually replied, "I'm fine with that. I also enjoy sweet and sour flavors." Uncle Qian then took the menu to the door, reminding the staff, "Make sure to use little garlic sauce as my young lady does not like it. Also, put less carrot in the kung pao chicken since my young lady dislikes it. And ensure the pork is lean, as my young lady finds fatty foods quite unappetizing. Is that clear?" The staff nodded, jotting down the instructions. As Qianqi reached to take Lin Wu's resume, she paused at Uncle Qian's remarks, asking, "Are those Lin Wu's dietary restrictions?" Uncle Qian returned, feeling a slight anxiety. He quickly clarified, "They are my young lady's preferences. She had health issues in her youth and has been cautious with her diet since." Qianqi discerned Uncle Qian's concerns and offered a mild explanation. "How coincidental. I also share similar preferences and do not favor those foods, just like Lin Wu." Mr. Sun chimed in. "This indicates that you and my Wu Wu are destined to have a mentor-student bond." Qianqi merely smiled faintly, refraining from responding. Although she held a favorable impression of Lin Wu, academic research ultimately depended on individual capability. She turned her attention to Lin Wu's resume, and to her surprise, Lin Wu's academic performance was exceptionally commendable. Not only was she a provincial top scorer, but she had also participated in numerous national-level physics competitions, consistently winning either special or first prizes. Her accomplishments were impressive enough to secure her a spot in any laboratory. Slightly skeptical, Qianqi looked up at Lin Wu, posing questions related to the competitions she had participated in. Lin Wu was well prepared, answering each question swiftly and competently, causing Qianqi's perception of her to shift positively, and she found herself increasingly impressed. When the staff finally arrived with the dishes, Qianqi closed Lin Wu's resume, her expression becoming more serious as she remarked, "Your understanding of your subject is satisfactory. It is evident you have self-studied the first and second-year courses. However, you are not yet familiar with the third-year material. Once the semester begins, I suggest you dedicate your free time to studying the third-year curriculum." Lin Wu nodded in agreement, recognizing her own limitations, as her time for study had been limited due to various commitments over the years. It was only in the past year or two that she had begun self-studying university-level physics courses. Additionally, she had taken a break for 6 months during the 511 case, which had hindered her progress. Before coming here, she had worried that her current knowledge might not meet Qianqi's expectations, but fortunately, the latter had not posed overly difficult questions. While Qianqi and Lin Wu engaged in a meaningful exchange, Mr. Sun and Uncle Qian were left bewildered, struggling to comprehend the conversation. Upon hearing Qianqi's remarks, Mr. Sun's mouth fell agape. Realizing that Lin Wu was merely an 18-year-old freshman who had just completed her entrance examinations. How could she have self-studied the first and second-year courses? Wasn't he that already impressive? Yet, here was Qianqi insisting that Lin Wu needed to catch up on her third-year studies. Mr. Sun, suppressing his astonishment, inquired Xiao Qi, "What about my Wu Wu?" Qianqi understood Mr. Sun's concern and replied, "I cannot provide an answer just yet. I have brought 2 sets of exercises with me. After we finish our meal, I would like Lin Wu to complete them on the coffee table. Once I review her performance, I will decide whether to accept her into my group." "Oh, I see." Mr. Sun nodded, albeit still somewhat perplexed. Lin Wu, unperturbed by the exercises, quickly finished her meal and asked Qianqi for the papers. Qianqi couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for bringing the papers along. She remarked, "You haven't eaten much, have you? Are you full? You look so thin. You should eat more. The papers can wait. You can tackle them another day." Lin Wu shook her head. "There's no need. I can finish them quickly. You can take them home today without it taking up any more of your time." Seeing that her persuasion was in vain, Qianqi ceased her insistence and retrieved the papers from her bag. Lin Wu took them and moved to the coffee table. Uncle Qian suddenly remembered that Lin Wu had brought gifts and said, "Professor Qi, my young lady has been looking forward to meeting you and has prepared some small gifts for you. Let me show you." Qianqi frowned slightly, wishing to convey that such gifts felt like bribery. However, upon glancing at Lin Wu nearby, she found herself saying, "All right, let me see." After she spoke, she thought, "What has happened? That was not what I intended to say." By the time Qianqian sought to retract her words, Uncle Qian had swiftly brought over a suitcase, opening it to present the gifts one by one. Qianqian felt indifferent, neither particularly fond nor averse, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. As she examined each item, she began to notice something peculiar. These seemed to be local specialties from Song City. Indeed, Miss Wu is from Song City and has lived there for quite some time. Elder Sun chuckled, only to suddenly realize something. Wu, I haven't seen you in so long that I've forgotten your birthday. When is it again? August 3rd, Lin Wu replied without lifting her head. Oh no, it's already passed. That was your 18th birthday. Elder Sun exclaimed, smacking his forehead in regret. I'll make it up to you tomorrow. Lin Wu paused momentarily, responding coolly, there's no need. You know I don't care much for birthdays. Besides, someone has already celebrated it for me. Who? Elder Sun asked, intrigued. Thinking of Uncle Qian's reaction upon seeing Bo Yuding, Lin Wu hesitated and vaguely responded, a friend. It's nothing to elaborate on. Their conversation flowed easily, yet Qianqian, upon hearing the date August 3rd, suddenly sat up straighter, her eyes slightly reddening as she asked, Lin Wu, is your birthday August 3rd? Yes, Lin Wu confirmed. Qianqian appeared momentarily taken aback, her gaze becoming somewhat unfocused, as if looking through Lin Wu to another person, softening yet tinged with sadness. However, she concealed it well, and neither Elder Sun nor Uncle Qian noticed. They continued to discuss how to celebrate Lin Wu's coming of age. Although Lin Wu declined, they insisted it should not be omitted. About an hour later, Lin Wu completed 2 sets of papers for Qianqian. She was astonished. This speed was remarkable even among her graduate students, indicating Lin Wu's intelligence and talent. With her thoughts settled, she stated, let us call it a day. I should head back. You should rest as well. I will ask Uncle Sun to inform you once I have news. Lin Wu nodded. Elder Sun rose to accompany Qianqian, subtly trying to gauge her feelings towards Lin Wu, hoping to discern whether she would accept her. However, Qianqian remained inscrutable, leaving Elder Sun without any useful information. Upon returning to Lin Wu, Elder Sun sighed. That little Qi is truly all business. Lin Wu organized her bag, remarking, it's all right. If I can still enter Professor Qi's lab, it means I possess sufficient capability. If not, it simply indicates that my fate with Professor Qi is not meant to be, and I shan't dwell on it. Missing this opportunity does not preclude future ones. She could always wait until after completing her undergraduate physics courses to consider applying for a graduate position with Qianqian. Elder Sun concurred, then wait patiently. Wu, we should leave. The servants have already prepared your room at home. Lin Wu's thoughts shifted, and she unexpectedly declared, no need. I will return to the West Jin Mansion. I have my own house there. Huh? Elder Sun looked at Lin Wu in surprise. You bought a house at the West Jin Mansion? Yes, I just purchased it, and it should be ready for me to settle in, Lin Wu replied. Uncle Qian exclaimed, wait, I forgot to inform Elder Sun about the 9th master. Miss, you should return home. It's your first night in Beijing, and rushing to the West Jin Mansion is unwise. What if it's not ready? It will be, Lin Wu assured confidently, and without further ado. She bid farewell and left, moving so swiftly that Elder Sun and Uncle Qian barely registered what had transpired. Does she really like the West Jin Mansion that much? Elder Sun pondered aloud. Uncle Qian replied, it's not the mansion she likes, it's the person inside. Elder Sun was taken aback. Uncle Qian continued, you are unaware? But this time, the young lady returned to Beijing with friends, one of whom is the young master of the Liu family, Liu Guqin. Elder Sun remarked, that's normal. Last time she dealt with Wu Pengfei, she collaborated with that young man from the Liu family. Uncle Qian hesitated before adding, but there's another companion, Master Bo from the Bo family, Bo Yuding. Elder Sun was flabbergasted. Uncle Qian added, moreover, he is quite concerned about the young lady, often taking her home, tidying her place, and even cooking for her. Elder Sun's eyes widened in shock. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Meanwhile, Lin Wu took a taxi to the West Jin Mansion. Upon arriving at her property, she was surprised to see the lights on in her villa, while the adjacent house remained dark. Was Bo Yuding still at her place, tidying up? Lin Wu felt a ripple of emotions as she entered the code to unlock the door. As she approached the entrance, she hesitated for a moment before grasping the doorknob. Just then, the door swung open from the inside, and she found herself face to face with a pair of deep-set eyes. You. Lin Wu stuttered momentarily, asking, why are you still awake at this hour? Bo Yuding gazed steadily at her, then broke into a smile as he took her bag and grasped her hand, drawing her inside before closing the door. I was just about to finish up. I wasn't certain if you would return tonight, but I thought it best to prepare a comfortable resting space for you. Bo Yuding spoke in a low tone. Lin Wu glanced into the living room, noticing several boxes stacked in the empty space. Some opened while others remained sealed. She glanced at her watch, noting the time. It's almost 10:30. Bo Yuding raised an eyebrow, letting out an ambiguous sigh. Oh, is it? I lost track of time. I had intended to come directly here, but I received a call from the company about an urgent matter that required my presence. Unfortunately, it took longer than expected. He squeezed Lin Wu's hand and earnestly said, I apologize for not completing what I promised. Lin Wu looked at him. If you were busy at the company until late, you could have just let me know. There was no need to exhaust yourself coming here to help me. How could I do that? The company matters are important, but your affairs are equally significant to me. Bo Yuding replied with unwavering sincerity, his gaze soft enough to draw one in. Rest assured, although I was swamped at the company until after 9, and indeed a bit weary, your tasks here are minimal, and I will finish them swiftly. I am more than willing to assist with your matters. Lin Wu felt a stirring in her heart and instinctively said, You needn't bother. I will hire a cleaning service tomorrow. But you are wary of strangers, he countered. It's fine. Don't overexert yourself. It's late now. You should return to your own space and rest. But Bo Yuding cleared his throat, hesitating to continue. Lin Wu inquired, What's wrong? Bo Yuding, with utmost seriousness and sincerity, replied, I remembered your matters, and as soon as I returned, I came here. Next door. I have yet to tidy up, so I cannot accommodate anyone tonight. Lin Wu was taken aback. Bo Yuding subtly probed, As friends, can I stay here tonight? Sister Wu, I've already prepared your bedroom for you. You can go straight to sleep. As for me, although the other rooms are uninhabitable, I am not particular and can simply find a blanket and sleep on the living room sofa. After a pause, Bo Yuding added, Since it's so late, it wouldn't be wise for me to return to the Bo family. It might disturb my parents and disrupt their rest. You see, they have been overworked for years and suffer from chronic ailments, such as insomnia and anxiety, making it difficult for them to enjoy a good night's sleep. Lin Wu hesitated, then considered his words. All right then. September has turned cooler. Make sure to cover yourself with a blanket, and I will fetch one for you. No need, he gently replied. I know where it is. I can get it myself. Thank you for your concern, young lady. Bo Yuding continued. In return, I must inquire about your evening. How did your meeting with the professor go? Is he as wonderful as you had imagined? Upon mentioning Qianqian, Lin Wu's interest piqued. She is far more impressive than I anticipated. If I could study under her, I would undoubtedly gain immensely. I just wonder if she would accept me. If not this year, I can always try again next year. I'm certain I will succeed. Bo Yuding felt a chill in his heart. So you admire her? Lin Wu nodded earnestly. She is quite different from my expectations. She appears younger than her actual age, speaks eloquently, and treats others with grace, exuding a sense of warmth. Bo Yuding's expression grew somber. What does she look like? Lin Wu paused for a moment and replied honestly, She is quite beautiful. I am fond of her appearance. Bo Yuding could hardly muster a smile, taking a while before he said, It is indeed rare to encounter a professor who is so pleasing in every aspect. You should cherish this opportunity. Now, you have had a tiring day. Go wash up and rest. We could tidy up the rest tomorrow. Feeling fatigued, Lin Wu yawned and nodded, making her way upstairs with her bag. Bo Yuding watched her retreating figure, his expression darkening. Once she was out of sight, he promptly took out his phone and dialed a contact named Bo Wu. As soon as the call connected, he said, Find out when a professor resembling a pretty boy appeared in the physics department of Jing University. Bo Wu, momentarily taken aback by the sudden late-night call, was stunned into silence by the request. Are you serious? Bo Yuding's voice sharpened. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me? Bo Wu trembled slightly, quickly responding, Yes, sir. The following morning, after a night of mental preparation, Elder Sun and Uncle Qian arrived at the West Jin mansion. Is this really the place Wu Wu mentioned? Elder Sun asked, as their vehicle halted in front of a villa. Uncle Qian nodded assuredly. There's no mistake. I even called the young lady last night to confirm. Elder Sun glanced at the villa on the left, then at the one nearby on the right, inquiring, Which villa does that young man from the Bo family reside in? Uncle Qian scratched his head. Didn't he ask? It didn't seem appropriate. Elder Sun shot him a disapproving look. How could you overlook such an important question? Whatever, it's not like he is staying at Wu Wu's place. Let's go see her and gauge her thoughts. With that, they exited the vehicle. Uncle Qian assisted Elder Sun to the villa door and rang the doorbell, hesitantly asking Elder Sun, "What if the ninth young master of the Bo family truly?" "Let it be," Elder Sun retorted emphatically, tapping his cane against the ground. "How old is that young man from the Bo family? Just based on this alone, how could he possibly be worthy of Wu Wu? However, I am not an inflexible old man. It ultimately depends on Wu Wu's feelings. Regardless of the Bo family boy, if Wu has any interest, I wouldn't be opposed to." "To what?" Elder Sun's voice suddenly rose in astonishment, his eyes widening. Uncle Qian, confused, followed his gaze and was equally stunned. That, how can it be a man coming out of the villa of our young lady? And it's the ninth young master of the Bo family?